Li Changsheng was framed and bedridden for years, helpless and alone. His biggest regret in life was that he never even had a wife, destined to live a lonely life. But just before he died, a divine thought suddenly echoed. He had done good deeds all his life. He shouldn't be so miserable. Heaven had mercy on him and bestowed upon him a heaven-defying system. The more wives he married, the stronger he would become. Soon, he welcomed 28 wives at once. On the wedding night, when the whole village looked on coldly and mocked him for not surviving more than 3 days, Li Changsheng picked up his 300-gene bride and cracked the blue bricks with force, leaving everyone stunned. However, the good times didn't last long, as the evil Lu Yuanwei forced him to go hunting tigers in the mountains. He entered the forest with his knife, thinking he would only have to kill 1 tiger, but unexpectedly, 5 tigers pounced on him at the same time from deep in the forest. At the critical moment of life and death, Li Changsheng was not afraid, but just smiled coldly. Chapter 1. Li Changsheng lay on his sickbed, his face pale and his eyes cloudy, a lifetime of regret and resentment flashing through his mind. He sighed, feeling that he had maintained his innocence for a lifetime, but in the end, he ended up alone and helpless. When he was young, he gave up his romantic life for the sake of martial arts, but ultimately, due to his poor aptitude, he was only able to reach the 9th level of martial arts, exhausted his potential, and ended up with a lot of illnesses. In this world, there are only 2 paths to becoming a powerful being. Cultivating immortality requires superior physique, while cultivating martial arts requires pushing the limits. Li Changsheng's physique is extremely poor, leaving him with no hope of becoming an immortal, and his martial arts career also ends in failure. As he grew older, his illness became ineffective even with medication, and he became so weak that even getting up became a difficult task. A middle-aged woman named Hong Yang opened the door and entered, her eyes filled with worry and pity. She was a neighbor who had been trying to match him up for years, but to no avail. Now, looking at Li Changsheng lying on his deathbed, she felt only a pang of sadness. Li Changsheng spoke with difficulty, asking her not to bother with arranging the marriage as he did not have much time left. Suddenly, a voice exploded in his mind. The system had arrived. This was a diversification system that would grant lifespan, cultivation, skills, and aptitude improvements as long as one married and had children. The system's gift package for beginners included the Yin-Yang collection technique, 10 pounds of small blue pills, and 10 pounds of physical enhancement pills. After Li Changsheng took the pills, his ailing body gradually straightened, his eyes regained their radiance, and even his muscles became defined. Hong Yang was shocked by his transformation, and the neighbors were called in to watch. Li Changsheng immediately expressed his desire to marry, even if the conditions were as low as a living woman. Although Hong Yang was in a difficult position, she agreed to help find someone and said that she would bring him over the next day. At night, Li Changsheng studied the system and learned that getting a wife is opening branches and having children is scattering leaves, and the mother's fertility will affect the offspring's bones. Women's qualifications were ranked from low to high: white, green, cyan, blue, yellow, purple, and red, corresponding to their potential as future offspring. He eagerly awaited the match the matchmaker would bring, hoping the other person would be suitable. The matchmaker brought 2 people, one old and one young. The young woman, Yang Yuan, was once a beauty, but due to illness and overeating, she weighed 300 pounds and was shunned by her suitors. Her father, Old Yang, was tempted by the 15 taels of betrothal gift and said frankly that his daughter could stay at Li Changsheng's house for at most 1 month, which would save food for the family, and also earn betrothal gift for her younger brother to marry. The moment he saw Yang Yuan, Li Changsheng was stunned. Her figure was far beyond his imagination, but Hong Yang said that she fully met his 2 requirements. Yang Yuan was also disappointed with Li Changsheng's sickly look and felt that they would not have any married life after marriage. Seeing Li Changsheng's hesitation, Old Yang reminded him that the betrothal gift would not be returned. After some thought, Li Changsheng decided to check the woman's qualifications first, for the sake of the system and cultivation opportunities. The system indicated that she had green fertility qualifications, meaning that her future offspring would have green roots. He felt a little relieved and immediately agreed to the marriage, suggesting that it be done the next day. On the wedding day, Li Changsheng's home was decorated with lanterns, and the neighbors came to help welcome the bride. However, Yang Yuan was so large that most of the sedan chair bearers collapsed from exhaustion along the way. After the ceremony, the system prompted him to increase his lifespan by 5 years and encouraged him to complete the scattering leaves as soon as possible. A surge of power surged through his body, making Li Changsheng feel refreshed. He picked up Yang Yuan in public and strode towards the bridal chamber, the floor tiles shattering under his feet. The onlookers were surprised and talked about it. Some marveled at his amazing waist strength, while others shook their heads and laughed, saying that this was the result of holding it in for most of his life. On his wedding night, Li Changsheng quietly took out a blue magical xiaoyao pill and put it into his mouth. He said he was afraid of wasting it, but in his heart, he was thinking that this powerful medicine might be useful in some way. The system questioned him coldly, and he had no choice but to smile and explain, coaxing the system to stop caring. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and turn around to lift the bride's veil. Yang Yuan was frightened by him and blushed as she asked him to blow out the oil lamp. As the light dimmed, Li Changxing approached and felt a heavy force pressing down on his soft spot. He exclaimed at her not to hit her with the ball. The system's elixir was indeed powerful. He could feel his body was as hard as steel, and his physique was several times stronger than before. After taking the physique-boosting pill, his spirit and appearance had noticeably improved. He now resembled a man in his 30s, his graying hair gradually returning to black, and his complexion radiated. Despite Yang Yuan's complaints, over time, she began to appreciate Li Changsheng's abilities. After marriage, Li Changsheng made exercise a daily routine, focusing especially on strengthening his waist. He frequently replaced the wooden bed at home, achieving remarkable results. Even with Yang Yuan's considerable weight, he could easily cope. Seeing that he looked full of energy, the neighbors joked that he was like an old tree that had found new life, and that maybe he could even have a child in his later years. That morning, he got up humming a little tune, feeling very happy. Seeing this, Yang Yuan tentatively asked him if he wanted to play a game. Li Changsheng thought she had other intentions and quickly waved his hand, saying that he had something else to do. But she shyly said she was just hungry and wanted to compete to see who could eat faster. Li Changsheng slapped his forehead, blaming himself for not eating on time, and casually joked that he would definitely lose in a competition of eating. When he went out, he bought 10 steamed buns, thinking they would be enough for 2 people, but Yang Yuan ate 8 by herself. Looking at the little food left, he secretly thought about how to make money to supplement the family income. At this time, the voice of Hong Yang sounded outside the door, saying that there was a job, and asked him if he would take it. The son of Mr. Liu, who has been childless for many years, heard that tiger penis can enhance male virility and offered a high price to buy it. A white tiger has appeared in the forest outside the city and has injured several people. The only person in the village who can deal with it is Li Changsheng. He was now full of confidence and immediately agreed and asked for the reward. Hong Yang held up 5 fingers, 50 taels each. Li Changsheng thought the price was generous and immediately prepared to go up the mountain to hunt the tiger. Before leaving, he urged Yang Yuan to stay home and not wander around, lest she hurt the fetus. This made Yang Yuan's face turn pale. However, he continued to look at her belly seriously, jokingly saying that it looked like twins. It was drizzling in the mountains, and he was about to wait for the weather to clear before taking action, but he was startled by the roar of tigers. He followed the sound and saw that there were 5 tigers surrounding him. He held his sword in guard, but saw them biting each other. He immediately realized that it was an internal fight and immediately jumped onto the treetops to watch the situation. As time passed, the tigers' roar gradually weakened, and the 5 tigers fell one after another. Li Changsheng made sure they were still. Then he climbed down from the tree and excitedly went forward to check. He discovered they were all female tigers, and not a single tiger whip was visible. A chill ran down his spine as he heard the cries of wild boars not far away. It was a unique species of Vajra pig from another world, with similar appearance to a tiger whip. Li Changsheng came up with a plan and quickly hunted down several of them, taking 5 of their whips, thinking they were realistic enough to pass for the real thing. To ensure the effect, he took out the small blue pill from the system, crushed it, and filled it in. He buried the wild boar carcass, then returned to the tiger carcass and destroyed their genitals so that they could not distinguish between male and female, thus completely eliminating any possibility of suspicion. Satisfied, he tied up the 5 tigers and dragged them back to the village. Along the way, The villagers praised his majesty, and some even half-jokingly said that the money would eventually belong to Yang Yuan. Back at Lu's house, he shouted, "Delivery!" Mr. Lu was puzzled by the small size of the tiger penises, but Li Changsheng pointed to the tiger carcasses and assured him they were genuine, with only individual differences. Mr. Lu thought it made sense, so he immediately paid 250 taels of silver and also bought the tiger carcasses at 300 taels each. With the silver in hand, Li Changsheng was in high spirits. He stopped by a butcher's shop and bought 5 pounds of black pepper steak and a jar of old wine. When Yang Yuan saw the beef, her eyes lit up and she took it away, leaving Li Changsheng standing there helplessly. He suddenly noticed that her waist seemed thinner, and the system explained that the technique had the effect of slimming and beautifying the body, which made him secretly happy. At night, he was strengthening his bones when he heard a commotion outside. Someone had died in Mr. Lu's family. His heart sank, and a foreboding premonition came over him, worrying that it might be related to the tiger whip he had sent. Li Changsheng felt increasingly uneasy and hurried to Mr. Lu's house with doubts. A large crowd had gathered in the courtyard. Lying in the center of the crowd lay Mr. Lu and his son, with an old doctor examining them closely. A woman, graceful and elegant, crouched beside the corpse, weeping profusely. Her beauty was breathtaking, her posture graceful and elegant. Her name is Tang Yenru, and she is the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. At this moment, she was pale and sad, and she asked the doctor in confusion why her father-in-law and husband died suddenly at the same time. The old doctor checked the pots and pans in the yard and the corpses of several tigers, and asked if she had taken any tonic food last night. Tang Yenru recalled that last night, Mr. Lu brought back 5 tiger whips and stewed them together with ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. The father and son ate and drank medicinal wine, but when they woke up, they saw the tragic scene before them. The doctor sighed and concluded that the patient died from weakness and inability to absorb the tonic. Overdoing the tonic had cost him his life. When Li Changsheng heard the reason, he knew in his heart that it was the little blue pill he had put in that had caused the trouble. He secretly blamed himself, but didn't say much here. He just thought about finding an opportunity to compensate Tang Yenru in the future, and secretly made up his mind to protect the Lu family's property. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue, the richest man in Fengshu village, learns of the death of Lu Yuanwei and his son and immediately becomes interested in taking over. He brings a group to pay his respects, pretending to care for Tang Yenru, and then suddenly shows her a so-called IOU, claiming that Lu Yuanwei owes him 5,000 taels and forcing her to pay it back immediately. Tang Yenru angrily denied it, accusing the document of forgery, but he threatened to falsely accuse her of the crime and report her to the authorities. Isolated and helpless, she began to waver and almost agreed to settle the matter for 4,000 taels. At this moment, a cold shout came from the gate. Li Changsheng walked in, dressed in black, with a stern expression and an imposing aura. Wang Fugue's men mocked him for being old and useless, and even made fun of his useless heroic efforts. However, the villagers consciously made way for him, and everyone remembered his heroic feat of killing 5 tigers alone that day. Li Changsheng didn't waste any words. He walked up to the provocateur and first slapped him in the face. Then he slapped him again, and instantly the other person's teeth and blood fell to the ground. He then raised his hand and slapped nearly 10 strong men, knocking them down one after another, each of them screaming with broken teeth. Wang Fugue saw that the situation was not good, sweat on his forehead, and was forced by Li Changsheng to hand over the loan agreement. Li Changsheng took a quick glance and rubbed Lu Yuanwei's name, and the ink immediately stained his fingers. He displayed it in public and questioned why the signature from several years ago had not dried yet. Wang Fugue stammered that he had remembered it wrong, and Li Changsheng took the opportunity to force him to agree to destroy the document. He tore into pieces on the spot and threw them in his face, and told the Lu family and Tang Yenru that no one could help them as long as he was there. Tang Yenru witnessed the whole process and was shocked. She had never been protected like this before. She couldn't help but respect this somewhat hunched but majestic figure. Wang Fugue left dejectedly with his men, and the courtyard erupted in applause. The villagers praised Li Changsheng's courage. Some, worried that he would incur Wang Fugue's revenge, advised him to stay out of the spotlight. Li Changsheng was deeply moved and said he was not afraid. He also promised that if Wang Fugui came again, he would make him remember it for the rest of his life. Tang Yenru could not help crying, grateful to him for saving the Liu family. Li Changsheng responded calmly that fellow villagers should take care of each other, and this was the only way to truly let go of the storm. At night, the long-lost system prompt sounded again. Li Changsheng heard prompts about the improvement of his bones one after another, and the quality finally stopped at the lower white grade. He was excited. Even if it was just the lowest level upgrade, it meant that he could practice immortal arts. However, he didn't have the Qigong technique for the time being. Thinking of the future scenes of flying through the sky and breaking the sky with a sword, his blood boiled. He also secretly wondered how generous the reward would be if he had a son. He looked at Yang Yuhuan and found that she was becoming more and more slender and charming, and his heart was filled with thoughts. The night was deep, and the wind was howling outside the house. The sound was like the wailing of wild ghosts, which made people feel cold. Li Changsheng looked out the window and suddenly thought of Tang Yenru, who was guarding the morning hall alone. He wondered if she was afraid. At this moment, Tang Yenru was huddled in a corner of the morning hall, shivering. According to the rules, one has to guard the spirit of a person for 7 days after death to illuminate the way for the deceased soul. Now she is the only one left in the Liu family, and the task of guarding the spirit falls entirely on her shoulders. The light flickered, and the shadows distorted on the ground, like a fierce ghost with bared fangs and claws, frightening her. She clasped her hands together and forced herself to remain calm. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps scraping against the ground in the distance, getting closer and closer. She didn't dare open her eyes until she heard a familiar voice calling her. She was surprised to find that it was Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng explained that he was worried that the Wang family would cause trouble at night, so he came to visit. Her heart warmed, and she couldn't help but tear up, secretly wiping away the tears. Seeing her frightened expression, Li Changsheng sighed and moved a stool to sit beside her, saying that he would keep vigil with her tonight. She wanted to refuse, but then remembered her fear and quietly thanked her. After a night of silence, daybreak arrived, and during their casual conversation, Li Changsheng learned of her life story. She was born into a wealthy family, but her family was ruined by her brother Tang, who's gambling. Her parents were driven to death by anger, and she lost all her property. Tang, who even wanted to sell her to a brothel. However, Mr. Liu, who was passing by, rescued her and treated her like his own daughter. To repay her gratitude, she voluntarily married Master Liu and settled down in Wulong Village. Li Changsheng felt pity for her and promised to ask for his help in the future. Tang Yenru smiled with a youthful and lively look and expressed her hope that he could keep vigil with her in the future, saying that she felt at ease with him. As they were talking, the sound of horse hooves could be heard outside the door, and a man dismounted and entered the courtyard. Tang Yenru's face suddenly changed. The man was her younger brother Tang, who had scars all over his face and carried a big knife on his back. Seeing her cold face, he still claimed that he came to see her and proudly told her that she had been recommended to the leader of Wulongling village to be his wife. Wulongling was a notorious bandit den in the vicinity. When Mr. Liu was alive, they did not dare to act rashly because of his connections with the government. Now that he was dead, they had no more concerns. Tang Yenru was struck by lightning when she heard this and took several steps back. Li Changsheng stepped forward and said that there was no need to wait for them to come, and he would go up the mountain to find them tomorrow. Tang, who sneered, drew his sword and charged at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng saw that he was only at the 5th level of martial arts and easily dodged his attack, knocking him to the ground with a kick and then crushed his fingers. Tang, who rolled over in pain, questioning his identity. Li Changsheng took the knife and told him to go back and tell the boss to wash his neck and wait. Tang, who threatened, saying that the boss was a 4th level warrior and would chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Li Changsheng flashed his sword and directly cut off his right arm, telling him to get out of here. Tang, who fled on horseback, screaming and clutching his severed arm. Li Changsheng thought to himself that his opponent's cultivation was a bit tricky. Tang Yenru worried about whether he could handle it, but he replied firmly that he could. Night fell again. Li Changsheng checked his own cultivation level and found that he was only at the 3rd level of martial artist. Suddenly, Yang Yuhuan covered her mouth and rushed out of the yard to vomit. He hurriedly poured water and asked. Yang Yuhuan shyly said that she was pregnant. Li Changsheng was surprised, but also worried about improving his cultivation. Thinking of the dangers of Wulong Ridge, he secretly decided to take in another wife, and his target was Tang Yenru, who had the same green fertility qualifications as Yang Yuan. He came to Lu's house and pretended to be affectionate, saying that he might never come back from Wulong Ridge, which moved Tang Yenru. He also sighed that if he died without descendants, he would be a sinner of the Li family. His emotions were so intense that he even knelt down and kowtowed, with blood on his forehead. Tang Yenru was deeply distressed and offered to help him leave behind incense. Li Changsheng pretended to refuse, but under her insistence, he reluctantly agreed. System prompts sounded one after another. His lifespan increased, his skills and cultivation were greatly improved, his bones were upgraded to the middle grade of white, and he was also rewarded with a perfect version of the breathing technique. Li Changsheng said goodbye to Tang Yenru in the morning, promising that he would deal with the bandits in Wulongling and let her have no worries from now on. Tang Yenru watched him leave with tears in her eyes and whispered a prayer for his safe return. Along the way, Li Changsheng galloped on his horse, feeling excited and confident that he could defeat the boss of Wulongling. However, he was very curious about the perfect version of the breathing technique. He asked the system and learned that this technique could be used to cultivate qi to the 12th level, which was more powerful than the ordinary breathing technique. Upon learning the truth, he immediately began practicing his techniques on horseback, feeling the spiritual energy in his dantian rapidly filling up, secretly praising his astonishing cultivation speed. He was filled with high spirits, concluding that he had already embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Soon, he arrived at the gate of Wulong Ridge and heard the bandits in the village laughing and chatting about arranging a wedding for the leader's wife, and even joking about someone coming to cause trouble. Li Changsheng sneered, dismounted, and shouted that he was here to kill him. The small thug at the mountain gate responded contemptuously and was instantly killed by the stone he threw. The power of the stone was so great that even he was surprised. He drew his sword and swung it, the sword energy whistling. The door shattered, dust flew up, and the bandits swarmed in with knives. Li Changsheng scanned the cultivation level and found that most of them were low-level martial artists, so he did not take them seriously. Just as he was about to make a move, a deep voice was heard. The door opened, and the bearded men in black, Zhao Qing and Tang Hu, appeared. Li Changsheng confirmed that the other party was the boss, and Zhao Qing introduced himself. Tang Hu exaggerated the situation, saying that he had said he would skin him alive and feed him to the dogs, which made Zhao Qing furious, and he drew his 2 axes to fight. The 2 men's weapons clashed, and Li Changsheng knocked Zhao Qing's weapon down with one move, cracking his tiger's mouth and leaving him with a look of shock. Tang Hu hurriedly explained that he was only a first-level warrior yesterday. Li Changsheng deliberately revealed that he was already a 7th-level warrior, which frightened the bandits, and they turned their anger towards Tang Hu. Zhao Qing's forehead was covered in sweat, and her clothes were sticking to her, revealing her delicate skin and a body that didn't resemble a man. Li Changsheng noticed something unusual and suspected she was a woman disguised as a man. He used the system to investigate and found that she was indeed a woman with the cyan reproductive qualifications. He secretly rejoiced at the value of such a high aptitude and was tempted to recruit him. The bandits thought he was planning a murderous move and begged Zhao Qing to save their lives. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Qing knelt down and begged for mercy. Li Changsheng took the opportunity to propose that he would marry her and let everyone else go. The bandits were stunned and suspected that he had an affair. Zhao Qing hesitated, so Li Changsheng captured a bandit and threatened him with a countdown, killing 1 person for every breath he exceeded. Before the countdown ended, Zhao Qing finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Li Changsheng immediately ordered his people to bathe, change into wedding clothes, and get married in the mountain village at night. He also warned that if anyone escaped, the entire village would be buried with them. As night fell, Li Changsheng, dressed in a bright red tuxedo, led Zhao Qing into the hall to pay homage to heaven and earth. The entire room was silent. After the ceremony, the system informed him that he had gained lifespan, cultivation, and the Tianshan sword art. He was overjoyed and picked up Zhao Qing in public and took him back to the bridal chamber. The bandits lamented that the boss had sacrificed too much for his brothers. In the bridal chamber, he could not wait to lift the red veil and first saw the full beard. Then he took it off, revealing the beautiful face and the tender face of a 19-year-old. Zhao Qing introduced herself as Zhao Qing. Her long hair flowed down, her skin was fair, and her cheeks were blushing, which added a bit of charm to her. Li Changsheng held her cold and weak hand, interlocking their fingers. His breathing became faster and faster, and he looked at her slender and well-proportioned legs. Zhao Qing's voice, soft as a mosquito, rang out. "Can you please turn off the lights? I'm shy." In Wulong Village, the morning mist had not yet dissipated. In front of the Liu family mansion, Tang Yinru stared blankly at the path outside the village, her voice choked with sobs. "It's been a day and a night, and my husband hasn't come back yet. It's not that she hasn't thought about the worst possible scenario, she just hasn't wanted to admit it." Under the eaves, Yang Yuan lowered her head and stroked her slightly swollen belly, her expression dazed. She remembered Li Changxing's words come back later, when he left, but she hadn't taken it to heart then. Now, she felt uneasy. Her heart beat faster and faster, as if reminding her that a storm was coming. At the same time, on the hillside of Wulong Ridge, Li Changxing slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Qing next to him was still sleeping soundly with a peaceful expression. The corners of his mouth curled up, his heart at peace. With such a beautiful woman by my side, what else could a man ask for in this life? Last night, we fought fiercely until dawn. The exhilaration we felt was not only passion, but also a leap in our cultivation. Zhao Qing also broke through to the 9th level of martial arts apprentice during this night, while Li Changsheng quietly stepped into the 1st level of qi refining and was promoted to martial arts master. But what surprised him even more was that his root bones had been upgraded from white middle grade to white upper grade, which meant that he was not far from green quality. Once he steps into the green root bone, he will be qualified to step into the small immortal gate. But Li Changxing knew that this was far from enough. "Chen Kai, you were at the 5th level of foundation building back then, and now you've probably already reached the stage of forming a pill." He whispered to himself, "I'm too slow. Is it because I don't have enough concubines?" He thought seriously about this absurd idea, because the existence of the system never makes unnecessary designs. Zhao Qing opened her eyes and saw Li Changsheng. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she called softly, "Husband." From the first taste of the forbidden fruit last night to the tender moment at this moment, her way of addressing Li Changsheng flowed naturally and without any affectation. "My lady, your cultivation has reached the 9th level." Li Changsheng was surprised and delighted as he looked at the energy surging in her body. Last night's battle was worth it. Zhao Qing smiled shyly and nodded gently, a hint of admiration in her eyes. She finally understood that she hadn't just randomly picked up a man, but had truly found a treasure. Li Changsheng leaned on Zhao Qing's shoulder and said in a low voice, "My wife, now that you are mine, the blood feud of the Zhao family is also the blood feud of me." Li Changsheng. Zhao Qing's eyes were filled with tears. She bit her lip and nodded. Qing doesn't expect revenge. She just wants to be with her husband. But Li Changxing knew that she was no weak woman. From a daughter of a general to the leader of a mountain stronghold, this woman was stronger than many men. All 72 members of the Zhao family were beheaded. Even the old dog was not spared. That night, Zhao Yun went in and out of the city 7 times, spilling his blood at the city gates to save his daughter. Zhao Qing escaped and from then on disguised herself as a man and became a bandit. Such a past, hidden beneath her rough appearance, is as heavy as a mountain. Li Changsheng hugged her gently. "Qing, from now on, you don't have to bear everything. You have me." Zhao Qing burst into tears again, hugging Li Changsheng and crying uncontrollably. "Qing has waited for 10 years and finally waited for you." She thought she had no one to rely on in this life, but she didn't expect that God had arranged him for her. Li Changsheng comforted her softly. "You are not alone. Besides me, there are other sisters, and there will be more in the future." Zhao Qing was stunned, then reacted, surprised but not angry. "My husband is a rare talent. How could he be monopolized by one person?" She spoke sincerely and frankly. "As long as you have me in your heart, Qing is willing." Li Changsheng picked her up and said, "This is my Qing." But thinking of her identity as a bandit, Li Changxing frowned. Bandits have a bad reputation after all. Zhao Qing looked up and explained seriously, "We never rob poor people. We only rob wealthy businessmen who do evil. You can rest assured, my husband." Seeing that she could distinguish right from wrong, Li Changsheng said no more. She changed into her old clothes, grew a false beard, and looked like a rough man. Li Changsheng couldn't help but joke. Who would have thought she was such a stunning beauty dressed like this? After saying that, the two walked down the mountain hand in hand, and he prepared to introduce her to the other sisters. At this time, at the entrance of Wulong village, a group of men in black had quietly gathered. There were more than 300 of them. All of them were murderous. The leader's face was filled with sinister intent, and he gnashed his teeth. Li Changsheng, today I, Wang Fuge, will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. He recalled the scene of being humiliated in public by Li Changsheng, and his face felt burning. He endured for several days just to wait for a helper who was a 9th-level martial artist. With the help of the senior, no matter how strong Li Changsheng is, he will kneel down and call me master. He turned around and bowed respectfully to an old man in a black robe. Senior, if you can kill Li Changsheng for me, I will give you this 1,000 taels of silver. The old man laughed sinisterly, his eyes cold and icy. I want more than just money. I want him to live a life worse than death. The air was filled with murderous intent. At Wang Fugue's command, a large group of people headed straight for the village entrance. Following Wang Fugue's order, hundreds of thugs poured into Wulong village like a tide, their faces filled with murderous intent and greed. The villagers hid away and dared not make a sound. The air was filled with fear. Hong Yang immediately rushed into the Liu family mansion, looking panicked. Miss Tang, something bad has happened. Wang Fugue has returned with his men, and they might be after your family's property. Tang Yinru's face turned pale, and her palms felt cold. What? Li Changsheng hasn't come back yet. What can we do to stop him? Hong Yang gritted her teeth and cursed. If Dagon were here, Wang Fugue wouldn't dare to act rashly. After she finished speaking, she ran towards Li Changsheng's house, but she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Soon, Yang Yuan also received the news, and her face changed drastically. Is someone causing trouble for him? But he hasn't come back yet. What if he runs into these people on the way? Her heart was burning with anxiety, and she was running around in circles, but she was at a loss as to what to do. Before anyone could react, Wang Fugue's men had surrounded the Liu family mansion. He stood tall in front of the crowd, his eyes fierce, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Where's Li Changsheng? Isn't he quite good at pretending? Why didn't he dare to come out to see me today? The villagers huddled in a corner, whispering. Don't wait, Dagon probably ran away. I saw him riding away on horseback this morning. Running away? Old Li is so powerful. Would he be afraid of Wang Fuge? Didn't you see the old man next to him? I heard he's the murderous demon Qinchi Tai, who is at the 9th level of martial arts. Yes, he has a catchphrase. Heroes can be wronged, but they can't step on Chelsea. We're Chelsea's shoes. Why are they so valuable? Wang Fugue walked up to Tang Yinru with a sneer, his eyes sinister. Girl, tell me, where's Li Changsheng hiding? Although Tang Yinru was panicked, she still shook her head stubbornly. Have no idea. Wang Fugue snorted coldly and waved his hand. Search his house for me. Dig 3 feet deep to find him. Dozens of people broke into Li's house, rummaging through drawers and cabinets and smashing everything. Yang Yuan stood at the door, roaring in rage. You beasts! My husband will not let you go. But these people ignored her. Yang Yuan now has a plump figure and a beautiful face, which attracted the attention of Wang Fugue. His eyes lit up and he licked his lips. That old dog Li Changsheng is hiding a beauty. Kidnap her. Use her as bait and see if he comes back. 2 thugs rushed over and tied Yang Yuan up tightly. Wang Fugue's eyes gleamed, and he said proudly, The Liu family's assets in the county are all mine this time. At this moment, Tang Yinru stood in front of him, her eyes wide open. Wang Fugue, are you still a human being? What's the point of bullying a woman? Wang Fugue smiled and acted like a rogue. Want to save her? Sure. Hand over all your Liu family's assets. Hearing this, Tang Yinru's eyes dimmed, and she looked into the distance silently. She has accepted the fact that Li Changsheng is in great danger. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, I promise you, but you have to keep your promise. Wang Fugue didn't expect her to agree, and his eyes were full of smiles. Ha, don't worry, Wang Fugue, always keep my word. The villagers watching were dumbfounded. Is Miss Tang crazy? Are you willing to sacrifice the entire Liu family fortune for De Jin's wife? Even if Dagon saved her once that day, he shouldn't have done this, right? Yang Yuan also looked suspicious. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong with Li Changsheng's actions these days. Wang Fugue couldn't wait to urge. Hurry up and bring me the land deeds and banknotes. I'll let you go immediately after you hand them over. Tang Yinru was not on guard at all and really turned around and went into the house. Soon, she came out holding a stack of papers and said in a trembling voice, "This is all the property of my Liu family, including the banknotes and land deeds." Wang Fuguei smiled from ear to ear and reached out to take it. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard, and the next second, a bloody hole appeared on his hand. On my hand, as everyone was horrified, a familiar and deep voice sounded. "I told you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about touching a penny of the Liu family." Before the voice fell, a figure descended from the sky, surrounded by sword energy. Tang Yinru's eyes were red with excitement, and she finally smiled with red eyes. "Husband," Yang Yuan burst into tears. "They smashed our house and kidnapped me. You can't let them go." When Li Changsheng saw the deep marks on her wrists, he was immediately filled with murderous intent. "If they dare to touch you, they will touch my reverse scale." There was a cold light in his eyes, his clothes fluttered, and his whole aura was overwhelming. He raised his hand, and the long sword behind him broke through the air, circled in the air, and fell into his palm. The next moment, a sword was swung out. Several sword beams pierced through the scene like thunder, and before the thugs around Yang Yuan could react, they were covered in blood. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the body was torn to pieces. The villagers took several steps back in shock, their faces pale. Li Changsheng looked at the tip of the sword and whispered, "The immortal family's skills are indeed extraordinary." Wang Fuguei was completely stunned. His legs were shaking, and he stepped back repeatedly, shouting frantically, "Senior Chun, help! Help quickly!" Before Wang Fuguei finished speaking, Chen Shitai rushed towards Li Changsheng like a mad dog, his eyes full of murderous intent. But just as he took a step, a huge axe suddenly flew out of nowhere and blocked his way. "Your opponent is me." That was Zhao Qing, full of murderous intent, his beard covered in blood, like a mad bull with a battle axe rushing into a slaughterhouse. Li Changsheng patted her shoulder with a stern expression. "Leave this old thing to me, and you go clean up the waste." Zhao Qing didn't waste any words, turned around and charged into the enemy group, killing one by one with his axe, breaking bones and flying flesh, until no one dared to stop him. Li Changsheng approached Chen Shitai step by step, with murderous intent in his eyes. "Tell me your name, or no one will remember you when you die." Chen Shitai sneered and attacked fiercely with his sword. "Name? You can ask for it in your next life." He attacked with his sword. His moves were brutal and merciless. But Li Changsheng just snorted coldly, swung his sword backhand, and the slashing light flashed. Crack! Chen Shitai's right hand, along with the sword and bone, was neatly cut off. He screamed, rolled over on the ground, his face as pale as paper. Ah, my hand!" Li Changsheng sneered. "You're right. I'll have to wait until my next life to find out who you are." He raised his sword, the tip of the sword gleaming coldly as it went straight to Chen Shitai's throat. Chen Shitai was so frightened that he rolled and crawled, and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy, his tone extremely humble. "Senior, please spare my life. I'm a nobody, really a nobody." He said this without blushing or beating his heart, and the villagers watching nearby could not stand it anymore. "Nonsense. His name is Chen Shitai, and he killed an entire village back then." Li Changsheng sneered, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. "Oh, not only is he ruthless, but he also dares to lie." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword flashed again and a head fell to the ground. Chen Shitai died. The villagers gasped and were completely shocked. The general is too strong. If Chen Shitai's combat power is 2,000, the number of big roots must be at least tens of thousands. That bearded man is no ordinary man either. He kills one person with each blow of his axe. His axe is very steady. Everyone looked at Zhao Qing, only to see her covered in blood and surrounded by corpses. More than 100 thugs brought by Wang Fuguei were almost wiped out by her alone. At this moment, Wang Fuguei sat slumped on the ground, his eyes dull, as if he had lost his soul. One person killed 100 people. Is he still a human being? Li Changxing ignored everyone and kicked Chen Shitai's head at Wang Fuguei's feet with a cold face. Wang Fuguei recognized the face at a glance and screamed in shock. "No, I didn't kill you. Don't come looking for me." His hands were shaking, and he couldn't even speak in complete sentences. Li Changsheng pointed his sword at Wang Fugue, his tone as cold as ice. You keep provoking me. Are you afraid of losing your life? Wang Fugue rolled and crawled, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing frantically. Master, spare me. I just want to teach you a lesson, not kill you. Li Changsheng sneered and raised his sword. Want to teach me a lesson? He approached step by step, his murderous intent penetrating deep into Wang Fugue's soul. If anyone offends me, I will kill him. Wang Fugue was so scared that his crotch fell hot, and he actually peed his pants. Please spare my life. I have 300 acres of good farmland. I'll give it all to you. Li Changsheng's sword was not yet sheathed. I have 500,000 taels of silver. All for you. The sword still fell coldly. I have an old house, a restaurant, and 3 cloth shops. They are all yours. The sword tip had already reached his neck, and Wang Fugue's face was distorted with fear. Finally, he was so anxious that he uttered his most ruthless move. Master, I have a pair of twin daughters who are of marriageable age. I would like to marry them both to you. This sentence really made Li Changsheng stop. His eyes changed, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. You mean twins? Wang Fugue was shocked and nodded hurriedly, smiling bitterly and trying to please. Yes, yes, yes. Both of my daughters are as beautiful as flowers. There are so many people from all over the place proposing marriage to them. If you don't mind, sir. He was both afraid and happy in his heart. He was afraid that Li Changsheng would really take action, and he was happy because this man might become his son-in-law. Thinking of this, he even fantasized about the days when he could walk sideways in the future. But he was dreaming. Li Shanshin Sudanli Snadat. Betrothed? You still want me to call you father-in-law? Wang Fugue's face changed, and he fell to his knees with a thud, his head almost broken. I absolutely wouldn't dare. I'll always be your dog. You can call me Xiao Wang, Fugue or Zai Wabeo, but don't call me father-in-law. It'll shorten my life. Li Changsheng's mouth twitched. A grown man crying is really shameful. Although he was disdainful, his interest in the twins was clearly written on his face. The villagers discussed. Wang Fugue's 2 daughters are really beautiful, well-educated and well-mannered, and they often help the poor. She's a goddess-level figure in Fengchu village. I heard that even the young master of a martial arts sect tried to marry her, but failed. Hearing this, Li Changsheng looked at Wang Fugue. Is what he said true? Wang Fugue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hesitated for a long time before nodding. The corpses on the ground, some of them are disciples of that sect. So you've stirred up a hornet's nest. Li Shanshin snurtakuldli. It's okay. It's just right that they're coming. I was afraid they'd hide from me and not dare to come out. He made up his mind. This pair of twins must be accepted, otherwise there will be trouble in the future. I don't care about their qualifications. Just because they're twins, they must be taken. Li Changsheng licked his lips and began to imagine the exciting scenes of the wedding night. He immediately spoke. Tomorrow, the wedding will be held at your Wang family's old house. Since your old house belongs to me, is that okay with you? Wang Fugue smiled bitterly and lowered his head in response. No problem. In the evening, Fengchu village was bustling with activity, with gongs and drums roaring, firecrackers going off, and red flags waving. The scene was comparable to a county magistrate's wedding. But the protagonist of this wedding is not the Wang family. At this moment, the plaque on the door had long been replaced with 3 large characters. Li, Mansion, Hall. The old house of Wang Fugue, the richest man in Fengchu village, now belongs to Li Changsheng. What is even more shocking is that the Wang family's beautiful twin daughters will marry this man together today. Under the red silk veil, the 2 brides sat in the bridal chamber. Although their makeup was exquisite, it could not hide the traces of tears on their faces. Wang Yiyin cried bitterly, her tone full of accusations. What on earth did Dad like about him? At his age, I'm afraid only half of his neck would be buried in the ground. Wang Shuyin, who was standing by, was calm, but she could not hide her sadness. Stop talking, sister. A woman's fate is not her own. Since father has chosen him, we can only accept it. Accept your fate. Wang Yiyin cried more and more sadly. Marrying an old man. Do I really have to be a widow? Sister, you say he's already this age. Is he still okay? Just then, firecrackers exploded outside the yard and the crowd cheered. Li Changsheng, dressed in a red robe and riding a tall horse, walked proudly into the palace. He was neither anxious nor impatient, his face full of smiles, as if he knew that he was marrying two goddesses. The villagers watching were talking quietly, but the sound did not escape his ears. I heard that he already has a wife, and yet he came to Fengchu village to snatch her away. What do you mean by robbing someone? Yesterday, Master Wang led his men to Wulong village, but they were defeated miserably. He even took over the entire house. TSK, TSK. One person killed over 100 people. Do you think this thing is a human or a god? As soon as the words fell, everyone shut up, their expressions terrified, with only awe in their eyes. Wang Fuguwei came running towards him, smiling broadly. Sir, everything is ready. Please come to the auditorium. Li Changsheng dismounted, glanced at the newly decorated house, and nodded. Not bad, that's quite good. Entering the auditorium, you'll hear drums and music playing loudly, and the air is filled with fragrance. When two women in red wedding dresses were helped out, Li Changsheng's eyes lit up slightly. The twin sisters have slender and graceful figures, and the curves outlined by the red dresses are breathtaking. With long legs of 1.7 meters, every frown and smile of hers exudes a scholarly temperament. Li Changsheng took a deep breath. The unique fragrance of the girl made him unable to help but have charming thoughts in his heart. He lowered his voice and murmured to himself, "These are the twins. This wave is not a loss." He activated the system detection, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. A green light appeared on Wang Shuyan's body. Like Zhao Qing, she had medium fertility qualifications. But Wang Yuyan was different. What emanated from her was something never seen before, blue light. Li Changsheng's heartbeat was about to explode. He forced himself to remain calm and turned to ask Wang Fuguwei, "What's the name of the person on the right?" Wang Fuguwei quickly replied flatteringly, "My dear uncle, that is the little Wang Yuyan, the younger sister, and the other one is the older sister, Wang Xuan." Li Changsheng swallowed his saliva, his eyes moving back and forth on Wang Yuyan's graceful figure. His eyes suddenly changed, and he shouted at the host, "Why are you dawdling? Start the ceremony right away." The MC was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly and whispered, "Just now I saw you staring intently at the bride. But on the surface, I quickly shouted the process. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the Green Mountains, husband and wife bow to each other, and then send them to the bridal chamber." As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt sounded like thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host on getting married and gaining lifespan +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having more children. Lifespan +5. Ding! Unlock the achievement ambidextrous and receive the Herb Encyclopedia as a reward. Li Changsheng's face showed ecstasy, and he almost laughed out loud. He has waited for this day for too long. After the ceremony, everyone waited for Li Changsheng to pick up the bride and carry her into the bridal chamber, as usual. But this time, he actually used one hand on each side. Hold Wang Yuyan with one hand and Wang Shuyan with the other. Let's go. He carried the two brides and ran into the bridal chamber like a 100-meter sprint, so fast that no one could react. After 3 seconds of silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Amazing. He's still strong despite his age. I've seen people who are impatient, but I've never seen anyone this impatient. Night falls in the bridal chamber. Li Changsheng slowly lifted the red veil, and two identical faces appeared in front of him. They were twin flowers that were perfectly copied and pasted, gentle and stunning, with tears still in the corners of their eyes. Baby fat, cherry lips, big eyes. It was exactly like what he had dreamed of. Li Changsheng could no longer bear it and murmured in a low voice, "My lady, we should rest." He waved his hand, and the oil lamp went out. Then, the sound of a night battle to temper one's bones was heard from the room. The system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your root bone has been upgraded to the highest grade white. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your bone structure has broken through, and you have been promoted to lower green grade. Ding! Reward obtained. Green skill Super Dragon Claw Hand. This night was a great harvest for Li Changsheng. Not only did he have two beauties in his arms, his bones also broke through to the lower green level in actual combat. The system even generously rewarded an encyclopedia of medicinal herbs, which covers the core knowledge of the cultivation, collection, pharmacology, and other aspects of medicinal herbs in the world. This thing is good. It lays a foundation for me to enter the world of alchemy. Without a word, he activated the system, study the Herbal Encyclopedia. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing your study. The next moment, a large amount of herbal knowledge poured into his mind like a tide, causing his scalp to tingle and his vision to go dark. He felt like he was struck by lightning, his mind full of drug reactions, growth cycles, and toxic compatibility. An hour later, the pain stopped, and then a series of rewards exploded. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the second level of Qi refining. Ding, the yin-yang gathering technique breaks through the third level, and the root bones, cultivation level, and martial arts training speed are all improved. Ding, martial arts cultivation breakthrough, current realm, martial master level 3. Li Changshang roared to the sky 3 times, his voice breaking with joy. Great, great. It still feels fucking great. At noon, the maid Yuer knocked on the door. Master, lunch is ready. Wang Yin walked out of the door with a stern expression and said word by word. From now on, this is called the Li Mansion. My husband is the master here, so we call him master. Do you understand? Yuer was stunned and nodded repeatedly in fear. Yes. Master, madam, please have dinner. Li Changshang walked to Wang Yin's side, put his arms around her soft waist, and said with a smile, My dear lady, you are so fierce. I will punish you. After saying that, he slapped her in the face without any hesitation. Wang Yin screamed miserably, Husband, please spare my life. I know I am wrong. Wang Shuyin also came up and hugged Li Changsheng from behind, saying angrily, You're biased. Li Changsheng felt the power of the wild world surging and quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to suppress his lust, muttering to himself, This pair of goblins is really torturous. In the dining room, Wang Fuguwei and others were trembling with fear and only dared to sit down after Li Changsheng sat down. They didn't even dare to move their chopsticks, as if the lobby was not a dining table, but a battlefield. Wang Fuguwei looked at his 2 daughters with shy faces and felt mixed emotions. I was worried they would be reluctant, but now they are more obedient than anyone else. But his heart was still uneasy. The Hahuan body refining sect lost 100 disciples. This will have to be settled sooner or later. Before he finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from outside the house. Wang Fuguei, you old dog, you owe me money and it's time to settle it today. Then, the courtyard wall exploded and a cry of surprise was heard. Master, this is bad. The Hahuan body refining sect is here to kill us. Wang Fuguei's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Li Changsheng with a trembling voice. Senior, those people came with bad intentions. Their sect is brutal and even kills livestock. The meaning is clear. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Li Changsheng slowly put down his bowl and chopsticks. His face darkened, and he slammed the table to pieces. Before he could finish his words, he turned into a shadow and flew out of the door in an instant. With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of with the damn body refining sect. He flew. Could this be the legendary immortal cultivator? Wang Fuguei was so excited that he trembled. He turned to his 2 daughters and whispered, Don't mess with him. You 2 are married to an immortal. Wang Yuyin and Wang Shuiyin's faces turned pale, their minds in a mess. No wonder it was so fierce last night. The Hahuan body refining sect is about to be finished. At this time, Li Changsheng was suspended in the air 1 meter high, standing with his hands behind his back, with an arrogant look on his face. Who are you? Tell me your names. Just as the people from the Hahuan body refining sect were about to respond, Li Changsheng's expression froze. Fuck. Bang. He fell straight down from midair and landed on the ground. The scene that was solemn just now exploded in an instant. Ha ha. My show-off failed. Did this guy slip on some dog poop? What the hell is this about cultivating immortality? Are you overacting? Li Changsheng was filled with embarrassment, cursing the system in his heart. I only flew 1 meter. Is it necessary to use up all my spiritual power? Ding, to protect the host, the system forcibly terminates high-profile behavior. I've been given the old 6th walking guidelines. Please be humble and live a simple life. Li Chang was furious, but he also realized that he was indeed too ostentatious. Now he is only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. In this cruel world, being high-profile is seeking death. He stood up, patted but his eyes turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, If I can't pretend anymore, I'll just kill someone to vent my anger. The next moment, the Tian Shan sword technique erupted. The long sword was unsheathed, and sword energy surged. Dozens of people from the Hawan body refining sect were torn apart by countless sword shadows before they could react. Limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and screams rang out one after another. In a short moment, only one person was left, slumped on the ground, his face pale. "Senior, please spare my life. I, I am the young master of our sect. I can serve you." "Young sect master?" Li Changsheng snorted coldly, swung his sword, and a head flew into the air. "You want to survive by stealing my woman? Besides, if I kill you, won't I still get what you want to offer me? How foolish." Li Changsheng flicked his sleeve lightly, and the blood evaporated instantly under the influence of spiritual power, as if he had never made a move. Behind him, the servants, their legs trembling, stepped forward to clean up the broken limbs and the falling heads. The scene was horrifying. If it were someone else, they would have been frightened out of their wits. But Li Changsheng just gave the order calmly, without allowing any questioning, in a domineering and cold manner. Then he walked back to the dining room as usual, as if the sword attack had never happened and he was just taking a walk. At the banquet, everyone was still toasting each other. When Wang Fuguwei saw him return, he immediately smiled, offered him warm wine, and looked flattering. Li Changsheng didn't care at all and said lightly, "Just an ant, not worth mentioning." His tone was understated. He said that the young master of the Hahuan body refining sect was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, and could be vulnerable to any blow. He only needed one strike of his sword to kill him instantly. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. Wang Fuguwei's face suddenly stiffened. His eyes were filled with fear, and he almost fell to the ground on the spot. He asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, what you just said was that you killed the young master of the Hahuan body refining sect." Li Changsheng didn't understand what he meant, so he just frowned and nodded. "Why? What's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fuguei was instantly filled with despair, sweating profusely, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. "It's over, it's all over. That old monster dotes on his son to the extreme. The sect will definitely do everything in its power to seek revenge." Li Changsheng picked up the piece of meat with an indifferent expression. "What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, I will make sure they never return." However, Wang Fuguei was so anxious that his face turned pale and his voice trembled. "Senior, you may not know that their sect recently invited a guest elder. It is said that the man was also a cultivator who once split a 3-meter-high rock with a single sword, and his strength was unfathomable." This sentence made Li Changsheng startled. His face gradually became solemn, and a suppressed sense of crisis arose in his heart. "Immortal cultivator? Flying in the air?" He murmured in a low voice, his eyes cold. "This person is not someone that ordinary warriors can compare to, but a true fellow cultivator. If this is true, then he would have to face such a powerful enemy the first time he stepped into the world of cultivation." Wang Fuguei nodded in confirmation with a bitter look on his face, repeatedly lamenting that the Wang family was in trouble and was completely powerless to save the situation. Cold sweat slid down Li Changsheng's forehead, and his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Flying in air? That requires at least the second level of qi refining. His heart sank, and he cursed inwardly. Could immortal cultivators be found everywhere? Having caused this trouble, if I don't improve my strength quickly, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to myself and my new concubine. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, but a stubborn sneer flashed through his mind. Fortunately, I have a system. The system is his only trump card and his greatest reliance for a comeback. Looking at Wang Yuyin and Wang Shuyin, who were having their meal quietly, he felt a little relieved. "Don't panic," he secretly reminded himself. "Since I have traveled through time and space and have the system support, what is there to be afraid of?" But the cruel reality soon slapped him in the face. After several hours, he tried his best to practice, but made little progress, and the system rewards became limited. He felt a chill in his heart, and gradually realized that only by winning for the first time could he obtain the most generous gift from the system. "Am I going to die here just after I entered the world of cultivation?" Li Changsheng looked anxious and gloomy, and even suspected that fate was playing a trick on him. Just when he was anxious, Wang Fuguwei's voice came from outside the door. "The first and second wives have been brought here, as well as the Liu family's widow, Tang Yinru, who insisted on seeing you, senior." When Li Changsheng heard Tang Yinru's name, he looked surprised and then burst into laughter. Tang Jianzhu, she's here too? There's always a way out. He laughed loudly, but there was a hidden glint in his eyes. This is not only a pleasant surprise, but also a key opportunity to accelerate system rewards. Time seemed to be stretched out as he waited for the familiar mechanical prompt. Finally, the system's cold voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has broken through. Current realm, Qi refining level 3. The moment he heard the prompt, his whole body trembled and his tense nerves finally relaxed. I've reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. I can finally take a breath. Li Changchong breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were sharper and more determined than before. It's safe for now, but it's not enough. He knew very well that the enemy could attack him at any time, and he was far from strong enough. There was a mad glint in his eyes. It seems that the number of concubines is far from enough. Only by expanding the harem can we maximize the triggering of system rewards. Ding! The system prompts sounded one after another, and Li Changxing's cultivation level soared. He reached the 4th level of Qi refining, the 7th level of martial master, and the middle grade greenbone. The yin and yang collection technique even broke through to the 4th level, and his physical body slowly strengthened. Hearing this series of rewards, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, a cold smile appearing on his face. I feel a little more confident now. Even if I encounter a guest elder from the Hahuan body refining sect, there is no need to panic. At this moment, he reflected deeply and realized that his laxity almost caused himself and his concubines to become human playthings. My biggest mistake is not making progress because of a few concubines. His eyes became colder and colder. He frowned as he thought of his concubines. Having them but not making full use of every minute and every second is a waste and even more disrespectful. What's even more terrifying is that I acted too high profile. Luckily, I managed to get through this time, but what if I meet a tough guy next time? If I die, they will be abducted and become someone else's plaything. At this moment, Li Changxing's eyes were cold, and he swore to the sky that he would completely change all this. From today on, I, Li Changxing, will live in peace and be vigilant, recruit many Taoist companions, and have many children and blessings. He gritted his teeth and swore secretly. I will make good use of every minute and every second. I would rather die of exhaustion than waste it. I want to study Lao Lu's principles, create my own characteristics, and become the strongest Lao Lu in the new era. At the same time, hundreds of miles away in the Hahuan body refining sect master Feng Quan was practicing the Hahuan technique with a woman, but was interrupted by his disciples. Report: young sect master's life plate has shattered. Feng Quan's face was gloomy. He struck out with a palm. The disciple who reported the news instantly vomited blood and fell to the ground dead. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became cold. My son is dead. His voice cut through the air like an ice blade, and murderous intent filled the entire place. The kneeling disciple trembled in fear. Young sect master went to Wang Yuanwai's home in Fengshu village yesterday, and the 100 disciples he brought with him have not returned yet. Feng Quan's eyes were cold and grim. Wang Fugue, he wasn't going there to check on the disciples. He was clearly going to kidnap the Wang family twins. If my son's death is related to the Wang family, the entire Fengshu village will be buried with him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce. Pass on my order, gather the men, and head to Fengshu village. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Sect master, this place is not close to Fengshu village. It would take a mortal more than 10 hours to travel here. The murderer would have already escaped. Feng Quan looked up, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he bowed respectfully to the old man. Master, is there any way to speed up? Feng Quan lowered his voice. The old man was none other than Du Fengshan, a self-proclaimed immortal, a casual cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refining, who acted like a god in front of mortals. He shook his head and smiled faintly. I will go and avenge the young sect master. You just stay at the sect and wait for my good news. Upon hearing this, Feng Quan immediately knelt down and kowtowed excitedly. Immortal, your kindness is great. Feng Quan thanks you on behalf of my deceased son. I will reward you handsomely when I return victorious. Du Fengshan nodded slightly, flew up, and his figure passed through the air. Mortals exclaimed that he was an immortal from otherworld. But after leaving sight, his face turned pale, his spiritual power was almost exhausted, and the demeanor of a hermit completely disappeared. It was almost exposed. I have to do it better to win Feng Quan's trust and find out where the spirit stone is hidden. He panted, his eyes flashing with greed. Spirit stones are both currency and cultivation resources for cultivators. A casual cultivator like him can only survive by chance. He carefully took out a pair of green shoes from his arms, and after putting them on, his speed increased dramatically, his face full of pride. Divine Wind Shoes, a top-grade magic weapon for escaping. They consume little spiritual energy and are incredibly fast. No one below the 5th level of Qi refining can catch me. After saying this, he revealed a regretful expression. If my cultivation were higher, I could go deep into the ancient tomb, where there must be rare resources. With the help of the Divine Wind Shoes, he turned into a green light and rushed straight towards Fengshu village. A moment later, he arrived near Li's residence. He locked onto his target with a map and secretly planned. Let's explore the situation first. If things don't go well, we'll run away immediately. He knocked on the door of Li's house and smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. He was shocked when he saw bloodstains on the ground out of the corner of his eye. Such a clean massacre, without even the slightest trace of fighting. There must be a master in the Li mansion. He frowned and bowed respectfully. I'm sorry, I came to the wrong place. He turned and was about to leave. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Li Changsheng had been keeping an eye on the surroundings in the mansion for a long time, so he could see any movement. He noticed the aura of an immortal cultivator on Du Fengshan at a glance, and his heart moved slightly. This is an opportunity, and also a clue to the magic weapon. When Du Fengshan heard the voice, his body stiffened slightly, and his scalp numbed when he felt the breath. The 4th level of Qi refining. Damn it, I'm no match for him. He screamed in his heart, and the green light of the Divine Wind Shoes under his feet flashed, and the whole person turned into a cheetah and ran away. Li Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Just run away like that? This Lao Lu is well versed in the art of hiding, and he's mastered it to perfection. The speed of the green light under my feet has increased dramatically. It's obviously a magic weapon. He was itching to do so, and his eyes flashed with greed. A magic weapon. This is the first time I've seen one. I'm so envious and want to have one. He instantly burst out with the speed of the 4th level of Qi refining, turning into an afterimage and chasing after him. Magic weapon, here I come. Du Fengshan in front was extremely anxious. He's caught up with us. He must be interested in my kamikaze shoes. As of now, the only way is for Feng Quan to hold him back. I might still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, I will surely die. 2 figures, one chasing and one fleeing, were like 2 sharp arrows tearing through the air with the wind whistling. Li Changxing's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent, and the aura of a god of war was released. Want to run? It won't be that easy. Du Fengshan gritted his teeth and activated his Divine Wind Shoes, speeding up like crazy. He cursed in his heart. Damn time traveler, how could he be so difficult to deal with? Li Changsheng sneered in his heart. 6th brother, you have shoes, I have my life. Let's see who is more ruthless today. Du Fengshan was running desperately in front, the green light of the Divine Wind Shoes under his feet flashing, and his speed was as fast as a cheetah. But he was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining after all, and he could never really distance himself from Li Changsheng, a powerful man at the 4th level of Qi refining. Li Changsheng sneered without saying a word, his steps steady, a gleam of Lao Lu in his eyes. He could obviously attack immediately, but he deliberately restrained his cultivation and only displayed the aura of the 2nd level of Qi refining. Don't reveal your cards easily. This is Lao Lu's way of survival. He secretly warned himself. When facing a strong enemy, you must leave room for improvement, otherwise you will dig your own grave. In front, Du Fengshan gritted his teeth and sped up. When he saw a mountain, he finally showed a look of ecstasy. We're almost there. Once we enter the sect, we'll be safe. Li Changsheng watched from afar, his lips curled up slightly. Hiding in the mountains? Do you think you can escape like this? But the next moment, his smile suddenly froze. Du Fengshuan's figure flashed, and he actually entered the mountain gate. On the lintel were 4 blood-red characters engraved. Hahuan body, refining sect. Li Changxing's heart sank. Damn it, I should have taken him down earlier. Now we've entered a tiger's den, with too many variables. But when he thought of the pair of magical shoes on Du Fengchuan's feet, greed grew in his eyes. Hahuan body refining sect? This evil place that absorbs yin and yang. Today Li Changsheng, will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, unsheathed his sword, and rushed directly into the sect. In an instant, the disciples swarmed over, their eyes fierce and roaring. Anyone who trespasses into the Hahuan body, refining sect, shall be killed. Li Changxing's eyes turned cold, but the scene around him shocked him. Countless girls were being bullied by the disciples. Their painful expressions were not of enjoyment at all, but of despair. He instantly remembered what Wang Fugue had said. Most of these people were captured and taken to the mountains. Killing intent suddenly filled his eyes, and he said, "You beasts, you should all be killed." The long sword flashed, the cold light whistled, and the first disciple was cut in half, with blood gushing out like rain. With another backhanded sword strike, another disciple's head flew high into the air. The scene was bloody and shocking. The rescued women knelt down and kowtowed in tears to express their gratitude. Li Changsheng said in a cold voice, "Put on your clothes and go down the mountain." Then he turned around and rushed into the depths of the sect. The sound of killing shook the sky, and the Hahuan sect was in complete turmoil. Countless disciples rushed over with swords in hand, surrounding them from all sides, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Sect Master Feng Quan appeared in person, his face ferocious and his eyes fierce. "Boy, you are so bold. How dare you trespass into my sect?" Before he finished speaking, the sword flashed. Li Changxing didn't want to listen to any nonsense at all, and his sword instantly pierced Feng Quan's chest. Feng Quan's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he roared in his heart, "I just said one word." Then he fell to the ground with a bang and died. Li Changsheng snorted disdainfully. "Villains die because they talk too much. Don't you understand?" Then he raised his sword and swept wildly, killing people along the way. From Hahuan East Road to Liani West Road, there was blood and gore everywhere, with corpses everywhere. His sword skills came like a punishment from heaven. These mortal martial artists were completely vulnerable and fell down in large numbers. In a short time, blood flowed like a river in the sect, and broken limbs piled up like a mountain. Li Changsheng was filled with murderous intent and had a cold gaze, like a shura in a sea of blood. He stopped suddenly when he passed a rockery. Interesting, the old man's aura disappears here. He reached out and groped, pinching the bulge. With a loud bang, the rockery split apart, revealing a dark, secret passage. Li Changxing's eyes lit up. There really is something fishy going on. I must get that magic weapon today. He stepped in without hesitation, his steps light and his sword intent restrained. The firelight flickered. He held his breath and crept forward, gradually hearing the sound of conversation. "Where is the spirit stone?" "I don't know. Spare me," followed by a dull groan. Li Shangxing's pupils suddenly shrank. "Spirit stones? I didn't expect this sect to have such a treasure hidden away." As he walked forward, he saw a disciple lying on the ground, still breathing. He sneered disdainfully. "Old Six is too careless. He just knocked him out? He's leaving a source of trouble." With a flash of sword, he ended his life immediately, and then continued to go deeper. There were piles of gold, silver, and medicinal herbs in the rooms along the way, and his eyes lit up. 30 million taels of silver, countless medicinal herbs, and piles of weapons. The Hahuan sect is truly rich. He was so familiar with medicinal herbs that he almost lost control. Heavenly heart fruit, earth vein branch, ice flower. They're all precious spiritual medicines. Without hesitation, he put everything into the system space. At this moment, he understood that he was gradually moving towards becoming a true cultivation overlord. Suddenly, he heard a cry for help. He approached quietly and saw Du Fengchun untying the girl's ropes. Li Changsheng was slightly stunned. This sixth brother does have some conscience, but why is he willing to be a guest official of the evil sect? But there was no way back now, so he just showed up. Du Fengchun turned around abruptly. His expression suddenly changed, and his voice trembled. "You? How did you get in?" Li Changsheng sneered. He walked in. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Du Fengchuan's feet, his eyes greedy. Du Fengchuan's face turned pale, and he stepped back repeatedly. "Don't mess around, I'm very powerful." Li Changsheng laughed heartily. "Ha, I chased you all the way just for those shoes." The long sword flew into the air with murderous intent. "Hand it over. and you can still live. Otherwise, you will die today. Du Fengchuan's face turned pale, and he spoke hurriedly. I have athlete's foot and black nails. One infects too. Li Changsheng frowned in disgust, but gritted his teeth and sneered. It's okay. I have a way. Hand it over quickly. In desperation, Du Fengchun could only take off the kamikaze shoes tremblingly. Li Changsheng took the magic weapon, his eyes shining, and he was ecstatic. I got the magic weapon. Just as he was about to put on, he remembered Du Fengchuan's disgusting words, and suddenly looked disgusted and threw into the system space. You'd better go back and disinfect it thoroughly before wearing it. At this point, Li Changsheng completely mastered his first real magic weapon. He looked up at the room and saw hundreds of women trembling with despair in their eyes. Li Changsheng exhaled coldly. Those under the age of 18 leave immediately. As soon as the words fell, the crowd dispersed, and there was even an old lady with white hair who insisted that she had premature gray hair at the age of 17. Li Changxing's face was full of black lines, and he almost turned hostile on the spot. Seeing that everyone was about to run away, he simply shouted, I want to take a concubine. If I like you, I will reward you with 500 taels of silver. The situation suddenly got out of control, and the women rushed over one after another. Husband, choose me. I will give birth to a baby. Husband, I'm destined to be yours. The scene was like a Shura field, and Li Changsheng had to use his cultivation to suppress it. He turned on the system to check qualifications and found that out of hundreds of people, only 40 or 50 barely met the standards. After screening out those with poor qualifications and unsightly appearance, only 28 people were left. Li Changsheng decisively accepted it and dismissed all the others. Du Fengchun stood there stunned, his mouth wide open. He watched Li Changxing's method of swallowing up mountains and rivers, and taking in 28 concubines was as easy as drinking water. My heart was secretly trembling, and I couldn't help but mutter, what a talent! Li Changxing looked at the 28 women in front of him and felt extremely excited. He gritted his teeth secretly. This time I really made it big. It's a pity that their aptitude is average. If they were all blue, I would have already reached the foundation building stage. Even so, he was still in high spirits and asked everyone again, Are you willing to become my concubine? Most of the women nodded excitedly, but one woman showed no reaction at all. Li Changxing's eyes fixed, and the woman was the only one with green top grade qualifications. He reached out and lifted the woman's chin, staring into her eyes that were as clear as black gemstones. The flawless face glowed with fire, and the fine hairs on the skin shimmered softly. The beauty was breathtaking. But her eyes were empty, and there was no joy on her face. What's your name? Li Changxing asked in a low voice. The woman said woodenly, Gumaner, you don't want to marry me as a concubine? Or do you think the money is too little? As soon as the words fell, the woman next to him hurriedly explained, My husband, you don't know, Sister Manor is a lady from a wealthy family. Her family was wiped out by a bully, and she was sent here to curry favor with the Hahuan sect. Hearing this, Li Changxing's face suddenly became gloomy. Gumaner couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She fell to her knees and pleaded, I don't want money. I just want you to help me get revenge. She kowtowed repeatedly, with blood oozing from her forehead. Li Changxing's heart tightened, and he was about to speak when Du Fengchun interrupted him loudly. How can this be? The revenge for the annihilation of the whole family cannot be appeased without killing. Du Fengchun spoke sternly, as if he wanted to stand up for Gumaner. Li Changxing's mouth twitched, and he glared at him coldly. I will avenge my concubine. You are interfering. Are you trying to steal my woman? Du Fengchun immediately panicked, backed away repeatedly, and looked terrified. When Gumaner heard Li Changxing's personal agreement, she burst into tears of joy. Father and mother, your revenge will be soon. My dear husband, Manor is willing to be your concubine and will never abandon you, no matter life or death. Li Changsheng laughed heartily, reached out to help her up, and held her in his arms. Okay, when we get married, I will avenge you. Du Fengchun was so frightened that he waved his hands. Senior, you have misunderstood me. How dare I snatch a woman from you? Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Humph, I don't think you dare. He turned and stared at Du Fengchun and asked in a deep voice, What's your name? Du Fengchun's face suddenly changed color. He fell to his knees, his voice trembling. I, Du Fengchun, have never done anything that harms the world. I joined the Hawan sect only to find spirit stones to improve my cultivation. Spirit stone. Li Changxing's eyes suddenly lit up. You mentioned it many times. Could it be that there are really spirit stones here? Du Fengshan nodded vigorously. I've been investigating for more than 10 days. The spiritual energy in this secret room is the most concentrated. The spiritual stone must be here. Li Changsheng immediately began searching and finally sensed something unusual under the cushion in the sect leader's residence. He crushed the mat with one foot, and suddenly a ball of light flashed, causing bursts of exclamations. Beneath the ground, a small magic circle emerged, with spiritual energy surging, like clouds and mist. Li Changsheng excitedly roared, "Small spirit gathering array." The spirit gathering array can absorb spiritual energy, speed up cultivation, and convert the energy of spirit stones for cultivators to absorb. He waved his hand and took the formation plate directly into his hand. That's right. I was able to find such a treasure in a mortal sect. God is really helping me. There was a flash of desire in Du Fengchuan's eyes, but he didn't dare to take action. He lowered his voice and reminded, "Senior, there's a spirit gathering array. There must be spirit stones nearby." Li Changsheng snorted coldly, unsheathed his sword, and slashed it to the ground. Sword energy exploded, dust flew, and spiritual energy suddenly surged. As the smoke and dust cleared, hundreds of crystal spirit stones were lying on the ground. Li Changxing's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "It really is spirit stones. 500 in total." He waved his hand, and all the spirit stones were collected into the system space, his face full of ecstasy. Du Fengchuan's eyes were full of envy and his lips were trembling, but he didn't even dare to ask for it. Li Changsheng looked at his expression and laughed inwardly. He hesitated for a moment and finally took out a spirit stone. But then he felt heartbroken and split the spirit stone in half with a sword. Then he handed over the smaller piece. "Since you have a kind heart, this half piece is a reward for you." Du Fengshan took it with both hands, thanking him repeatedly, but secretly cursing in his heart. "You are so stingy." Even so, half a spirit stone was worth 4,000 taels of silver, enough for him to live a carefree life. Li Changsheng put away the spirit gathering array and spirit stones, turned around, and looked at the women with a dignified look. "Come with me, and we'll get married on a chosen day. From now on, you will all belong to Li Changsheng." Everyone cried with joy, and shouts of gratitude echoed throughout the hall. Li Changxing's eyes fell on Du Fengshan, and he sneered in his heart. This old man knows too much. He can't let him go easily. He suddenly said, "I am in need of servants. Are you willing to follow me? If not, you will stay here with the wrong souls." The aura suddenly burst out, and the pressure of the fourth level of qi refining came down like a mountain. Du Fengchuan's face turned pale, and he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you for your help, Senior. I couldn't ask for more." His head was pounding, and his acting was over the top. Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown. "It's over. The expression is on point, but don't overdo it." Du Fengshan smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and retreated awkwardly. A few days later, Li Changsheng returned to the Li mansion with 28 new concubines. The news shocked everyone instantly, and all the servants in the mansion were stunned. Master accepts 28 people at a time. The master is still strong and powerful, and his divine power remains undiminished. If I can have 1/10,000th of the blessings that the master has in this life, I will be satisfied. The master is truly extraordinary, always able to do shocking things. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Li Changsheng held his head high and his chest puffed out, his voice shaking the entire mansion. "We're getting married tomorrow, and we need to decorate the mansion immediately." At the Li Mansion in Fengshu Village, firecrackers were blasting, red flags were waving, and crowds of people were pouring in. Li Changsheng led the newlyweds into the hall, and with the master of ceremonies' loud announcement, the first day of the wedding was successfully completed. But 33 wives and concubines were too many, and although the Li Mansion was large, it still seemed cramped. It was finally decided to marry 4 people every day and hold 7 weddings in 7 days, which was an unprecedented grand scene. However, the 7-day wedding made Li Changsheng the topic of conversation among people. "Shame on you, old man. At such an old age, you're ruining a young girl." "Humph, there will always be a day of retribution." He's almost drained. How many days can he last? It's good to have money. Even if you have a dog, there will be people lining up to get you. Despite constant ridicule and sarcasm from the outside world, Li Chongqing knew in his heart that the real improvement in his cultivation had not occurred as he had hoped. He placed all his hopes on Gumaner and even sent everyone else away, leaving only her behind. In the dead of night, he skillfully undressed and blew out the oil lamp. Finally, the long-awaited prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of Qi training. Ding, martial arts cultivation level has been raised to the 9th level of martial arts master. Ding, the root bone quality has evolved to green top grade. Ding, the yin-yang gathering technique has advanced to the 5th level, and the cultivation speed has been comprehensively improved. The successive rewards made Li Chongqing ecstatic. Ding, the host has been given 10 kilograms of rejuvenating pills as a gift as encouragement. Ding, the number of wives and concubines has exceeded 30. The family reputation system has been activated. The current reputation is 33. Li Chongqing excitedly opened the attribute panel. Name, Li Chongqing. Age, 88. Lifespan, 165. Cultivation level, 5th level of Qi training. Martial arts, 9th level of martial artist. Wives and concubines, 33. Family reputation, 33. Looking at the panel, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hard work pays off. Finally, a decent improvement. He hugged Gumaner, his eyes full of doting. Maner, you are really my lucky star. I love you so much. However, the good luck did not stop there. Not long after, Tang Yinru walked up to him with a shy look on her face. Husband, I think I'm pregnant. Li Chongqing was stunned. Got it? What's it? Tang Yinru blushed shyly as she whispered the answer. Of course I'm pregnant with your child. What? Li Chongqing screamed, then picked her up, overjoyed. I noticed it half a month ago, and now I'm finally sure of it. Tang Yinru stroked her belly with a sweet smile. Li Chongqing was so excited that he was spinning around and almost forgot about his surroundings. Soon after, more concubines came forward to report the good news. Zhao Qing blushed. Husband, I'm pregnant too. Wang Shuiyan's face flushed, but she couldn't help but say, Husband, I seem to be pregnant with twins. Wang Yuyin said in a sweet voice, Husband, I've been craving sour food these days. I am afraid it is because of the fat boy. Yang Yuhuan came over with her bulging belly and congratulated with a smile. Husband, the Li family is thriving. Li Chongqing was so excited that tears filled his eyes. After a careful count, 5 people were pregnant. He waved his hand and laughed. Thank you, ladies, for your hard work. Send someone to buy his supplements immediately. Don't let the child suffer. Du Fengshan was called and given the task of going out to buy supplements. Tang Yinru took the opportunity to speak softly. Husband, I'm pregnant. Should we hold a wedding ceremony later? Li Chongqing slapped his forehead and said, Yes, I almost forgot. The next day, the Li mansion was decorated with lights and colors again, and Tang Yinru got married as she wished. Li Chongqing held a grand banquet to celebrate, and the news of his concubine's pregnancy spread throughout the village. The people of both Wulong and Fengshu villages benefited from the 3-day and 3-night banquet. Li Chongqing's reputation soared again, but with it came greater pressure. The population in the mansion increased suddenly, and living expenses doubled, so he had to start planning. With so many ladies pregnant, we must increase the number of maids. Otherwise, we will be in a mess in the future. Besides, expenses are increasing. Although I have money, I can't just sit there and do nothing. Most importantly, the house is too small to accommodate us. He rubbed his brows, feeling solemn. Most women live in the same room, which is really not appropriate. Especially Wang Yuyin and Wang Shuiyan, who were ladies from prominent families, must have been unhappy. Li Chongqing looked into the distance and whispered to himself. It seems like it's time to move to Wulong County and move to a bigger house. As soon as the news came out, the entire Li mansion was in an uproar. Husband, are we really going to the county town? Great. I've long wanted to see the prosperity of the county town. I heard that there are countless novelties in the county town. It will be an eye-opener for the sisters. Some people are also worried. Although the county town is good, it is full of dangers. The big families are entrenched and will inevitably be xenophobic. We are afraid that we will be targeted. Li Chongqing was silent for a moment, his eyes firm. Gu Manor's revenge must be avenged, and a mansion must be purchased. One cannot be trapped in a small village forever. He stood up, his eyes like lightning, staring in the direction of Wulong County. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and he murmured softly, "The world is so big. I want to go see it." Chapter 21 New Home. Early the next morning, Li Chongqing set out for Wulong County. He first went to see if there was a suitable house, and after everything was arranged, he would take the concubines over. Gumaner and Du Fengchun also went with him. Gumaner is originally from Wulong County, so she can serve as a guide this time. Besides, Li Chongqing also wanted to see if he could help her get revenge. Manner, when we return to Wulong County this time, I promise you that I will not only help you reclaim the Gu family fortune, but I will also help you avenge that blood feud. When Gumaner heard this, she burst into tears of joy and hugged Li Chongqing's shoulders and cried, "My dear husband, I have nothing to repay you with in this life. I can only give birth to a few more big fat boys for you." Li Chongqing was shocked when he heard Gumaner's words. "You're pregnant too?" Gumaner wiped the tears from her face and nodded happily. "I just found out yesterday, and today I finally confirmed that I'm pregnant." Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing jumped up excitedly and looked at Du Fengchun beside him and said, "How's it going, Lao Du? Am I, your master, powerful?" Du Fengchun showed a flattering smile, gave a thumbs up, and praised repeatedly. "Master is really amazing. His virility is not inferior to that of young people." But he complained bitterly in his heart. "It's really interesting. Your concubine is pregnant, but you don't ask her if you are powerful or not, but ask me instead. How can I know if I'm powerful or not? I have never seen it before." Not long after, the three of them arrived in Wulong County. The streets are bustling with traffic. The hawkers were shouting one after another, and their slogans sounded very exciting. "Spinach, sell at a low price. Spinach, sell at a low price. Who the hell is buying Xiaomi? Who the hell is buying Xiaomi? Steamed buns, for 1 penny he. Mom, I want to eat roasted yam. Eat big pieces. Are 2 pieces enough? Yes, that's enough. Thank you, Mom. Selling sticky corn, 3 cents a stick. I'll give you 2 sticks for 5 cents. If you buy 2 sticks, you can hold on to the spindles. I'll give you 1 stick." Returning to Wulong County, Gumaner's eyes were filled with disappointment and sadness. Dad used to bring Manor some roasted yams every time he came home, but things have changed now. Seeing this, Li Chongqing bought 2 skewers of roasted yams. "From now on, I will be your relative. We are all your relatives. All the dozens of people in our family are your relatives." Gumaner took a bite of the roasted yam and burst into laughter. At this moment, a voice sounded from a distance. "Isn't she Gumaner? Why is she here?" Gumaner turned around upon hearing this, her expression instantly becoming angry. "Husband, it was them. It was they who forced my parents to death." Li Chongqing followed Gumaner's gaze and saw 4 or 5 adult men looking at her with lustful eyes. After these days of nourishment, with the help of the yin-yang taking technique, Gumaner has become more beautiful and elegant. Every man passing by couldn't help but take a second look. At this moment, the men saw Li Chongqing looking at them, and relying on their numbers, they surrounded them directly. "Hey, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Gu family? What happened? Did she sneak out of the Hahuan body, refining sect? Maybe sect Master Phone got tired playing with her, so he let her go down the mountain. I think so too. Now that you're already a fallen woman, you might as well follow me. I won't despise you. You're really thinking of something good." Our master has long had his eyes on Gumaner. If it weren't for his desire to gain a relationship with sect Master Phone, he wouldn't have been willing to send her away. Gumaner's face was filled with shame and anger. When she recalled the humiliation she had suffered in the past, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Li Chongqing's face turned gloomy, and without any warning he slapped the man next to him in the face. With a snap, blood and flesh flew all over his face, revealing the bones underneath, and he fainted instantly. Then Du Fengchun also started to take action. The two of them slapped each other, and soon all the people were knocked to the ground. Li Chongqing looked down at the people on the ground and said coldly, "Go back and tell your family master that I, Li Chongqing, will meet him tonight. Tell him to wash his neck and wait." How could those people have ever encountered a master like Li Chongqing? Seeing that he didn't kill them, they all stood up and fled. Li Chongqing and others first had a simple meal and then found in. At night, 3 figures stood in front of the Song family mansion. Gumaner looked at the old house in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. This house originally belonged to my Gu family, but now that bully has changed the sign to the Song family. The bully that Gumaner mentioned was none other than the most feared bully in the entire Wulong County, Song Rintu. When Guman's father was doing business, he borrowed 100 taels of silver from him, but Song Rintu insisted that he borrowed 1,000 taels. Fearing Song Rintu's power, the Gu family had no choice but to sell everything they had to repay the debt. In the end, the Gu family spent all their wealth and was unable to repay the debt, and eventually Gumaner's parents both committed suicide. Guman also became Song Rintu's bargaining chip to please Feng Quan. Song Rintu's house is adjacent to the Gu family's house, and after they are connected, they look like one house. At this moment, Li Changxing's face was gloomy, and he kicked the door of the house. Song Rintu, get out here. It's time to settle some accounts. Song Rintu received the news from his subordinates and made preparations early. At this moment, in the mansion, dozens of thugs holding sharp blades were staring at Li Changxing and others with murderous intent. Then, a voice sounded from behind the crowd. Gumaner, I didn't kill you because you were so pretty, but I didn't expect you to cause trouble. Well, let's get rid of you today. As the sound of getting was heard, the thugs consciously made way for him, and then Li Changsheng saw a bald man walking towards him. Li Shanshen, it's not your turn to settle accounts with me. Since you've become one of my men, you should at least leave something behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs around him suddenly attacked Li Changsheng. These thugs were just ordinary warriors, and Li Changsheng didn't take them seriously at all. He roared angrily, and ripples came out of his mouth. The sound spread and pushed the thugs back several steps. Then they covered their ears, and blood oozed out. Their eardrums were broken by the roar. The next moment, Li Changxing drew out his sword and rushed toward Song Ren. He raised his sword and killed him decisively. In an instant, limbs were broken, blood flowed like a river, and screams were heard everywhere. In just a few breaths, with the cooperation of Li Changsheng and Du Fengchun, dozens of thugs were killed. Li Changsheng pointed his sword at Song Rintu and said coldly, "Next, it's your turn." Song Rintu's face changed slightly. He never expected that Li Changsheng would be so powerful. "If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability." Song Rintu picked up the golden ring sword next to him and rushed forward without waiting for Li Changsheng to take action. But the next moment, he suddenly stopped where he was, his face full of disbelief. He looked down at his chest, where the tip of a sword was exposed, and blood began to seep out. Li Changsheng stood behind him, his sword spinning and sword energy shooting out. Song Rintu's body shattered into several pieces, leaving no trace of his body. Song Rintu? The name is unlucky. Now he's really asking for his life. Li Changxing put away his sword with an indifferent look on his face and said to Du Fengchun, "Find someone to clean up this place. This will be our new home in the county from now on." Chapter 22, The Birth of a Son. Early the next morning, the Song Mansion, which had been a river of blood, became bright and beautiful, like a bridal house. Du Fengchun not only disposed of the body, but also directly replaced the blood-stained floor tiles. The sign above the old house was also changed to Li Mansion. Such a change naturally caused countless people to discuss it. First, the government officials showed up to investigate. When they found out that Song Rintu's entire family had been murdered, they no longer had the courage to investigate further. Stop all investigations immediately. The Li Mansion is not an existence we can afford to offend. To wipe out the entire Song family overnight, this kind of method is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Song Rintu's martial arts cultivation reached the 5th level of martial artist, but he was killed despite his skill. What is the origin of this Li Mansion? As the matter fermented, the 4 major families in Wulong County also received the news. What? Song Rintu was killed? The Song family was wiped out. Okay. Song Rintu is arrogant and domineering. This time, he must have offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It's better that he's dead. Everyone in Wulong County is afraid of his oppression. Li Mansion. I don't know what the background of this Li Mansion is. No, I must have a good relationship with the Li Mansion. After tidying up the house, Du Fengchun stayed and began to decorate it. After all, moving into a new house always requires a ceremony or something. Li Changxing returned home and picked everyone up. Because there were so many things, it took 3 days to move them all. The people in the city looked at the valuable furniture being moved into Li's mansion with envy in their eyes. What's the origin of this Li Mansion? Just those Wong Wallywood furniture alone are not something that ordinary people can afford. More than that, I just counted them, and there are over 300 wooden boxes. Judging by their weight, they must be filled with silver. 300 boxes of silver. How much money would that be? TSK, TSK, TSK. With such financial resources, they are miles ahead of the 4 major families. It's going to change now. It should be the 5 major families, with the Leaf family ranking first. You are too narrow-minded. Did you see how many sedan chairs there were that just passed by? There were a total of 34 sedan chairs, and only one of them had a man sitting in it. Presumably, that man was the head of the Leaf family. The rest are all young women, which means that the head of the Leaf family has more than 30 concubines alone. Oh my God, even if it's just for eating every day, it's a lot of money. The 4 major families only have about 10 concubines. Does that mean the head of the Leaf family has an iron kidney? With the arrival of Li Changsheng, the 4 major families were shaken. At this time, big red lanterns were hung high in front of Li's mansion, and firecrackers were ringing in the sky. At this moment, a group of people were walking towards us from a distance. Then I heard the Li family's servants shouting loudly. Zhou Tianzhao, the head of the Zhou family, came specially to congratulate the Li family on their new home and presented them with a piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng. When this slogan was shouted, countless people gasped. Millennial ginseng is a rare and precious medicine. The Zhou family is really generous. The Zhou family is just the beginning. Wait, these major families will start fighting again. This time, the battle is about who can build a better relationship with the Li family. With the Zhou family's initiative to show goodwill, the other 3 families could no longer sit still. The next day, another group of people came to Li's house. The head of the Wu family, Wu Lu Bai, came to congratulate the Li family on their new home and presented them with a pair of 1,000-year-old jade bracelets. The 1,000-year-old cold jade bracelet can make people feel extremely cool in the summer when worn. It is a rare treasure in the mortal world. On the 3rd day, the other 2 arrived almost at the same time. Zheng Tianjin, the head of the Zheng family, has come to congratulate the Li family on their new home and present a gift of immortal magic to bless them with good fortune and protection. The head of the Bao family, Bao Wanda, came to congratulate the Li family on their move and presented them with a Fergana horse that can travel 1,000 miles a day. In addition to the 4 major families, several small families also sent gifts. The last person to show up was actually the county magistrate, Qin Tian. Although he did not bring any gifts, his personal appearance undoubtedly told Li Changsheng that the county government would not be responsible for his killing of Song Renta's family. Out of courtesy, Li Changsheng appeared and met them one by one. Everyone was having a great time talking to each other, and everyone was respectful and in awe of Li Changsheng. Time passed quickly, and Yang Yuan was about to give birth. Li Changsheng paced back and forth nervously outside, occasionally peeking into the delivery room. Following the midwife's exclamation, Li Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, it's a son." At this moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The leaf scattering was successful, and you received a reward, increasing your lifespan by 5 years. Ding, the host's offspring's root bones are detected to be low-grade green. 100 spirit stones are awarded. Since this is the host's first time giving birth to an offspring, the magical weapon Jinghong sword is awarded." Li Changsheng was delighted and did not check the rewards. Instead, he walked into the delivery room. He took his son from the midwife and gave her a red envelope. "You've worked hard, go down and rest." The midwife's face lit up with joy, and she thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, sir. Mother and child are safe. Madam is just a little tired. She just needs a rest." At this time, Yang Yuan smiled. "Husband, let me see our son." Li Changsheng held his son in front of Yang Yuan and said happily, "Our son looks a lot like you, with his eyebrows and nose." After all these days of nourishment, Yang Yuan is no longer the same as before. Now she is naturally beautiful and has a slim figure, like a fairy from heaven. Yang Yuan laughed sweetly and said, "Let's give our son a name quickly. What should he be called?" Li Changsheng thought for a while, then said, "In my opinion, let's call him Li Qiya." Li Qiya. Yang Yuan Frowned sleekly. "What a strange name. What's the meaning?" Li Changsheng shook his head. "No, it's just that the name sounds awesome. If I enter the cultivation world in the future, I will definitely achieve something." Entering the cultivation world? Yang Yuan's face lit up with joy. "Are you saying our son has a strong character?" Li Changsheng nodded with a smile. "Yes, Although it is a low-grade green root bone, it is enough to enter the world of cultivation. Hearing this, Yang Yuhuan burst into tears of joy. I never thought that I could become the mother of an immortal. It's really God's blessing. In the next few days, several other concubines also began to give birth one after another. The second person to give birth was Tang Yenru. She also gave birth to a son, whose root bone was also of low-grade green. Li Changsheng named the child Li Yinxiao. The third one to give birth was Zhao Qing, also a son, with a low-grade green bone root. Li Changsheng gave him a name, Li Qingshan. Zhao Qing originally had green reproductive qualifications, but gave birth to a child with green low-grade root bones. It seems that reproductive qualifications are not 100% capable of giving birth to a child with corresponding root bones. The fourth to give birth were sisters Wang Yuyin and Wang Shuyin. They gave birth almost at the same time. Both were boys. Wang Shuyin gave birth to a baby boy with green, top-grade root bones and named him Li Yin. Wang Yuyin was even more amazing, as she gave birth to a baby boy with a mid-grade blue bone structure. Blue mid-grade. This is enough to make one a core disciple of some immortal sex. Li Changsheng excitedly held the child and looked at him and named him Li Ping'an. With the birth of these children, Li Changsheng also received a large wave of rewards. His cultivation level directly rose to the 8th level of Qi refining. His martial arts realm reached the 9th level of Martial King. The art of gathering yin and yang has been upgraded to the 6th level. Life expectancy increased to 190 years. These rewards are decent, but not amazing. What made Li Changsheng most excited was that when Wang Yin gave birth to a son with blue root bones, the system directly rewarded Li Changsheng with a god-level alchemy technique. The divine alchemy technique can make the purity, quality, and efficacy of the refined elixirs reach the highest level. Everything is top-notch. Chapter 23, Good Things Come to Your Door. God-level alchemy? Li Changsheng looked excited. This is a rare auxiliary skill. As a cultivator, besides cultivation, the two most important things are magic weapons and elixirs. Some time ago, Li Changsheng obtained an encyclopedia of medicinal herbs and had already memorized the medicinal properties and cultivation methods of various herbs. Now that he has acquired the god-level alchemy skills again, it's like prying open his mouth to feed him pills. Just when Li Changsheng was feeling complacent, a voice rang out. "Master, Madame Gu is about to give birth." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng rushed towards the delivery room. Before he arrived, he heard the baby crying. "Oh my God, this baby was born so quickly." Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. "Master, it's a big fat boy." Hearing this news, Li Changsheng was speechless. One after another, it's always fat boys. Can't we have a little girl? Although he was a little disappointed, Li Changsheng still picked up the child and started playing with him. Gumaner looked at Li Changsheng and said sweetly, "Husband, please give the child a name." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng searched his mind but couldn't think of any other protagonist-level names with the surname Li, so he could only say, "Let's call him Li Shimin." It has been nearly a year since Li Changsheng moved to Wulong City. During these days, the 4 major families in Wulong City have almost understood Li Changsheng's background. That day, Zhou Tianzhao, the head of the Zhou family, looked at the old housekeeper next to him and said, "You said Li Changsheng is an 89-year-old man. Are you serious?" The housekeeper looked determined. "It's absolutely true. Master Li has mentioned his age in public more than once, often jokingly saying he's half buried in the ground. If he really was an old man who was powerless, then how do we explain the tragic deaths of Song Rentu and his family that day? That was all done by Du Fengchun from the Li Mansion. Someone saw Du Fengchun appear in the Song Mansion on the night of the Song family's tragic death." Hearing this, Zhou Tianzhao's eyes showed a hint of thought. If that's the case, Li Changsheng won't live for many more years. If he dies, this huge fortune, it would be a shame. The housekeeper saw the lust in Zhou Tianzhao's eyes and offered advice. If the patriarch wants to get a piece of the pie after Li Changsheng's death, this old servant has a way. When Zhou Tianzhao heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, tell me about it." The old butler smiled mysteriously and said, "When I investigated Li Changsheng, I found that although he had many concubines, they all had no background. Therefore, Master only needs to betroth the young lady to Li Changsheng. Once Li Changsheng dies, with the power of our Zhou family, we can definitely take over the Li family with justification." Zhou Tianzhao frowned slightly when he heard this. That being said, but Minner, the old housekeeper, didn't wait for Zhou Tianzhao to finish his words and said directly, Master, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. The Li family's wealth is an astronomical figure. Even if Li Changsheng doesn't die for a while, becoming a relative of the Li family will be beneficial to us. As for the young lady, marriage is always decided by the parents and the matchmaker. As long as the master agrees, the young lady will have to agree even if she doesn't agree. Zhou Tianzhao nodded secretly, and his breathing became rapid when he thought of the various benefits that would come later. Come, follow me to the Li mansion to discuss the marriage of Li Changsheng and Minner. Not long after, Zhou Tianzhao came to Li Changsheng's house with many gifts. Master Li, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look more energetic than ever. Li Changsheng laua fartili. Happy events bring joy to the heart. Recently, my Li family has welcomed a new member, so naturally I'm a bit happy. I wonder what Master Zhou is here for this time. I'm really flattered that you brought so many gifts. Zhou Tianzhao looked at the servants around him and cleared his throat deliberately. Li Changsheng waved his hand and asked the servants to retreat. Now, Patriarch Zhou can speak. Zhou Tianzhao showed a hint of shyness on his face. Master Li, are you still thinking of taking a concubine? My daughter is just getting married. Oh, Li Changsheng was stunned. He thought of countless reasons why Zhou Tianzhao came here, but he just couldn't think of this. Master Zhou, your daughter, Zhou Huimin, is naturally beautiful and the object of admiration for many talented young men. Are you really willing to let her marry an old man like me? Zhou Tianzhao hesitated slightly, but finally said with determination, I spoiled Zhou Huimin since she was little, so I sent her to Patriarch Li to teach her a lesson. This is for her own good. Li Changsheng looked at Zhou Tianzhao's evasive eyes. Although he didn't know why he did this, wouldn't it be stupid not to accept such a good thing that came to his door? Since Patriarch Zhou has said so, I, Li Changsheng, agree to this marriage. Zhou Tianzhao was excited when he heard this. In that case, I'll go home and prepare. The sooner the wedding is held, the better. Tomorrow is a good day. Li Changsheng looked at Zhou Tianzhao's anxious and impatient look and murmured doubtfully. If he had some conspiracy, he wouldn't be so stupid as to give his daughter to me, right? Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. After I get his daughter pregnant, everything will be fine. Zhou Tianzhao earnestly persuaded the Zhou family. Hui Min, Li Changsheng is 89 years old. How many years do you think he can live? As soon as he dies, everything in the Li family will belong to us. Zhou Huimin turned her pretty face to the side and said angrily, I won't marry, but you will. Zhou Tianzhao looked anxious. Minner, don't be so stubborn. Dad has already promised the Li family that tomorrow is your wedding day. Hearing this, Zhou Huimin covered her face and cried, Dad, you're asking me to marry and be a widow. The next day, the Li family mansion was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags waving, and crowds of people. Countless young talents who heard the news burst into tears and cried loudly. No, no, no. Why? Why is this happening? That old immortal Li Changsheng has married so many concubines, yet he's still not satisfied, my Huimin. I've lost my dream lover. It doesn't matter. There are still 3 other families whose daughters have not yet married off. We still have a chance to take advantage of them, pursue them. As the MC finished the process, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully branched out and gained 5 years of lifespan. After the wedding, Li Changsheng returned to the bridal chamber. He looked Zhou Huimin up and down, activating the system's skills. She actually has the fertility qualification of green. She is considered the best among my concubines. According to past experience, the higher the quality of the fertility qualifications, the greater the rewards received. Li Changsheng extinguished the oil lamp with a wave of his hand. That night, his bones continued to improve. Ding, congratulations to the host. The quality of your bones has been improved, and the current quality is top-grade cyan. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your family's reputation has been raised to 100, and you have received a reward, a portable medicine garden. Chapter 24. No one should have an easy time. Li Changsheng was still asleep, and in a daze, he felt something touching him. After he opened his eyes, he met Vivian Chao's eyes. Joey Wong has a shy look on her face and rosy cheeks, which makes her look very sexy. Li Shangshim Fronat. Madam, what are you doing? Zhou Huimin smiled and nodded slightly. My sisters all have children, and Minner wants to have one too. Li Changsheng worked hard all night yesterday and just fell asleep at dawn. Now he really doesn't want to move. My lady, there's no need to rush this matter. We have a long way to go. Zhou Huimin was stunned. Mr. Fong, who is this person? Could it be that my husband has a mistress hidden in his house? Li Changsheng didn't react at once. After a long time, I suddenly realized. He covered his forehead with his hands and said speechlessly, Madam, you are mistaken. Fang Chang is not alone. Zhou Huimin was even more shocked. Could it be several people? For a moment, Li Changsheng couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply pointed it out directly. Let me put it this way, my husband. I'm a little tired and don't want to move. Zhou Huiming was a little disappointed at first, then smiled evilly. Just leave everything to Minner and don't disturb your husband's rest. When Li Changsheng heard this, he felt a chill in his spine. He thought to himself, what did I marry? I can't be looked down upon. He unnoticedly put a small blue pill into his mouth. Then he took the initiative and pinched Zhou Huimin's face and said, if you want to fight, then fight. The next morning, Li Changsheng immediately checked yesterday's rewards. A portable medicine garden? Paired with an herbal encyclopedia, it's a perfect match. Li Changsheng calmed his mind and indeed entered a medicine garden. This place seems to be a space of its own, and the spiritual energy is much richer than that of the outside world. The soil in the medicinal garden is black and looks very fertile. Li Changsheng couldn't wait to walk into the medicine field, his face full of shock. As far as the eye can see, there is not a single ordinary herb. His 10,000-year-old blood jade ginseng, 10,000-year-old Tianling polygonum multiflorum, 1,000-year-old fire spirit holy fruit, 1,000-year-old 9-petal mushroom. Each of these would be priceless in the outside world and would be enough to cause a sensation. Li Changsheng's heart was beating very fast, and his breathing was a little rapid. Now I'm rich. His thoughts raced as he thought about testing the medicinal properties of this herb. Then his eyes lit up, and he said to the system, System, learn the divine alchemy. The next moment, countless extremely mysterious alchemy knowledge began to appear in his mind, like a brand difficult to forget. At this moment, he felt something in his heart and sat cross-legged. Using his hands as the alchemy furnace and his spiritual power as the alchemy fire, he began to refine the elixir. This is my first time refining, so I'll practice on a low-quality pill to avoid wasting this precious herb. With a wave of his hand, the herbs in front of him floated in front of him, separating and mixing one by one. Then, spiritual fire began to emerge on his palm, and various herbs were thrown into the fire, making crackling sounds. Soon after, a scent of elixir came, and Li Changsheng stretched out his palm, in which 10 elixirs appeared. Not bad, a third-grade chi-boosting pill, very effective for my wife after giving birth. Li Changsheng put away the pill and sighed slightly. It's a pity that I don't have a suitable alchemy furnace or a flame with a higher temperature. Otherwise, I would have been able to make even more pills. Forget it, I'll try my luck at the auction house or the trading market when I have time. A month later, Zhou Tianzhao found Zhou Huimin and said, How's it going, Minner? Is Li Changsheng overwhelmed? Xiao Tiger B. OT file anti-piracy. Find the book, The Robot Select Xiao Tiger, stable reliable, don't step in the pit. Zhou Huimin blushed. My daughter is already pregnant with your husband's child. Please stop plotting against our family property. When Zhou Tianzhao heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he froze in his tracks. What did you say? You can't do this, Minner. This wasn't what father had planned. Li Changsheng is 89 years old. There's no way he could have this physique. Zhou Huimin was completely subdued by Li Changsheng at this moment, and regarded Li Changsheng as her idol. Father, please stop speaking ill of my husband. He is still strong and healthy, and can easily plow 10 acres of land in one night. If there's nothing else for father, please go back. At this moment, Zhou Tianzhao only felt an unbearable pain in his heart, as if there was a stagnation of energy that was difficult to dissipate. If you try to steal a chicken, you will lose the rice. A daughter once married off is like spilled water. No, I really can't get over this anger. I have to find someone to vent it on. Zhou Tianzhao rolled his eyes and sneered. Wu Lu Bai is the one who bullies me the most on a daily basis, so I'll use you as a scapegoat. So, Zhou Tianzhao went directly to Wu Liu Bai's house, and the first thing he did when he entered was to pull him to a deserted place. Brother Wu, there's something you must not tell anyone. Li Changsheng is dying. Wu Liubai's eyes suddenly widened. What? Are you serious? Zhou Tianzhao pretended to be excited and said, Of course I took it seriously. My daughter just married him. She told me the news. How could it be false? Alas, Li Changsheng's family is very wealthy. If he dies, what will happen to this endless wealth? Wu Lubai looked at Zhou Tianzhao, who was full of excitement. At this moment, he finally understood why he wanted to marry his daughter to Li Changsheng. Brother Zhou, could it be that marrying Huimin to Li Changsheng was all your plan? Zhou Tianzhao showed an unfathomable expression and said, Don't make it public. It's just a matter of taking over the Li family's assets after Li Changsheng's death. It's nothing. Afterwards, Zhou Tianzhao found an opportunity to leave. Wu Lubai stood there in a daze and began to think. You are such a good Zhou Tianzhao. How could you let yourself enjoy such a big cake of the Li family alone? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? No, I have to go to the Li mansion, even if it's just to drink a mouthful of soup in the future. Wu Lubai prepared a generous gift overnight and knocked on the Li family's door early the next morning. When he saw Li Changsheng for the first time, he was slightly stunned, and then his heart became ecstatic. It's a last gasp of glory. It's definitely a last gasp of glory. Ha ha. It seems Feng Er will never be able to stand being bullied if she marries this guy. Li Changsheng looked at Wu Liubai's strange expression and couldn't help asking, Master Wu, may I ask why you are bringing so many gifts? Wu Lubai smiled mysteriously and said carelessly, To be honest, my daughter Wu Minfang has long admired patriarchally. She's shy and wouldn't dare come. I'm here today to discuss wedding arrangements for her. What do you think, patriarchally? Kindness. These words made Li Changsheng stunned, and he thought to himself, As expected, girls chase after me when I'm attractive. I just married one, and another one comes along. My charm remains as strong as ever. Li Changsheng cleared his throat, his face full of pride. I am deeply honored that your daughter has chosen me. I have no objection to this marriage. When Wu Lubai heard this, he immediately smiled happily. In that case, let's get married as soon as possible. I'll go back and prepare, and the wedding will be held tomorrow. The next day, the news that Wu Minfang was going to marry Li Changsheng spread like wildfire. Countless young talents cried and wailed. No, no, no. Dumb Li Shangshen. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Li Changsheng, this lewd demon, has ruined so many young girls, and it's still not enough. Damn it. Luckily, there are still 2 other daughters who haven't married yet. Let's let Li Changsheng go for now. As the MC shouted, The ceremony is over. The system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host. You have received a reward of 5 years of lifespan. On the wedding night, Li Changsheng lifted Wu Minfang's veil, and a face with delicate features appeared before him. Her skin was a little dark, with a unique wild beauty that made Li Changsheng feel very fresh. After checking the fertility qualifications, it was just ordinary green. Ma'am, we should rest. He blew out the lamp skillfully and then undressed. This night is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 25. Taking advantage of the situation. The success of good things made Li Changsheng realize that things were definitely not simple. You shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and when things go wrong, there must be something fishy going on. Li Changsheng pondered for a while, then called Du Fengchun and instructed, Old Du, the Zhou and Wu families are offering their daughters to be concubines. Considering their status and financial resources, this is absolutely impossible. But they did it anyway. This matter is not that simple. You should investigate secretly. I want to know the answer tomorrow. Du Fengchun bowed respectfully and then left. Now Du Fengchun is extremely respectful and loyal to Li Changsheng. Because with the help of Li Changsheng these days, his cultivation has been improved to the 4th level of qi refining. According to the normal progress of cultivation, it would take at least 10 years to improve the cultivation level by 2 levels. But he had only been with Li Changsheng for less than a year and had already improved to such a level. During this period, Li Changsheng was always able to take out various rare treasures, coupled with the practice of the spirit gathering formation, which made Du Fengchun drop his jaw every time. Although he was only given some scraps, it was already far better than the treatment of formal disciples of some small sects. He was even glad to be able to follow Li Changsheng. Now, in Wulong City, it can be said that he is the strongest person except Li Changsheng. Late at night, Du Fengshan took advantage of the darkness and sneaked into the Zhou family mansion. Using his cultivation power, he could hear everything that happened in the Zhou family. Master, I don't know either. Li Changsheng is clearly 89 years old, but who knew he was still so strong? Humph, this time it's all because of you. Now I have lost not only my daughter, but also my army. I know Huimin. It would be fine if she stayed in the Li family peacefully. But if she sets her sights on my Zhou family's assets, I'm not sure I can stop her. All this is because of your stupid advice. If Huimin really comes to ask for the family property, do you think I should give it to her or not? I really can't accept this. Fortunately, I have dragged the guy, surnamed Wu, into the water, so I feel a little more at ease. I can't be the only one who suffers while others laugh at me, right? Du Fengshan listened to this conversation and finally understood. So they thought the master was old and wanted to marry their daughter off to share his fortune. From what he said, it seems that the Wu family is also involved. Du Fengshan left the Zhou family and appeared at the Wu family mansion. The power of cultivation was activated. All of it was added to the hearing ability. Ah, I saw Li Changsheng looking very energetic a few days ago. That was definitely his last gasp. I asked the doctor and learned that anyone who experiences terminal lucidity will definitely have serious problems within 7 days. Ha 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 ha. I feel excited just thinking about it. The Li family is so big. My Wu family can get 40% of the family property no matter what. After hearing this, Du Fengshan finally understood what these families were trying to do. It's really like this. We have to tell the master about this matter as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Du Fengshan found Li Changsheng. Master, everything you told me has been thoroughly investigated. The Zhou and Wu families are coveting our family property. Oh, Li Changsheng showed a strange look. They know the strength of our Li family. They can't be so stupid. What's the reason? Du Fengshan showed anger on his face and stood up for Li Changsheng. The master is in good health and has high cultivation, but in the eyes of those people, they actually think that the master will not live much longer. Even Wu Lu Bai thought that the master was just having a last gasp and would be bedridden within 7 days. At this point, Du Fengshuan's face showed grief and anger. Master, they want to marry their daughter here, and after you pass away, they want to seize the Li family's property. These people are so abominable. If the master agrees, I will go and teach them a lesson right now to help you vent your anger. As he spoke, Du Fengshan was about to go and seek revenge, but was called back by Li Changsheng. Wait a minute. Du Fengshan heard this and asked in confusion. Master, these people have already bullied my Li family so much. Can we just leave them alone? Li Changsheng rolled his eyes, smiled slightly, and said, with their strength, they are no match for my Li family. Instead of beating them up, it's better to use their own tactics against them. Take advantage of their own strategy. Du Fengshan was confused. Master, do you have any good ideas? Li Changsheng smiled wickedly, and a brilliant plan emerged in his mind. Old Du, spread the word throughout the city immediately. Tell them that I am old and bedridden, and I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Du Fengshan looked puzzled, then suddenly realized. Master, are you going fishing? Li Changsheng smiled and nodded. Yes, there must be quite a few people who have the same idea as them. Today I will use their tricks to lure them all out. So, early the next morning, a shocking news broke throughout the city. Have you heard? Patriarch Li has suddenly fallen ill and is bedridden. I'm afraid he won't have much time left. I knew it. An old man marrying so many concubines would be exhausted to death. Having married daughters from the Zhou and Wu families in quick succession these past few days, isn't this due to excessive excitement? That's probably the case. After all, just thinking about beauties like Vivian Chao and Wu Minfeng is exciting, let alone experiencing it in person. It's a pity for his concubines. They will have to live as widows. Zhou Tianzhao slapped the table when he heard the news. Asshole, who spread this fake news? I just met Huimin yesterday, and he said that patriarchy is very strong and can eat 5 pounds of beef in one meal. The old butler pondered for a moment, then said, if this is true, then this must be Li Changsheng's next big move. Oh, what did you find out? Perhaps he had already seen through the master's plan. This is a trick to lure people from other big families into the trap. If this is true, then Li Changsheng is too terrifying. Zhou Tianzhao pondered for a while, and at this moment, a servant brought him a letter. After opening it, it turned out to be an invitation to a dinner party. Zhou Tianzhao looked into the distance, his expression gradually becoming evil. Hee, Zheng family, Bao family, you invited me to the banquet, definitely to find out the truth of the news. You have walked into the trap, so you can't blame me. Afterwards, Zhou Tianzhao dressed up carefully and looked in the mirror, trying to make himself look extremely excited. Humming a little tune, he walked out of the house in high spirits. Soon they arrived at the private room of the inn. At this moment, Bao Wanda, the head of the Bao family, Zheng Tianjin, the head of the Zheng family, and Wu Lu Bai, the head of the Wu family, had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Zhou Tianzhao coming, their eyes lit up. Brother Zhou, please take a seat quickly. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Tianzhao was not polite either. He directly sat on the main seat, glanced at everyone, and said proudly, "From now on, the 4 major families in Wulong City may be in a state of upheaval. Within 3 days, my Zhou family and the Wu family will definitely be the only 2 families in power." Bao Wanda and Zheng Tianjin were shocked when they heard this. After filling Zhou Tianzhao's glass with wine, they said with a flattering look, "Is it because Patriarch Li is critically ill?" Zhou Tianzhao and Wu Lu Bai looked at each other and laughed. "Li Changsheng is bedridden and his days are numbered. As long as he dies, most of the Li family will fall into the hands of me, Zhou Tianzhao." Yes, I had long seen that Li Changsheng was just recovering from his last spell. Now it seems I was right. As long as Li Changsheng dies, the remaining half will naturally fall into the hands of my Wu family. Bao Wanda and Zheng Tianjin looked at the 2 men's smug looks and secretly made up their minds. No, we can't let them dominate. I have to marry my daughter to Li Changsheng while he's still alive. Chapter 26, collect 3 more and get the encyclopedia of pill recipes. Early the next morning, Bao Wanda was the first to arrive at the Li family. "Master Li, your daughter Bao Shuang has long been in love with you. I have specially asked you to come here to test your opinion. I wonder if Master Li still needs a concubine." Li Changsheng smiled slightly, thinking that he had taken the bait. There was no refusal, but I was a little interested in the name of Bao Wanda's daughter. To make the rich girl feel good, Bao Wanda saw Li Changsheng's interested expression and quickly replied, "Yes, Bao Shuang." Seeing this, Li Changsheng agreed directly. "Bao Shuang, great. Just for the name, I agree to this marriage." When Bao Wanda heard this, he quickly stood up and said goodbye. "Thank you, Master Li. I will go back and prepare now, and try to get married tomorrow." Looking at Bao Wanda's back, Li Changsheng's heart was filled with joy. Just as Bao Wanda was leaving, he ran into Zheng Tianjin. "Brother Zheng, what are you doing here?" Zheng Tianjin looked at Bao Wanda's smug expression and thought to himself that this kid was not kind. Of course, it's the same purpose as Brother Bao. The 2 of them looked down on each other and left cursing at each other. Zheng Tianjin came to Li Changsheng soon. "I have a daughter in my family, named Zheng Xiuyan, who is now of marriageable age. Patriarch Li is well known for loving his wife. Marrying her to Patriarch Li is a blessing earned through 10 lifetimes of hard work." Li Changsheng smiled, without any polite words, and waved his hand directly. "I received it." Zheng Tianjin looked happy and said goodbye quickly to go back and prepare for the wedding. Not long after Zheng Tianjin left, a figure appeared that surprised Li Changsheng. That person turned out to be the county magistrate Qin Tian. "I heard that Patriarch Li suddenly fell ill, so I came to see him. You're a major taxpayer in this county. Are you okay?" Li Changsheng deliberately coughed a few times and circulated the spiritual power in his body to make himself look pale. Then he spoke weakly. "Thank you for your concern. I am content to have lived to this day. I wonder what brings you here, Mr. County Magistrate." Qin Tian hesitated for a moment, as if he couldn't bring himself to say the next words. But looking at the priceless furniture, porcelain, and calligraphy and paintings in the room, he hardened his heart and spoke directly. "To be honest, I have a daughter at home who is very pretty and graceful." Before Qin Tian could finish his words, Li Changsheng suddenly sat up and said with full energy, "No need to say more. I'll take it." Qin Tian was slightly surprised, but he still thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Patriarch Li, for your help. I will go back and prepare for the wedding tomorrow." Seeing them thanking him profusely one by one, Li Changsheng felt so happy. "Ha ha ha. I took someone's daughter as my concubine, and they thanked me profusely. Looking around the world, only I, Li Changsheng, can do that." The next day, Li's residence was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, firecrackers, waving red flags, and huge crowds of people. Those young talents who heard the sad news burst into tears again, wailing and wailing. Li Changsheng, even though he's bettered, he still wants to marry a concubine. Why would there be such a person in this world? It's definitely a good omen. Ha ha ha, it looks like Li Chang won't live long. Humph, the hatred of having my wife taken away is irreconcilable. As soon as Li Changsheng dies, I will definitely snatch one of his concubines to play with. Zheng Xiuyan also married Li Changsheng. What a sin. Swallow, swallow. How can I live without you? Because they were all afraid that Li Changsheng would suddenly come over. So the Bao family, the Zheng family, and the county magistrate's family all set their weddings for today. Li Changsheng also rarely went through the process of welcoming the bride. Instead, he waited at the Li mansion and watched the three families personally deliver the brides. This is the pinnacle of concubines. It's still more convenient to have it delivered to your door. Not long after, Li Changsheng held a wedding ceremony in a bright red dress. The system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully branched out and gained 5 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully branched out and gained 5 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully branched out and gained 5 years of lifespan. This night was not peaceful. The system's voice sounded soon after. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has been improved. Your current cultivation level is the 9th level of Qi training. Ding, congratulations to the host. The quality of your root bones has been improved. Your current root bones are of the highest quality, cyan. Ding, congratulations to the host. The yin-yang gathering art has been upgraded to the 7th level. The speed of bone strength improvement has increased. The speed of martial arts cultivation has increased, and the speed of cultivation has increased. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your martial arts skills have been improved. Your current level is the 5th level of Martial Emperor. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your family reputation has reached 150, and you have been rewarded with the Encyclopedia of Pill Recipes. This reward came so suddenly that Li Changsheng was caught off guard. He couldn't wait to study the Encyclopedia of Elixir Recipes. In just a moment, countless elixir recipes were imprinted in his mind. Foundation-building pills, cultivation pills, beauty pills, longevity pills, bodybuilding pills. Looking at the dazzling array of pill recipes, Li Changsheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. I still remember that in order to obtain a foundation-building pill, Ma Dongmei left me and fawned over that bastard Shinkai. Even among the immortals, the foundation establishment pill is a rare elixir. Now, I not only have Medicine Garden, but also the recipe for foundation-building pills and even god-level alchemy skills. I really want to see what expression Ma Dongmei will have when she sees me again. Li Changsheng had just obtained so many pill recipes and wanted to experience the joy of being a pharmacist. So he started to refine cultivation pills to satisfy his itch. It really is worthy of being called a god-level alchemy technique. In just such a short time, he has refined 10 cultivation pills with his bare hands. You are indeed worthy of being Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng looked at the 10 cultivation pills in his hand and smiled from ear to ear. I just don't know how effective it will be. If something goes wrong during the refining process and your body gets damaged, you'll be finished. I need to find someone to try. Not long after, Li Changsheng found Du Fengshan. Lao Du, you have been with me for a year. I have seen your efforts over the years. Take these pills for now. Li Changsheng stretched out his palm, and 5 cultivation pills lay quietly in his hand. Du Fengshan smelled the rich fragrance of the elixir, and his eyes began to mist up. This is actually a pill, and it's a 3rd-grade cultivation pill. Master, this gift is too valuable. Those people from the immortal sect may not even have the chance to take the elixir. Li Changsheng pretended not to care and said, if it was a 10th-grade elixir, I might feel bad. But what's wrong with giving a mere 3rd-grade elixir to my most loyal subordinate? No need to say more. Just take it and use it quickly to improve your cultivation. I, the master, will personally protect you. Du Fengshan was so moved that he burst into tears, and his awe of Li Changsheng deepened. Master has been so kind to me. I must not let him down. Afterwards, Du Fengshan took the cultivation pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted in his mouth, and a surge of medicinal power began to flow through his body. In a short period of time, his realm began to improve. After an unknown amount of time, the medicinal power was finally absorbed. Du Fengshan felt the cultivation in his body and bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng. Thank you for the reward, master. My cultivation has now reached the 5th level of qi training. Seeing that Du Fengshan was in good health, Li Changsheng finally felt relieved about his pills. It seems that the cultivation pill is indeed effective. You can take it without worry. When Li Changsheng was secretly happy, he suddenly heard Du Fengshan's serious voice. Master, there is something I've been hiding from you. Now that my cultivation has reached the 5th level of qi training, it's time to tell the master. Chapter 27. I can't just eat up all the money. Looking at Du Fengshan's serious expression, Li Changsheng was a little confused. What's so serious? Du Fengshan looked into the distance and said, Master, do you still remember the pair of kamikaze shoes? Of course, Li Changsheng remembered that he had snatched the divine wind shoes from Du Fengshan. After putting it on, the speed could be increased by more than 3 times. Of course I remember. Why? You want to go back? Now the divine wind shoes were no longer of much use to Li Changsheng, so he took them out directly. Take it if you want. These shoes don't improve my speed much anyway. Seeing this, Du Fengshan refused repeatedly. No, master, you misunderstood. I just want to tell you the origin of these kamikaze shoes. The origin of the kamikaze shoes. Hearing this, Li Changsheng also became interested. Tell me about it. Du Fengshan looked into the distance. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. These kamikaze shoes were found in an ancient tomb. The tomb is hidden, and I am the only one who knows the entrance. At that time, I was only at the 2nd level of qi training, so I couldn't take a deeper look. But there are such magical weapons outside the ancient tomb, and there must be magical weapons deeper than we can imagine. At this point, Du Fengshan's eyes lit up. Master, with your current level of cultivation, plus me, the 2 of us are more than enough to explore the ancient tomb. Du Fengshan's words did arouse Li Changsheng's interest, but he, who always followed the old 6 rules, did not want to rush into the ancient tomb. Old Du, we must go to that ancient tomb, but we're just starting to cultivate our qi. If we go there without sufficient preparation, the risk will be enormous. In my opinion, it won't be too late to go after I reach the foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, Du Fengshan's eyes lit up. Master is about to establish his foundation? Now that I have the cultivation pills and the help of my concubines, I believe it won't take long for me to advance to the foundation building stage. Li Changsheng Nudda. At most half a year, at least 3 months. Du Fengshan breathed rapidly, as if he had thought of something. If you want to build a foundation, you need a foundation building pill. Master, do you know where I can buy one? Li Changsheng smiled slightly, pointed at himself, and said, Why do I need to buy it? I can make it myself. Li Changsheng then flew away, leaving Du Fengshan stunned in his tracks, a turbulent wave rising in his heart. Alchemist. The master is actually an alchemist? And he is an alchemist who can refine foundation-building pills. The information that Li Changsheng accidentally revealed made Du Fengshan feel uneasy for a long time. Even in large sects, foundation-building pills are extremely precious. An alchemist who can refine foundation-building pills is a treasure among treasures. The master has such a high status, yet is so low-key, he must have a powerful person behind him. Du Fengshan felt that his speculation made sense. The powerful hermits strictly control their disciples and ask them to keep a low profile. Perhaps the master sneaked down the mountain and became addicted to the beauty of the world, so he lived in seclusion here. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng became even more important in Du Fengshan's heart. Yang Yuhuan, Wang Yiyin, Wang Shuyin, Tang Yinru, Zhao Qing, Gumaner, and others became pregnant again shortly after giving birth to their children. Li Changsheng had no choice but to let them go and came to Bao Shuang's room at night. It's so cool, isn't it? Bao Shuang saw Li Changsheng coming and replied shyly. It's so cool. In the middle of the night, Li Changsheng was improving his bones when he suddenly heard a shout from outside the room. She's in labor. Madam is in labor. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng quickly put on his clothes, walked out of the door, stopped a servant and asked, Which lady is in labor? The servant didn't know either, so he just said anxiously, Many ladies are about to give birth. Master, go and see them. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng did not dare to delay. After going around one by one, he found that more than a dozen concubines were about to give birth. Alas, I married 28 concubines at once. I was still young and didn't grasp the timing of farming well. Now, they have all borne fruit. Having learned from this lesson, Li Changsheng secretly made up his mind. From now on, The timing of sowing must be planned in advance. Otherwise, if they're all concentrated on the same day, there will not be enough manpower. That night, all the midwives in Wulong City were invited to the Li family. Not only that, in order to ensure that the concubines would have someone to take care of them after giving birth, dozens of maids were hired overnight. Because the matter was urgent, Li Chongqing spent a lot of money. After a night, the Li mansion was still in turmoil, with the sound of babies crying continuing to be heard. And the system's voice also sounded at this time. Ding, congratulations to the host. The leaf scattering was successful, and you received a reward, a total lifespan of 50 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The scattering of leaves was successful, and the total reward is 500 spirit stones. Ding, congratulations to the host. The leaf scattering was successful, and the cultivation level has been raised to the 10th level of Qi training. Ding, congratulations to the host. The leaf scattering was successful, and the root bone was upgraded to the lower blue grade. Ding, congratulations to the host. The leaf scattering was successful, and the martial arts cultivation level has been raised to the 10th level of the Martial Emperor. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the cyan-colored top grade technique, the breath retention technique. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have activated the achievement of giving birth to 10 sons within 10 hours and have obtained the title, Give Me a Woman, and I Can Create a Nation. The title's ability doubles the probability of giving birth to a son. Ding, family luck is improving. Current luck value is 10. Li Chongqing's long-cherished wish is to have a daughter who is as pretty as a porcelain doll. But until now, not even a daughter has been born. Not only that, it also triggered this strange title, and the probability of having a son doubled. System, you're favoring boys over girls. Why can't you double the probability of having a daughter? Ding, if the host gives birth to 10 daughters within 10 hours, then a new title will be activated, doubling the probability of giving birth to daughters. System, can I not give up this ability? I don't want a son anymore. With so many sons, I won't be able to afford the betrothal money in the future. Ding, no. If the host is short of money, you can find a way to earn it yourself. Li Chongqing wanted to cry, but had no tears, and shouted in grief and anger. Nest, ruthless. The Li family had so many new children in a short period of time, which undoubtedly increased their financial pressure. In the future, there will be more and more children from concubines. If this continues, the Li family will be unable to make ends meet. Li Chongqing also realized the seriousness of the problem. If he didn't find a way to make money, his whole family would be left with nothing. If that's the case, how can he fulfill his plan of taking a concubine in the future? No, I don't want to just sit back and enjoy the savings. I need to make money, lots of money. Li Chongqing's eyes turned and he murmured, My forefathers-in-law all seem to have big businesses. They're already old, so it's useless for them to ask for so much money. Why not he? Chapter 28, the cotton-padded jacket is leaking. The next day, at the county magistrate's office, Qin Mucheng has been married to Li Chongqing for some time, and today is the day she comes back to visit her family. County Magistrate Qin Tian pulled Qin Mucheng aside mysteriously. Qing, how is Li Chongqing's health recently? Qin Mucheng was a little confused, but still answered. My husband is in good health. He just had 10 children yesterday, and many of his sisters are pregnant now. Qin Tian listened to this, looked at the happiness in Qin Mucheng's eyes, and couldn't help asking, You're pregnant too? Qin Mucheng nodded, stroking her belly, with a happy look on her face. At first, my daughter was ignorant and blamed her father. Now it seems that my father was doing it for her own good. My husband is in good health, and I love him very much. Qin Tian's face was filled with grief and indignation, but he didn't know what to say. He could only roar in his heart. Which bastard, said Li Chongqing, was dying, I must kill him. At this moment, Qin Mucheng looked at Qin Tian and said, Father, as you know, our Li family just had 10 new males. We're short on servants and wet nurses, so we hired a bunch of people overnight, which cost us quite a bit. You've only been married for a few days, and you're already talking about the Li family all the time. Your status changes so quickly. Qin Tian felt a sense of unease when he heard this, and before Qin Mucheng could finish, interrupted. You have no money, but you have your life. Words like these were also happening in the 4 major families. Vivian Chow, you unfilial daughter. That's the fortune your father has worked so hard for his entire life. Please let it go. Bao Shuang, you refused to marry me back then, and now, after just a few days, you've already turned against me. Are you still my daughter? Give me the deed. Zheng Qiuyin, you little girl, are you rebelling? These are all my shops, not Li Chongqing's. Don't even think about taking any of them away. Wu Minfang, you've gone too far. Your father originally wanted you to marry into the Li family and share in their profits, but you ended up losing more than you gained. Put down those banknotes. They were all my caring and sweet little cotton-padded jackets that I raised with great difficulty. Who would have thought that they would become leaky in the end? The heads of the four major families let out shrill roars one by one, but the ones who were robbing their family property were their own daughters. They couldn't beat them or scold them, and there was no solution at all. The instigator of all this was Li Chongsheng. Last night, a plan came to his mind, and he told everyone about his family's financial crisis overnight. This is how the scene just now happened. After the women got the property, they rushed back to Li's house without stopping. Husband, Huimin is not talented. Before I left, my father took away most of the land deeds. I only brought back the deeds to 10 restaurants. Husband, Bao Shuang disappoints you. He only brought back the deeds to 8 old houses. My dear, Yin Zi is incompetent. She only brought the deeds to 3 cloth shops, a pawn shop, and a bank. My dear, Minner is not as good as her sisters. She only brought back 300,000 taels of silver. In the end, only Qin Muqing remained silent. Everyone looked at her, and she said a little embarrassedly, Husband, compared to the other sisters, Muqing seems a little shabby. My father's salary was not high, and I couldn't bear to ask for too much, so I only brought back 12,000 taels of silver. But my father promised me that from now on, any store opened by our Li family in Wulong City will be exempt from taxes. Looking at his concubines, Li Chongqing's mouth was almost blooming with laughter. Okay, ladies, you did a great job. I, Li Chongqing, am not attracted by your family's wealth, but I want to help them make money together. Ladies, just watch out. At this moment, there was a noise outside the gate of Li's mansion. Then a loud shout came. Li Chongqing, you are such a despicable and shameless villain. You actually encouraged your wife to go back to her parents' home to steal their property. You are so despicable, so shameless, and so shameless. Li Chongqing had expected them to come and ordered his men not to stop them. Not long after, people from the 4 major families came to the living room, but Qin Tian did not come. It must be that as the county magistrate of Wulong City, he was too embarrassed to come and make a noise. The heads of the 4 major families looked at Li Chongqing with extreme grief and anger. Li Chongqing, I haven't even settled the score with you for pretending to be sick, and now you're asking my daughter to come home and take our property. You're really calculating. Humph, we were deceived by you and married our daughters to you. It was bad enough, but you actually encouraged them to go back to their parents' home to ask for money. Are you still human? Li Chongqing, no matter what you say today, you have to return my banknotes, otherwise I won't leave. Yes, we won't leave until you return it. Seeing the indignant expressions of the few people, Li Chongqing waved his hand and said to the concubines, All right, let's return everything. Now that everyone is gathered, it's time to get down to business. The concubines returned all the stolen items with smiles on their faces and also told their fathers, My husband has a great plan that will allow us to make a lot of money. You must agree to it. Li Chongqing looked at everyone, smiled mysteriously, and spoke slowly. I have a plan that will make you the richest man in the world. It can allow you to leave this small Wulong city. It can expand your business territory to the entire Dragon Country and even the entire Shenlong continent. As long as you cooperate with me, all of this will be realized in the near future. The heads of the 4 major families looked unconvinced, but they also wanted to hear what Li Chongqing's plan was. Why don't you tell me what your plan is? You're just talking nonsense. Are you just trying to pad your word count? Li Chongqing smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Someone came up with the fried chicken, hamburgers, and fries he had made overnight. Look, everyone, this is called fried chicken. This is a hamburger, and these are French fries. How about you try them first? Such food has never appeared in this Shenlong continent. Everyone smelled the fragrance in the air. Their saliva couldn't help but secrete a lot, and they were very curious. At this time, their daughters began to persuade. Father, come and try it. We've all eaten it before. It's simply the most delicious food in the world. If we make something like this in our restaurant, it will definitely be a world-famous dish. A few people were half believing and half doubting, so they picked up a piece of fried chicken and put it in their mouths. It was crispy and fragrant, and the juice of the chicken burst out, filling their entire mouths. In their nearly 50 years of life, this can be said to be the #1 delicacy. Even abalone and sea cucumber seemed pale in comparison. At this moment, even though they were the heads of the four major families, they ignored the eyes of others and shouted excitedly, "It's so delicious!" Some people even cried with excitement. "What is this? It's so delicious. Really, I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Have another bite. Ah, it feels so good, just..." Everything was delicious. The fried chicken, the burgers, the fries, especially the burgers. I don't know what sauce they put in them. It was better than any other sauce I've ever had. Seeing that the food on the table was about to be eaten, several people began to grab it frantically. "Put it down, it's mine." "What do you mean by yours? These are all mine. How many have you eaten? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? This is my son-in-law's gift to me." "What's it to you? Hey, is this not my son-in-law?" Looking at the way several people were grabbing things, Li Changsheng shook his head helplessly. "Don't fight over it. There's still plenty of this stuff, but there are even better ones later. Are you sure you want to eat too much now?" Li Changsheng smiled mysteriously and waved his hand for his servants to bring a few more dishes. Li Changsheng introduced them one by one. "This is sweet and sour pork. This is sweet and sour fish. This is sweet and sour pork tenderloin. This is braised spare ribs. This is hot pot." It took more than an hour to serve the dishes, big and small, from main courses to desserts. Everything was included. Everyone picked up their chopsticks, their eyes shining. I've lived for most of my life, and only today did I realize there's such a delicious food in the world. What do you think, brothers? What do you think of Patriarch Li's proposal? If we can really produce these dishes in large quantities, the grand ideal that Patriarch Li just mentioned may really be realized. Li Changsheng saw that everyone basically agreed, and the last dish was served on the table. Everyone, this last one is a drink called milk tea, which is most popular among girls. Chapter 29, Financial Crisis Resolved, Preparing to Build the Foundation. After tasting the milk tea, several family owners were all amazed. "It is truly a delicacy. I am fortunate to have tasted this delicious drink today, which is enough for my life." Seeing everyone excited, Li Changsheng spoke again. "The county magistrate has issued an order exempting all shops owned by the Li family for paying taxes." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The complete exemption of taxes may seem insignificant at first glance, but once there are many shops, the wealth saved will be immeasurable. Are you serious? If that's the case, once the plan is put into action, wouldn't we be guaranteed victory? Could it be that Patriarch Li has already made up his mind? Everyone looked at Li Changsheng's clever smile and felt a chill in their hearts. This person is extremely intelligent. It's possible to cooperate with him, but if we fight him, we'll probably die without a burial place. The four family heads finally worked together at this moment and looked at Li Changsheng and said, "How do you implement the plan? We'll leave it to you." Li Changsheng smiled silently and clapped his hands. "The show isn't over yet. Why are you all so anxious?" As soon as he finished speaking, a team of dozens of maids came forward. They were extraordinary, wearing clothes from another world. The first maid appeared shyly in a maid outfit. Everyone was stunned, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in their hearts. The second maid appeared in front of everyone with a rosy face and wearing a JK uniform. The third maid appeared in black silk stockings. The fourth one wore a Lolita-style dress. The fifth one is dressed like. These garments, which perfectly show off the female figure, are sure to cause a sensation in this world. Li Changsheng turned to the crowd and said, "The production of these clothes is not complicated. All you need to do is call the tailors and work all night long. We want to do more than just the food and beverage business. We also want to get involved in the clothing industry. Food and clothing are two indispensable parts of life. Of course, there's another crucial point: birth, aging, sickness, and death. With Li Changsheng's current superb alchemy skills, he can easily refine several pills, enough to cure many stubborn diseases. However, the pills were expensive, and if the complete pills were sold in this small town, few people could afford them. He could certainly sell it at a low price, but it would be better not to do business at a loss. Therefore, Li Changsheng first ground the elixir into powder, then diluted it with water to make liquid medicine for sale. When doing business in this area, there is no need to worry about a lack of buyers. Li Changsheng snapped his fingers and began to explain his plan to everyone. Since my Li family shops are fully tax-exempt, all future shops will be operated under the Li family's name. You will only need to receive dividends. Is there any objection to this? For better development, I suggest that we join forces and jointly establish a new chamber of commerce, named World Trade. Everyone thought about it for a moment and agreed. Secondly, regarding the store name, all stores selling fried chicken are uniformly named McKin Chicken. Don't ask why, just do as I say. As for shops selling milk tea, they're all called MANHUA Bing Changda. Shops selling medicine are uniformly named Changsheng Pharmacy. If everyone has no objection, we can start looking for a store and prepare to open. As for the production method, I will send someone to teach you, so don't worry about that. As for the liquid medicine, I have prepared enough to support sales for 2 to 3 years. Everyone was whispering, their eyes fixed on Li Changsheng's medicine, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Li Changsheng got straight to the point. If you have anything to say, feel free to speak frankly. Zhang Tianjin asked respectfully, Master Li, what is the effect of the medicine you mentioned? If the effect is not good, after hearing this, Li Changsheng sneered. We'll know the effect once we try it. Zhang Tianjin hesitated for a moment and glanced at the dazzling array of medicine bottles on the table. There are so many varieties that it's dizzying. Some lose weight and gain muscle. Some prolong life. Some can delay ejaculation and enhance male sexual function. Some become larger and thicker. Others are for beauty and skincare. All kinds of elixirs are available. Zhang Tianjin picked up a bottle of medicine and drank it in big gulps. Then he shouted and rushed back to the old house. Quickly find me 10 virgin girls. Everyone gasped, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The store's business is extremely hot, and every time a new product is launched, it triggers a rush of buying among citizens. Let's go to Mishu at Bingxing and have a cup of milk tea. It's so hot. We need an iced one. I don't want to drink milk tea anymore. I've gained weight recently. I'm going to McDonald's to eat burgers, fried chicken, and French fries. Why go to McDonald's? Why not just order takeout? It's so far, I'm too lazy to go. Okay, after we finish our burgers, let's go check out the clothing store. Tianxia Commercial Bank has just released a new JK suit. I heard it really shows off your figure when you wear it. Hey, that dress is too revealing. I don't have a figure like yours, so I won't humiliate myself. The sales of hamburgers and milk tea were unexpectedly good. Especially those rich girls, they drink milk tea like crazy. In addition to women, there are also many men who patronize clothing stores. Fortunately, men's purchasing power should not be underestimated. In general, clothing stores are making a lot of money. Based on the current income situation, Li Changxing's family's financial difficulties have been temporarily alleviated. But he did not become complacent because of this. Instead, he said to everyone seriously, don't forget, everyone, this is just the beginning of Wulong City. If we can spread our stores across the entire Dragon Country, our monthly profits will be limitless. What do you mean? Everyone asked curiously. Li Changxing responded with a mysterious smile. My intention is simple. I also ask you to take the trouble to go to other cities. Based on the successful experience of Wulong City, we open branches. After all, you all have extensive experience in business operations. Li Changxing painted a grand blueprint for them, and everyone was so excited that they couldn't wait to set off. Please rest assured, I, Zhou Tianjiao, have only one pursuit in this life. That is to make our Tianxia Trading Company truly the best trading company in the world. Haha, I, Wu Lu Bai, will pack my bags right now and head to other cities to open branches. How could I, Zhang Tianjin, be willing to lag behind others? Let's have a competition and see who can open more branches within a year. Okay, I Bao Wanda will take on this challenge. Everyone was in high spirits, and Li Changsheng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The financial crisis was finally resolved, and Li Changsheng could now practice with peace of mind. That ancient tomb is said to contain valuable treasures. I must improve my cultivation as quickly as possible. Ordinary Qigong practitioners need to build their foundation after reaching the 10th level of Qigong. But I am practicing the perfect version of the breathing technique, so I must reach the 12th level of Qigong before I can advance. Now, I have reached the 11th level of Qi refining, and the foundation building stage is in sight. It is time to prepare the foundation building pill. Li Changsheng opened the recipe for the foundation establishment pill and, according to the instructions, found the necessary herbs in the medicine garden. Then, he began to refine the foundation building pill. The first batch only produced 3 pills. The second batch was slightly better, with 4 pills produced. This won't work. Without an alchemy furnace, the number of pills produced will fluctuate too much. The number of pills needed to build the foundation varies, so it's always good to have more on hand. It's time to find a suitable alchemy furnace. Chapter 30 Foundation Building Failure. After a few days, Li Changxing's cultivation finally reached the 12th level of qi refining. At this point, it is difficult to make any breakthroughs, and the only way to move forward is to reach the foundation building stage. It's time to build the foundation. Although he has not yet obtained an alchemy furnace, Li Changxing has accumulated nearly 100 foundation building pills thanks to his vast collection of medicinal herbs. Even if it's the 12th level of qi, refining, and foundation establishment, these 100 pills should be more than enough. The reason why it is difficult to break through the 12th level of qi refining is due to the difficulty of the exercises and cultivation, as well as the huge demand for foundation building pills. Only an anomaly, like Li Changxing, would be willing to spend so many pills. Li Changming asked Du Fengchun to stand by and protect him. Then he sat cross-legged in the training room. He closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of foundation-building pills surrounded his body. With a light touch of his fingertips, a foundation-building pill slipped into his mouth, and the medicinal power surged, quickly impacting his limbs and bones. Soon, beads of sweat began to drip from his forehead, and Li Changxing frowned slightly. "I've taken 50 pills. Why is there no effect?" I knew that the 12th level of qi refining would be extremely exhausting, but I never expected it to be this bad. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he looked at the remaining 50 foundation establishment pills. I have the help of the system, so why can't I break through to the foundation building stage? The medicinal power of the 50 foundation building pills is like a raging wave. At this moment, the sea of spiritual energy in his dantian began to churn violently. Under the baptism of the foundation-building pill's medicinal power, the sea of spiritual energy gradually solidified. It's done. Finally, something has changed. Li Changxing showed joy on his face and guided more medicinal power to impact the sea of spiritual energy. The solidified range of the sea of spiritual energy continued to expand, and as time went on, a golden light flickered in it. Li Changxing thought this was normal, but it was not. Dantian is the place where the spiritual power of the cultivator is located. During the qi refining stage, the spiritual power in the dantian is in liquid form, and the same is true for Li Changxing. For ordinary cultivators, building the foundation is considered a success when the sea of spiritual energy becomes semi-solidified. In future practice, you will continue to refine the sea of spiritual energy until it is completely solidified. However, when Li Changxing began to build his foundation, the sea of spiritual energy began to completely solidify, and even golden light appeared. Those in the know can tell at a glance that this is not an ordinary foundation building, but the legendary heavenly Tao foundation building. In ancient times, there were 3 ways to build foundations: the human way, the earth way, and the heaven way. Nowadays, most cultivators build their foundation for humanity, and sects with profound foundation can help core disciples build their foundation for the underground. The foundation of the heavenly Tao was rare even in ancient times. At this moment, a rosy glow appeared above the sky, which was difficult for mortals to discern. But for cultivators above the foundation building stage, that golden light is obvious. In the deep mountains 100 miles away from Wulong City, a woman suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with shock. Wulong City? Heavenly Tao Foundation Building. She stood up, her excitement evident in words, and rushed towards the sky, disappearing in a flash. The foundation of the heavenly Tao is hard to come by once in a million years. Each of them is gifted and can easily defeat opponents of higher levels. His future potential far exceeds that of his peers. However, the reason why it is difficult to build the foundation of the heavenly Tao is that the road to advancement is long and the resources required are vast, hundreds or even thousands of times more than those of ordinary people. But once it is accomplished, the benefits are incomparable. Not only is the spiritual power in his body several times that of a cultivator at the same level, but the power of his immortal magic is also extremely shocking. These are just the tip of the iceberg of the foundation of the heavenly Tao. The most crucial thing is that golden light. Once it appears, it will accompany the person who builds the foundation of the heavenly Tao for life and will become stronger with practice. However, the path to building the Heavenly Tao Foundation is extremely difficult and dangerous. Once you fail, the resources required to try again will be twice as much as before. If the second foundation building attempt still fails, then this life is destined to stop at the 12th level of qi refining. Li Changsheng was completely unaware of all this. He was still working tirelessly on building his foundation, but the power of the foundation building elixir in his body had been exhausted. Above the sky, the strange phenomena caused by his heavenly Tao foundation building gradually dissipated. Li Shangxing siga al blesli. Alas, it seems that the foundation building pills are still insufficient. I must find an alchemy furnace. At the same time, a woman appeared outside Wulong City. She has an ethereal temperament and fluttering white clothes, like a fairy descending to earth. Her figure is so graceful that it can make any man in the world fall in love with her. That slender waist that can be held in one hand is the perfect curve that countless women dream of. But at this moment, the woman frowned, staring in the direction of Wulong City, and whispered to herself, "Why did it suddenly disappear? What a pity. It seems that the advancement was not as expected." The woman's name is Murong Shui, and she comes from the Murong family in the world of immortal cultivation. At only 21 years old, she has already reached the peak of qi refining. Such talent is extremely rare even among those famous sects. This small town is quite lively, so I will stay here for a while. Perhaps the person who has established the foundation of the heavenly Tao will try again. If we find him then, the bloodline restriction of our Murong family will be easily resolved. Murong Shui was strolling along the street and passed by a clothing store. The store was crowded with people, and she looked inside curiously. Unexpectedly, her face suddenly changed, her cheeks flushed with shame, and she turned and ran away. How could the people in this remote place be so bold? How can you wear clothes like that so easily? Even though she muttered this, she couldn't help but imagine herself wearing those clothes. After walking around for a long time, Murong Shui felt hungry. Passing by a restaurant, a tempting aroma hit my nose. McKinney? What a weird name. Murong Shui looked at the golden and crispy fried chicken and hamburgers and was about to buy some to try, but suddenly remembered that she had used up all her worldly gold and silver. These days, she has been practicing in the mountains and has no need for gold or silver. Now that we are entering the town, we naturally need some silver in case of emergency. We need to find a place to exchange some money. Murong Shui looked around. Her eyes fell on a pawn shop, and she walked in. "Boss, I want to pawn some things." The boss looked up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "What does the girl want to pawn?" Murong Shui did not hide anything and casually took out an ancient and elegant alchemy furnace. "This is an alchemy furnace. I wonder how much silver it can be pawned for." The pawnshop owner's eyes narrowed slightly. From the way Murong Shui took out the alchemy furnace with skill, he knew in his heart that the person in front of him must be an immortal cultivator. The boss pondered for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was weighing something. Soon, he looked troubled and said slowly, "Miss, this alchemy furnace is exquisitely crafted and is obviously an extraordinary item. I am limited in knowledge, and it is difficult for me to estimate its value. However, the girl might as well try her luck at the auction house next door. The appraisers there are experienced and will definitely give the girl a reasonable price." After hearing this, Murong Shui did not argue any further. After politely thanking him, she went straight to the auction house. The owner of the pawn shop hurriedly closed the shop and rushed to Li's house. After a while, he appeared in front of Li Changsheng. "Master, this is great joy. This is really great joy. Just now, a woman who practiced Taoism came to our shop. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. Only you, my lord, are worthy of such a beautiful woman." In order to take a concubine, Li Changsheng specifically gave orders to his own shop. If you spot a beautiful woman, report it immediately. If the concubine is successful, he will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Now that he heard that a cultivator had appeared, Li Changsheng was also very excited. "Cultivator? I, Li Changsheng, have never experienced what it's like to be a cultivator. You have done a good job. Your salary will be doubled this month. Where is that woman now?" The boss chuckled and replied, "That woman wanted to pawn her alchemy furnace. The younger one was worried that she would leave after pawning the item, so he found an excuse to send her to the auction house. The auction house won't start until the evening, so you should still be able to see her, sir." After hearing this, Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. To think this is true The Alchemy Furnace. This is a double blessing. Chapter 31 Beauty. Are you ready for marriage? In Wulong City, Li Changsheng has taken over most of the shops. Only the auction house remained unmoved, no matter how high his bid was. Li Changsheng was a meticulous person, and he knew there must be something fishy going on after a little thought. There must be a powerful force behind it. Therefore, he did not force it, knowing that pushing too far could easily hurt himself. As night fell, Li Changsheng made an exception and did not cultivate his spiritual roots. Instead, he took Du Fengchun to the auction house. Master, I heard that there will be an auction for an alchemy furnace at the auction house tonight. You are proficient in the art of alchemy, and you will definitely be able to obtain it. Du Fengchun said respectfully. Not only that, there will also be an auction of rare herb seeds tonight. Li Changsheng had already known this information. Under his management, Wulong City is now densely populated with spies. Every store became his eyes and ears. Nothing that changes in the city escapes his eyes and ears. Of course, seeking beauty is also a top priority. If any beautiful woman is found, there will be a reward for reporting her. If Li Changsheng takes her as his concubine, he will reward her with 1,000 taels of silver. The auction house was crowded and bustling with people. Li Changsheng had already taken a seat, while Du Fengchun stood beside him, acting like a servant. Before coming here, Li Changsheng had used the breath-concealing technique to conceal his cultivation level. At this moment, he is just like an ordinary person. Since entering the place, Li Changsheng has been looking around, searching for the female cultivator that the pawn shop owner mentioned. However, after searching for a long time, nothing was found. As she left, at this moment, a voice rang out from the auction table. The first lot to be auctioned tonight is a painting by a famous artist. Li Changsheng showed no interest in the first item. His attention was instead drawn to the auctioneer on the stage. She was a beautiful woman with a curvy figure. A pair of beautiful legs that are well-proportioned and flawless, dressed in a bunny girl outfit. The visual effect is shocking. Straight legs, sexy waist, and perfect body proportions. With the embellishment of black silk, the rabbit ears on the head add a bit of temptation. Li Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly thought of taking her for himself. I can dote on this girl, but I don't know her fertility potential. With a thought, he began to investigate the woman's fertility. Suddenly, a purple light shot up into the sky. When the bunny girl saw someone standing up, she mistakenly thought that they were going to bid. Just as he was about to ask, he was interrupted by Li Changsheng. I, Li Changsheng, have bought all the items for today's auction. There are only two ways to pursue a beautiful woman. One is military force, the other is financial power. If we ask what is more eye-catching, it is force. However, at this moment, it is obviously more appropriate to show financial strength. The bunny girl was slightly surprised, but still kept smiling. Dear guest, do you know how much silver would cost to buy all the items? Regardless of whether there are any bidders, the starting price alone is enough to deter people. Li Changsheng stood up and smiled slightly. Perhaps you don't understand me, Li Changsheng. As for other things, I may not be very confident. But when it comes to financial resources, ask everyone here who can compete with me. The bunny girl looked around and saw everyone lowering their heads. She couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng a few more times. Do you really want to buy all the lots? Li Changsheng nudda afirmatively. I'm sure. Name your price. Seeing that no one objected, the bunny girl agreed directly. There are 10 lots in this auction. Based on past experience, you will need to pay 5 million taels of silver. Li Changsheng was not in a hurry to pay. Instead, he looked the bunny girl up and down and asked, I see that this beautiful lady is unfamiliar. Is she married? This statement was like a bolt from the blue, causing an uproar in the audience. Patriarchally is obsessed with sex and dares to speak disrespectfully to Song Yanfei. This woman is known for her hot temper. Haha, Song Yanfei, as the auctioneer of Jiuzhou Auction House, is naturally also a cultivator. Mortals who are so frivolous towards monks will never get any good results. It seems that patriarchally is too conceited and is so irrational. Lust is indeed a sword hanging over one's head. Patriarchally already has many concubines at home, yet he is still not satisfied. I'm afraid we're going to capsize in the gutter today. Everyone was talking about it, but Li Changsheng remained calm. Even if the boat capsized in the gutter, it might not be such a bad thing. These people underestimated me after all. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally knew the bunny girl's name. Song Yanfei, Jiuzhou Auction House. and a cultivator. He concentrated and watched carefully, and a powerful aura rose from Song Yanfei. In an instant, the entire venue was enveloped by an invisible pressure. Everyone shut up and even breathed cautiously. Song Yanfei's expression was icy. She stared at Li Changxing coldly and asked, "What did you say? Try saying it again." Li Changxing's eyes widened, not only showing no fear, but also becoming more excited. "So he's a cultivator. I, Li Changxing, have never tasted what it's like to be a cultivator." Looking at her cultivation level, she must be at the peak of qi refining. Li Changxing swallowed his saliva, and despite the pressure, he spoke resolutely. "I, Li Changxing, want to take you as my concubine." If the previous words only made Song Yanfei unhappy, then this sentence completely infuriated her. Song Yanfei shouted angrily, leaped up, and rushed towards Li Changxing. "You're looking for death." Li Changxing smiled, and his qi refining level 12 cultivation was fully activated. "My immortal young lady, let me play with you." Soon, Li Changxing was fighting fiercely with Song Yanfei. During the fierce battle, the two figures intertwined, and Li Changxing took the opportunity to gain some advantages from time to time. Song Yanfei scolded repeatedly. "Presumptuous!" Murong Shui was watching the battle from upstairs, looking thoughtful. It is indeed the peak of qi refining, and the aura is far beyond that of ordinary qi refining peaks. Could it be that the vision of the heavenly Tao's foundation building was caused by him? She observed for a moment, a firm expression on her face. "No matter what is right or wrong, give it a try. If we win, our Murong family will be saved." Murong Shui flashed and stood in front of Song Yanfei, separating the two. Everyone present felt the aura of cultivation from Murong Shui and couldn't help but stop. He's also at the peak of qi refining. Murong Shui looked at Song Yanfei calmly and bowed slightly. "Fellow Taoist, as the saying goes, a beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream, so why get angry?" Song Yanfei was helpless against Li Changxing, and now there was Murong Shui. She could only snort coldly and restrain her momentum, but the anger in her heart still did not subside. "If you say so, why don't you become his concubine?" Murong Shui's expression changed slightly. She never expected Song Yanfei to refute like this. From the moment Li Changxing saw Murong Shui, he was deeply attracted by her beauty. He immediately investigated her fertility qualifications and was pleasantly surprised by the results. It turned out to be Huang's top-notch reproductive qualifications, comparable to Song Yanfei's. This discovery made Li Changxing's heart beat faster. One is yellow, top grade, and the other is purple, low grade. I, Li Changxing, am determined to obtain such fertility qualifications. Then, Li Changxing turned to Murong Shui and said with a smile, "I see that this beautiful lady is unfamiliar. Is she married?" When Du Fengshun heard this, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Song Yanfei hesitated for a moment, then looked at Murong Shui with interest. "A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. That's what you said. I want to see what you will do." Murong Shui's expression turned extremely ugly. She stared at Li Changxing coldly and said, "Is that all you can say?" Chapter 32, Is This Pill Okay? Li Changxing shrank his head, an awkward smile on his face. "Fairy, you misunderstood. I just saw that the fairy was naturally beautiful and couldn't help but wonder if she was married." Murong Shui snorted coldly. Thinking that Li Changxing might be a person who had established the foundation of the heavenly Tao, and that he might be of great use to her in the future, she suppressed her anger and replied, "Not yet married." Li Changxing became even more excited when he heard this. "It's better not to be married. It's better not to be married." His eyes switched back and forth between the two women, and the lust in his eyes was too obvious, making Song Yanfei look disgusted. "Boy, I admit that you are very strong, even stronger than the core disciples of those immortal sects. But you want to covet this girl with such a high level of cultivation? I advise you to give up this idea. The conditions for this girl to marry are beyond your imagination." When Li Changxing heard this, he thought, Song Yanfei doesn't look as angry as before. This is a good thing. Li Changxing cleared his throat. "Everything can be discussed. Fairy Song, please tell me your conditions. Perhaps I, Li Changxing, can meet them." Song Yanfei looked arrogant and glanced at Li Changxing with a look of disdain. "You? If you can produce a 5th-grade spirit concentration pill, I might consider it. The mind-concentrating pill can help cultivators condense their souls and make their souls more powerful. Some cultivators specialize in cultivating spiritual skills in order to achieve the state of immortality of the soul after death. This type of cultivator has the greatest demand for mind-concentrating pills. But after reaching a certain level of cultivation, ordinary mind-concentrating pills are no longer effective, and only those of the 5th grade or above will work. Pills are divided into grades 1 to 10, with grade 10 being the highest. For ordinary cultivators, having a 1st-grade elixir is like finding a treasure, and only the inner disciples of the sect can obtain the 2nd-grade elixir. Only core disciples have 3rd-grade elixirs, but the quantity is not large. As for the 4th-grade elixir, in the immortal sect, only those who have made great contributions will be rewarded. As for the 5th-grade item mentioned by Song Yanfei, even the top-level immortal sects would not dare to use it casually because it was too rare and extremely valuable. The most important thing is that every time you refine something, you not only need to use extremely precious medicinal materials, but you also need to pay the alchemist expensive fees. As a result, some cultivators, even if they have enough medicinal materials, do not have the money to hire someone to refine them. Li Chongqing looked at Song Yanfei's face, full of disdain, and knew that she was deliberately making things difficult for him. He just laughed secretly in his heart and pretended to be embarrassed. Oh, a 5th-grade spirit concentrating pill. This isn't difficult to refine, but I don't have an alchemy furnace right now. After these words came out, Murong Shui and Song Yanfei looked at Li Chongqing. Are you an alchemist? Alchemists have a highly respected status and are the object of competition among every immortal cultivation force. Once an alchemist can refine a pill of grade 3 or above, even a Jindan stage expert will have to show respect when seeing him. Now the two women heard that Li Chongsheng could refine pills, and they looked incredulous. Are you kidding me? There are alchemists in this small Wulong city. Du Fengshan looked at the two people making a fuss and couldn't help but snort coldly. Humph! How can you imagine what my master is capable of? Li Chongsheng waved his hand slightly, stopping Du Fengshan's words. Old Du, don't be proud. Although we are multi-talented, we must keep a low profile. Du Fengshan bowed respectfully and admired Li Chongsheng even more. Master, what you are teaching me is that this old servant is in an unstable state of mind. The two women watched the performance of the two men and felt a little shaken in their hearts. Song Yanfei waved her hand and took out the alchemy furnace that Murong Shui had auctioned. Can't you make medicine? Make it for me now. Li Chongsheng looked at the antique alchemy furnace and took it in his hand with a wave of his hand. So this is the alchemy furnace. Li Chongsheng looked so excited. It was obvious that it was the first time he saw the alchemy furnace. Song Yanfei and Murong Shui both showed disappointment. As an alchemist, is this your first time seeing an alchemy furnace? Murong Shui also sighed slightly. Hey, it seems this person is addicted to bragging and never tells the truth. Li Chongsheng smiled slightly. This is indeed the first time I've seen an alchemy furnace, but who says I can't refine pills just because I've seen one for the first time? Today, I'll open your eyes. The next moment, Li Chongqing's expression became serious. He sat cross-legged and floated in the air. With a wave of his hand, medicinal herbs surrounded him, leaving Song Yanfei stunned. Not only is the 5th-grade condensing spirit pill difficult to refine, the recipe is also rarely known. The herbs Li Chongqing brought out are clearly all from the condensing spirit pill recipe. Could it be that he can really do it? There was no more contempt in Song Yanfei's eyes. Instead, she watched Li Chongsheng refining the elixir with a serious look on her face. But Murong Shui was even more shocked at this moment. The Murong family was a family of alchemy, and the alchemy methods they mastered were far more advanced than those of ordinary alchemists. But at this moment, as he looked at Li Chongqing's method of extracting herbs, a huge wave of emotion had already been set off in his heart. This technique, this control, the timing of releasing the medicinal power, the combination of herbs, even my ancestor may not be able to compare. At this moment, Li Chongqing's status in Murong Shui's heart rose sharply, and he could even be compared with the ancestors of those sects. I've seen my ancestor refining pills before. He's a 6th-rank alchemist, but compared to Li Chongqing, his refining skills seem a bit immature. Thinking of this, Murong Shui suddenly seemed to realize something, and was even more surprised. Could it be that this Li Chongqing is an alchemist who has surpassed the 6th rank? Beyond the 6th rank, this is a rare existence in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The two women had their own thoughts, but neither dared to look down on Li Changsheng anymore. After an unknown amount of time, Li Changsheng shouted coldly, looked at the alchemy furnace with sharp eyes, and reached out to pat it lightly. The alchemy furnace made a crisp metallic sound, and then the lid of the furnace floated up by itself, and an extremely rich elixir fragrance spread out. Song Yinfei widened her eyes, and then her face was full of shock. This elixir fragrance, even with just one sniff, I can feel the signs of spiritual elevation. I've seen 5th grade concentrating spirit pills before, but this furnace of pills is definitely not 5th grade. It's very likely to be something beyond 5th grade, 6th grade concentrating spirit pills. Murong Shui was staring at the alchemy furnace at this moment, and her whole body was almost petrified. 30 minutes, just 30 minutes later, and you've already refined a 5th grade spirit concentrating pill? Even if the ancestor refines it, it will take a whole day and a whole night. What kind of monster is this person? Li Changsheng stood up and waved his hand. The pill in the furnace floated up and fell into his hand. There were a total of 20 pills, each of which shone with dazzling golden light. Looking closely, there are 7 golden stripes on each pill. When Song Yinfei and Murong Shui saw this scene, they couldn't help but take several steps back and collapse to the ground. They looked at Li Changsheng with deep shock and awe in their eyes. This isn't a 5th grade, 6th grade, but a 7th grade spirit concentration pill. Judging from the quality of the pill, it is a 7th grade, 100% pure mind-concentrating pill. Not only that, one furnace of pills can produce 20 pills, which is something that even M.O. Lee, the recognized king of pills in the world today, cannot do. Once, M.O. Lee made 10 7th grade pills in one furnace, which became a legend and shocked everyone. But this Li Changsheng actually made 27th grade pills in one furnace, and each one was of 100% purity. This person has such powerful alchemy skills, yet he is unknown. If I can establish a good relationship with him, perhaps the current predicament of my Murong family will be solved. Li Changsheng looked at the 20 pills in his hand and threw them directly to Song Yinfei. Time is tight, so the number of finished pills is a bit small. They're just okay, but they're still acceptable. Look, is this the pill you wanted? Song Yinfei took the pill with trembling hands, her eyes full of excitement. Is this all for me? Li Changsheng smiled slightly. I can give it to you, but don't forget what you said just now. If I can refine the mind-concentrating pill, you will be my concubine. Chapter 33, 2 Fairies Captured. Song Yinfei looked at the pill in her hand and couldn't help licking her lips. The fragrance of the elixir made her heart tremble. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she has seen all kinds of elixirs. But this is the first time I've seen a pill with such high purity. Song Yinfei fell into deep thought for a moment. This person's ability in refining medicine is so incredible that even M.O. Lee from Medicine King Valley is much weaker than him. If I really marry him, at least I won't have to worry about elixirs in the future. Even our entire family no longer needs to worry about the problem of elixirs. Song Yinfei is well aware of how difficult it is to obtain resources in the cultivation world. She was not a fussy person. She knelt slightly towards Li Changsheng, a blush on her face. My dear husband, I am willing to be your concubine and serve you for the rest of my life. Song Yinfei looked shy and charming. This look is completely different from just now. The strong contrast made Li Changsheng's heart beat faster. Li Changsheng laughed heartily and pulled Song Yinfei over and held her in his arms. A pair of hands moved all over his body. That's great. Murong Shui couldn't help but frown when she saw Li Changsheng being so frivolous. I wanted to open my mouth and scold him, but I closed my mouth again. Li Changsheng looked up at Murong Shui and said with a smile, "You still don't know the name of this fairy?" Murong Shui came back to her senses and bowed respectfully. My humble daughter, Murong Shui, pays respects to the senior. Murong Shui had acted so arrogant just now, but now she suddenly became respectful and cautious, which added a touch of feminine beauty. Li Changsheng's heart was moved. He stretched out his fingers and lifted up Murong Shui's lower handle. He looked into her eyes with a strong look. What a beautiful name, just like you. Feier has agreed to be my concubine. What about you? Murong Shui let Li Changsheng lift her chin, not daring to dodge at all. But his eyes showed panic, thinking in his heart. I'm not sure if this person is the one who established the heavenly Tao in this city. I can't just give myself away like this. I'm asking you a question. Li Changxing's fingers slid lightly and gently stroked Murong Shue's cheek. Would you like to? When asked again, Murong Shue finally made up her mind and looked at Li Changsheng and said, Senior, my family bloodline needs to be activated by someone who has established a foundation in the heavenly Tao. I'm really sorry, but I can't agree. Hearing this, Li Changsheng suddenly felt a little disappointed. But he became interested in the foundation building of the heavenly Tao and couldn't help but start thinking. Heavenly Tao foundation building? I am now at the 12th level of Qi refining. Is there anyone who is better at building a foundation than me? Could it be that the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment she mentioned is me? Thinking of this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by Heavenly Tao Foundation building? The foundation of the Heavenly Tao existed in ancient times, but few people know about it today. If the Morong family had not passed down from generation to generation the need for a Heavenly Tao Foundation builder to activate their bloodline, she probably wouldn't have known. Murong Shue bowed respectfully and began to explain. Replying to Senior, Heavenly Tao Foundation building is a foundation building method from ancient times. The most obvious sign of building a Heavenly Tao Foundation is that one can raise the Qi refining stage to the 12th level. The 12th level of Qi refining? This seems to be referring to me. Li Changxing was excited, but still unsure. He asked again, are there any other characteristics of Heavenly Tao Foundation building? Murong Shue looked at Li Changxing's excited eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Could this person really be the Heavenly Tao Foundation establisher? She suppressed her guess and explained again. I have observed that the person who is building the Heavenly Tao Foundation in Wulong City has already failed once. If my guess is correct, then the person who is building the foundation must have a golden light in his dantian at this moment. That is also one of the signs of building the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. After hearing this, Li Changsheng finally confirmed that he was the one who established the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. He just laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, what a fate. I am the one you mentioned who has established the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. As he spoke, Li Changsheng communicated with his dantian. As his mind moved, the golden light floated directly to his forehead and turned into a vertical line radiating golden light. Seeing this, Murong Shue became very excited and her body trembled slightly. The Heavenly Tao Foundation building, it really is the Heavenly Tao Foundation building. Li Changxing couldn't hide his excitement and asked Murong Shue again, are you willing to become my concubine? Murong Shue suppressed the excitement in her heart, bent her knees slightly, and her face became shy. Shuer is willing. Li Changxing laughed wildly and hugged Murong Shue in his arms. Now he was surrounded by women, feeling very happy. He kissed each of them and then waved his hand. Old Do, quickly inform the mansion and arrange for the house to be decorated. I am getting married tonight. At night, the wedding ceremony was completed with the master of ceremonies shouting. At this time, the system's voice also sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully branched out and received a reward of 10 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully branched out and received a reward of 10 years of lifespan. Ding, since the host has obtained a concubine with purple reproductive qualifications for the first time, the system will reward a purple low-grade skill, the Burning Spirit Technique. Burning Spirit Technique. The speed of spiritual energy consumption in the body is doubled, and the damage caused is increased fivefold. Spring is here, and it is time to sow seeds. Unlike usual, this time, Li Changsheng clearly felt that the speed at which his spiritual roots increased had increased significantly. Could it be that the speed at which the yin-yang gathering technique improves spiritual roots is related to a woman's reproductive aptitude? Li Changxing thought for a long time and felt something was wrong. No. In the past, concubines with different fertility qualifications have never been found to have any difference in the speed of bone improvement. Not long after, Li Changxing's eyes lit up. Could it be related to the concubine's roots? The more Li Changxing thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. It seems that if I want to gain greater benefits in the future, I need to try my best to find a concubine with high-quality roots. After a night of strengthening my bones, the system's voice came over. Ding, congratulations to the host. The quality of the root bones has been improved, and the current quality is yellow low-grade. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your martial arts cultivation has improved, and your current realm is the 10th level of Martial Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Inyan Gathering art has reached the 10th level, gaining new abilities and slowly improving the quality of my concubine's bones. Listening to this series of rewards, Li Changsheng smiled brightly. The art of gathering yin and received yang can actually help this concubine improve her physique. Doesn't that mean that all of my concubines can enter the cultivation world in the future, become cultivators, and live with me forever? Li Changsheng was excited, and a bold plan began to germinate. If all of my concubines' roots were raised to the highest level, what kind of behemoth would my Li family become? Li Changsheng imagined the future scene of the Li family dominating the world. By then, any woman who sees him will have to bow down to his big pants. Chapter 34, The Life Experience of the Two Girls. As a monk, you have endless physical strength and don't have to worry about fatigue. Moreover, Li Changsheng had already mastered the method of fasting, so it was no big deal if he didn't eat for a few days. So, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Song Yinfei's root bones had been promoted to the middle grade purple level. Murong Shui was slightly worse, but her bones had also been raised to the lower purple level. Song Yinfei also noticed the changes in her body and asked Li Changsheng, "Husband, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? It can even improve my bones." Bone structure is formed at birth and is extremely difficult to change, except for those extremely rare spiritual creatures. But those are things you can only encounter by chance. I've never heard of any technique that can improve one's bone quality after birth. Li Changsheng said, "That's not some kind of martial art at all. The improvement in your bones is all due to absorbing your husband's power. The bones you improved should have belonged to me, your husband." Li Changsheng would never reveal anything about the system, so he thought about it for a while and came up with this reason. And most importantly, he wanted Song Yinfei to feel guilty about him, so that they would follow him more wholeheartedly. After hearing Li Changsheng's explanation, Song Yinfei was moved and her eyes turned red. "My husband is so good to us. I must repay him well." Li Changsheng had an expression of having succeeded in his evil plan. After a few more days, Song Yinfei and Murong Shui had become very familiar with the people in the Li mansion. At the dinner table, Li Changsheng asked, "Feier, you're not from Wulong City, right?" Song Yinfei nodded. "Yes, to be honest, I was born in Kyoto, and my family is quite famous." Murong Shui's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Your last name is Song, and you were born in Kyoto. Could it be that you have some relationship with Song Qingtian from Jiuzhou Auction House?" Song Yinfei said nonchalantly, "Oh, that's my father." As soon as these words came out, Murong Shui screamed, "What? The owner of Jiuzhou Auction House is actually your father?" Song Yinfei nodded calmly. "Yeah, don't I look like it?" Murong Shui smiled awkwardly. "That's not the case. But since you're the daughter of the Song family, why do you come here to be an auctioneer?" When Song Yinfei heard this, her eyes began to become lonely. "It's all because of my father. In order to further develop the Jiuzhou auction house, he actually betrothed me to the eldest prince of Kyoto. But the eldest prince is licentious, bloodthirsty, and cruel. How could I possibly marry him? I had no choice but to hide here." Having said that, Song Yinfei raised her head and kissed Li Changsheng on the face. "Fortunately, I have a husband now. Even if my father finds me, he can't marry me to the eldest prince." Li Changsheng shook Song Yinfei's hand and asked, "Why did you want the mind-concentrating pill so much that day?" When Song Yinfei heard this, she said, "I need the mind-concentrating pill because of the cultivation method that our Song family practices. The cultivation method that our Song family practices is mainly to temper the spirit and soul, but when it reaches a certain level, it requires the assistance of the spirit-concentrating pill. Currently, our Song family strength is declining because we cannot obtain spirit-concentrating pills of the 5th rank or higher." Li Changsheng didn't understand this. The Song family runs such a large auction house. How could they not get the mind-concentrating pill? Song Yinfei's expression suddenly turned cold. "It's all because of the Dragon Kingdom's royal family causing trouble. They threatened all the alchemists and told them not to make medicine for us. It was to force my father to marry me to the eldest prince." Li Changsheng was also very angry when he heard this. "Don't worry, Feier. As long as my husband is here, I will never let you suffer any injustice." Song Yinfei buried her head in Li Changsheng's arms with a look of happiness. Then Li Changsheng looked at Murong Shui and said, "Shuier, I heard you say that your family is a family of alchemists." Murong Shui nodded. Yes, I also heard what Sister Fayer said just now. The family did receive an order not to help the Jojo auction house refine the soul concentrating pill. Then why are you here? Murong Shue showed a trace of humiliation on her face. My Murong family has been refining medicine for generations, and we once had a 6th-grade alchemist ancestor. But after the death of the 6th-rank patriarch, the Murong family went from bad to worse. Now the only 6th-grade ancestor is injured, and his alchemy ability has dropped to the 5th grade. Not only that, the ancestor is now also on his last legs. Once the ancestor passes away, we, the younger generations left behind, will definitely not be able to protect the Murong family. Even now, a powerful immortal sect has appeared near the Murong family, waiting for the ancestor to die, snatching the Murong family members, imprisoning them, and helping them refine pills. Murong Shue was a little excited, but after calming down, she looked at Li Changsheng tenderly. Fortunately, Shue met her husband. As long as her husband can successfully advance to become a heavenly Tao Foundation establisher, the blood shackles in Schwenner's body can be removed. When you refine the elixir, adding your own blood can directly improve the quality of the elixir by 1 grade. Directly upgrade to a higher grade? Li Changsheng was curious. Then what happens if the refined pill is a 10th grade pill and the grade is increased by 1 level? Murong Shue punched Li Changsheng's chest with her fists. My husband is good or bad. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more blood it requires. To make a 10th grade elixir, my husband would have to drain Schweder's blood. When Li Changsheng heard this, he secretly thought that it made sense. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at Murong Shue. Schwer, I've come up with a brilliant idea that will allow you to increase the quality of your elixir without sacrificing blood. Murong Shue was also curious, because their Murong family had never solved this problem for generations. Although bloodline awakening can allow their blood to improve the quality of elixirs by 1 level, but it can also be upgraded to the level of 7th grade elixir at most. If it were any higher, even if all the blood in the body was drained out, it would not be enough. Murong Shue looked expectant. What solution has my husband come up with? Li Changsheng looked at Murong Shue, and then his eyes stayed on a certain place. Don't you women bleed for 7 days every month? If we collect all that blood. Murong Shue and Song Yanfei were both stunned when they heard this. Their faces turned red with shame, and they all clenched their fists and hit Li Changsheng's chest. My husband is so perverted. Although the words sounded unpleasant, Murong Shue showed a thoughtful look. The expression on her face was sometimes blushing, sometimes admiring. Then he looked at Li Changsheng and said seriously, my husband's words are true, but I don't know if the pills made in that way will be effective. Murong Shue smiled evilly, looked at Li Changsheng, and said, this method was yours. Once Shue has refined the elixir, try it on your husband first. Li Changsheng was stunned. Then he laughed bitterly. Are you kidding me? I was just kidding. I should have known not to help you with any advice. Chapter 35 Foundation Establishment Success. When Li Changsheng was wandering around the martial arts world, he also came into contact with some immortal cultivators, such as the adulterous couple Chun Kai and Ma Dongmei. But after so many years, he really didn't know what the current situation in the cultivation world was. Fortunately, thanks to Song Yanfei and Murong Shue, he finally had some understanding. Nowadays, among those immortal sects, most of the outer disciples are at the 1st or 2nd level of qi refining. The inner disciples are all at the 5th level of qi refining or above. The core disciples are basically at the foundation building stage or above. Unless some have extraordinary talent and are directly accepted as core disciples, everyone else needs to climb up step by step. Li Changsheng is only at the peak of qi refining now, and is far from being able to protect himself. It's time to elevate your realm. I heard from Schwerer that the resources needed for the 2nd promotion to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment are twice as much as the first time. The first time, I prepared 100 foundation building pills, but they were still not enough. Now, if we calculate it, in order to successfully advance at that time, we would have needed at least 200 foundation building pills. As for the second time, you'll need to prepare at least 400 foundation building pills. To be on the safe side, let's refine 1,000 of them first. Now, with the help of the alchemy furnace, the efficiency of making pills is higher. It's just that without the strange fire, refining still feels a bit boring. If anyone heard what Li Changsheng said, they would be shocked. 1,000 foundation building pills. Is this still a human being? You know, for an ordinary disciple of a fairy sect, when building his foundation, he only needs to take 10 foundation building pills at most. Even though Li Changsheng was at the heavenly Tao foundation establishment stage, the second promotion would consume a bit too much, but at most 500 would be enough. Only Li Changsheng could refine 1,000 pills at once. No other alchemist would do such a cruel thing. There's no way. Li Changsheng always seeks to be cautious in everything. This is Lao Lu's basic quality. Having made up his mind, Li Changsheng said to Song Yinfei and Murong Shui, "I'm going to retreat for a while to refine pills. You have just arrived at the Li mansion, so get familiar with the sisters, and it will be easier to get along with them in the future." Song Yinfei and Murong Shui nodded. "Don't worry, my husband. We've already gotten to know the sisters pretty well. Just focus on refining the elixir." Li Changsheng nodded, then flashed into his portable medicine garden. This action shocked Murong Shui and Song Yinfei. "Sister, where did my husband go?" Murong Shui pondered for a moment, then revealed an incredible expression. Could it be? The two were shocked at the same time and shouted in unison, "Portable cave." The two of them couldn't calm down for a long time, and only after a long time did they calm down. "Sister Shui, my husband is definitely not an ordinary person. He even has a portable cave. Even the ancestors of the Holy Lands might not possess such magical treasures." Murong Shui's expression turned serious, and she said solemnly, "Sister, you must not tell anyone about this. If it were exposed, the ancestors of the Holy Land would definitely try to snatch it away. My husband is only at the peak of qi refining. Even with our help, he is no match for them." Song Yinfei nodded fiercely, feeling even more awed towards Li Changsheng. "Don't worry, sister. My husband has shown us his portable cave, which shows his great trust in us. We can't expose this matter even if we die." At this moment, in the medicine garden, Li Changsheng selected a large pile of herbs and then sat cross-legged. There was an alchemy furnace in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, countless herbs floated in the air. Now Li Changsheng has mastered the art of pill refining. In just one day, he has refined more than 200 foundation building pills. There are only a little over 200. It's not enough. After that, Li Changsheng worked tirelessly for 5 consecutive days and finally refined 1,000 foundation building pills. "I'm finally relieved. This time, I want to see how you fail me in the promotion." Li Changsheng had a smile on his face. He sat cross-legged and adjusted himself. As soon as he adjusted to the best condition, he began to build his foundation and advance. A few days later, Li Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, 100 foundation-building pills floated up and were instantly swallowed into his mouth. If his mouth wasn't big enough, he would have even wanted to eat 1,000 of them at once. After the medicinal power of the 100 foundation-building pills was almost absorbed, another 100 were put into his mouth. It was not until he had taken 500 pills that changes occurred in his dantian, and it turned solid in an instant. The originally liquid spiritual energy all turned into solid. Under the influence of the medicine, the solid outer layer gradually peeled off, revealing a clear crystal inside. This is the crystal of spiritual power. There's a golden glow in the crystal, and Li Changsheng is completely wrapped in it, releasing a sacred aura. A golden glow appeared in the sky above the Li mansion, and the golden light gradually became stronger. Murong Shui and Song Yinfei clasped their hands and prayed for Li Changsheng. In the medicine garden, Li Changsheng's aura continued to grow stronger, and it seemed as if another thin membrane was pierced through in the dark. The aura of foundation building burst out, and Li Changsheng was finally promoted to foundation building. He couldn't hide the smile on his face, but then his brows furrowed. Hasn't the promotion been completed yet? Li Changsheng was surprised and calmed down again. He saw his momentum increased again. The next moment, his cultivation level was promoted to the foundation building level. After a while, he reached the 2nd level of foundation building, and then stopped improving until the 5th level of foundation building. He actually directly advanced to the 5th level of foundation building. Is this the terrifying level of the heavenly Tao foundation building? Li Changsheng was overjoyed. Or are these cultivation levels just like the mileage of a tram? All false? It would be great if there were a pill that could condense cultivation levels. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng began to search his brain and suddenly thought of a pill. Guxiu Dan, a 5th grade elixir, can consolidate one's realm and condense one's cultivation. It is most suitable for those with weak cultivation. It's you. After Li Changsheng collected all the herbs, he began to refine the pills again. Soon after, the elixir was refined. 30 pills in one furnace, not bad. Without any hesitation, Li Changsheng ate 10 of them. The power of the medicine surged in his body, and his cultivation began to be compressed by the medicine. In a short period of time, his realm dropped to the 4th level of foundation building, then the 3rd level of foundation building, and finally stopped at the 2nd level of foundation building. Although his realm has dropped, his strength has become stronger. Ha ha ha! Is this what it feels like to build a foundation? Li Shangxing Laoga Fartili. From now on, I, Li Changsheng, will also be a foundation establishment expert. Li Changsheng looked inward at his dantian and found that the sea of spiritual power had now turned into a spiritual power crystal. The golden light also merged into the spiritual power, causing the crystal to appear light yellow, like a yellow sapphire. He was in a very good mood. He flashed out of the portable medicine garden and appeared in Murong Shue's room. When Murong Shue saw Li Changsheng appear, she immediately congratulated him. Congratulations, husband, on your advancement to foundation establishment. She looked Li Changsheng up and down, covering her mouth in surprise. Husband, you actually advanced directly to the 2nd level of foundation building? How amazing! Li Changsheng waved his hand and said proudly. To be honest, when I was first promoted, your husband was at the 5th level of the foundation building stage. Because I was worried that my cultivation level would become superficial, I refined another batch of solidifying pills. After taking them, I was finally able to stay at the 2nd level of the foundation building stage. Listening to Li Changsheng's bland narration, Murong Shue's face was filled with disbelief. Husband, you're so rich that you eat Gushio Dan like candy. That's nothing. I've already taken over 500 foundation establishment pills. More than 500? Murong Shue almost fainted. Seeing this, Li Changsheng immediately picked her up by the waist. All right, my lady, aren't you going to wait for me to build my heavenly Tao foundation to activate your bloodline? Come now. His bones are starting to improve again. Chapter 36, Murong Family. Being intimate with Murong Shue again, the feeling was very different from last time. Li Changsheng only felt that the spiritual power crystal in his dantian began to release a trace of magical power and went towards Murong Shue's body. As time passed, the light of the spiritual power crystal gradually dimmed, and Murong Shue let out a groan. An extremely strong aura began to rise from her. At this moment, Murong Shue was wrapped in a ball of red light, and Li Changsheng was also wrapped in it. The strange red light gradually shrank until it completely disappeared from Murong Shue's body. It seemed as if Murong Shue absorbed the red light. At this moment, Li Changsheng felt a strange power flowing from Murong Shue's body towards himself. The power had no malicious intent, but instead began to explore something within Li Changsheng's body. Finally, at the dantian, the power stopped and rushed straight towards the crystal of spiritual power. With the infusion of that power, the spiritual crystal regained its brilliance, even more intense than before. As time passed, the power absorbed by the spiritual power crystal gradually decreased and finally disappeared. The spiritual power crystal also changed. A hint of red began to appear inside the crystal, as if a soul was injected into it. With the help of Li Changsheng's powerful cultivation power, Murong Shue, who was already at the peak of qi refining, unexpectedly broke through the shackles in one fell swoop and reached the 1st level of foundation establishment. He didn't even need the foundation establishment pill and was promoted directly until he reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Murong Shue felt the changes in her body and looked at Li Changsheng with gratitude. Thanks to my husband's help, Shuer has not only awakened her bloodline, but her cultivation has also been promoted to the 3rd level of foundation building. From now on, Shuer can directly upgrade the grade of the pill she refines. Murong Shue always mentioned her bloodline, but Li Changsheng didn't even know what her bloodline was. Shuer, what kind of bloodline are you talking about? Murong Shue showed pride on her face. Our family's bloodline dates back to ancient times and is called the Shinnon bloodline. Shinnon bloodline? Li Changsheng was shocked. No wonder it can improve the quality of the elixir. It's actually Shinnon's bloodline. The Shinnon bloodline not only improves the quality of elixirs, but also has the effect of detoxifying all kinds of poisons. As Murong Shue spoke, she squeezed a drop of blood from her fingertips, then took out an unknown pill. This pill is a poison. Please take a look, my husband. Murong Shue dripped the blood from her fingertips onto the pill, and the pill instantly began to emit white smoke, then turned into ashes in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Li Changshang felt very surprised. At this moment, the door was opened and Song Yinfei walked in. This slave senses a foundation-building aura. It turns out that Sister Shue has advanced to the foundation-building stage. After a long time, Song Yinfei gave off a foundation-building aura, and Li Changxing's face lit up with joy. Fei-er, it's because of your good bones that you have reached the 5th level right after building your foundation. In order to consolidate their cultivation, Li Changsheng took out the remaining Guxiu pills. You've just been promoted, and your cultivation needs to be consolidated. Take these strengthening pills quickly. The two of them were shocked, with fiery eyes. 5th grade Guxiu pill, my husband is so good to us. With the help of Guxiu Dan, the cultivation of the two continued to decline. Murong Shue finally stayed at the 2nd level of foundation building, and Song Yinfei stayed at the 3rd level of foundation building. But their aura became even stronger. Murong Shue was chatting with Li Changxing here, but at this moment the Murong family was in an uproar. At this moment in the Murong family, Patriarch Murong dragged his almost decayed body, looking solemnly at the compass in his hand. Someone has awakened the Shinon bloodline. Could it be Shue? Patriarch Murong looked thoughtful. Once the Shinon bloodline awakens, its blood can elevate the quality of elixirs by 1 level out of thin air. I, a member of the Murong family, can use his blood to awaken 50% of the Shinon bloodline. But now that my clan is being coveted by others, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Patriarch Murong had a worried look on his face and sighed. But at this moment, someone broke in. You can't come in. This is our ancestors' retreat. You are so rude. The voices of the Murong family members trying to stop them were heard. Then an angry voice came. Ancestor Murong, our families are closely connected. My ancestor only needs 1 body-tempering pill to advance to the core forming realm. Why don't you help refine it? Patriarch Murong sighed and looked at the man, his eyes full of desolation. Taizhan, look at my current state. Can I still lift the alchemy furnace? As he spoke, Patriarch Murong revealed his arm, which was covered with hideous blood vessels, dark and crisscrossed, like a centipede. Taizhan took several steps back, his face full of disbelief. Ancestor Murong, what's wrong? As a 5th grade alchemist, can't you cure yourself? Patriarch Murong gave a bitter laugh. How do you think I became a 5th grade alchemist? He tested the medicine on his own body time and time again, and improved the refining techniques time and time again before he achieved the 5th grade. Now that I have an outbreak of erysipelas, I don't have much time left. Taizhan was born into the Tai family and had been friends with the Murong family for generations. He had saved the Murong family from danger several times. Seeing Patriarch Murong like this, Taishenko also had a sad face. Is there no solution? Patriarch Murong thought of Murong Shue. For now, only Shinnong's blood can eliminate the poison in my body. Murong Qingshan, the head of the Murong family, looked embarrassed. Awakening the Shinnong bloodline is extremely difficult. No one in our family has awakened in thousands of years. Patriarch Murong silently took out a compass, on which a bright spot of light shone brightly. Everyone looked at it and was shocked. Which tribe member has awakened the Shinnong bloodline? Patriarch Murong looked towards the direction of Wulong City. If I'm not mistaken, it's that girl Murong Shue. She is gifted and has shown extraordinary talent since childhood. I wanted to send her out of the family and keep a legacy for my Murong family. Now it seems that the time has come to bring her back. When everyone heard this, they all looked excited. We'll go get the young lady back now. Patriarch Murong looked at Tai Shanko and said, Nephew Tai, my Murong family is not good at using force. Please help and bring Murong Shue back safely. Upon hearing this, Tai Shanko bowed and said, Don't worry, Ancestor Murong. Tai Shanko, will definitely bring her back. Afterwards, Tai Shanko and Murong Qingshan flew towards the square of Wulong City. A few days later, the two arrived at the gate of Li's mansion. Brother Murong, this should be it. Murong Qingshan nodded slightly, but a strange look appeared on his face. This is obviously an ordinary family. Why is Schwenner here? Taizhan walked forward with great confidence and said in a loud voice, Won't you know if you go in and take a look? But just as he reached the door, he was stopped by someone. Brother, do you have an appointment? Li Changxing's business is getting bigger and bigger now, and many people want to get involved with him. He was so fed up with it that he directly established an appointment system. As the head of a family of immortal cultivators, how could Tai Shanko have ever been treated like this? Especially since this was a mortal family. He felt even more insulted. There's someone I'm looking for here. You better get out of my way. Being a servant in the Li Mansion was an extremely enviable position in the eyes of outsiders. Everyone who came to see Li Changsheng was very respectful to him. However, Tai Shanko not only had a bad attitude, but also looked contemptuous. The servant was immediately angry. If you don't have an appointment, please leave. We at the Li Mansion don't accept people without an appointment. At this moment, Du Fengchun, who was passing by, heard the quarrel between the two and walked straight over here. When he saw Tai Shanko, his eyes narrowed slightly. I'm sorry for not welcoming you, fellow Taoist. I'm so sorry for the disrespect. Du Fengchun bowed, revealing his 8th level Qi training aura. This action made Taizhan narrow his eyes slightly. This mortal family actually has a cultivator? The servant saw Du Fengchun coming and told him what happened. Du Fengchun snorted coldly and said, Fellow Taoist, since you don't have an appointment, please go back. Tai Shanko smiled contemptuously. You're so arrogant after reaching the 8th level of Qi training? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, Taizhan exploded with his 8th level foundation building cultivation. Du Fengchun and the servants around him were hit by the momentum and flew backwards. Li Changsheng also noticed something unusual at this moment. He flew up, his expression becoming grim. Humph, you actually dare to come here and act wild. You must be tired of living. Chapter 37, there is no paper. Li Changsheng flew into the air and arrived at the gate in an instant. Who is being so presumptuous here? Tai Shanko and Murong Qingshan felt the clear aura of Li Changsheng, and their expressions changed. A strong foundation building expert. I've never heard of a foundation building site here. Li Changsheng landed slowly and looked at Tai Shanko and Murong Qingshan with cold eyes. You two, do you think my Li family is easy to bully? Do you really think that a family of immortal cultivators can act lawlessly? Tai Shanko has always had a hot temper. Li Changsheng's words were obviously mocking him and Murong Qingshan. Murong Qingshan was fine and not very angry. After all, he was somewhat wary of the foundation-building fluctuations in Li Changsheng's body. But Tai Shanko didn't care and snorted coldly. A mere 2nd-level foundation establishment cultivator dares to speak to us like this? I think it's you, not us, who are lawless. Taizhan raised his chin, his face full of disdain. If you know what's good for you, call out everyone in your house. I'm looking for someone. These words made Li Changsheng laugh out loud. Ha ha, you come to my house to look for someone, but you are so arrogant instead of being polite. Who do you think you are? Although he didn't want to cause trouble, his concubine was the foundation of his growth. Taizhan approached him and asked him to hand over all the people, which undoubtedly touched his bottom line. If you want to enter my Li Mansion, it depends on whether you have the ability. Li Changsheng didn't waste any words. He roared and attacked Taizhan. Super Dragon Claw Hand. When he released the Super Dragon Claw Hand, the Burning Soul technique was activated at the same time. The spiritual energy consumption in the body doubled, and the power of the Dragon Claw Hand instantly increased by more than 5 times. There's a huge gap in cultivation between the two. Even so, Li Changsheng remained fearless. Suddenly, a giant dragon claw appeared. There was a faint sound of a dragon's roar, and wherever the dragon's claws passed, gusts of wind were raised. Everyone only felt the strong wind sweeping over them, and they could hardly open their eyes. Li Changsheng was like a ghost, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Tai Shanko. You are so arrogant. Today, I will teach you what courtesy is. The next moment, the dragon claws grabbed Taizhan without mercy. Tai Shanko was shocked and quickly raised his hands, with a faint golden light emanating from his body. He has been practicing physical training for many years. Although he was shocked by Li Changsheng's strength, he was confident that he could take this attack. But after a loud bang, Tai Shanko's screams were heard. The whole person flew away into the distance. All the stone pillars on the ground along the way were smashed into pieces by him. The force of this grab was enough to send Tai Shanko flying a full 100 meters. After landing, the momentum did not decrease and it slid along the ground again. Like plowing the land, the ground tiles broke and the soil surged. Finally, After transforming for more than 20 meters, it finally stopped. Taizhan looked at the hideous scratch on his chest, his mind churning and his thoughts roaring. How could someone at the second level of foundation building have such combat power? After he finished speaking, his head tilted and he fainted. If Li Changsheng had not been unaware of the other party's identity and had intended to hold back, Taishanko would have been turned into a pool of meat paste. Murong Qingshan, who was standing by, saw this and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. We are here to look for someone. Do you know a female cultivator named Murong Shui? Murong Shui. Li Changsheng frowned and restrained his aura. He was about to ask something when he heard Murong Shui's voice from a distance. Husband, this is my father Murong Qingshan. Please don't hurt the relationship. Li Changsheng looked shocked, but Murong Qingshan was even more shocked. He looked at Li Changsheng with an incredible look on his face. What did Shui'er call you? Husband. Murong Shui landed and took Li Changsheng's arm directly. Father, Shui'er has married her husband. The reason we didn't notify the head of the family was because the wedding was a bit rushed and it was too late. Murong Qingshan was about to reprimand, but was interrupted by Murong Shui. Father, I will explain this to you later. Let's go back to the family and help our ancestor detoxify. Murong Shui was clear about the situation of ancestor Murong. So when I saw Murong Qingshan, I knew what they were here for. Murong Qingshan nodded, looked at Murong Shui, and suddenly his eyes widened. Shui'er, your roots. How come your cultivation has improved so much? Seeing this, Murong Shui leaned on Li Changsheng's shoulder with a sweet look on her face. It's all thanks to my husband. Shui'er now has a purple lower-grade root bone. Her cultivation has also been raised to the foundation building stage, and her Shinnon bloodline was activated by her husband. Listening to Murong Shui's story, Murong Qingshan was suddenly shocked. So, fellow Taoist Li is at the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment stage. Li Changsheng smiled and nodded. Yes, since Shui'er is your daughter, we are a family. This time Shui'er is back with the family, so I'm going to pay a visit to the elders. Murong Qingshan knew that those who established the foundation of the Heavenly Tao would be the best in the future. He said respectfully with a serious expression, "It will be a great honor for my Murong family if fellow Taoist Li can go." Without further ado, we set off immediately. Li Changsheng gave Song Yanfei some instructions and asked her to take care of the family. Then he flew up and flew towards the horizon in a blink of an eye. Taizhan also slowly woke up at this moment. After all, he is a body cultivator, and his flesh and skin are durable. He looked towards the horizon with shock in his eyes. The foundation of the Heavenly Tao is so terrifying. After saying this, he flew away with an embarrassed look on his face. This was the first time that Li Changsheng displayed his cultivation in front of everyone. For a moment, the entire Wulong city went crazy. Have you heard? Patriarch Li has become an immortal. No wonder Patriarch Li is still able to marry so many concubines at such an old age. He must be an immortal. All immortals are pure-hearted and have few desires. It seems that Patriarch Li is an exception. I really want to be the immortal's concubine. Do you know how to meet Patriarch Li? My daughter has feelings for him. Alas, I only regret that fate is unfair. I have worked hard for half my life, but I don't even have a daughter. My wife is pretty good looking. I wonder if Patriarch Li is interested. In the remote town of Wulong City, the attraction of immortals is enormous. Not long after Li Changsheng left, a long queue formed in front of their house. Those are all here to interview concubines. Li Changsheng had already given instructions to his servants regarding these matters. Now they register one by one and wait for Li Changsheng to come back and select them personally. Butler Du, the paper used for household registration is gone. All the paper in the city has been sold out. How do we record the names of the next interviewees? Du Fengshan looked at the endless line and felt a headache. The only solution now is to raise the standards. Fortunately, I understand the master's preferences. If there's no paper, then we'll use cloth, and the standards have to be raised. He looked at the servants and said, those under 1.7 meters tall will be eliminated. Those weighing more than 100 kilograms will be eliminated. Those with bust sizes smaller than 36D will be eliminated. A few hours later, the servant came running over again. Butler Du, it's bad. We've run out of cloth. There's no more in the whole city. On the other side, Li Changsheng started to get familiar with Taishanko and Murong Qingshan after chatting with them. Especially Taishanko, who looked at Li Changsheng with a gleam in his eyes. Friendly, I have a little daughter at home. No one can match his physical training skills. She is strong and braver than any young man. She is the most reliable woman for me to rely on at home. Now I'm old enough to get married, you see. The corners of Li Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly. When I heard about a woman who was practicing body training, the image of King Kong Barbie emerged in my mind. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Taishenko looked a little anxious. Just as he was about to persuade him again, Li Changsheng changed the subject. Patriarch Morong, I heard from Shuer that your family was bullied. Who is it? Li Changsheng will definitely not sit idly by. Morong Qingshan saw this and said, that's a sect near our family called Jueching Valley. They are ruthless and heartless in their actions, and the techniques they practice are also cold and ruthless. Upon learning that my ancestor Morong was about to pass away, he actually set his sights on our people. In recent days, several members of our tribe have been abducted by them and become slaves specializing in alchemy. When Li Changsheng heard this, he instantly became angry. This is outrageous. What's going on in the Unfeeling Valley? Take me to find out. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Murong Qingshan sighed. Hey, even though the Jueching Valley is full of female cultivators, their cultivation is truly formidable. Ordinary disciples are all above the 5th level of qi refining. Among the elders in the sect, there are several female cultivators who have reached the foundation building stage. I heard that the Valley Master is already at the half-step core formation realm. We can't afford to provoke him. Although the ancestor is also at the half-step core formation stage, he is now plagued by core poison and no longer has the strength to fight. The only solution now is to help the ancestor detoxify as soon as possible. Perhaps only after our ancestor achieves Dan will our Murong family be able to protect itself. Faced with Murong Qingshan's long speech, Li Changsheng simply ignored it. At this moment, only one sentence kept echoing in his mind. They're all female cultivators. All female cultivators. Chapter 38 My husband is also an alchemist. Li Changsheng's arrival was warmly welcomed by the Murong family. Patriarch Murong even dragged his almost exhausted body to the gate to greet him personally. The entire Murong family knew very well about Li Changsheng's Tiandao foundation building. After all, only by building the foundation of Heavenly Dao can the bloodline of Shinnong be activated. It is Shuer's good fortune to have such a husband. Ancestor Murong looked at Li Changsheng's cultivation and couldn't help but praise him. Fellow Taoist Changsheng, it is an honor for us to have you come to my Murong family today. This 4th grade Peiyuan pill is just a gift for you. I hope you don't mind. Shuer was able to awaken the Shinnong bloodline, all thanks to you, fellow Taoist. Patriarch Murong kept calling Li Changsheng fellow Taoist and did not regard Li Changsheng as a junior at all. At this moment, he took out a 4th grade Peiyuan pill and gave it to him. Li Changsheng smelled the fragrance of the pill, looked at the potholes on the pill, frowned slightly, and thought to himself, the fragrance of this elixir is not strong enough, and its purity is at most 70%. If you take such pills, won't it accumulate poison in your body? How is this different from poison? Seeing that Li Changsheng was reluctant to take the pill, Patriarch Murong couldn't help but frown. Although he was a little unhappy in his heart, he did not show it. As a well-known 5th grade alchemist, the pills he made were always fought over. This was the first time someone had seen his pills and remained so calm. To be honest, he felt a little unhappy. But as an elder, you still need to be magnanimous. Patriarch Murong put away the pills and asked with a smile, fellow Taoist Changsheng, I am a 5th rank alchemist. I think my ability in refining medicine is pretty good. This Peiyuan pill is my most proud work. I wonder if you have any concerns about this medicine. Li Changsheng came to his senses and realized that he had been misunderstood. He explained, Ancestor, you misunderstood me. I don't have any concerns. I just thought of something. Seeing this, Patriarch Murong showed an interested look. Remember something? I don't know what is so attractive that is more attractive than a 4th grade elixir. If it's convenient for you, Taoist friend, could you please let this old fellow listen to it? Murong Yunhai's words sounded polite, but Li Changsheng knew that he was angry that he did not take the pill. Li Changsheng just made up an excuse just now. Now being questioned by Patriarch Murong, he paused and had to tell the truth. Li Changsheng cleared his throat. Fellow Taoist Murong, to be honest, I'm also an alchemist. Murong Yunhai was stunned when these words came out. Are you also an alchemist? Li Shangxing nudda. Seeing this, he suddenly realized it, stroked his beard, and laughed heartily. Ah ha ha, I see. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist is also an alchemist. If that's the case, then it's easy to explain why you lost your mind just now. This time it was Li Changsheng who was stunned. He said with some confusion, "What do you mean, fellow Taoist?" Murong Yunhai smiled and said excitedly, "Let me guess, were you shocked by the high quality of that Pei Yuan Dan just now?" Li Changsheng was completely stunned and kept roaring in his heart. This old guy is really not good at shaking billion. Is that your elixir? That's elixir poison. I was definitely blown away, not by the quality, but by the quality. You're showing off in front of me? You're really talented. He didn't say all this. After all, he is Murong Shue's ancestor. If Murong Shue scolds him in public, it will be difficult for her. Li Changsheng smiled awkwardly and said something against his will. This fellow Taoist Murong truly has a keen eye. This flattery made Murong Yunhai feel very comfortable. He was most proud of his medicine refining throughout his life. Being praised by others, he instantly became more excited, and even his words became thicker. To be honest, this Pei Yuan pill took too much of my time and effort. I also managed to increase the purity to 70% with great difficulty. If it weren't for the favor you've done for my Murong family, honestly, I wouldn't have given this pill to you. Murong Yunhai held Li Changxing's hand and chatted nonstop as if chatting about family matters. Fellow Taoist, judging from your restrained aura and weak plant power, you probably haven't been practicing alchemy for long, right? Li Shangxing nudda. It's not long indeed. Murong Yunhai slapped his thigh and said generously, "Then you've met the right person. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. As long as you're interested in refining medicine, I, Murong Yunhai, will teach you everything I know. Come, I have some alchemy experience upstairs. I'll get it and give it to you." Murong Shui on the side looked at her ancestor showing off in front of Li Changxing. "I just feel embarrassed. My feet can make a 3-bedroom apartment." She looked at Li Changsheng, who looked uncomfortable. Finally, he took a step forward and called out to Murong Yunhai. "Ancestor, you really don't need to give me your experience in alchemy. My husband doesn't need it." Murong Yunhai stopped, turned around, and said angrily, "Fellow Taoist, Li didn't refuse. How do you know he doesn't need it? As alchemists, we must keep learning throughout our lives. Only by frequently communicating with peers can we grow rapidly." After saying that, he turned around again. Seeing this, Murong Shui sighed and said, "Ancestor, my husband really doesn't need your experience in alchemy, because my husband can easily refine 7th-grade elixirs, and they are all 100% pure." Murong Yunhai was shocked when these words were spoken. He stopped and turned around suddenly. "What did you say? You can easily refine a 7th-grade elixir, and it's 100% pure. Do you think that's possible?" Li Changxing felt a headache when he saw Murong Yunhai was about to scold Murong Shui. He spoke directly. What Schweder said is true. She didn't lie. Hearing this, Murong Yunhai's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at Li Changxing, somewhat unbelieving. 7th-grade elixir, don't lie to me." Li Changxing smiled slightly. "I really don't have to lie." At this time, the Murong family members around did not believe it. After all, he could easily refine a 7th-grade elixir, and it was 100% pure. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. Some of them started to make a noise. "Old ancestor, since our benefactor said he can refine it, why not let him show us his skills? Yes, let's also see what a 100% pure pill looks like." At this time, Murong Yunhai still didn't believe that Li Changsheng could refine it. He just thought that this was the excuse of the son-in-law returning to his parents' home to make his wife proud. He looked at Li Changsheng and asked, "I wonder if Master Li Dan could give me some advice?" Li Changsheng smiled slightly and agreed directly. "It's not really teaching, it's just exchanging experiences." Hearing this, Murong Yunhai shook his head and thought to himself, "Alas, vanity is at work." He knew he couldn't make it, but he agreed to it just to save face. As Schwer's husband, he must change his temper. Let him stay by my side from now on, concentrate on refining medicine, and temper his character. But before that, we have to find a way to make him stay. Thinking of this, Murong Yunhai's eyes turned. "Fellow Taoist Li, just refining medicine is a bit monotonous. How about we add some spice to the mix?" Li Changxing was stunned and asked with interest, "What's the prize?" Murong Yunhai looked calm, stroking his beard. "If you can refine a 7th-grade elixir, you will deserve the title of a master alchemist. In that case, I will take you as my master. But if you can't refine it, you have to take me as your master. How? Li Changsheng pondered and glanced at Murong Shui. After all, this is the ancestor of the Murong family. If he were to take him as his master, he was afraid that Murong Shui would have objections. Seeing Murong Shui nodded, he agreed with confidence. Okay, I promise. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and an alchemy furnace appeared in front of him. Everyone looked at the alchemy furnace and couldn't help but whisper to each other. If I'm not mistaken, the quality of this alchemy furnace should be of the lowest grade. Can an alchemy furnace of this quality really produce 7th grade elixirs? We'll see whether we can or can't. Afterwards, Li Changsheng began to refine the elixir. Various methods of refining medicine emerged one after another, and everyone exclaimed in amazement. Look, his method of purifying the herbs is so unique. What? It's even possible? Such a clean and precise movement would be impossible without hundreds of thousands of times of practice. The timing of extracting the medicine, the location of crushing the herbs, and the method of blending the medicines were all perfectly executed. These are all extremely advanced techniques. Li Changsheng has something. Murong Yunhai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. It's a pity that I have been refining medicine for hundreds of years, but I am not as good as a novice who has just started refining medicine. Is this the difference between a genius and a specialist? I've pondered his alchemy techniques for countless years, but I still have no clue. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was all legend. There is a sequence in learning, and there is specialization in skills. When I meet such a genius in alchemy, what's wrong with taking him as my teacher? But until the elixir comes out, everything is still unknown. Chapter 39. Accepting the Murong patriarch as his disciple, and also accepting 5 female cultivators from the Murong family. As time passed, everyone entered into a long wait. Li Changsheng clasped his hands together, controlling the spiritual fire and burning the alchemy furnace. After an unknown amount of time, Li Changsheng opened his eyes and then gently tapped the alchemy furnace. An extremely strong aroma of elixir emanated and instantly filled the entire venue. Murong Yunhai was shocked. Just by taking a whiff of the fragrance, he could tell that this elixir was not simple. With this strong fragrance, the purity of the elixir must have exceeded 70%, and it is very likely to have reached 80%. Countless members of the Murong family were shocked. Could it be that it has really been refined? Impossible. The ancestor has studied alchemy for a lifetime, and he can only refine pills with a purity of 70%. Before the elixir comes out, everything is speculation. We don't need to worry about it. Let's just wait and see the results. Li Changsheng smiled evilly and took out the pill. Everyone looked closely, and an even louder cry of surprise was heard. What? There are 7 golden lines. The pill has 7 golden lines, which means it is a 7th grade pill. Impossible. He refined the Pei Yuan Dan. Throughout history, the highest grade Pei Yuan Dan was only of the 5th grade. How did he refine a 7th grade Pei Yuan Dan? Look, one furnace of pills actually produced 30 pills. I'm not seeing things, am I? Oh my God, 30 pills. I can only make 5 pills in one furnace. How could he possibly make 30 pills? Look at the purity of that pill. What percentage is it? Purity, my God, 100% purity. This kind of medicine actually exists. Murong Yunhai retreated repeatedly at this moment and collapsed on the chair. This person was able to refine a 5th grade elixir to the 7th grade, and even raise the medicinal purity to full purity. With such an alchemy genius, it's not unfair for me, Murong Yunhai, to lose. Murong Yunhai supported his frail body, his expression becoming serious as he knelt respectfully towards Li Changsheng. If Li Changsheng had not been born, the path of alchemy would have been dark forever. It is not shameful for me, Murong Yunhai, to be defeated by such a genius today. According to the bet, I will perform the 8 bows and 9 kowtows and accept you as my master. Li Changsheng was about to stop him, but was stopped by Murong Yunhai. No need to dissuade me. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I, Murong Yunhai, will always keep my word. His face was solemn as he looked towards Li Changsheng and kowtowed one after another. Master, I, Murong Yunhai, am willing to follow you and improve my alchemy skills. Li Changsheng was a little embarrassed, and after a pause, he helped Murong Yunhai up. In that case, I will accept you as my disciple. Murong Yunhai's face was excited. and then he looked at the people of the Murong family and said, I have already become your disciple. From now on, my master will be the ancestor of the Murong family. The Murong family members knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, Holy Ancestor! Holy Ancestor! Holy Ancestor! Li Changsheng was helpless for a moment, thinking to himself, I don't have any gifts with me, so I'll take advantage of the remaining heat in the furnace to refine some detoxification pills to remove the poison from their bodies. Alchemists have been refining and testing medicines all year round, and the amount of poison accumulated in their bodies is far beyond that of ordinary people. If it is not dealt with regularly, it will be a big trouble in the future, just like Murong Yanhai is now. So, Li Changxing took out a large amount of pills again, mixed them in a few seconds, and threw them all into the alchemy furnace. With the help of the residual heat of the alchemy furnace, the fragrance of the elixir soon emanated. At this time, Li Changxing looked at Murong Shui and said, Shuer, I'll lend you a drop of blood. I still need you to remove the poison in Murong Patriarch's body. Murong Shui nodded, and without hesitation, she squeezed out a drop of blood and placed it in front of Li Changxing. Then Li Changsheng opened the alchemy furnace and waved his hand. Hundreds of detoxification pills floated out and were then delivered to every member of the tribe. At this moment, everyone had a new understanding of Li Changxing's attainments in the Tao of alchemy. It's a first-grade detoxification pill, but the Saint Ancestor was able to refine it into a third-grade one. How great must his attainments in alchemy be to be able to do that? My Murong family has the protection of the Holy Ancestor, who can bully us in the future. I really envy Sister Schwerer for having such a great husband. I'm so envious too. It would be great if I could marry the Holy Ancestor. At this time, Li Changsheng still had a detoxification pill in his hand. He fused Shinnong's blood with it and then handed it to Murong Yanhai. This detoxification pill can eliminate the poison in your body. Take it quickly. Murong Yanhai was excited and took it respectfully. Thank you, Master, for the medicine. The detoxification pill is extremely effective because it was refined by Li Changsheng, who upgraded it from the first grade to the third grade. Even though it was just a small detoxification pill, it gave them a chance to be reborn. If they were left to figure out how to detoxify themselves, not only would they suffer a lot, the results would also be minimal and the cost would be enormous. After everyone took it, the poison that had accumulated in their bodies for many years disappeared instantly. Their cultivation levels began to improve, and even some members of the clan who had been stuck at the peak of chi refining for years showed signs of breakthrough. Sister, are you about to break through to the foundation building stage? Sister, you're about to break through. Alas, it's a pity that we don't have the foundation establishment pill available. Otherwise, our Murong family strength would definitely be elevated to a higher level. Li Changsheng looked at the two women talking, and with a thought in his mind, he said, I have the foundation establishment pill. If you can become my concubine, I can give it to you. The female cultivators of the Murong family are all cultivators with spiritual roots. Li Changsheng just took a quick look. Their fertility qualities range from green, blue, to yellow, and they're all very good materials for being concubines. When the two heard this, their faces lit up and they agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Lord Saint, for the medicine. We are willing to do so. Li Changsheng waved his hand, and 10 foundation-building pills were sent to each person. For ordinary cultivators to build their foundation, 10 pills are enough. Seeing this scene, the other female cultivators who were about to advance to the foundation-building stage also spoke up. Sir, we are willing to become your concubines. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, and dozens of foundation-building pills were sent out. It was just a pity for the male cultivators of the Murong family. Their eyes were filled with envy, and they even complained about their male identities. It's still fun to be a woman. Unlike us men, we have to rely on ourselves for everything. Murong Yanhai looked at the scene in front of him. Although he felt uncomfortable, Li Changsheng was his master after all, so he couldn't say anything. At this time, Murong Shui saw Murong Yunhai's worries and walked to his side and whispered, Grandmaster, please take a look at my current bones. Murong Yunhai didn't understand what was going on. He glanced at it and exclaimed, What? Your root bone has actually been upgraded to a higher grade, reaching the lower grade purple? I remember that when you left, it was still the highest grade yellow. Murong Shui smiled and nodded and said shyly, The reason Schwerer was able to improve her physique is all thanks to my husband. My husband has a special physique which can improve the bones of our Taoist partner. When Murong Yanhai heard this, his heart was filled with shock. Then he seemed to be thinking about something in his mind and muttered unconsciously, "I wonder if Master wants a man?" Murong Shui. In the blink of an eye, all the female cultivators who were close to a breakthrough had successfully broken through to the foundation building stage. As for those male cultivators, Li Changsheng naturally gave them some foundation building pills. After all, they were worthless things, and he couldn't let people gossip about them. In the evening, Li Changsheng was impatient and held the wedding directly at Murong's house. On the wedding night, Li Changsheng once again began to improve his bones. Ding, congratulations to the host. The quality of your bones has been improved, and the current grade is yellow top grade. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has been improved. Your current cultivation level is the 3rd level of foundation building. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a new title, rich and powerful. Ding, congratulations to the host. The number of wives and concubines has reached 50, and you have obtained the skill, Star Picking Hand. Star Picking Hand. After practicing to perfection, one can pick stars with one hand. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your family's reputation has increased to 200, and you have obtained the mount, the 9-Dragon Chariot. Are there any fellow villagers? Chapter 40. Bald Donkey. How dare you set your sights on this poor Taoist master? Li Changxing's eyes almost popped out of his head as he listened to the series of rewards. Star Picking Hand, 9-Dragon Chariot? Were these treasures? He was so impatient that he pulled up his pants and ran out of the bridal chamber. In the empty courtyard with a thought, the 9-Dragon Chariot was summoned out. I saw 9 huge golden dragons covering the entire yard, and dragon roars could be heard from their mouths. Behind them was a dragon chariot, which was very spacious, comparable to a house. This shocking scene attracted the attention of the Murong family. These are 9 giant dragons? The holy ancestor actually used 9 giant dragons to pull the chariot. What a grand gesture! 9 giant dragons. These are battle pets that only super sects have. The holy ancestor is not as simple as he appears to be. Could it be that the saint ancestor is the holy son of some super sect? I'm so envious. I really want to have it. I want you to marry the holy ancestor. I fucking want it too. I'm a man. How do you know it's not possible if you don't try? What if the holy ancestor? Li Changsheng licked his lips. He was also very curious about the dragon's fighting power. I thought to myself, the power of a giant dragon can split the heavens and earth. If I can control these 9 giant dragons to fight, wouldn't I be invincible? At this time, a voice came from the system. What are you thinking about? With your current cultivation level, you're not capable of controlling dragons at all. You can only use them as your means of transportation. However, as your strength increases, your control over the dragons will increase, and then you will be able to truly control these dragons. How long do we have to wait? The details depend on your performance. In short, the system will notify you when the time comes. After hearing this, Li Changsheng was a little disappointed, but he also felt that the future was promising. He looked at the 9-Dragon Chariot in front of him and sat on it in a flash. Then he saw Murong Shui with an envious look on her face, waved at her, and said, "Come to your husband." Under everyone's envious gaze, Murong Shui snuggled up to him. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, swung the reins in his hand, and the giant dragon let out a dragon roar and flew into the sky. The speed was so fast that it was shocking, but there was no sense of wind at all. Because there's a formation arranged on the 9-Dragon Chariot, it can isolate it from external intrusions. Murong Shui looked at the surrounding scene with excitement, occasionally pointing to the distance and exclaiming, "Look, my dear, the stars are so bright." Li Changsheng smiled slightly when he heard this. "It's such a beautiful day. Isn't it a waste for us to just look at the stars?" Murong Shui asked with a puzzled look. "So what do we do?" Li Changsheng smiled slightly, and it was obvious what he wanted to do. A few hours later, Li Changsheng suddenly frowned and looked outside the dragon chariot. It seems someone is peeping. This 9-Dragon Chariot is blessed by a formation. People outside cannot see inside, but people inside can see outside. At this moment, an old monk not far away widened his eyes with great excitement. This can be judged from the rhythmic vibration of the 9-Dragon Chariot. There must be a series of bloody incidents going on inside. But the sudden stop at this moment made the old monk very disappointed. Alas, it seems the man inside is not good enough. How long has it been? When Li Changsheng heard this, he felt humiliated. Fuck, I'm a 9-foot tall man, but this guy looks down on me like that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Changsheng walked out of the nine-dragon chariot. "Have you seen enough, old bald donkey?" The old monk was slightly stunned, as if he was surprised to be discovered. He didn't blush or feel nervous, and clasped his hands together. "Amiba, my Buddhist name is Mungi. Passing by this place, I happened to meet the donor working hard. Watching here is not my original intention. Thank you very much." Wet dream. Li Changsheng was originally very angry, but when he heard the old monk's Dharma name, he laughed out loud. Does the Buddha approve of this name? He looked at the nine-dragon's chariot behind Li Changsheng, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. Using the nine-dragon chariot as a mount is so high-profile. There were 6 beautiful women accompanying him. Could this person be a saint from a nearby holy land? Amiba, the name is just a code name. The Buddha doesn't care. Thinking of this, Master Mingi became even more respectful. Your cultivation is so advanced at such a young age. You're truly a rare talent, and your future is promising. I don't know your friend's name. Could you please tell me? Li Changsheng felt the pressure from the old monk and knew that this person was no ordinary person. Adhering to the principle of not causing trouble, Li Changsheng said with a bow, "Iam Li Shanishin." At this moment, a roar came from a distance. "Bald donkey, how dare you set your sights on this poor nun?" Li Changsheng found it even more funny when he heard the roar. This old monk is also a talent. His Buddhist name is Mungi, and he even competed with the Taoist priest for the nun's wife. What a story this is. It's so moving just thinking about it. Master Mingi's expression changed slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. "Excuse me, my friend. I have an enemy chasing me, so I'll go and deal with him first." The next moment, Master Mingi roared, "When did the nun become yours? Stop talking nonsense here." The Taoist priest was not afraid at all, and began to release his magical powers. "You old bald donkey. Even after becoming a monk, you still think about women. You are so shameless." Li Changsheng's face turned a little strange. He shook his head and was about to leave when Meng Yi called him. "Friendly, please judge for yourself. Who is wrong, me or this stinky Taoist priest?" Li Changsheng stopped and smiled helplessly. Meng Yi continued, 20 years ago, before I became a monk, I was in love with a nun. However, the bride price asked for by the nun's family was too high, so I had no choice but to become a monk in anger. Later, the nun also followed me and became a nun. 20 years later, the monk and the nun met again and thought they could rekindle their past relationship, but who knew that this stinky Taoist priest would interfere. Seeing this, the Taoist priest also began to argue. "Fellow Taoist, please don't listen to his nonsense. Before he showed up, I and the nun were in love. Since this bald donkey appeared, the nun has never paid any attention to me again. It must be this bald donkey who is causing trouble." Li Changsheng's head hurt from the noise, so he stopped them directly. "Master, from your words, it can be seen that the nun really doesn't like you. You should let her go." When the Taoist heard this, he felt as if struck by lightning. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. When I left the house today, the nun glanced at me. She even spat on the ground. You drool when you see me. Does that mean you don't like me?" Li Changsheng sighed slightly. "I never thought that there are also lickers among the Taoists." The Taoist priest seemed unable to bear the blow and walked away in a daze, but returned after a while. "It's on fire. It's on fire down there." Everyone looked down, and Li Changsheng's expression suddenly changed. "That's the Murong family?" Murong Shui looked anxious. "Husband, it's very likely that the Jueching Valley has come to kidnap people again. Let's go back and help." Li Changsheng did not dare to delay. After hurriedly saying goodbye to the two of them, he rushed towards Murong's house. Master Mingyi and the Taoist priest looked at Li Changsheng's back, and both of them became serious. Meng Yi said to the Taoist priest, "The nun gives it to you, and this disciple is mine." The Taoist frowned. "What are you thinking about? It's obvious that this guy is not an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be a waste to give him to you? Can I teach you with your mediocre kung fu? The nun gives it to you, and the boy is mine. Hey, are you looking for trouble? You want to snatch anything I set my eyes on?" Nocturnal emission, furious. The Taoist priest was not to be outdone. "That boy is quite powerful, and he even has a 9-dragon chariot as his ride. Do you really think he can take you and me as his master? Perhaps he is the disciple of some incredibly powerful person." Meng Yi looked thoughtful and nodded unconsciously. Then, as if realizing something, he said to the Taoist priest with great vigilance, "I just heard you want to give the nun to me?" I agreed. The Taoist priest was so angry that he was stunned. "You damn bald donkey. You actually dare to snatch the nun from this poor Taoist priest? I'll kill you." The next moment, the two men burst out with a powerful aura that far exceeded their previous fight. The magical powers and treasures flashed frequently, and the residual power generated by the collision alone caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. This movement is clearly not the foundation building stage, but the half step to forming a pill. Chapter 41 Breakthrough Pill. After Master Mingyi and the Taoist priest were tired of fighting, they began to have a friendly conversation. "Damn Taoist priest, looking at the place where the incident just happened, it should be the Murong family. I think that kid must have some connection with the Murong family. Should we go and help him and leave a good impression? It will not do us any harm anyway." The Taoist nodded slightly. "That's good. When I was injured, I received help from Murong Yanhai. Now that they are in trouble, I should go and take a look." The two hit it off immediately and sped towards Murong's house. On the other hand, Li Changsheng had already returned to the Murong family with several concubines. At this moment, the Murong family's house was engulfed in flames, and raging fires were burning in several places. Li Changsheng stopped one person and said solemnly, "What happened?" The man bowed respectfully. Reporting to the holy ancestor, a thief broke into the Tibetan Dan pavilion. While trying to arrest him, he accidentally knocked over the oil lamp, causing a fire. "Thief!" Li Shangshim fronat. "Has the thief been caught?" The man shook his head. "She escaped. Judging from the skills she used, she must be from Jueching Valley." It was the Valley of Unrequited Love again. Li Changsheng had heard this name several times. When he was thinking about how to help the Murong family solve this problem, an old voice came. "My friend, is this the person you are looking for?" Li Changsheng and the others looked over when they heard the sound. Their eyes suddenly lit up. "So it's Master Mingyi and the Taoist priest." The old Taoist priest chuckled and threw the woman in his hand in front of Li Changsheng. "I thought this person was acting suspiciously, so I grabbed him. I don't know if I made the right move." At this time, a member of the Murong family spoke up. "Thank you, Senior. This person broke into the pill storage pavilion and stole a lot of pills. I thought we couldn't catch him, but Senior caught him." Li Changsheng also bowed slightly. "Thank you very much, Taoist priest. I left in a hurry just now. I don't know what your name is, Taoist priest." The old Taoist smiled slightly. "I'm a jerk. Juejweizi." Li Changsheng's expression turned strange. He looked at Master Mengyi, then at Juejweizi, and almost laughed out loud. "So it's Taoist priest Juejweizi. I'm so sorry for the disrespect." At this time, Patriarch Murong also came over, and when he saw Juejweizi and Master Mengyi, his body trembled slightly. "Why are these two people here?" Patriarch Murong seemed to know them, but he did not greet them. Instead, he bowed to Li Changsheng. "My disciple failed to protect the Tibetan Dan pavilion and disturbed Master. I beg Master to forgive me." Li Changsheng waved his hand slightly. "Hey, don't worry about all this red tape in front of me from now on. I can't get used to it. Ancestor Murong is a well-known master of alchemy within a radius of thousands of miles." Juejweizi and Master Mingyi had asked him for medicine in the past. Now they saw that Patriarch Murong actually called Li Changsheng Master, which made them break out in cold sweats. Juejweizi looked at Master Mingyi without leaving any trace and sent a voice message into the secret passage. "Mengyi, how do you know this person? Even Murong Yunhai calls him master. Does that mean his attainments in alchemy are at least at the 6th level?" Mengyi also looked shocked. "I don't know either, but from what you said, it's very possible. This man seems to be at the foundation establishment stage only, but he dares to fly all over the sky on the 9-dragon chariot and bring so many beautiful women with him. He must have hidden his cultivation level, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so high profile. To be able to capture these 9 giant dragons, either he has extremely high cultivation level or the power behind him is extremely powerful. No matter which one it is, he is not someone we can provoke. In my opinion, since this person is called Master by Murong Yanhai, he must have extremely high attainments in alchemy. Perhaps he is the chief alchemist of a secret immortal sect." The two men's eyes narrowed slightly, and they believed this speculation without a doubt. Juejweizi's eyes rolled, and he actually bowed directly to Li Changsheng. "Senior doesn't like to be high profile, but how could we not know your magical powers? Many years ago, I fought with someone and was left with a hidden illness. If possible, please help me no matter what." Upon seeing this, Master Mingyi also bowed to Li Changsheng. "Senior, To be honest, I was ambushed along with that stinky Taoist priest. After being injured, my cultivation level has declined. I'm in urgent need of a 6th-grade heart-protecting pill for treatment. I beg for your help." Li Chongqing was slightly stunned by the respectful look of the two people and thought to himself, a 6th-grade heart-protecting pill isn't a difficult one to make. I like these two people, so I'll help them this time. Li Shanxing guga legally. Ahem, since you are so sincere, I will help you refine a furnace. Bring the herbs. When the two heard this, their faces were filled with joy. They waved their hands and presented 2 heart-protecting pill herbs. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. We too are unable to repay you. From now on, if you need us to do anything, we will have no complaints." Li Chongsheng waved his hand and put the herbs into his bag. "No need to say more. If I need anything in the future, I will definitely look for you." After saying that, Li Chongsheng sat cross-legged and began to refine the elixir. Murong Yanhai watched every movement and technique very carefully, fearing that he would miss any details. At this moment, Murong Shuel looked at the captured female cultivator from Jueching Valley. "Humph, Jueching Valley is really brave. They actually dared to break into the Danzong pavilion of my Murong family to steal medicine." With a wave of her hand, the female cultivator's storage bag was taken away. After crushing it, a large number of pills inside were revealed to everyone. Murong Shui checked them one by one. They're all foundation-building pills and pills that assist in forming a core. Is it possible that someone in your Jueching Valley is about to advance to the core stage? The Jueching Valley female cultivator on the ground didn't seem to hear Murong Shui's words. Instead, she stared blankly at Li Chongsheng and murmured, "I found it, I really found it. I can actually refine a 6th-grade elixir. The Valley Master is saved." Murong Shui frowned slightly. "I'm talking to you. Why did you steal these medicines? Also, how are the members of my Murong family who were abducted by you doing now?" The female cultivator reacted and said, "My Jueching Valley has not harmed the members of the Murong family. They are well-fed and well-drinking in the valley. Because we provide a large amount of herbs for them to refine pills, their pill-making skills have increased dramatically. As for these pills, there are indeed many people in our valley who are in urgent need of foundation-building pills, and the Valley Master also needs a 6th-grade realm-breaking pill to break through to the Jindan stage." Murong Shui looked skeptical. Since what they need is a 6th-grade realm-breaking pill, why did they kidnap so many 3rd and 2nd-grade alchemists? The nun replied, "Because we in Jueching Valley have found a pill formula that can use 2nd and 3rd-grade pills to stimulate the effect of a 6th-grade realm-breaking pill. But now that we have the senior here, we no longer need so many low-level alchemists." At this time, Li Chongsheng had already refined the pills. With a wave of his hand, a furnace of 30 pills fell into his hands. He directly gave 20 pills to Juejweizi and Master Mingyi, and the other 10 were considered as rewards. No one had any objection to this, and they were all very grateful. Juejweizi and Master Mingyi expressed their gratitude profusely, and then left separately, aiming to recover from their injuries as quickly as possible. Upon seeing this, the female cultivator from Jueching Valley knelt down in front of Li Chongsheng. "Senior, I beg you to refine a furnace of realm-breaking pills. My Valley Master's life is hanging by a thread. Without the aid of the realm-breaking pills, he will not live long." Li Chongsheng looked at the female cultivator. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Give me a reason. After all, I'm not familiar with your Valley Master." The female cultivator looked a little flustered, biting her lower lip, and then said, "Valley Master saved my life. Senior, if you are willing to grant me a realm-breaking pill, I will do anything for you." The meaning of these words was already very clear. Li Chongsheng looked at the pitiful appearance of the female cultivator, bent down, and lifted her chin. "May I have your name?" The female cultivator blushed. Her breathing became a little rapid, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was as weak as a mosquito. "Wang Yuan Yuan." "Wang Yuan Yuan?" Li Chongsheng looked at Wang Yuan Yuan's pitiful appearance and couldn't help licking his lips. "Sleep with me tonight, and I can help you refine the realm-breaking pill." Li Chongsheng has now developed the habit of observing the reproductive qualifications of female cultivators anytime and anywhere. Wang Yuan Yuan's reproductive qualifications are of the middle grade yellow, which means she is definitely a good seedling who can give birth to offspring with spiritual roots. The most important thing is that her butt is big, and it feels absolutely great to touch. Wang Yuan Yuan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so direct. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said shyly, "Thank you, senior." Seeing this, Li Changsheng kept his promise and refined another batch of 6th-grade breakthrough pills while the furnace was still warm. At night, in the bridal chamber, there is another beautiful scene. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully taken a concubine and gained 5 years of life. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your physique has been upgraded, and the current grade is purple low grade. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has been improved. Your current realm is the 4th level of foundation building. Chapter 42, heading to the Valley of Unfeeling. The next day, Li Changsheng looked at Wang Yuan and asked, "Now that you have become my woman, can you tell me what the situation is in the Unfeeling Valley?" Although Wang Yuan was somewhat familiar with Li Changsheng, she still felt inexplicably nervous. "Senior, Li Changsheng Shufli. Senior? I am your husband now." Wang Yuan was very embarrassed to call her by this name. Now being scolded by Li Changsheng, he said with difficulty, "Husband, there are more than 1,000 disciples in Jueqing Valley, 2 elders and 1 valley master. We are all orphans rescued by the valley master. In order to break through the Jindan stage, the valley master used a secret method. But that secret method can only be used 3 times, and it has failed twice now. If it fails the 3rd time, the valley master will surely die. We had no choice but to abduct the Murong family members, but they are all safe and sound, and their attainments in alchemy have even improved significantly." Li Changsheng nodded slightly, and at the same time, he became interested in the Lord of Jueqing Valley. "Why is your valley master so anxious to advance to the Jindan realm, even at the cost of his own life?" Wang Yuan sighed. "My dear husband, you don't know that all of us in Jueqing Valley are female cultivators, and the valley master Lu Qingwu is the most beautiful of all. The young master of the Tianyi sect, relying on the powerful influence of his own sect, actually forced the valley master to marry him. He only gave the valley master a month to consider, and now that time is almost up. Who knows what the young master of the one sect will do that day?" Tianyi sect. Li Changsheng had no idea about the nearby immortal gates. "Are they very strong?" Wang Yuan nodded, a hint of fear in her eyes. "There's an old ancestor in the Tianyi sect who is at the peak of the Jindan stage. If it weren't for him, my Jueqing Valley would never be afraid of them. It was precisely for this reason that the valley master fought tooth and nail to reach the core formation stage. But fate played tricks on him, and he failed twice in a row." Speaking of this, Wang Yuan couldn't help crying. Li Changsheng took Wang Yuan into his arms and gently stroked her smooth shoulders. "Don't worry about this. I will go with you to Jueqing Valley later and give the realm-breaking pill to Lu Qingwu. It will only take a few minutes to break through to the Jindan stage." Seeing this, Wang Yuan's eyes became even redder. She buried her head in Li Changsheng's arms and cried with joy. "Husband, you are our Jueqing Valley's benefactor. On behalf of the sisters in Jueqing Valley, I thank you." Li Changsheng was excited and said secretly, "No need to thank me. I can't wait to go to the Heartless Valley to take a look. There are more than 1,000 female monks there." After all, Wang Yuan knew all about the female cultivators in Jueqing Valley, so Li Changsheng asked, Yuan, if I, your husband, go to Jueqing Valley to take a concubine, do you think the chances are high?" When Wang Yuan heard this, her face turned red all the way to her neck. "Most of the sisters in Jueqing Valley are lonely and empty. My husband only needs to tease them a little bit, and it should be easy to succeed." In this situation, Li Changsheng was so excited that he could hardly calm down. Yuan, there's no time to lose. Let's return to Jueqing Valley now." As soon as they left the house, they saw Murong Shui coming over with food. "Husband, what are you going to do in such a hurry?" How could Li Changsheng tell her that he was going to take a concubine? Just laughed and said, "I heard from Yuan that there's still more than a dozen members of the Murong family in Jueqing Valley. I want to rescue them." Murong Shui looked at Wang Yuan's blushing face with a look of suspicion. "Really, Sister Yuan?" Seeing this, Li Changsheng changed the subject immediately. He waved his hand and took out a lot of pills and threw them to Murong Shui. "Shui, I think Patriarch Murong is about to form a pill, and many people in the clan have also reached the peak of qi refining. Here is a realm-breaking pill and some foundation-building pills. You can take them to help them break through." When Murong Shui saw these pills, gratitude showed in her eyes. "Thank you, my husband." The strength of the Murong family is about to reach a new level, and the ancestor can finally break through to the Jindan stage. Murong Shui happily left with the pill, and Li Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then summoned the nine-dragon chariot, causing Wang Yuan to scream in surprise. Husband, even Tianyi sect may not have a mount like this. Are you really just a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage? Wang Yuan looked Li Changxing up and down, with a look of suspicion on her face. Could it be that my husband is a powerful being who has hidden his cultivation and is experiencing life in the mortal world? Li Changsheng neither denied nor admitted it. He just pulled Wang Yuan onto the nine-dragon chariot and headed towards the valley of unrequited love. After all, as long as a person remains mysterious enough, he can avoid a lot of trouble. Taking advantage of his free time on the way, Li Changxing refined a batch of anti-aging pills. It was not a high-grade pill, but it was the most powerful magic weapon to make girls happy. Well, including the leftovers, more than 1,000 rejuvenating pills should be enough. Li Changsheng took out a youthful pill and gave it to Wang Yuan. This is the rejuvenating pill. Take it quickly. This pill can keep your current appearance and prevent you from aging. Although the rejuvenating pill is not of high quality, it is in great demand in the market, especially among female cultivators. Almost everyone is eager to take a rejuvenating pill. However, the price of the rejuvenating pill is not that affordable. For an ordinary disciple like Wang Yuan, she had rarely seen any elixirs, let alone a rare item like the rejuvenating pill. Wang Yuan excitedly took it and took the initiative to kiss Li Changsheng on the face. Yes, thank you, husband. No wonder the other sisters are so elegant and graceful. I guess it's the result of taking the anti-aging pills, right? Then she couldn't wait to take the anti-aging pill, and the medicinal power was released instantly. An extremely fresh aura came over her. With the help of the anti-aging pill, Wang Yuan's appearance was directly improved to a higher level. Not only that, the rejuvenating pill has also been improved by Li Changsheng. After taking it, the body will emit a faint fragrance, which makes men fascinated. The nine-dragon chariot sped along, and such an amazing vehicle naturally attracted the attention of countless people. At this moment, the two male cultivators at the peak of Qi refining on the ground looked at the 9 giant dragons in the sky and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Who is so generous?" Another person said, "Follow him and see. If he's the young master of a cultivation family, we'll be rich." Both of them are disciples of Tianyi sect, and they often bully the cultivation families. Now the two of them hit it off and follow with their flying swords. Although its speed cannot be compared with the 9-dragon chariot, it will not be lost. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the Valley of Unrequited Love. Li Changsheng put on his clothes comfortably and took Wang Yuan off the 9-dragon chariot. Two Tianyi sect disciples in the distance looked shocked. He's actually a foundation establishment expert. Isn't the Valley Master of Jueching Valley favored by the young sect master? Jueching Valley is full of female cultivators. Could this man be here to have a secret meeting with Lu Qingwu? How ridiculous. This guy is obviously a gigolo. He is definitely having an affair with Lu Qingwu. So the young master is being cheated on? I guess he's been cheated on more than once. Lu Qingwu is really a person who can't be judged by appearances. She actually has a secret man hiding. The two looked at each other, then said, "No matter what, this matter must be reported to the young sect master. Yes, the woman that the young master likes must not be snatched away by others." Without disturbing anyone, the two of them flew away on their flying swords. Chapter 43, if you want to build a foundation, follow me. Li Changxing's mount was so conspicuous that he was surrounded by many female cultivators from Jueching Valley as soon as he landed. Sister Yuan, who is this person? Wang Yuan, with a shy look on her face, introduced herself boastfully. "Sisters, this is my husband, Li Changsheng. This time I came here to deliver the realm-breaking pill to the Valley Master." Breakthrough pill. Countless female cultivators were shocked. They knew how rare the realm-breaking pill was. At this moment, two women came over from a distance. Both of them were at the 5th level of foundation building. They looked at Li Changsheng with a vigilant look. "Fellow Taoist, are you really here to deliver the broken mirror pill?" Li Changsheng looked at the two female cultivators. His eyes lit up, and he immediately activated the system's function to check their fertility qualifications. Both of them actually have purple mid-grade reproductive qualifications. They must be taken down. Li Changsheng smiled and took out a handful of rejuvenating pills. He handed one to each person like candy. It's our first meeting, so a small gift is not a sign of respect. Since you are from the same sect as Yuan, then you and I, Li Changsheng, are one family. Everyone looked at the anti-aging pills in their hands with shock in their eyes. Although the rejuvenating pill is not a precious medicine, it is expensive. Someone like Li Changsheng, who can take out so much money at one time, must be a rich man among the rich. Wang Yuan looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and was also full of pride. She unconsciously moved closer to Li Changsheng and introduced him. Two elders, this is my husband, Li Changsheng. Then she introduced the two elders to Li Changsheng and said, My dear, these two are the two elders of our Jiueching Valley, Yang Mi and Su Rian. Li Changsheng smiled and handed them two anti-aging pills. So you are the two elders. Please accept these two anti-aging pills. Everyone was stunned when they saw Li Changsheng's expression of not feeling any pity at all. Seeing this, Wang Yuan said to everyone, Sisters, I just took the rejuvenating pill. Everyone has seen the effect. Not only does she have an extraordinary temperament and youthful appearance, but she also exudes a faint fragrance. When everyone heard this, they sniffed, and sure enough, a fragrant aroma filled their noses, making everyone's eyes light up. At this time, some people had already started taking the anti-aging pills. Soon, bursts of exclamations were heard. The quality of this rejuvenating pill is much better than ordinary rejuvenating pills. The appearance becomes more three-dimensional, and the temperament becomes more extraordinary. The most important thing is that there is actually body odor produced. For a moment, Li Changsheng was surrounded by the crowd, their eyes full of admiration. Yuan, is your husband an alchemist? The elixirs he refines are truly powerful. Wang Yuan nodded proudly, then looked at the two elders and said, Elder, my husband is here to deliver the broken mirror pill. Please inform the Valley Master. Yang Mi nodded. She looked at Li Changsheng with a hint of awe in her eyes. Master Li Dan, please wait a moment. I will go and inform you. Su Ruyun felt the changes in her body and looked at Li Changsheng with a strange look. At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance. An outsider bribed you with a few medicinal pills. Do you really not care about the reputation of Jiueching Valley? The voice was just in the sky, and in an instant it came in front of everyone. I saw a woman in white slowly floating down from the sky. She had a cold temperament and kept people at a distance. This person is none other than Lu Qingwu, the master of Jiueching Valley. Lu Qingwu landed slowly, then turned and looked at Li Changsheng. Do you have a realm-breaking pill? Li Changsheng looked at Lu Qingwu's beautiful face, her high nose bridge, her fair and delicate skin, her fiery red lips, and her slender waist. Although he has a cold temperament and keeps people at a distance. But the more this happened, the more Li Changsheng wanted to experience it. Lu Qingwu frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and released his cultivation of the half-step core formation realm with a bang, forcing Li Changsheng to retreat several steps. Wang Yuan was shocked and quickly reminded Li Changsheng. Husband, the Valley Master is asking you a question. He finally reacted and said, I'm here to deliver the realm-breaking pill. As he spoke, he took out a realm-breaking pill. In addition to the free medicine, there's one more thing I want to ask, and that is to hope that the Valley Master will release the members of the Morong family. After all, now that you have the realm breakthrough pill, they are of no use to you. Lu Qingwu looked at the realm-breaking pill in Li Changsheng's hand. Her breathing became slightly rapid. Just as she was about to raise her hand to take it, she stopped. This Valley Master has many enemies. How can you prove that this realm breakthrough pill has not been tampered with? Li Changsheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. This cannot be proven. Lu Qingwu snorted coldly. Since there's no way to prove it, we can't let the Morong family go. Li Changsheng had no choice but to use the alchemy furnace. Since the Valley Master doesn't believe it, then I, Li, will have no choice but to refine it for you in person. Alchemist has always been a great profession in the hearts of all cultivators, especially the alchemists above the 5th rank. Each of them possesses extremely powerful energy. Even if one's own cultivation is not high, as long as one gives an order and offers to refine pills as a price, even a medium-sized sect will not be willing to provoke them easily. However, alchemists like Patriarch Morong, who are unable to refine pills due to physical reasons, do not have such appeal, which is why the Jueching Valley took action against them. Although he abducted the members of the Murong family, he did not make things difficult for them because of their identities as alchemists. Instead, he served them with good food and drink. Now, when everyone saw that Li Changsheng was going to refine the breakthrough pill himself, they all showed awe on their faces. Lu Qingwu narrowed her eyes and leaned forward slightly. If Master Li Dan can truly refine the realm-breaking elixir, Qingwu will owe Master Li Dan a favor. If there is any need in the future, Qingwu will do her best to help as long as she is able. Li Changsheng chuckled and said nothing, but his mind was already filled with thoughts. Of course I need you. What I need is for you to give birth to a few children for me. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged, and with a wave of his hand, the herbs floated around him. In order to show off his skills, Li Changsheng used the most shocking refining technique. Every time he heard the exclamations of the many female cultivators, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Hee, after seeing my strength and the allure of pharmacist, I don't believe anyone can resist. Not long after, the pill was refined. Li Changsheng slapped the pill furnace and a faint fragrance filled the whole place. Lu Qingwu's eyes lit up, and she became excited instantly. It really is a realm-breaking pill. She knelt down and bowed to Li Changsheng. Master Li Dan, Qingwu offended me just now. Please forgive me. Li Changsheng smiled and handed the pill to Lu Qingwu. No problem. Take the pill and quickly advance to the Jindan stage. Lu Qingwu nodded and then instructed Yang Mi beside her. Elder Yang, release the Murong family's alchemist and treat Master Li well. Yang Mi bowed respectfully and nodded in agreement. Then Lu Qingwu flew away and began to advance to the Jindan stage. Yang Mi and Valen Su warmly entertained Li Changsheng. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded in the distance. This elixir smells like the broken mirror pill. Ha ha! After searching high and low for something, it finally comes to you without any effort. I can finally advance to the Jindan stage. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and frowned. Yang Mi stood in front of everyone and said vigilantly, "This person is the young master of Tianyi sect, Wu Fan. Although he has reached the peak of his main foundation, that is all due to the accumulation of medicine. His combat power cannot reach the peak of foundation building. You guys leave quickly. Elder Su and I will stop them." Wu Fan was followed by 20 or 30 followers, most of whom were at the first or second level of foundation building. Wu Fan and others walked over slowly, and their eyes lit up when they saw the beautiful faces of Yang Mi and Valen Su. Then he looked at Wang Yuan, his eyes widened. I didn't even know that there was such a stunning existence in Jueching Valley. Li Changsheng looked at Wu Fan. His expression turned cold. Boy, I'll give you one chance, and the only one. Get out of here right now, and I'll spare your life. Wu Fan glanced at Li Changsheng, as if he had heard a joke. Ha ha, did you hear what this man said? Let me go away. I think it's you who should go. The next moment, Wu Fan's eyes became sharp, and he slapped Li Changsheng without any warning. Li Changsheng saw this, and his eyes were full of disdain. A sneak attack. Young people don't have martial ethics. In that case, let me teach you how to be a human being today. Li Changsheng took a step back and hid among the crowd. Then he raised his arms and shouted to the many Jueching Valley disciples. Those who are above the foundation building stage, stop them. Those who are at the peak of qi refining and want to build their foundation, please follow me. Chapter 44, the crisis is finally resolved. Wu Fan did not stop him, but said jokingly, "This young master wants to see what tricks you can come up with." Then, Wu Fan gave an order. Brothers, be gentle. As men, you should be gentle with women. Yang Mi and Valen Su's expressions turned cold, and they attacked without hesitation. Seeing this, the other female cultivators in Jueching Valley also joined the battle. Among them were some female cultivators who had reached the peak of qi refining. They remembered what Li Changsheng said before he left, and although they were confused, some of them still followed him. Soon, the first female cultivator to taste the crab appeared. Not long after, the female cultivator walked out of the room with an excited look on her face. "Lily, you actually established your foundation?" "Lily, what on earth is Master Li doing in there? Is he refining pills?" "It's actually possible to build a foundation." Lily blushed, and her voice came from afar. "It's the foundation establishment pill." With Lily taking the lead, more and more cultivators were promoted to the foundation building stage. The situation on the battlefield began to change. The original 2-to-1 ratio of foundation building cultivators gradually became 1-to-1. On the battlefield ahead, Wu Fan had a gloomy expression on his face. What on earth is going on? Why are there more and more foundation building people in Jiuqing Valley? Are they hiding their strength? Young master, in my opinion, they have definitely taken medicine. At this moment, one of his men thought of Li Changsheng. This must be the work of that alchemist from earlier. Wu Fan nodded secretly, thinking it made sense. That makes sense. It must be that alchemist who gave these female cultivators the elixir that allows them to break through their realm in a short period of time. Look at their flushed faces. This is because the medicinal power of the pills cannot be absorbed quickly enough. Brothers, hold on. Once the effect of the medicine wears off, you will definitely be weak. Wouldn't we be at your mercy then? In the back, Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis has finally been resolved. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have accomplished a feat that shocked the world and made the gods weep. You have unlocked the control of a giant dragon in the 9-dragon chariot. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has been improved. Your current cultivation level is the 6th level of foundation building. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully branched out and gained a total lifespan of 245 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have 10 offspring and a total lifespan of 70 years as a reward. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained 2 offspring with strong roots. Reward, 1,000 spirit stones. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your family reputation has reached 300 and the area of your portable medicine garden has doubled. Ding, your martial arts skills have reached their limit. Now you can start practicing physical training. You will be rewarded with the physical training technique, the immortal spirit technique. Ding, the secret of the immortal true spirit is divided into immortal skin, immortal flesh, immortal tendons, immortal bones, immortal blood, and immortal soul. The immortal spirit technique can be improved through the inabsorbing yang technique. Hearing this series of rewards, Li Changsheng was stunned. This time I gain a lot. I even unlocked the control of a giant dragon. There is also the immortal true spirit technique. Just hearing the name sounds extremely domineering. System, cultivate the immortal true spirit technique. Ding, the immortal spirit technique has been successfully cultivated. What about the 10 offspring? Li Changsheng frowned slightly. Could it be that one of the concubines in the family is about to give birth? Calculating the time, it's about time. I'll go back and see what the baby has given birth to. It would be best if I could have a daughter. The bonus of doubling the chance of having a son makes me angry just thinking about it. If we keep giving birth to sons, the betrothal gifts alone will be a huge expense. Now that my cultivation has reached the 8th level of foundation building, it's time to show my strength. Li Changsheng stepped out of the room, waved his hand to summon a giant dragon, and flew onto the dragon's head. The dragon roared and flew towards the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield had become one-sided because of the participation of more than 40 foundation-building monks. Wu Fan was even injured, and he roared in anger. No fair, you guys are on fucking drugs. When many female cultivators heard this, they all looked shy. As a dragon roared, Li Changsheng stood on the dragon's head. He rushed towards the dozens of foundation-building disciples of Tianyi sect. With just one impact from the dragon head, 20 foundation-building cultivators fainted. Some even had broken legs and feet. It was a horrific sight. The rest were terrified and fled frantically. When the female cultivators saw that it was Li Changsheng, they all lowered their heads shyly. Li Changsheng gently patted the dragon's head, and the dragon put its head to the ground, and then he jumped off the dragon. He walked slowly towards Wu Fan. His 6th-level foundation-building cultivation was shocking. Wu Fan, how about it? Try to show me how to fight now. Wu Fan, who was running for his life, was horrified and shouted without turning his head. Look at your mother. You're the most drug-addled person. Do you think I'm crazy? I'm making gestures to you. Wait until I call my father over and see how arrogant you can be. At this time, although Li Changsheng was only at the 6th level of foundation building, his aura was actually stronger than that of the 1st-level Jinan elder of Tianyi sect. It was for this reason that Wu Fan fled without looking back. At this moment, a burst of Dan-forming energy rose from the ground, and then a cold voice came from a distance. Can you come to my Jiuqing Valley whenever you want and leave whenever you want? Chapter 45, Stay for a few days. The voice was extremely cold and seemed to conceal an irresistible majesty. Li Changsheng suddenly turned around and looked at the fairy flying towards him. His eyes were a little straight. After reaching the Jindan stage, Lu Qingwu is so incredibly beautiful. How wonderful would it be if she became my concubine? From the foundation building stage to the elixir forming stage, it's like a beggar succumbing to the queen. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Everyone in the Jueching Valley also looked happy at this moment, looking at Wu Fan, who was fleeing madly in front of them, with a smile on their lips. Wu Fan's whole body trembled, and without any pause, he ran away even faster. Lu Qingwu landed slowly and nodded slightly at Li Changsheng. Thanks to Master Li Dan's elixir, I have now successfully advanced. In the future, if Master Li Dan asks me for help, I, Lu Qingwu, will definitely help to the best of my ability. Li Changsheng wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and his face became serious. Master Lu, you are too kind. It's just a realm-breaking pill, not a valuable item. After hearing this, everyone looked at Li Changsheng with awe. Perhaps only Li Changsheng would say that the breakthrough pill was not a valuable item. Lu Qingwu looked in the direction Wu Fan was escaping, and when she stretched out her hand, a huge suction force came. Wu Fan could not dodge and had no power to resist. In an instant, he was pulled back. Brothers, save me. How could those foundation-building monks of Tianyi sect dare to stay at this moment? After all, Lu Qingwu has already advanced to the Jindan stage. For the foundation-building stage, facing the Jindan stage, it is like lighting a light in the toilet to look for shit. Young sect master, please hold on for a moment. We will return to the sect and call the sect master. You have your Jindan level father as your backer, and Jueching Valley will never do anything to you. But if we were caught and died, no one would care. Yes, young master, don't worry. We will be back soon and will never break our promise. Afterwards, those foundation-building monks fled without looking back. Wu Fan's face was filled with anger. You bunch of bastards. Wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back to the sect. Lu Qingwu snorted coldly and increased the strength in her hands. Wu Fan was dragged close to the ground and into the middle of the crowd. You come to our Jueching Valley to provoke us time and again. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Wu Fan no longer had the arrogance he had just now. He lowered his head and looked submissive, like an old quail. The rapid change of face is shocking. Ladies and gentlemen, my brother was just joking. We are all young people, just having fun. There is no need to hurt the relationship. My father is the leader of Tianyi sect. Lu Qingwu still remembers clearly all the threats Wu Fan had made in the past. How could she change her mind about punishing him just because he begged for mercy? You're so smooth-talking. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. Even if you're the young master of Tianyi sect, so what? Lu Qingwu raised her hand and slapped Wu Fan in the face more than 10 times. In an instant, he turned into a pig's head. Then he used a crotch kick that made countless men's scalps tingle and kicked Wu Fan to the horizon. As Wu Fan's screams grew farther and farther away, the scene fell silent. Li Changsheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva and unconsciously put his hands in front of his weapon. This woman is very violent. She always likes to use crotch kicks. She's not easy to deal with. Wang Yuanyuan stepped forward and handed over the long-prepared anti-aging pills with both hands. Valley Master, this is the rejuvenating pill my husband gave to our Jueching Valley. You are the only one who hasn't taken it yet. Rejuvenating pills are what every girl dreams of. Although Lu Qingwu, as a cultivator, can slow down the aging process, he still cannot avoid it completely. She looked at the fragrant, rejuvenating pill. Her heart trembled slightly, but she finally accepted it. Qingwu will never forget Master Li Dan's great kindness. I would like to ask Master Li Dan to stay in Jueching Valley for a few days so that we can show our hospitality. With such good news, Li Changsheng naturally agreed. Master Lu offered such kindness that Li couldn't refuse. I agreed and will stay here for a few days. Hearing this, the female cultivators who were promoted to the foundation building stage by Li Changsheng all showed joy on their faces. The female cultivators looked at Li Changsheng with fiery eyes. Lu Qingwu noticed that the atmosphere seemed a little unusual, and she looked around with a look of shock. Xiaodi, Xiaoli, Xiaora, Xiaoba, Xiaogu, Xiaoli, Xiaona, Xiaozha. Looking at the disciples who had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, Lu Qingwu was extremely shocked. You actually broke through to the foundation building stage? What on earth happened? Many female cultivators looked at Li Changsheng with shy expressions. They were really too embarrassed to speak out the reason. Lu Qingwu followed everyone's gaze and looked at Li Changsheng, who was looking at the memory and seemed to understand everything in an instant. With a respectful look on her face, she clasped her fists and bowed to Li Changsheng. Master Li Dan has been so kind to me that Jueching Valley, will never be able to repay you in my entire lifetime. Foundation establishment pills are extremely precious. Master Li is so kind as to offer so many foundation establishment pills to help my disciples of Jueching Valley advance. This is such a great favor. Please accept Qingwu's greeting. As he spoke, Lu Qingwu bowed deeply towards Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was slightly stunned and quickly helped her up. He took the opportunity to pretend to be careless and touched her smooth jade hand. Well, it was soft and boneless, extremely smooth, and gave him an electric shock-like feeling, which made him feel extremely anxious. Qingwu, you are too serious. It's just a trivial matter. Don't mention it again. Otherwise, I'll leave now. After hearing this, Lu Qingwu didn't react much, but the female cultivators became excited. Master Li Dan, please don't. We haven't properly repaid you yet. You must not leave. Yes, we still have a lot to discuss with Master Li Dan. You can't leave. Master Li Dan, please stay, otherwise we will not be able to sleep all night. Li Changxing looked at those eyes full of hope and sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's all because I'm soft-hearted. Since you all insist on staying, I will stay with you for a few days. Upon hearing this, countless female cultivators showed joy on their faces. Afterwards, someone took the initiative to prepare a room for Li Changxing. Master Li Dan, we will prepare a room for you right away, so that you can sleep more comfortably at night. Li Changsheng waved his hand. Go ahead, and remember to make the bed bigger. Don't worry, Master Li Dan, we understand. Lu Qingwu didn't know why these disciples were so enthusiastic, but there was no point in saying anything more, so I could only let them go. Chapter 46, The Realm is improving ridiculously fast. Time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of Li Changsheng, Yangmi's cultivation has been raised to the 9th level of foundation building. In order to form a pill sooner, she even used her power as an elder to occupy Li Changsheng's time for several days. And Su Riyun also benefited a lot. Her bones were upgraded by 1 level, and her cultivation level was promoted to the 8th level of foundation building. Yangmi relied on his own great power and would not give up until he achieved the Jindan stage. Li Changsheng had no choice but to refine a furnace of cultivation pills and give them to her. Mimi, this cultivation pill is extremely effective. 30 pills are enough for you to reach the peak of foundation building. I will also give you a breakthrough pill to help you break through the Jindan realm in one fell swoop. You should leave for now. After you have achieved the elixir, I will deal with you properly. Yangmi wept bitterly with gratitude. Being away for a few days felt like parting with life and death. Don't worry, my husband. Mimi will definitely advance soon, and then come to see you again. Yangmi was sent away, but Su Ruyun pestered Li Changxing again. Yinner, Yangmi has already reached the stage of Dan formation. How can you fall behind her? These are the cultivation pills and realm-breaking pills that I refined overnight. Take them and advance to the core formation stage. Valen Su burst into tears, expressing her gratitude to Li Changsheng for being the best person to her. Husband, don't worry. Yinner will never disappoint your expectations and will definitely advance her cultivation to the Jindan stage. Looking at Valen Su's beautiful back, Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. I really can't stand these women. They're too clingy. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. That day, Wu Fan was beaten into a big pig head. The first thing he did when he returned to the sect was not to cry to his father, but to beat all those who had deserted the battlefield into pig heads. Humph, I let you leave me alone. This is the consequence of your infidelity. Young master, this isn't the way to use the term seducing and then abandoning. We are at best disloyal. Wu Fan snorted coldly. How could you question the education that this young master has received since childhood? I said you abandoned me, and you are the one who abandoned me. Do you have any objection? No problem. Afterwards, Wu Fan began to sort out his emotions, even squeezing out a few tears. Dad, my dad's so miserable, my dad. It's miserable. My dear father. Your poor son is so miserable, my father. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the sect. Elder Lu Xiaoyi frowned and muttered to herself. The sect master is dead? His son is crying so sadly. Elder Zhang Sumei leaned over and took a look. That person doesn't seem to be Wu Fan. Wu Fan's head isn't that big. Elder Feng Qingzhu was very curious and also looked over. That person's voice is somewhat similar to Wu Fan's, but his head is indeed much bigger than Wu Fan's. Not long after, the three elders suddenly understood. He got beaten up. His head is 3 times bigger. Who did he offend again? There is no sympathy in the eyes of these people, but rather some gloating. It really served him right. He's always so arrogant and bullies everyone, and now he's hit a snag. At this time, Wu Fan's father, Wu Sheng, the leader of Tiany's sect, finally heard Wu Fan's voice. He flew outside in a flash and frowned deeply when he saw Wu Fan. Without any concern or asking about his injuries, he scolded. "You little bastard, are you crying? Shut up right now." Wu Fan wiped the corners of his tearless eyes and began to recount the events of Jueqing Valley with some exaggeration. "Dad, you must make the decision for your son. That Lu Qingwu relied on his Jindan cultivation to bully our Tiani sect. Look how he beat your son. He doesn't even recognize his father. She even used a crotch kick, and our Wu family almost died out." Wu Sheng frowned slightly, looked at Wu Fan's injuries, and scolded coldly. "These are just superficial injuries. Lu Qingwu is holding back. Otherwise, if he had used his Jindan to hit you, you would have died for sure. Stop pretending in front of me and tell me how Lu Qingwu was able to advance to the Jindan stage so quickly." Seeing that his father didn't buy his pity play, Wu Fan had to change his strategy. It seems that Jueqing Valley recruited an alchemist to help Lu Qingwu refine a realm-breaking pill, so she was able to advance to the Jindan stage. Alchemist? Wu Sheng looked puzzled. Breakthrough pill? That's a 6th grade pill. Does that mean a 6th grade alchemist has come to Jueqing Valley? Wu Sheng was shocked and thought to himself, a 6th grade alchemist is hard to come by. If we can ask him to refine a few realm-breaking pills, those in our sect who have reached the peak of the foundation building stage will be able to enter the Jindan stage in one fell swoop. I just don't know if he can refine a 7th grade elixir. If he can, then the ancestor will. Sigh, I wonder if that alchemist is still in Jueqing Valley now. At this moment, 2 extremely strong auras came from the direction of Jueqing Valley. Wu Sheng looked towards Jueqing Valley, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. 2 of them advanced to the Jindan stage at the same time. This is truly the work of a 6th rank alchemist. He pondered for a moment, his expression becoming firm. Wu Fan went to Jueqing Valley and caused a big commotion, so he definitely offended the alchemist. Judging from the fact that the 2 people from Jueqing Valley advanced to the Jindan stage, this alchemist must have a close relationship with Jueqing Valley. Wu Fan is a person who is more likely to cause trouble than to help others. Forget it. In order to make that alchemist and Jueqing Valley forgive my Tiani sect, I will accept it even if it costs a huge price. Yang Mi and Valen Su successfully advanced to the Jindan stage. The noise was so loud that it disturbed Lu Qingwu, who was in seclusion, to consolidate his cultivation. She frowned slightly, deeply shocked. How is this possible? Elder Yang and Elder Su have both reached the Jindan stage? This speed of advancement is ridiculously fast. Lu Qingwu pondered for a moment, and Li Chongqing's appearance appeared in his mind again. Could it be that he has taken out another high-grade elixir? What is his purpose in helping Jueqing Valley so many times? Lu Qingwu's mind was in a mess. She shook her head vigorously. Forget it. After all, my Jueqing Valley has gained some benefits now. We could talk about the future later. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. People from Tiani's sect came to our door. The sect master, Wu Sheng, brought them here personally. When Lu Qingwu heard this, her expression changed slightly. This Wu Sheng is really protective of his people. I was very gentle with him, only causing superficial injuries. I didn't expect him, a 5th-level Jinan cultivator, to come and attack me personally. Lu Qingwu snorted coldly and flew directly outside. Chapter 47 heading to Tiani Gate. The leader of Tiani sect personally led the team to attack, and this explosive news instantly swept the entire Jueqing Valley. But the Valley of Unrequited Love is no longer what it used to be. The female cultivators gathered towards the mountain gate with high morale. He was determined to ensure that the Tiani sect would never return. After these days of care and support from Li Chongsheng, These female cultivators have greatly improved their cultivation. Many of them have even been promoted to the foundation establishment stage. It can be said that if we only compare the number of foundation-building cultivators, Tianyi sect is completely defeated. Even if they were competing in forming a pill, there were still 3 people in Jueching Valley at this time. Compared with Tianyi sect, they are only 1 person short of the Jindan stage. At this time, the only thing that Jueching Valley could not compare with Tianyi sect was that Tianyi sect had an ancestor who was at the peak of Jindan stage. The existence of this ancestor is the reason why Tianyi sect can become the strongest sect within thousands of miles. At this moment, all the female cultivators above the foundation building stage gathered in front of the mountain gate, ready to face the upcoming battle. And those female cultivators who had not yet established their foundation, but whose cultivation was at the peak of qi refining, foundly Changsheng. Husband, this is urgent. Wu Sheng is calling with his men. There is no time for further words. Please help us advance to the foundation building stage so that we can face the Tianyi sect. During these days, through chatting with the female cultivators of Jueching Valley, Li Changsheng also learned the basic situation of Tianyi sect. Damn it, Wu Sheng is only at the 5th level of Jindan, and this Jueching Valley is definitely no match for him. Now, Jueching Valley and I are in a desperate situation, and I can't just sit back and watch. Wu Sheng and his men stood in front of the divine gate of Jueching Valley, followed by many disciples. They were carrying dozens of boxes, but no one knew what they contained. Lu Qingwu looked at Wu Shengqing and said coldly, "Master Wu, I wonder why you have come to our Jueching Valley with such a large crowd." Wu Sheng stuck his head out and looked towards the gate of Jueching Valley. Seeing that the alchemist was nowhere to be seen, he could only bow to Lu Qingwu. "Master Liugu, I offended many people when I came here that day. Today, Wu Sheng is here to apologize." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several disciples behind him carried the box over. After opening it, countless people exclaimed, "A box each of spirit stones, herbs, magic weapons, and elixirs. What is this sect Master Wu planning?" Lu Qingwu didn't understand Wu Sheng's purpose and directly refused. "Master Wu, if this is your fault, please return. We at Jueching Valley will not use this trivial matter to force you." Wu Sheng saw that Lu Qingwu had ordered them to leave, and he also didn't see Li Changsheng, so he didn't know whether to leave or stay. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance. They were all female cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, and it seemed like they had just been promoted not long ago. Seeing this, Wu Sheng couldn't help but shrink his eyes slightly. He looked around at the female cultivators in Jueching Valley and was surprised to find that almost 80% of them had successfully advanced to the foundation building stage. Is this the terrifying aspect of a 6th grade alchemist? It's truly terrifying. After only half a month in Jueching Valley, 80% of the disciples have been promoted to the foundation establishment stage. With such a terrifying rate of advancement, I'm afraid that within half a year, at least dozens of Jindan cultivators will be created. Seeing this scene, Wu Sheng became even more determined to invite Li Changsheng to his sect. No matter what, no matter how much it costs, even if this alchemist asks me to kneel down and apologize, I will do it. As long as we can invite this alchemist into our Tianyi sect, even if it takes only half a month, all of this will be worth it. Having made up his mind, Wu Sheng showed respect, bowed to Lu Qingwu again, and spoke sincerely. "Master Lu, I have another reason to come here. I would like to meet that 6th grade alchemist." In order to appear sincere, Wu Sheng even took out the 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum that Tianyi sect had treasured for many years. "Valley Master Lu, I sincerely request to see Master Li. If Master Li is still in Jueching Valley, please inform me. This 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum will be given to you." Lu Qingwu saw Wu Sheng's sincerity and knew that whenever a sect was looking for an alchemist, it was an opportunity for the alchemist to make a fortune. Lu Qingwu did not want to block Li Changsheng's path to wealth, and then said, "Master Li Dan is indeed still in my Jueching Valley. I can inform you. But whether Master Li Dan wants to see you or not depends on your luck." Wu Sheng showed a happy expression and respectfully handed the Lingji to Lu Qingwu. "Thank you very much, Master Lu. Please accept this Ganoderma lucidum." Lu Qingwu did not accept it, but just instructed his subordinate, "Go and inform Master Li Dan that Wu Sheng, the leader of the Tianyi sect, wants to see you." Upon seeing this, a female disciple ran directly to Li Changxing's residence. "Husband, the leader of the sect wants to see you that day. Will you meet him?" Li Changxing shrank suddenly, thinking that Wu Sheng was looking for trouble with him. No, I'm not that stupid. My dear, Wu Sheng is not here to ask for punishment. He is here to apologize. He brought a lot of rare treasures to apologize. From what he said, it seems he wants to invite my husband to Tianyi sect to refine pills. Go to Tianyi sect to refine pills. Li Changxing looked thoughtful. How many female cultivators are there in Tianyi sect? The female disciple replied. Tianyi sect has a total of 1,500 disciples, and about 700 to 800 of them are female cultivators. Why are you asking this, my husband? Li Shanxing guwa legally. Nothing with this amount. Go tell Wu Sheng that I will be there shortly. Afterwards, Li Changsheng quickly finished improving his bones, put on his clothes, and headed towards the mountain gate. As soon as he appeared, Wu Sheng greeted him respectfully. Master Li Dan, I am honored to meet you. My son offended me that day, and I came here today to apologize. Afterwards, nearly 20 boxes behind him were opened, filled with spirit stones and herbs. Wu Sheng knew that Li Changsheng was an alchemist, and the elixirs from his Tianyi sect were not even worthy of his attention. So as an apology, I only took spirit stones and high-quality herbs. Li Changsheng looked at the boxes of snacks and herbs, his breathing becoming slightly faster. Even though he was wealthy, he was slightly moved at this moment. Wu Sheng seems very sincere. If that's the case, I'll go. Li Changsheng waved his hand, and he actually collected 20 boxes of spirit stones and medicinal herbs. This operation shocked Wu Sheng. With this level of storage space, Master Li Dan is definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps it was an alchemist from an ancient immortal sect who went out to gain experience. My Shaodian clan will never provoke such a person in the slightest. Since Li Changsheng had received benefits from others, he naturally had to fulfill their requirements. He looked at Wu Sheng and said, "Are you going to make medicine?" Wu Sheng bowed respectfully. "That's right. I need you to refine a few furnaces of foundation establishment pills and realm breakthrough pills. Don't worry about the reward. In addition to giving you half of the pills, I also prepared a few natural treasures for you." Li Changsheng didn't care about the reward. He said directly, "Let's go, but I'm used to being served. Don't forget to prepare a few more maids for me." Wu Sheng was overjoyed and bowed respectfully. "Don't worry, senior. I'll be ready soon." Li Changxing nodded, waved his hand to summon the 9-dragon chariot, stepped onto it, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wu Sheng looked at the 9 majestic dragons, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Master Li Dan should only be befriended, not provoked. Otherwise, just 9 giant dragons will be enough to destroy our Tianyi sect. Then Wu Sheng instructed the disciples beside him. Quickly send a message back to the sect and ask them to prepare 10 people. No, 20 female cultivators with good physique and at the peak of chi refining level are taking care of Master Li Dan's daily life these days. This opportunity is extremely rare. Master Li is a generous person. Perhaps if he is pleased, he will reward them with a few foundation building pills. Then the strength of our Tianyi sect will be further enhanced. Chapter 48 need a rest for a few days. These days, Li Changxing's lifespan has also increased greatly, by as much as 5,000 years. Even nascent soul cultivators dare not hope to collect yuan in 5,000 years. He has only just established his foundation. If people knew that he could live for more than 5,000 years just by establishing his foundation, they would definitely be scared to death. In addition, the number of his wives and concubines reached more than 1,000. He couldn't even remember the names of these people. There's no need to remember names anyway. As long as you can improve yourself, that's enough. During this period, Li Changxing's family reputation has also been unprecedentedly improved, and now it has reached 1,000. By increasing his family's reputation, he also received many rewards. In addition to the spirit stones and elixirs as rewards, the size of his portable medicine garden has also doubled. Now his portable medicine garden is almost as big as Wulong City. His immortal spirit technique has now been upgraded to the level of immortal skin because it can be cultivated through the yin and yang technique. During this period, he once experimented by taking out his Jinghong sword and cutting his body several times. Sparks flew, but the skin was not broken. The defense is greatly increased and can almost withstand a full-strength attack from a cultivator at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Ha ha ha! With this layer of skin protecting me, my sense of security has been greatly improved. Li Changsheng looked at his arm with great joy, which was glowing with a faint golden light. That is the sign of a small success in immortal skin. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at Tianyi Gate. At this moment, the people of Tianyi sect held a grand welcome ceremony to welcome Li Changsheng. 3 elders stood respectfully in the front, with dozens of female practitioners holding flowers beside them, and a red carpet was laid on the ground. Cranes were calling on both sides, and various spiritual beasts were prostrating themselves on the ground to express their respect. Li Changsheng flew down to the ground, waved his hand to collect the 9-dragon chariot, and looked unconsciously at the 3 Jindan elders. I didn't expect that Tianyi sect actually had such a stunning Jindan cultivator. When the 3 elders saw Li Changsheng coming down, they all bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior." The 3 of them looked solemn and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. The 9-dragon chariot just now was too astonishing, and the pressure emitted by the giant dragon made them tremble with fear. They had only felt such pressure from the ancestors at the peak of the Jindan stage in their sect. Li Changsheng has 9 such giant dragons. Now in their hearts, they only thought that Li Changsheng was an amazingly powerful person who had hidden his cultivation level. Otherwise, I would never dare to be so ostentatious. After all, there are too many cases of powerful people hiding their cultivation and playing around in the world. Li Changsheng looked the 3 of them up and down and nodded with satisfaction. Jinan cultivation, not bad, not bad. Then he thought to himself, she's a good candidate for a concubine. But when these words fell into their ears, they became the elders' praise for the younger ones. "Thank you for the compliment, senior. I need to keep up the good work." Li Changsheng nodded, then took out a handful of free anti-aging pills. "You all have beautiful looks. It would be a shame if you didn't use the rejuvenating pill to preserve your beauty. This rejuvenating pill is one for each of you. You're welcome." In a large sect like Tianyi sect, as an elder, it is not uncommon for one to see the rejuvenating pill. But the anti-aging pill in Li Changsheng's hand made them tremble with fear. 3 golden lines? A 3rd-grade anti-aging pill. Anti-aging pills are generally of the 1st grade. A highly skilled alchemist can upgrade the rejuvenating pill to the 2nd grade. But they had never seen or heard of the 3rd-grade anti-aging pill. At this moment, smelling the strange fragrance of the elixir, the 3 elders reached out their hands as if possessed by a ghost. "Thank you, senior." Seeing that the elder had already taken it, the female disciples beside him also took the rejuvenating pill. Some people couldn't wait to take it directly, and their temperament became visibly noble. The blemishes on my face also started to disappear. There was even a faint fragrance on his body. Such a strange anti-aging pill is shocking. After chatting with everyone, Li Changsheng's friendly image was deeply rooted in people's hearts. At this time, Wu Shenkai arrived late. After all, they didn't have the 9-dragon chariot, so their speed was a little slower. Wu Sheng bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng, then looked at Wu Fan, who was hiding on the side, and scolded him coldly. "Why are you hiding? Why don't you come and kowtow and apologize to the senior?" Although Wu Fan was somewhat reluctant, he still said to Li Changsheng vaguely, "Saw the..." Wu Sheng kicked Wu Fan on the butt. "Kneel down. Seniorly, not taking your life is already a great favor. You are still ungrateful." The kick was so powerful that Wu Fan screamed in pain and dared not to pretend anymore. He quickly knelt before Li Changsheng and kowtowed like pounding garlic. "Senior, please spare my life. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Senior, you can't just watch my father beat me to death." Wu Sheng was so angry about this that he raised his hand to hit Wu Fan on the head. Li Changsheng shook his head slightly. All right, Sect Master Wu. Xiao Fan is still a child. Just give him a lesson." Seeing this, Wu Shenkai stopped what he was doing and bowed slightly towards Li Changsheng. "Senior, it's getting late today. I have prepared 20 maids for you. Do you have any other instructions?" Wu Sheng waved his hand, and 20 female cultivators came to Li Changsheng with nervous expressions. They have been notified to take care of the daily life of an extremely powerful person. If you perform well, you can even be given a foundation building pill and have the opportunity to directly advance to the foundation building stage. Now that he was in front of Li Changsheng, the nervousness in his heart was beyond words. Li Changsheng glanced at her and was struck by her outstanding figure. "Master Wu is thoughtful, and I am very satisfied. Don't worry about the elixir. I'll recuperate for a few days. After gathering my strength, I will refine it for you in the best condition. After all, I've spent too much energy in Jueching Valley and need to recover. Wu Sheng bowed with gratitude and excitement. Junior understands. Senior, your kindness is unforgettable to us, Tiani sect. Chapter 49, I'll go test it. Entering the depths of Tiani Gate, a pure spiritual energy hits you in the face. Li Changxing took a deep breath and couldn't help but admire. As expected of the number one sect within 10,000 miles, the spiritual energy of this sect is so rich that it is far beyond the reach of ordinary sects. It seems that there must be a large spirit gathering formation blessing this. When I get the chance, I will definitely set up a large spirit gathering array for my home. After passing through layers of buildings, Li Changsheng was led to a mountain hall with even stronger spiritual energy. The main hall is surrounded by precious plants, and a small medicinal garden in the center is the most eye-catching. There are many magical herbs planted in the medicine garden, and there are several plants that are over 10,000 years old. These spiritual herbs may be considered precious in the eyes of others, but to Li Changsheng, they are no different from garbage. Seeing Li Changsheng's calm expression, the maids couldn't help but secretly say, as expected of a senior master, such concentration is unmatched by ordinary people. To treat money as dirt and spiritual herbs as nothing, this is what a true master does. It would be nice if I could get some pointers from him. Li Changsheng had no idea what these maids were thinking. He only felt that the eyes of these women looking at him suddenly became respectful. Even his words revealed a hint of flattery. One of the maids deliberately tugged at her chest and bowed. Senior, this is where you'll be staying these days. We live in the side room next door, and you can call us anytime if you need anything. This maid understands men, and that elusive feeling is enough to drive men crazy. This little devil is really annoying. Li Changsheng licked his lips and smiled. I can call you anytime if I need anything. I wonder if special needs are okay. Special needs? The female cultivator tugged at her collar again, her face shy, her voice soft as a mosquito. Juniors can meet all of your needs. The woman who spoke had a pleasant voice, full of the freshness of a young girl. A pair of big, flickering eyes didn't dare to look Li Changsheng in the eye. Li Changsheng looked the female cultivator up and down and nodded with satisfaction. May I have your name? The female cultivator nodded slightly, becoming even more shy. Zunio Lan King King. Lan Qingqing, what a nice name. I see that you have been stuck at the peak of qi refining for many years. Have you ever thought about advancing to foundation establishment? Li Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining. If you want to advance, you can come see me in the evening. Lan Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. She had indeed been stuck in the qi refining realm for too many years. According to her qualifications, there is almost no hope for her to build a foundation. She had originally prepared to stay in qigong for life, but the appearance of Li Changsheng made her start to have some expectations. With the assistance of Master Li Dan, I will definitely be able to break through the foundation building stage. Lan Qingqing's face was shy, and she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Don't worry, senior. I will go and serve you after I shower and change my clothes. Li Changsheng nodded and then walked towards his residence. After Li Changsheng left, many female cultivators nearby cast contemptuous looks at Lan Qingqing. Qingqing, this Li Danshun is such a pervert. He obviously wants to do something bad to us. You actually offered yourself up to me. You are so ignorant. Yes, although our cultivation is low, with hard work, there will always be a day when we can break through the foundation. Even if you achieve a breakthrough with the help of Master Li Dan, so what? With our aptitude, if we cannot improve our bones, our lives will stop here. Qingqing is still too young and too easily believes in men's sweet words. Alas, she understood it after suffering a loss once. A man's mouth is a lie. It's useless to say anything now. Qingqing has already promised Master Li Dan. If we don't go at night and Dan surely blames us, we will definitely be punished by the sect. Everyone sighed and cast a complex look at Lan Qingqing that contained sympathy, contempt, and envy. At night, Lan Qingqing arrived as promised. After a night, the room was filled with the fragrance of heather. Lan Qingqing looked at Li Changsheng with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. My dear husband, Qingqing's root bones have been upgraded to the middle grade of blue, and her cultivation has also been promoted to the foundation building stage. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and a female cultivator's voice came. Senior, breakfast is ready. Li Changsheng waved his hand and told Lan Qingqing, you need to recover your strength. Go open the door and bring us breakfast. Lan Qingqing nodded, put on her clothes, and went to open the door. After opening the door, he took the breakfast. The female cultivator who brought breakfast looked at Lan Qingqing's foundation-building cultivation with eyes full of disbelief. Have you advanced to the foundation-building stage? Lan Qingqing nodded, her face full of pride. She remembered how these people looked down upon her decision last night. At this moment, a feeling of pride appeared on his face. Not only has my cultivation level been raised to the foundation-building stage, but my root bones have also been upgraded to a higher grade, reaching the middle grade of blue. After all, Li Changsheng was still in the room, so this was not the time to chat. After saying that, Lan Qingqing closed the door. The female cultivator was left standing there, her face filled with shock. How could this be? Through her perception of Lan Qingqing, she could tell that Lan Qingqing was not lying. Could it be that Masterly Dan really gave her an elixir that can improve her root bones? She looked towards the room with envy in her eyes and said inwardly with some regret, if I had known yesterday, I should have stood up. I'm really unwilling to miss such a rare opportunity. She sighed and walked away. When she met the other female cultivators, she told them everything she had seen. This caused the female cultivators to exclaim in surprise. What? He reached the foundation establishment stage in just one night. Qingqing is not lying, right? The female cultivator shook her head. I can feel her cultivation level. She has indeed advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Then she changed the subject and said again, there's one more thing you won't expect. What's the matter? Tell me quickly, don't keep me in suspense. I noticed that Lan Qingqing's root bone has been upgraded to the middle grade of blue. That's impossible. Improving one's physique is extremely difficult, unless one uses rare, natural treasures to refine elixirs. Master Li would never refine such a precious elixir just for him. It's absolutely correct. Lan Qingqing has already admitted it herself, and my feelings also confirm this. When everyone heard this, their expressions varied, or shocked, or envious, or regretful, or thoughtful. After a long while, a female cultivator's expression turned serious. Sisters, this is a rare opportunity, and we may never encounter it again in this lifetime, so we can't miss it. No matter what the cost, we must ask Masterly Dan to help us improve our bones. Although everyone knew this, they were still unsure. They were afraid that Li Changsheng would reject them. The female cultivator who had just spoken saw this, and her expression became firm. Don't worry, sisters. I'll go and give it a try tonight. If it succeeds, it won't be too late for sisters to go again. Seeing this, everyone looked at her with gratitude. At this moment, she is a hero in everyone's eyes. The wind whistles, and the Yi River is cold. Once the hero leaves, I hope he will return. Chapter 50, I am such a genius. After Juejweizi and Master Mengyi took the heart-protecting pill, their cultivation returned to its peak. To express their gratitude, the two came to Murong's house again. Murong Yinhai personally entertained them, and when he saw the two of them, his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. You two seniors are really well hidden. Seniors at the peak of the Jindan stage. Yinhai is here to greet you. Brother Yinhai, there's no need to be like this. Just treat us the same as before. If it weren't for Master Li's heart-protecting pill, our injuries wouldn't have healed. I came here to thank Master Li Dan. I wonder if Master Li Dan is still here. My master went to the Valley of Unrequited Love in person to rescue the abducted members of my Murong family, and he hasn't returned yet. When Juejweizi heard this, his expression instantly turned cold. How dare Jueching Valley attack Senior Li? I, Juejweizi, absolutely disagree with this. Master Mengyi also looked angry. Master Li Dan has done us a great favor. If Master Li Dan were to encounter any trouble, we would never stand idly by. Even if the nun comes forward, she can't stop me. You two have misunderstood. Even with the strength of Jueching Valley, they can't do anything to my master. He may be enjoying himself in the Valley of Unfeeling. Murong Yinhai also saw through Li Changxing's character. Although he has profound attainments in alchemy, it seems that women are his lifelong obsession, and he will take any woman he sees. There's so many women in the Jueching Valley, I guess Master won't be able to come back for a while. Seeing this, Juejweizi and Master Mengyi also suddenly realized. That's right. Senior Li's strength is mysterious and unfathomable. How could the Jueching Valley be able to shake him? At this moment, Murong Shui came over. If the two seniors are here to look for my husband, they should go to Tiany's sect. I just received news that my husband has been invited by Wu Sheng, the leader of Tiany's sect, to help them refine pills. When Murong Yanhai heard this, he showed an interested look. If Master went to Tiany's sect to refine pills, I believe the quality of the pills would not be too low. I must go and observe. Perhaps I can learn a lot from it and improve my attainments in the Tao of Alchemy. Seeing this, Zhuge Weizi and Master Mingyi took the opportunity to say, in that case, let's go to Tiany Gate together. There is no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. The journey is long, and it may take several days. Tianygata, Li Shanxing's residenza. Ever since Li Changsheng came to Tiany's sect, he has been served comfortably every day. All the meals are made from extremely rare elixirs. The place where they live is also the place with the richest spiritual energy in the entire Tiany sect. Another night arrived. Li Changsheng held a toothpick in his mouth with a look of anticipation. I wonder who will be coming tonight. At this moment, the door was slowly pushed open. A beautiful female cultivator walked in. Senior, I will be your servant tonight. When sect master Wu Sheng learned that the female cultivators had advanced, he was also very happy. Great. Master Li is indeed a generous person. Every maid has been promoted to the foundation establishment realm. Perhaps he has refined several furnaces of foundation establishment pills. Wu Fan, who was standing by, saw this and showed a hint of disdain. Father, what is this? Just a few foundation building pills. How many foundation building pills can we make with the things we gave him? He has been hiding in the back mountain for so many days since he came to Tiany's sect and has not come out to refine pills until now. Are we just going to let him do this? When Wu Sheng heard this, his expression turned unhappy. You are a fool with no strategic vision. How could the value of Masterly Dan be measured by those boxes of rare treasures? Masterly Dan helped so many disciples of Jueching Valley to reach the foundation establishment stage, and even helped 2 elders of Jueching Valley to reach the core formation stage. He consumed too much of his energy, so it was reasonable for him to rest for a few days. Whenever Master Li wants to refine medicine, he will do it on his own initiative. We don't need to worry about it. Don't mention this kind of thing again in the future. If you displease Master Li Dan, don't blame me, your father, for turning against you. Wu Fan cursed in his heart, but he could see that Wu Sheng was really angry, so he didn't dare to say anything bad about Li Changsheng. But I was secretly thinking in my heart, Li Changsheng is a greedy guy. He stole dozens of boxes of rare treasures from my Tiany sect, but he stayed in the back mountain every day and never came out. Humph, as long as I, Wu Fan, am here, I will never let him take away those rare treasures so easily. We must find a way to make him spit out some blood. Thinking of this, Wu Fan's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. He pretended to admit his mistake and said, My father taught me that I was short-sighted. Master Li Dan has profound attainments in alchemy. Since those 20 female cultivators have already broken through to the foundation building stage, why don't we send another 20 over? They said they were going to change shifts. After all, they had been serving Master Li Dan for so many days and were very tired. When Wu Sheng heard this, he also felt that it made sense. In particular, it can quickly improve the strength of Tiany sect, which is exactly what he wants. Wu Sheng showed a gratified smile on his face and patted Wu Sheng's shoulder with satisfaction. Fanner, you've finally grown up. This is what it looks like to make plans for the sect. Since this is your idea, I'll leave this matter to you. But one thing must be remembered. You must find a female cultivator at the peak of Qi refining to serve Master Li Dan. That way, the strength of our Tiany sect can be improved as much as possible. Wu Sheng nodded, then smiled with a look of triumph. Li Changsheng, let me see how many foundation establishment pills you can consume. This time, I must squeeze you dry. After getting Wu Sheng's permission, Wu Fan immediately started to make arrangements. He couldn't hide his excitement along the way, and he even admired himself very much. I'm a fucking genius. Who else could have come up with this idea besides me? Li Changsheng, you think it's so easy to take away my Tiany sect things? No way. He hummed a little tune along the way, thinking of the little apprentice sister he had long admired. Although this Li Changsheng is abominable, his foundation-building pill is truly good. For such a good thing, I must think of my junior sister. My junior sister is also at the peak of Qi training. If I help her with this, She will definitely be very grateful to me once she advances to the foundation building stage. They may even be so moved that they throw themselves into your arms and pledge their love to you. Junior sister's devilish figure and beautiful face are exciting just thinking about it. The more Wu Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but praise himself again. I'm such a fucking genius. Aside from Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, only I, Wu Fan, could come up with this plan that kills two birds with one stone. Not long after, he arrived at the residence of his junior sister. He looked at the most beautiful girl in the school that day and began to imagine the scene where his junior sister was extremely grateful to him and pledged herself to him. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and pushed the door open. Junior sister Chung Qian, a great thing has happened to you. Chung Qian turned her head slightly. Her temperament was so elegant that she was untainted by the mud and pure, but not coquettish. The fair skin has no pores. Chung Qian frowned slightly and seemed to have no good impression of Wu Fan. Brother Wu, are you playing some tricks again? Wu Fan chuckled. Junior sister Chung Qian, what are you talking about? This is truly a great thing. The maidservants at Li Danshu's side need to change shifts, and I think you're just the right person for the job. Having said that, Wu Fan paused, as if he wanted to see Chung Qian's surprised expression. But Chung Qian did not show any surprise. Seeing this, Wu Fan continued. Junior sister Chung Qian, there is something you may have heard about. All the fellow disciples who took care of Master Li Dan's daily life have now advanced to the foundation building stage. Master Li Dan is a prodigal son who gives pills to everyone he meets. This time, junior sister, you will definitely be able to obtain enough foundation establishment pills when you go there. By then, wouldn't it be easy to break through to the foundation building stage in one fell swoop? Isn't this a great thing? Chung Qian had indeed heard about this matter and had envied the maids who followed Li Changsheng. Now that this good thing has happened to him, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Brother Wu, you were so thoughtful. I treated you badly before, and I want to apologize to you here. If you can successfully advance to the foundation building stage, junior sister will reward you handsomely. Wu Fan heard the words, "Thank you generously," and his mind began to wander. Since junior sister has agreed, let's pack up quickly and head to Master Li Dan's residence. I came to you first, and the others are waiting for me to notify them. Seeing this, Chung Qian did not delay. After packing up, she went directly to Li Changsheng's residence. Chapter 51 Women are all pigs. It was another night with beautiful flowers and a full moon. Li Changsheng was listening to music in the brothel, feeling very comfortable. Looking at the full moon in the sky, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I heard from Lan Qingqing that they are going to be replaced. I wonder when the new maids will arrive. The entire Tianyi sect had heard the news that every maidservant around Li Changsheng had successfully advanced to the foundation building stage, especially the female cultivators. Each of them was looking forward to serving Li Changsheng. However, the male disciples protested and complained privately. Why can only women go there? I don't accept it. That's right, we men can also hold up half the sky. I really don't understand why the female cultivators have to go. Can't we? With our physique, what can't we do? This is discrimination, a serious preference for girls over boys. Family, who understands? At night, Li Changsheng was lying in bed when someone knocked on the door. Gumin. The door creaked and was opened. Then a slim woman in white walked in. This person is Chung Qian. Li Changsheng's eyes lit up when he saw Chung Qian. Are you the new maid? Chung Qian nodded and looked at Li Changsheng secretly. Exactly. Junior Chung Qian, I pay my respects to Master Li Dan. Senior, if you have any questions, please let me know. Li Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Okay. 10 days later, Wu Fan found Chung Qian and said with a smug look on his face, Junior sister, how is it? Brother, I didn't lie to you, did I? The foundation was established so quickly. The figure of Li Changsheng appeared in Chung Qian's mind, and a shy blush appeared on her face. Wu Fan became excited upon seeing this, thinking to himself, look at how shy junior sister is. Could it be that she wants to marry me? Wu Fan was daydreaming, but Chung Qian's words suddenly poured cold water on him. Brother, I'm really sorry, but my sister already has someone in her heart. It's really not right for you and I to be alone in the room. You'd better leave quickly. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand me. Hearing this, Wu Fan was stunned where he was. At this moment, he was struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief. Husband? Junior sister, Where did you get your husband? Chung Qian became even more shy, with a very sweet smile on her face. Don't ask. My husband will definitely be unhappy to see you and me alone in a room. Chung Qian pushed Wu Fan directly out of the door and then closed it. Wu Fan stood there, his mind blank. He looked up to the sky and howled, shouting in grief and anger. No, no, no. Then something seemed to dawn on him. Husband? Humph. This excuse for rejecting someone is really old-fashioned. I thought you would be grateful to me, or at least not as cold as before. Now it seems I was overthinking it. Chung Qian, you are an ungrateful woman. There are so many women in the world. How can I, Wu Fan, hang myself on a tree? Wu Fan snorted coldly and walked away. Cast a wide net and catch more fish. You're not the only one in my fish pond. He didn't feel sad at all, but instead showed a hint of disdain. Do you really think your brother Wu Fan takes you seriously? Wu Fan recalled the dozens of female cultivators she had sent to Li Changsheng. I began to look forward to it again. There are dozens of beauties. I don't believe I can't get one. I just don't believe it. There are 50 or 60 people, and not one of them is willing to marry me. Wu Fan became excited again and headed towards the next target. Not long after, he came out cursing. Bah, ungrateful fellow. They all use the same excuse. Do you really think I will believe you? Fuck, you look down on me, and I look down on you too. I'll go find the next one right away. Shameless, absolutely shameless. It's so shameless. These people must have colluded to reject me. Not long after, Wu Fan was kicked out again. He didn't believe it and ran towards his next target again. I just don't believe it. In such a big sect like Tianyi, we can't find a woman who is grateful and repays her kindness. So, he visited 60 female nuns and was rejected 60 times. The reason for rejection is the same. I am afraid my husband will misunderstand me. Wu Fan walked on the road in a daze, looking up to the sky and howling. No, no, no. Women, they're all pigs. After cursing for a long time, he finally calmed down. At this time, he also felt that something was wrong. Why does every female cultivator who works as a maid say she has a husband after returning? There is definitely something fishy going on here. Wu Fan's eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. This matter is so confusing that it is hard to discern the cause. As the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. There is only one solution for now. Thinking of this, Wu Fan's face turned serious. I, a young master, disguised myself as a woman and went to visit Li Changsheng at night. I want to see what the reason is. Afterwards, Wu Fan hurried back to his residence and rummaged through his drawers. He wanted to find the gifts that were returned by the nuns. He remembered that there were several sets of women's clothes among them. Not long after, I found my clothes, put them on, and nodded repeatedly in front of the mirror. Well, it's not bad. With my looks, even if I become a woman, I will still be a heartthrob. Then he shaved his beard, found some rouge and powder, and put them on his face, and he looked like a real woman. The only difference is that the chest appears a little thin. This is easy to do. 2 apples can solve it. Wu Fan took out 2 apples, stuffed them directly into his chest, and nodded with satisfaction. Haha, this is so real it's hard to tell the difference. As the night deepened, Wu Fan appeared at Li Changsheng's door. After knocking on the door, a voice came from the room. Guomein. Chapter 52, you must not tell this secret to anyone. Perhaps it was a coincidence that Li Changsheng was the only one in his room today. Now that he saw a woman coming, he instinctively started to check her fertility qualifications. According to custom, you cannot directly reject those who are ugly. You should first look at the fertility qualifications before making a decision. After all, fertility qualifications have nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. As long as the woman has high fertility qualifications and is not too ugly to look at, Li Changsheng can afford it. In this regard, he is not picky. Everything is for the purpose of improving strength. This is not shameful. It's just the difference between turning off the lights and not turning off the lights. After all, Wu Fan is a man dressed as a woman, although he looks like a woman in general. But there is not a trace of the delicate beauty that a woman should have. He looks big and fat, which is very uncoordinated. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Warning, target detection failed. Li Changsheng stared at Wu Fan, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Huh? Could it be that she is not qualified to have children? Or is she infertile? Why did the system fail the test? Li Changsheng encountered this situation for the first time and felt very strange. He checked again, but still failed. System, are you experiencing a bug? Why does the test keep failing? The system issued a disdainful voice. The ability to bear children is something only women have. It would be a real bug if you could detect it when you were a man. You are truly a talent. Li Changsheng also got into a dead end. He thought the person in front of him was a woman and never thought that he might be a man. At this moment, Li Changsheng was shocked and even began to feel a little scared. Damn it, if I drag this man to bed, my reputation will be ruined. Today, I want to see who dares to dress up as a woman in front of me. Li Changxing remained calm, looked at Wu Fan coldly, and asked, "What do you want from me in the middle of the night?" Wu Fan stood there a loss, his legs feeling weak from nervousness. But in order to verify his guess, he mustered up the courage to speak. Senior, do you need me to sleep with you?" When Li Changsheng heard this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his momentum exploded. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and righteously rebuked Wu Fan. "Asshole, you are so young, and yet you still don't learn your lesson. You actually thought of bribing me in this way. Do you really think that I only have eyes for women? Do you really think everyone is like you, thinking about those naughty things every day?" When Wu Fan heard this scolding, it was like a wake-up call, and his body shuddered. Then, Li Changsheng came directly in front of Wu Fan, pointed at his nose, and cursed. As a cultivator, one should purify the six senses and devote one's mind to the Tao. How can you achieve the great Tao if you are so impatient and impetuous? When I was your age, I never thought about these things. Never thought about it, not even once. As a woman, you are so dissolute. It is really despicable. Leave quickly, or don't blame me for turning hostile. The voice was deafening, and every word was precious. Wu Fan was enlightened, and he looked at Li Changsheng with a guilty look. I never thought that Masterly Dan would be so upright and righteous. It was I, Wu Fan, who judged others by my own standards. Wu Fan felt ashamed and was about to leave after apologizing. But at this moment, Li Changsheng stopped him. "Wait, I see you don't look like a woman. Who are you? How did you get into Tiany's sect? What is your purpose here?" Li Changsheng pretended to be alert and suddenly used his super dragon claw hand towards Wu Fan, pulling him in front of him. Then he exclaimed again, "Wu Fan, it's you." Li Changsheng threw him out and then took a few steps back. "Wu Fan, what on earth do you want to do? Let me tell you, I don't have that special fetish." When Wu Fan saw that he was recognized, he showed embarrassment and anxiety on his face. "Masterly Dan, please keep your voice down and listen to my explanation. It's not what you think." Li Changsheng opened the window and pretended to call for help. "Wu Fan, I never thought you were this kind of person. I, Li Changsheng, have lived my whole life, but this is the first time I have seen someone who loves Longyang with my own eyes. You came to my room in the middle of the night, dressed like this. This is a great insult to me. Since you are capable of such a thing, I don't need to be polite to you." Li Changsheng cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and was about to shout loudly. Wu Fan thought to himself that this was not good. He knew that if this matter was exposed, he would never be able to hold his head up high for the rest of his life, and his father would even punish him according to the family rules. In a hurry, Wu Fan knelt down directly. "Senior, please don't tell anyone about this. If you tell anyone about this, I won't be able to hold my head up high for the rest of my life. As long as you help me keep this secret, I am willing to tell you another secret." Seeing this, Li Changsheng stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "Oh, what's the secret? Tell me about it." Wu Fan also hardened his heart. The current situation was related to his dignity as a man. If Li Changsheng leaks this secret, Wu Fan will become a laughingstock among people all over the world from then on. Thinking of this, his expression became firm. "Senior, there is a secret room in Tiany's sect. My father always goes there secretly for fear that others will know, but this has not escaped my eyes." As he spoke, Wu Fan secretly glanced at Li Changsheng and found that he showed an interested expression and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior, if you let me go this time, I will take you to the secret room to find out what's going on. Although I don't know what's inside, I can guess from my father's carefulness that there must be some incredible treasure inside." Li Changxing looked into Wu Fan's eyes for a long time without saying a word, as if he wanted to see something from Wu Fan's eyes. Wu Fan was frightened when he saw this. He covered his body and stepped back repeatedly. "Senior, you said you don't have that special fetish." Li Changxing's face was full of black lines. "What do you think of me, kid?" After a moment of hesitation, Li Changxing thought to himself. The secret room of Tiany's sect must contain a great secret. Why not go and take a look? Thinking of this, Li Chongqing spoke. In that case, I will accompany you on this journey. But let's make it clear in advance that you are the one going to the secret room, and I am just accompanying you. If someone finds out, don't put the blame on me. Wu Fan was delighted and repeatedly patted his chest to assure. Don't worry, senior. I know what to do. Then Li Chongqing nodded, stood up, and walked out. In that case, let's go explore the secret room while the moon is dark and the wind is strong. Wu Fan smiled widely and quickly stepped forward to lead the way. Senior, please come this way. Soon after, the two came to a rockery. Although they encountered patrolling disciples along the way, one of them was the young master, and the other was a guest invited by Wu Sheng, so they were allowed to pass without any questioning. Wu Fan looked around, and when he saw no one was around, he placed his hand on the raised part of the rockery and squeezed it hard. A hidden stone door slowly opened. Senior, please. Wu Fan bowed respectfully and invited Li Chongqing in. Li Chongqing did not refuse and stepped in directly. Chapter 53, I'm in love with you. The secret room was so deep and dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you as soon as you entered. As the two walked, lights on both sides of the corridor began to light up automatically. Li Chongqing looked forward under the flickering light. I saw a road ahead that ended in an ancient red gate. When the two of them arrived at the door, Wu Fan felt a little excited. Senior, I believe the secret lies behind this door. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing stretched out his hand and pushed the door. The door was not locked and could be opened easily. When the two of them entered and took a look, their eyes lit up. In the room, a woman was lying on a stone bed. She looked beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. Li Chongqing took a deep breath and couldn't help but walk forward. He stared at the woman's face intently, and a hot feeling in his body made his mouth suddenly dry. The woman was not dead. Judging from her chest rising and falling, she must have fallen into a deep sleep. Li Chongqing licked his lips and thought to himself, it's a waste of such a beautiful woman to lie here. I wish she could become my concubine. Thinking of this, he began to check the woman's fertility qualifications. Suddenly, a strong purple light emerged from the woman's body. Li Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was shocked. It's actually the purple top-grade fertility qualification. This is the strongest qualification I've ever seen. At this moment, Wu Fan behind him suddenly knelt on the ground, shouting repeatedly, Grandfather, I have no intention of offending you. Please forgive me. Ancestor, Li Shangshim Fronat. She's the ancestor of your Tianyi sect. Wu Fan nodded and explained. I've seen her in the portrait. She is none other than the ancestor of our Tianyi sect, Shuelingyun. In order to find out what happened, Li Chongqing asked, what happened to your ancestor? Injured? Sick? Or fell into a deep sleep? Wu Fan only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, and didn't know much about the sex affairs. I don't know either, but my father told me that our ancestor seems to be nearing the end of his life. In order to pass away later, he had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep. Only when the sect is in danger will my father awaken the ancestor. Li Chongqing nodded slightly, then asked, there are so many ways to solve the problem of insufficient lifespan. Taking longevity pills can improve your cultivation. Why don't you try it? Wu Fan sighed. It's not that I haven't tried, but the longevity pill's effect isn't unlimited. The ancestor has already taken a lot of 6th grade longevity pills. Now, the 6th grade longevity pill has no effect on the ancestor. If you want it to be effective, you can only take higher grade pills. But how can a 7th grade elixir be obtained so easily? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Good. Li Chongqing's body trembled, and he turned around suddenly, only to see that the person coming was Wu Sheng. He didn't even notice Wu Sheng's arrival. Now that he was caught red-handed, Li Chongqing looked a little embarrassed. Master Wu, this. Wu Sheng waved his hand and sighed slightly. Senior, you don't need to explain. I know you have no ill intentions. I guess this disappointing son of mine came here because he wanted to see what's in the secret room. Wu Sheng looked at Wu Fan, who lowered his head. Dad, I didn't expect this to be where our ancestor was sleeping. If we had known, we wouldn't have come here. Wu Sheng ignored Wu Fan and looked at Li Chongqing. Senior, thanks to you, Tianyi sect has gained so many foundation establishment cultivators these days. I, the junior, would like to express my gratitude here. Hearing this, Li Chongqing looked away and coughed a few times with a guilty conscience. Wu Xingze clasped his fists and bowed to Li Chongqing, then looked at Shuelingyun, who was not far away. Actually, the reason I invited you here this time is to refine the realm-breaking pill. The second reason is that I want to let the seniors see if our ancestor can be saved. I originally wanted to ask my seniors to come and take a look after a few days. Now that the senior is here, why not take this opportunity to help our ancestor check his body? A physical check. Li Changxing's mind moved, and he had some wrong thoughts. We really need to check her body. He looked at Yun and walked towards her. Then he reached out to feel her pulse, his brows unconsciously furrowed. Fellow Taoist, Xue doesn't seem injured or ill. It's more like he's being restrained by a force, preventing his body from truly flowing freely. Most alchemists have some medical skills, so Li Changxing naturally has some basic skills. Wu Sheng had already understood this and said slowly, "Senior is right. The ancestor is indeed not injured, nor is he ill. But the ancestor is a rare talent that only appears once in 1,000 years, and it is difficult to overcome adversity." Li Shangxin fronat. He had never heard of or seen such a physique before. Seeing this, Wu Sheng explained, "The body that can overcome adversity is formed innately. If this kind of physique is born in a large immortal cultivation sect with abundant resources, it may be considered a good thing. But in a small place like ours, it can only be considered a disaster. This physique is somewhat special. When a cultivator reaches the peak of the Jindan stage, the disadvantages of the difficulty in overcoming difficulties will begin to show, and the speed at which lifespan is consumed will double every year. Not only that, as long as the Duyin body is still there, the cultivator will not have the chance to advance to the nascent soul stage and will remain at the peak of the core formation stage until death. The only solution is to take the deliverance pill. But the deliverance pill is an 8th grade elixir. Where can you get an elixir of this grade? Can the Dewey pill eliminate the Dewey difficult body? Li Changxing spoke after hearing this. Wu Sheng nodded. Yes, once the difficult body of Dewey is eliminated, a little practice will allow you to enter the next realm. In terms of combat power, he is far superior to cultivators of the same level. However, since the formation of the elixir, every time there is a breakthrough in the realm, more Dewey pills are needed. In other words, although this kind of physique has a combat power far exceeding that of cultivators at the same level, the resource consumption is also astronomical. Li Changsheng pondered for a moment, then asked, "If that's the case, why don't you join those big sects? With such a physique, I believe they will definitely help you." Wu Sheng shook his head. "It's not that we haven't thought about it, but those big sects only allow the ancestor to join. They didn't even want to look at the other people from our Tiani sect. The ancestor knew very well that once she left Tiani sect, the demise of Tiani sect would only be a matter of time. For this reason, the ancestor did not hesitate to use secret techniques and fall into a deep sleep in order to protect the Tiani sect from extinction." When Li Changsheng heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Yun, feeling somewhat distressed. She still looks like a little girl, but she carries such a heavy burden. Maybe you also need a shoulder to lean on. Don't worry, I can let you lean on me. Li Changsheng turned around, looked at Wu Sheng, and said, "Wake up your ancestor. I have something to say to her." Wu Sheng showed a look of surprise. "Senior, are you going to refine a 7th grade longevity pill?" Li Changsheng shook his head. "Wrong, it's Dewey Dan." When Wu Sheng heard this, he was shocked. "Senior, can you really?" Li Shangxing nudda. "It's a bit troublesome, but it's still possible. Now, I only have one question and need to ask your ancestor in person after he wakes up." Wu Sheng was surprised and bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng. "Senior, your kindness is great. Tiani sect will never forget it. I will wake you up right away." Wu Sheng clasped his hands together, and a stream of light shot toward Yun. Not long after, Yun slowly woke up. After opening her eyes, she looked a little confused. Then, when he saw Wu Sheng, his eyes became bright. "Wu Sheng is the sect in crisis." Wu Sheng bowed excitedly and recounted the whole story. Yun looked at Li Changsheng. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This person has such a refined cultivation power. I didn't expect that he is also an alchemist. Slightly shocked, then bowed slightly. "Can you really help me refine the deliverance pill?" Li Changxing nodded, looked at Wu Fan and Wu Sheng, and then looked at Yun. "But before that, I still have some questions for fellow Taoist Xue." Yun's beautiful eyes turned, and she waved her hand and said to Wu Sheng, "You go down first." Seeing this, Wu Sheng took Wu Fan and retreated. Then Yun looked at Li Changsheng. If you have anything to say, please speak directly. Li Changsheng looked Shuai Lingyun up and down and got straight to the point. Fellow Taoist Shuai, to be honest, I have a crush on you. Chapter 54. I'll think about it. When Shuai Lingyun heard this, she was stunned where she was. After Shaoqing, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her voice became much colder. Friendly, if you continue to be so frivolous, I will have no choice but to send you away. Li Changxing sighed and looked at Shuai Lingyun lovingly. Fellow Taoist Shuai, although you're the ancestor of a sect, the girl's feelings in your heart must still exist. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to risk accelerating the consumption of your lifespan just to maintain this youthful appearance. As an alchemist, Li Changsheng could tell at a glance that Shuai Lingyun's appearance was maintained by using the power of her cultivation. The price is the accelerated consumption of lifespan. Perhaps she had taken anti-aging pills before, but those pills with a purity of 50% or 60% contained nearly half the poison. It was not easy to maintain her appearance for a lifetime. An anti-aging pill of that quality would only last for a few decades at most before needing to be taken again. However, Shuai Lingyun has been sleeping for many years and has no time to take the anti-aging pills. The only way is to maintain her youth through cultivation. Shuai Lingyun was visibly shocked when she heard this, but her expression remained icy cold. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, fellow Taoist, right? Li Changsheng smiled slightly, and dozens of 100% pure anti-aging pills appeared in his hand. If you don't mind, I have also refined a few anti-aging pills. Please accept them. Shuai Lingyun is a woman after all, and she has taken many anti-aging pills. But none of the anti-aging pills she had ever seen could compare to the one Li Changxing took out. She looked at the rejuvenating pill in Li Changxing's hand, her eyes trembling. A third grade, 100% pure anti-aging pill. Li Changxing Nudda. Take it. This kind of elixir is only suitable for a beauty like fellow Taoist Shuai. Shuai Lingyun stretched slightly, then retracted it. Thinking back to when Li Changsheng said he liked her, she felt that Li Changsheng had ulterior motives. Fellow Taoist, please take it back. With my current physical condition, there is no hope for me to survive. Taking the rejuvenating pill will be of no use. Li Changsheng smiled slightly and took out another handful of pills. What if I take the longevity pill? The longevity pill is no longer useful to me. Shuai Lingyun's eyes widened as she spoke. 7th grade longevity pill. Shuai Lingyun looked at Li Changsheng and was astonished by his beauty. Senior is actually a 7th grade alchemist. As for what rank of alchemist he was, Li Changsheng was not sure, but it seemed that his current limit was the 7th rank. Perhaps it is a limitation of cultivation. After breaking through the Jinan stage, he will be able to refine 8th grade, 9th grade, or even 10th grade pills. Li Shanxing Nudda, fellow Taoist Shuai, this 7th grade longevity pill can increase your lifespan by 50 years. Here are 10 of them. Even if your lifespan is draining away faster than others, they should be enough for you to live another 100 years. Shuai Lingyun was finally moved. She took the longevity pill with both hands, but her expression showed an apologetic look. Thank you for the elixir, Master Li, but I really can't make a decision on what you just said. After all, this is the first time we meet. It is indeed difficult for me to make such a request. What's more, I have a body that can't be saved. If I don't have the Dewey pill, I will leave this world sooner or later. If you and I were together, we wouldn't be able to stay together forever. Li Changsheng handed the rejuvenating pill in his other hand to Shuai Lingyun and spoke slowly. What if I help you refine the deliverance pill? Shuai Lingyun was even more surprised when these words came out. What? Aren't you a 7th grade alchemist? The deliverance pill is an 8th grade pill. Li Changsheng smiled slightly and nodded. That's right, but I have a way to refine an 8th grade elixir. It's just a little more troublesome. Shuai Lingyun's mind was blank at this moment. The continuous shocks made her entire brain short-circuit. From childhood till now, in Shuai Lingyun's life, there has never been a man as straightforward as Li Changsheng. There has never been a man as outstanding as Li Changsheng. As a powerful Jinan cultivator, Shuai Lingyun knew very well how powerful a 7th grade alchemist was. If he could be with a 7th grade alchemist, not only would he be able to solve his future cultivation resources, but he would also be able to gain the respect of countless powerful people. After all, if those strong people want to take high-grade elixirs, they can only find high-grade alchemists. Alchemists above the 6th rank are hard to come by, but whenever you meet one, you will be treated with courtesy. In a small place like Longhua, it is definitely a great thing to be able to meet a 7th grade alchemist, and this 7th grade alchemist is so fond of me. Xueling Yun's heart was pounding at this moment, and she began to hesitate. Li Changsheng did not press forward. If you need to consider it, please do so. I can wait. Xueling Yun laughed dryly and bent her knees slightly. Thank you very much, Master Li Dan. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Li Changsheng was not in a hurry. Judging from Xueling Yun's reaction, she must have been moved. What he needed to do next was to deepen Xueling Yun's feelings. Then, Li Changsheng bowed and said, "In that case, fellow Taoist Xue, please rest well. I will take my leave now." Xueling Yun sent Li Changsheng out of the secret room and stood at the door for a long time without moving at all. She looked at the 7th grade longevity pill in her hand and couldn't help but exclaimed, "I thought it was extremely difficult for a 3rd grade elixir to reach 100% purity. I didn't expect that Master Li could actually improve the purity of a 7th grade elixir to 100%. This person has such a profound attainment in the Tao of alchemy. His future achievements are bound to be limitless." After Li Changsheng returned to his residence, he informed the maid, "Rest early today. Tomorrow morning, I will start to help your sect leader refine the elixir." When the female cultivators heard this, they felt a deep reluctance in their hearts. They knew that once the elixir was finished, it would be time for Li Changsheng to leave. "Husband, what should we do if we want to see you in the future?" Li Changsheng smiled slightly and stroked the lower part of the female cultivator. "Since you have given me your bodies, you are mine. If you miss me in the future, go to the Li family in Wulong City, and I, Li Changsheng, will marry you." When the girls heard this promise, their eyes were all red. "With my husband's words, we are content." After one night, Li Changsheng's cultivation had improved significantly. Li Changsheng took a shower, changed his clothes, and had breakfast. Then, surrounded by maids, she went to the square of Tianyi Gate. At this moment, many disciples had already been waiting here just to watch the alchemists making pills. In addition, Xueling Yun also appeared here. She was wearing a green dress that showed off her perfect curves. Her extraordinary temperament shows that she has taken the anti-aging pill given to her by Li Changsheng. With such vigorous vitality in his body, he must have taken the longevity pill as well. Seeing Li Changsheng coming, Xueling Yun stood up and bowed slightly, her heart beating faster and faster. Li Changsheng looked calm and nodded slightly, then flew onto the platform and waved his hand to summon the alchemy furnace. Wu Sheng looked at the many disciples and spoke loudly. "Master Li is refining the elixir today. It is a blessing for our Tianyi sect. If you learn from him with an open mind, perhaps you too can become an alchemist." The disciples all looked pious, especially the female disciples who had been favored by Li Changsheng. They all looked shy, and the scene of lovemaking reappeared in their minds. At this moment, a notification sounded from a distance. "Master, Murong Yinhai of the Murong family requests an audience." When Li Changsheng heard this, he said to Wu Sheng, "Master Wu, please let him in. He is my disciple." The Murong family is famous for its elixirs, and Wu Sheng has also heard of it. Now that he knows that the ancestor of the Murong family is actually Li Changsheng's apprentice, he is also shocked. He quickly said to his men, "Please invite fellow Taoist Murong in." Not long after, Murong Yinhai appeared together with Master Meng, Yi, and Juju Zi. The three of them bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng before taking their seats. Xueling Yun looked at Master Mingyi and Zhuozhi, and her eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. A Pijinian expert is actually so respectful to Li Changsheng. Could it be that Li Changsheng has a greater background? Thinking of this, Xueling Yun's heart trembled, and her heart beat faster and faster. Why not take a gamble and agree to it? Chapter 55 Xueling Yun is in the bag. With this thought in mind, Xueling Yun looked at Li Changsheng with a different look. His appearance is considered to be superior, and his attainments in alchemy are rare. In addition, there is this extremely mysterious background. The only regret is that my cultivation is a bit weak. Never mind. As long as I can eliminate the difficult body of Dewey, the breakthrough of Yuanying will be just around the corner. If I can marry him by then, there shouldn't be any problems with my protection. At this moment, Li Changsheng has already started refining pills. He took out the herbs with a wave of his hand, and then put them into the alchemy furnace very quickly. Soon after, the fragrance of the elixir filled the entire place, and everyone's face showed an intoxicated look. Li Changshang gently patted the alchemy furnace, and with a wave of his hand, the pills in the furnace fell into his hands. There are a total of 30 realm-breaking pills, and all of them are 100% pure. Wu Sheng was excited and praised repeatedly. Master Li's attainments in alchemy are truly astonishing. In just 1 hour, he was able to refine so many pills. Li Changshang was used to hearing these compliments and did not feel very excited. He directly handed the pill to Wu Sheng. I'll give you the pills, but are there any other pills you need to refine? Wu Sheng shook his head and took the pill excitedly. That's all. Master Li Dan, have a good rest. Li Changxing nodded, then looked at Yun. Fellow Taoist Xue, how have you considered yesterday's question? Yun looked shy and nodded slightly. I promise you, but if I want to do it, I need to wait until you refine the deliverance pill. It's just that the herbs needed for the deliverance pill are too rare, and I don't have them all yet. Li Changsheng was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Don't worry about the herbs. I have them. I'll make the deliverance pill right away. He sat cross-legged again, his mind immersed in the portable medicine garden. After collecting all the herbs he needed, he waved his hand, and all of them floated around him. The endless fragrance of spiritual herbs filled the air, shocking everyone. Such fresh herbs definitely cannot be stored in a storage bag. Those knowledgeable monks could recognize the reason at a glance. Yun's face was slightly shocked, and she thought to herself, a portable cave dwelling, and one that can be used to grow spiritual herbs. There are two types of portable caves. One type only accommodates the body and has no other use. Although this kind of portable cave is extremely valuable, there are still many people who have it. The second type is where cultivators can practice in it, grow spiritual herbs, and raise spiritual beasts. This kind of portable cave is not something that ordinary people can possess. Anyone who possesses it is either a powerful being with astonishing cultivation or a cultivator with a very deep background. Zhuge Weizi and Master Mingyi's expressions also twitched, and they were even more shocked by Li Changxing's background. The horror of this person's background is probably beyond our imagination. Yes, even the ancestors of the holy lands that you and I have met before, few of them have such portable caves. Could it be that he is from a higher-level cultivation country? Not long after, Li Changxing began to refine pills. He was so excited that his hands were shaking slightly. It wasn't because he was excited about his attainments in alchemy, but because he couldn't remain calm when he thought of Ling Yun's desirable body. Damn it, I've endured it until now. It's really hard for me. After a long time, Li Changxing's expression suddenly changed. He picked up the alchemy furnace and threw it directly into the sky. Then, a loud noise was heard, and the alchemy furnace exploded with a bang. Li Changshang sighed slightly. It seems that this alchemy furnace is not enough to bear the cost of refining the deliverance pill. Or maybe it was because I had too many distracting thoughts in my mind that caused the furnace to explode. Upon seeing this, Murong Yinhai immediately sent his alchemy furnace out. Master, please use my alchemy furnace. This furnace is a 6th grade magical instrument, enough to refine 8th grade elixirs. Li Changsheng did not refuse. He took it and started refining again. However, things went against one's wishes. This time the furnace did not explode, but the elixir failed to be refined. Murong Yinhai thought to himself, 8th grade elixir. It seems that even Master can't succeed in one go. Ling Yun also felt a little regretful. The difficulty of refining the deliverance pill is so great that even Li Changsheng would find it so difficult. Li Changsheng frowned slightly, thinking to himself, could it be because my cultivation is too low? Thinking of this, Li Changsheng decided to advance to the Jindan stage. My cultivation has just reached the peak of foundation establishment these past few days, so I'll try again after I reach core formation. Li Changxing's mind moved, and with almost no obstacles, his cultivation level broke through to the Jindan realm. If an ordinary cultivator wants to advance to the Jindan stage, it usually takes several attempts before he can succeed. But Li Changsheng seemed to do it as simply as eating and drinking water. Zhuge Weizi and Master Mingyi both showed expressions of sudden enlightenment at this moment. Master Li Dan really has hidden his cultivation. He must have raised his suppressed cultivation to the Jindan realm just now. The two looked at each other, and both believed it without a doubt. Ling Yun was surprised. He has reached the core formation stage? I didn't detect any fluctuations in his advancement. Could it be that he is hiding his cultivation? After a moment of hesitation, Yun felt that this was very likely. I should have thought of this earlier. How could a seventh-grade alchemist appear in a small dragon country? When Li Changsheng was promoted to the Jindan stage, he felt that the crystal in his dantian suddenly began to break and then reassemble. In a short time, it turned into a bead floating in the dantian. The golden light produced when the heavenly Tao built its foundation was now integrated into the golden elixir, making the color of the golden elixir darker. The golden elixir of ordinary Jindan cultivators is white. For those with outstanding talents, their golden elixir is dark gold in color. However, Li Changxing's golden elixir was a bright golden elixir that emitted a dazzling light. The sacred aura above, as if it is the way of heaven, makes people feel awe. With my Jindan cultivation, I should be able to try to refine an 8th grade elixir. Li Changxing's face turned serious and he began to refine. Soon after, the fragrance of elixir filled the air and bursts of thunder were heard from the sky. Yun looked up and frowned slightly. Legend has it that when an 8th grade elixir is formed, a strange phenomenon will appear in the sky. Could it be that it is about to succeed? Li Shangxing Shouta. The pill is ready. Then the alchemy furnace was opened, and 5 of the evil-breaking pills slowly flew up. Wu Sheng showed a look of surprise. It's done. The ancestor is saved. Yun's breathing was rapid, and her body was trembling slightly. Surprisingly, I have actually refined it. My Duyin and tea can really be broken. She used to live in fear every day because of her physical condition, but now she doesn't have to worry anymore. Li Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head with some regret. It seems that refining 8th grade elixirs is still a bit difficult. I only succeeded in refining 5 pills. I'm so disappointed. But all in all, Ling Yun's suffering can be lifted. Li Changsheng flew to Ling Yun's side and handed her the pill. The elixir has been refined. I think we should enter the bridal chamber tonight, right? I have studied 2 sets of secrets and need to practice them urgently. Ling Yun looked shy, nodded slightly, and said like a little bird, I will listen to my husband. Wu Sheng listened to the conversation between the two and was a little confused. Ancestor, what are you doing? Ling Yun looked at Li Changsheng somewhat embarrassedly and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Seeing this, Li Changsheng explained, I want to marry your ancestor and worship heaven and earth tonight. Go get ready and dress up the sect. Wu Sheng stood there in a daze. Then his face showed ecstasy. The ancestor and Masterly Dan are very happy. Congratulations. We will go and decorate the sect now. If the talent for refining pills that Li Changsheng displayed could really be linked to the Tianyi sect, then his Tianyi sect would have made a huge leap forward. Countless disciples cheered and congratulated the ancestor on his great joy. And those female cultivators who were abused by Li Changsheng now showed resentful expressions, and their eyes were full of jealousy. In a short period of time, the entire sect was completely renewed, with lights and decorations everywhere, and it was very lively. After completing all the procedures, Li Changsheng carried Ling Yun and walked towards the bridal chamber. Another wonderful night. Chapter 56 Li Mansion is attacked. The next day, Li Changsheng looked at his attribute panel with great joy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. His bones have reached the highest purple level, and his immortal skin has also reached the highest level. Her cultivation level has even broken through to the 1st level of Jindan, truly worthy of being a female cultivator with a purple top-grade root bone. His love for Ling Yun grew stronger. He held her in his arms and asked softly, Yinner, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to return to Wulong City with me, or stay at Tianyi Gate? A trace of confusion flashed across Ling Yun's eyes, and she was unable to answer for a long time. Notijin had hesitation. Li Changsheng said softly, I know you care about Tianyi sect. If you wish to stay, then stay. After all, this is where your roots are. Ling Yun was filled with gratitude and leaned her head on Li Changsheng's chest. Thank you for your understanding, my husband. After all, I am the ancestor of Tianyi sect. How can I abandon these younger generations? After staying at Tianyi Gate for a few more days, Li Changsheng returned to Murong's house and stayed there for a while. I have been away for a long time and have many beautiful women at home to accompany me. It is time to go home. The many female cultivators of the Murong family have almost become a part of Li Changsheng's life. According to common sense, they should follow him back to Wulong City. However, if they leave, the strength of the Morong family will be greatly reduced. For the sake of the Morong family's reputation and status in the local area, Li Changsheng decided to let them stay. This time when he returned to Wulong City, he only brought Murong Shui with him. The two of them rode on the Nine-Dragon chariot and arrived at Wulong City in just 3 days. However, as soon as I entered the city gate, I noticed that the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Li Changxing's figure flashed, and he arrived at the door of Li's mansion, only to see that the door was closed, which was in sharp contrast to the prosperous scene in the past, and there was something unusual everywhere. Li Changxing knocked on the door, and a cautious voice came from inside. Who? Li Changsheng already had a premonition in his heart. Your master. Hearing Li Changxing's voice, the servant's tone became obviously excited, but also with tears in his eyes. Master, you're finally back. You don't know that the Li family has been in great trouble these days. The door creaked open. Li Changxing looked around at the broken rockery in the courtyard and knew that someone had come to provoke trouble. Humph! Who dares to come to my Li mansion and act wildly? Li Changsheng looked at the servants with an icy gaze. Where is Steward Du? He failed to subdue the other party? The servant's face showed fear, as if he was still immersed in the fear of that day. Butler Du tried his best, but only managed to force the opponent to retreat a few steps. In the end, it was only after Madame Song Yanfei intervened that the other party finally gave up. Is anyone in the family injured? Li Changsheng looked nervous. Have you found out the other party's background? Before the servant could answer, a cough was heard from a distance. Ahem, master, they're a family of immortal cultivators from Tiandu City. The speaker was Du Fengshan. Li Changsheng turned his head and saw that Du Fengshan looked haggard, with bandages wrapped around his hands and feet, and he had difficulty walking. There was also a hideous scar across his face. Seeing this, Li Changsheng became furious. Du, who are they? I have hurt you to such an extent. Du Fengshan coughed again, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Master, don't be impulsive. Their family is very powerful, and there are dozens of cultivators above the 8th level of Qi training. The one who came to provoke that day was a cultivator at the 2nd level of foundation building. If it weren't for Mistress Song Yanfei's rescue, old Du's life would have been in jeopardy. Li Changsheng took out several healing pills and handed them to Du Fengshan. Take these pills first and heal your injuries first. Du Fengshan took the pill and swallowed it directly. Soon, the injuries were relieved, and his complexion gradually became rosy. Thank you for the medicine. My injury is no longer serious. Du Fengshan took a deep breath and thanked him repeatedly. Li Changsheng waved his hand and said, There's no need for formalities between you and me. Tell me, who is causing trouble in my Li family? Du Fengshan recalled the scene that day, and his anger was evident in his words. They're the Xie family from Tiandu City. That day, when he passed by Wulong City, he saw many women coming to Li's mansion to take the exam to become concubines. Perhaps out of jealousy, he broke into the mansion. They were clearly here to cause trouble. The servants failed to stop him and were beaten severely. Several people were seriously injured and died. Later, I heard the news and came forward to negotiate. The man was arrogant and unreasonable and started attacking without any explanation. My cultivation level was not high enough, and I was also severely injured. Fortunately, Mr. Song Yanfei intervened and saved my life. Li Changxing's face became increasingly gloomy, his hands clenched into fists, and his joints creaked. He looked towards Tiandu City, his voice as cold as ice. Tiandu Xie family, you are courting death. Then he looked around and asked with a hint of confusion. Where is Song Yanfei? Why can't I see her? Du Fengshan sighed and took out a piece of letter. Mr. Song Yanfei seemed to have something urgent to attend to. She left a letter and hurried away. Li Changsheng took the letter, and his expression grew darker as he read it. Murong Shui asked anxiously, My dear, what does the letter say? Li Changsheng said slowly, Song Yanfei received a family message ordering her to return home and prepare to marry the eldest prince. To avoid bringing trouble to us, she has returned to her family. Murong Shui was extremely anxious when she heard this. My dear, Sister Yanfei is from the Li mansion. She must not marry the eldest prince. Li Shanxing Nudda. Of course, fortunately Yanfei did not return directly to the tribe. She must be hiding somewhere else. Even if I return to the Song family, according to the date mentioned in the letter, there's still 2 months left. We have other pressing matters to attend to right now. Li Changsheng stared at the direction of Tiandu City with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. My Li family is growing stronger and stronger, and it is inevitable that it will attract covetousness and provoke others in the future. If you remain silent when being bullied, you will definitely be seen as a soft persimmon. As the saying goes, one good strike is enough to prevent 100 blows from coming. This is a perfect opportunity, a chance to make an example of someone. Li Changsheng has always believed in a principle. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will kill him. At this moment, he was determined to kill. He waved his hand and summoned the 9-dragon chariot, and with a flash of his body, he landed on it. Swear, you take care of the family. I'll be back soon. Wulong City, CF family. Xie Baoqing, the head of the CF family, looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Could it be the incident with the Li family a few days ago? No, it's been 7 days since the incident, and they haven't dared to take any action. It's definitely not their doing. Master, we have already found out that Li Changsheng has just established his foundation and is definitely not your opponent. Exactly. Even if he dares to come to our house, the worst that can happen is that we teach him a lesson and ask him to pay tens of thousands of spirit stones as compensation. How can spirit stones alone be enough? I heard that Li Changsheng's concubines are all very beautiful. If we could capture a few of them, we would be extremely happy. Huh, you're not even letting go of secondhand goods? You're really greedy. You haven't seen Li Changsheng's concubines. They're definitely not comparable to ordinary women. Now, there are 3 foundation-building cultivators in my CF family. This is a perfect opportunity to capture all his concubines. Yes, Master, Li Changsheng has no other abilities, but he has a unique eye for choosing concubines. Master, don't worry. You must have taken in several concubines recently, and you must be overworked. When we go to the Li family again, we will definitely bring you some stunning beauties. After hearing his subordinate's comfort, Xie Baoqing's mood calmed down a little. However, at this moment, the entire CF family compound suddenly fell into darkness, as if the sky was covered. Xie Baoqing's expression suddenly changed. He looked up and saw a giant dragon circling and soaring in the sky. Behind the giant dragon, there was a dragon chariot being pulled. On the chariot sat a man with bloodshot eyes, overlooking the area below. Xie Baoqing trembled all over, terrified. Quickly gather our forces. Our CF family may be in great danger. Chapter 57, Destroying the CF Family in Tiandu. Tiandu City is located in a prosperous area, and its spiritual energy far exceeds that of Wulong City. Although it cannot be compared with those immortal cultivation sects, it is still a good place for cultivation. Therefore, many immortal cultivation families choose Tiandu City as their family base. Among them, the CF family is the strongest. But today, a 9-dragon chariot appeared in the sky above the CF family, which instantly attracted the attention of the entire city. Hiss, 9-dragon chariot. This person is really generous. Looking at his cultivation, he should be a powerful person in the Jindan realm. Could it be the distinguished guest invited by the CF family? The CF family is worthy of being the #1 immortal cultivation family in Tiandu City. With such a strong backer, who would dare to mess with them? It seems that I have to maintain a good relationship with the CF family in the future. At this moment, Li Changsheng suddenly spoke. Every cause has its effect. His voice contained the power of cultivation and instantly spread in all directions. The CF family is dead today. The murderer is Li Changsheng. The voice was so cold that even from a distance, one could still feel the endless chill in it. Those who had envied the CF family just now are now all shocked. This is actually to cause trouble for the CF family. Haha, my guess was right. The CF family has been too high profile lately, stirring up trouble everywhere. They must have offended a tough opponent. Serves them right. The CF family bullies the weak. They should have thought about this earlier. Xie Baoqing's expression changed drastically. Feeling the pressure from Li Changsheng, his whole body softened and he collapsed to the ground. Didn't Li Changsheng of the Li Mansion in Wulong City say that he had just established his foundation? Damn it, it's actually the Jindan stage. My CF family is finished. Who was it? Who was the person who went to the Li residence and caused trouble that day? Soon, Xie Baoqing's eldest son came out. Although there was fear on his face, it was not as exaggerated as Xie Baoqing's. Dad, there are so many people in our CF family, but he is the only one. Xie Baoqing glared angrily and slapped him in the face. Then he grabbed his collar and threw him into the yard. Senior, please calm down. It was this person who offended your family that day. The real murderer is right here. Please, Senior, spare my Xie family. I am willing to pay any price. Xie Baoqing's son looked incredulous. Dad, what are you talking about? How could you do this? Li Changsheng put away the 9-dragon chariot and landed in the Xie family courtyard with a gloomy face. He looked down at the two people and said coldly, Admit your mistake now? Unfortunately, it's too late. The next moment, the Jinghong sword fell into his hand. He raised his hand and slashed, beheading Xie Baoqing and his son. A family of immortal cultivators had their heads chopped off without any resistance. Who would have thought that the head of the Xie family, who was so powerful in Tiandu City, would be so vulnerable in the face of Li Changsheng? Li Changsheng walked towards the Xie family with a sword in his hand and no expression on his face. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Today, if you want to blame someone, blame the Xie family for provoking someone they shouldn't have provoked. Li Changsheng raised his sword and slashed, turning into a killing god. At this moment, the Xie mansion became a hell on earth, and screams spread throughout the city. Countless people were shocked and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid of provoking Li Changsheng and being discovered and killed with a sword. In a short period of time, there was no one left alive in the huge Xie family. The endless smell of blood emanated from the Xie family, making people tremble. And it only took 5 minutes to do all this. After Li Changsheng finished his task, he flew away on the 9-dragon chariot in front of everyone's horrified eyes. It was not until his figure disappeared into the horizon that the people of Tiandu City finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other immortal cultivation families in the city all showed expressions of horror. They smelled the faint smell of blood in the air, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. Is this the strength of a Jindan? Even a powerful family like the Xie family is nothing more than an ant. Do you know who this Jindan senior is? Wulong City, Li Mansion, Li Changsheng. Li Shansheng. I've heard of him. Didn't he just advance to the foundation establishment stage? There's a method called hiding one's cultivation. Do you really think Senior Li is at the foundation establishment stage? Hearing this, everyone was thoughtful. Then someone spoke. Senior Li is usually very approachable and never argues with anyone. This time, Xie Baoqing must have gone too far, leading to his own death. Indeed, Senior Li is a well-known good man in Wulong City, and he also has a special habit, which is to take concubines. I've also heard about this. It's said that Senior Li never refuses anyone when it comes to taking a concubine. Everyone is welcome. When everyone heard this, they fell into deep thought. When Li Changsheng returned home, Du Fengshun was still in the yard. He looked up at the horizon, thinking in his heart, and said, Master, you will definitely have to go through a bloody battle this time. You won't be back for at least 3 to 5 hours. But at this moment, Li Changsheng fell into the yard. After Du Fengshun saw Li Changsheng's figure, his expression became a little strange. Master, you're back now? Li Shansheng nudda. I'm back. Du Fengshun was even more puzzled. Didn't you say you were going to seek revenge on the Xie family? Li Changsheng said, Yes, it has been reported. The Xie family no longer exists. Hearing these understated words, Du Fengshun was shocked. Master, your cultivation has improved again. Li Changsheng said calmly. Not bad. The first level of Jindan is not bad. It's time for you to build your foundation, right? As he spoke, Li Changsheng took out a handful of foundation building pills and handed them to Du Fengshun. Hurry up and build your foundation. You should also go and take a look at the ancient tomb you mentioned. Du Fengshun took the foundation building pill with some excitement, tears streaming down his face. Master, don't worry. With these foundation building pills, I will definitely be able to complete the foundation building process within 7 days. Li Changsheng nodded, exchanged some pleasantries, and then went deep into the courtyard. He wanted to go and see his concubines. 2 days later, with the help of Li Changsheng, Yang Yuan's root bones were upgraded to the lower green grade. In the world of cultivation, with such bone quality, it should be no problem to improve one's cultivation to the peak of foundation building. Li Changsheng then handed Yang Yuan a book of basic qi training techniques. My lady, this is the foundation of qi training. If you practice according to it, you will definitely become a qi training cultivator. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Shuer. After all, she started practicing earlier than you. so she should be able to guide you. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During this period, Li Changsheng upgraded the roots of all the concubines he could name to the lower green grade. As for the others, I will improve them slowly when I have time. Not only that, Li Changsheng discovered that several of his concubines were pregnant. Yang Yuhuan, Wang Yiyin, Wang Shuiyin, Tang Yinru, Zhao Qing, anyone you can name, all became pregnant again. Du Fengshan did not disappoint expectations. His cultivation level was successfully raised to the foundation building stage. Master, I am ready. Du Fengshan bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng. Li Shangxing Nudda. I've been waiting for you. It's time for us to go take a look at the ancient tomb. Chapter 58. Entering the ancient tomb, obtaining the strange fire, and having the lifespan. Du Fengshan stood on the 9-dragon chariot, looking down, a look of worry on his face. Master, I haven't been to that ancient tomb for a long time. Could it be that it has been discovered? Li Changsheng looked down and saw several immortal cultivators patrolling continuously. Is the place where those monks are located the location of the ancient tomb? Du Fengshan nodded. That's right there. The place they are patrolling is the entrance to the ancient tomb. Li Changsheng has now reached the Jindan stage and is no longer at the Qi refining stage. He directly controlled the 9-dragon chariot to fall down. This huge momentum immediately attracted the attention of the monks. Such a powerful aura. Could this person be a senior master from some immortal sect? Everyone looked at Li Changsheng with respect on their faces. Senior, this place has been noticed by our Linghua sect. The elders of the sect will be here soon. Please come in, senior. Before the monk could finish his words, Li Changsheng slapped him and sent him flying. I will only say this once. We were the first to discover this ancient tomb. It's just that some things delayed me, and I couldn't come. You want to keep it all for yourself? No way. At this time, the other Qi refining monks saw that they were no match for their opponent and quickly dodged to the side. Although he seemed to be showing weakness, he was actually secretly sending a message for help to his fellow disciples. Li Changsheng didn't care at all and swaggered into the entrance of the ancient tomb with Du Fengshan. Under the leadership of Du Fengshan, the two soon arrived at a tomb. In the past, Du Fengshan was not strong enough to open the tomb door. Things are different now. He exerted a little force, and the tomb door slowly opened. Then smoke and dust rose up, and Li Changsheng waved his hand, and the smoke and dust dissipated. You think you can kill me with just poison gas? The two of them went towards the depths, one in front and one behind. A big door appeared in front of me again, but I couldn't find a mechanism to open it after searching for a long time. Li Changsheng didn't have the patience to waste time here, so he drew out the Jinghong sword and cut the door in half with one sword. As the two men walked forward, arrows were suddenly shot out from all directions. These ordinary mechanisms can't do anything to the two of them. Easily dodge it and keep moving forward. Not long after walking, Li Changsheng suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed, and he murmured strangely. This journey has been too dull. It seems there is no danger, but I still feel a little uneasy. Seeing that Du Fengshan did not respond, Li Changsheng turned around and looked, but Du Fengshan was no longer there. Damn it! I knew there was something strange about this ancient tomb. Li Changsheng took out several pills and put them all into his mouth. Among them are detoxification pills, illusion-breaking pills, spirit-boosting pills, and aphrodisiac pills. In short, he ate all the pills that could protect himself. Then he quickly used the power of his cultivation to refine the medicinal power, and his vision gradually became clear. He looked to the side and saw Du Fengshan fainted. After a check, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I didn't know when I was trapped by an illusion. I just need to take an illusion-breaking pill. After giving Du Fengshan the pill, he woke up soon after. Master, didn't we go out? Why are you back again? Li Changsheng recounted the events that had occurred during the illusion, and then walked forward again. With the help of the illusion-breaking pill, you don't have to worry about ordinary illusions. The tomb's inn should be in front of us, and the tomb's owner should be there. The two quickened their pace and soon arrived at the center of the tomb. There was a high platform with a coffin placed on it. Various magic weapons, elixirs, and spirit stones were placed around the coffin. Li Changsheng waved his hand to take them all away, then walked to the side of the coffin. The most important thing should be in this coffin. He exerted a little force on his hands, and the lid of the coffin was pushed open, revealing the tomb owner inside. The two of them came forward to take a look and were both shocked. This, Du Fengshan said in surprise. Is this man dead or alive? Li Changxing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said slowly, he should be dead, but not completely dead yet. I saw that the person lying in the coffin was actually a female corpse in gorgeous clothes. The entire body of the female corpse was wrapped in a mysterious golden light. The golden light was slightly distorted, like a golden flame. Perhaps it is because of the presence of the golden flame that the female corpse has not rotted until now. Li Changxing looked at the beautiful face of the female corpse and couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. It was still very elastic, as if she was asleep. At this moment, the golden light beside the female corpse seemed to have eyes and directly penetrated into Li Changxing's body. Du Fengshun quickly stepped back and asked nervously, Master, what got into your body? Li Changxing didn't know either, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, there was an extremely comfortable feeling coming over me. After calming down and feeling carefully, I suddenly realized, could it be because of the golden light of the Heavenly Tao Foundation? At this moment, the golden light emanating from the golden elixir in his dantian echoed with the golden flame, as if they were having conversation. After a long time, the golden flame was completely absorbed by Li Changxing. He snorted coldly, spread out his palms, and with a thought, the golden holy fire in his dantian began to be summoned into his palms. With a bang, the flame shot up high. Du Fengshun on the side retreated repeatedly. The scorching flames forced him to retreat. Master, the flame is so hot. Put away quickly. Li Changxing was puzzled. He clearly didn't feel any temperature. But judging by Du Fengshun's reaction, he was indeed extremely burned. This flame is interesting. Could it be because it has merged with me? Li Changxing released the flame again, and then took out a magic weapon. Under the scorching flame, the magic weapon shattered into pieces and was actually vulnerable. Li Changxing looked surprised. Although this flying sword is only of the second rank, it was destroyed by just a single scorching blow. Could this flame be the legendary strange fire? As an alchemist, he also has some understanding of strange fire, which is a necessary condition for alchemists to improve their alchemy skills. With the help of the strange fire, it is no problem to upgrade the grade of the refined pills. Li Changxing looked at the flame in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. But at this moment, the female corpse in the coffin began to emit a decaying smell. Li Changxing took a closer look, and his expression changed slightly. Is it because I took away the strange fire that the female corpse decayed? It is truly unbearable to watch such a stunning beauty reduced to ashes. Thinking of this, Li Changxing released a trace of the power of strange fire, trying to wrap the female corpse again. But at this moment, a burst of energy suddenly emanated from the female corpse and then connected with Li Changxing. Somehow, Li Changxing felt that something seemed to be missing in his body. His vitality was inexplicably reduced by half. Du Fengshun was shocked and asked nervously, Master, what happened? Your body. Li Changxing pondered for a moment, then checked his attribute panel in his mind, only to suddenly discover that his lifespan had suddenly been reduced by half. Share my lifespan? This woman is really calculating. Fortunately, Li Changxing had a long lifespan, otherwise he would have been sucked dry by that blow just now. Li Changxing waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Then he looked at the female corpse, and the smell of decay on the corpse had disappeared. Even a hint of life began to appear in the female corpse's body. Li Changxing snorted coldly, raised his hand, and shot out a stream of light, trying to destroy the female corpse. But suddenly he felt his body being attacked by a huge force and flew backwards. After landing, Li Changxing vomited blood, his face gloomy. We share lifespan, but I didn't expect we could also share damage. I can't afford to offend, but I can at least avoid him. Li Changxing turned around and was about to leave. But just after he passed 100 meters, he suddenly felt weak. Lifespan is slipping away even faster. Li Changxing stopped immediately. Damn it, I have to take her with me, right? Chapter 59, Ling Huimin. Li Changxing tried it several times again, and every time he exceeded a certain distance, his lifespan would pass away faster. The greater the distance, the faster your lifespan passes. Li Changxing had no choice but to return to the female corpse again. Only then did the speed of his lifespan stop passing. You can't hit me, and you can't hide from me. Do you want to be my wife? Li Changxing was indignant. If you were alive, I could still take you in, but you are a living dead now. How can I take you in? You can't give me a son. So what's the use of me having you? Let you absorb my lifespan. Li Changxing stared at the female corpse's face, although it was very beautiful. And even among his concubines, there were very few who were of such a beauty. The thought of it absorbing his lifespan made him hesitate. Du Fengchun saw Li Changsheng staring at the female corpse in a trance, and a guess came to his mind. Master, don't you want to? What a sin. This is a corpse. Master, your taste wouldn't be that strong, would it? The next moment, under Du Fengchun's surprised gaze, Li Changsheng waved his hand and put the female corpse into his personal medicine garden. Du Fengchun's face twitched, and Li Changsheng's perverted behavior began to emerge in his mind, and he felt terrified. My goodness, it's really like this. To be honest, this move by the master is really a bit perverted. Li Changsheng did not explain much and said coldly, We should leave. There's nothing valuable here anymore. Du Fengchun followed behind respectfully, but he still complained in his heart. TSK, 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 the master really is. Perhaps in the eyes of the master, women are the most valuable things. The two of them returned all the way without any obstacles. After all the traps they had encountered before were broken one by one. Not long after, the two appeared at the entrance of the ancient tomb, but now the place was already full of people. The leader among them was a female cultivator, whose cultivation level was at the 5th level of foundation building. She was considered an expert in the vicinity of Wulong City. Du Fengchun saw this and thought to himself, Hey, it seems the master is going to take another concubine. Li Changxing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked up and down at the female cultivator with a strange look in his eyes. Now my lifespan has been halved, and this trip is a huge loss. In order to make up for the short lifespan, it is time to recruit Taoist companions and increase the lifespan. Since this female cultivator is so blind as to run into the muzzle of a gun, I will take her. Li Changxing walked towards those people without fear. Before he got close, he was stopped by a male disciple. Sir, this ancient tomb was discovered by my Manhwa sect. You have arrived first, so please leave the treasures in the tomb behind. Faced with the male disciple's obstruction, Li Changsheng didn't even look at him. He waved his hand slightly, and the man was blown away. This action surprised everyone present. The female cultivator had even seen Li Changsheng's Jindan cultivation level and quickly bowed. Senior, I have no intention of offending you. This is the fault of my Manhwa sect. I beg you to show mercy and let these juniors go. Li Changsheng walked towards the female cultivator step by step, with a strange expression on his face. Let these youngsters go? Does that mean you are not included? The female cultivator felt extremely embarrassed when being looked at by Li Changsheng. Her expression changed again and again, and she felt nervous and scared. As long as Senior can let these disciples go, I am willing to do anything. Li Changsheng smiled slightly and directly stated his purpose. Do anything? In that case, then serve me in bed tonight. Ah! The female cultivator was slightly stunned. She had never expected that someone would make such a request in public. How shameless must one be to say such a thing? The female cultivator looked embarrassed. Senior, I'm afraid. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, revealing his Jindan cultivation. Everyone was so oppressed by this pressure that they couldn't breathe. Afraid of what? That female cultivator was only at the 5th level of foundation building, and the strongest ancestor in the sect was only at the peak of foundation building. Where had she ever seen a powerful Jindan cultivator? Now looking at Li Changsheng's imposing manner, he thought to himself, in the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak, and women are treated as playthings. If you don't have a strong backer, you won't know when you'll be kidnapped 100 times 100 times. I didn't expect that this senior is actually a Jindan level expert. If that's the case, it's better to find a strong supporter and marry her, so that life won't be so tiring. Having made up her mind, the woman's expression became firm. Senior, you misunderstood. I was just worried that I wouldn't be well prepared due to the short time. Li Changsheng waved his hand. Don't worry about this little thing. You just need to follow me and get married. Miley family in Wulong City has made all the arrangements. Afterwards, amid the shocked expressions of the Manhwa sect disciples, the elder who had always been aloof and kept strangers away was actually held under Li Changsheng's armpit and flown into the sky. The disciples watched Li Changsheng gradually disappear and then said, Elder Ji Qing has been abducted. We must tell the sect master immediately. Yes, Elder Ji risked his life for us, so we must rescue him. Elder Ji is so kind. We will rescue him, even if it costs us our lives. It's a pity that Elder Ji Qing's chastity may be at risk. Just now I heard that old perverts say that he is from the Leaf family of Wulong City. Let's tell the sect leader to go to Wulong City and attack the Leaf family. There is no time to lose. Let's return to the sect, and perhaps we can still save Elder Ji Qing's chastity. With determined expressions, they summoned their flying swords and flew towards the sect. Not long after, several people returned to Linghua Gate and shouted loudly, "Master, this is bad. Elder Ji Qing has been abducted by thieves. If we rescue her too late, I'm afraid her chastity will be in jeopardy." Linghua sect is a sect with mostly female practitioners because their skills tend to be feminine and are most suitable for women to practice. The sect leader is also a female cultivator named Kamisato Ayaka. Kamisato Ayaka's cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building, and she is just one step away from advancing to the core stage. But due to the lack of the assistance of the realm-breaking pill and his own not-so-good qualifications, he has been stuck at the peak of the foundation building stage for nearly 100 years. Usually, Kamisato Ayaka and Ji Qing have a good relationship. Ji Qing also saw her distress, so he tried every means to find the ancient tomb and secret realm. This time, she was kidnapped by Li Changsheng in order to explore the ancient tomb and help Kamisato Ayaka find a way to advance. When Kamisato Ayaka heard the news, her heart trembled, her eyes filled with anger and worry. How ridiculous! Do you really think that Linghua sect is easy to bully? She looked at the disciple who came back to report and asked, "Where did the thief take Elder Ji?" The disciple said, "That thief claimed to be from the Leaf family of Wulong City and claimed that he wanted to marry Elder Ji Qing as his concubine. I guess they brought Elder Ji to the Leaf family." When Kamisato Ayaka heard this, her face became extremely angry. She directly summoned everyone in the door. "Disciples of Linghua sect, listen up. Elder Ji Qing has been abducted by a rapist and is currently at the Leaf family home in Wulong City. Join me in rescuing Elder Ji." Although Linghuamen is small, the people are very united. After being mobilized by Kamisato Ayaka, everyone is full of passion. Save Elder Ji, and you'll be Elder Ji. A group of people, a total of 100 people, flew towards the Leaf family in Wulong City on swords. Wulong City, Li's family, decorated with lights and colors. Li Changsheng, wearing a bright red dress, walked into the auditorium holding Ji Qing's hand. At this moment, hundreds of figures began to appear in the sky. They were flying on swords and standing in the air. They were the disciples of Linghua sect. Kamisato Ayaka looked at the festive attire and understood everything. She roared, "Shameless pervert! Let go of Elder Ji Qing of Linghua sect. Otherwise, even if we're defeated, we will fight you to the death." Fishing net. What fishing net? Li Changsheng was slightly stunned and flew into the yard. He looked at the dozens of beautiful figures in the sky, a slight smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Especially after seeing Kamisato Ayaka, his eyes lit up. "Isn't it a pity that such a beautiful woman can't become my concubine?" Then, Li Changsheng smiled evilly and shouted towards the sky with the power of his cultivation. "Since you are all here, then take this opportunity to marry me." Chapter 60, Annexing Linghuamen. Shunli Linghua was angry and frightened, and took out her sword to attack Li Changsheng. "Shameless rapist, what a foolish dream. I, Kamisato Ayaka, would rather die than jump from here than marry you." When the other disciples saw that their leader had already taken action, they also drew their flying swords and followed closely behind. But at this moment, all of Li Changsheng's concubines who had cultivated themselves stood up. Yang Yuhuan, Tang Yanru, Zhao Qing, Wang Yuyin, and Wang Shuyin were the first to be affected, their 5th-level qi refining cultivation clearly revealed. Gumaner, Zhou Huimin, Wu Minfang, Zheng Qiuyin, Qin Muqing, and Bao Shuan's cultivation is slightly weaker, and they're only at the 4th level of qi refining. Murong Shui also flew up, holding the sword tightly in her hand, and her 8th-level foundation-building cultivation was clearly revealed. Du Fengchun smiled slightly, picked up the sword as well, and his cultivation level surged. At this moment, he had already reached the 3rd level of foundation building. As an alchemist, Li Changsheng never stopped refining the cultivation pills. After all, there were so many people in his family, and the consumption was huge. This is also the reason why everyone's cultivation level improves rapidly. Not only these people stood up, but Ji Qing, who was wearing a red veil, also stood up. Master, please don't act rashly. My husband treats me like a family member. I am willing to do this, and I don't blame him. Kamisato Ayaka looked at the scene in front of her, neither advancing nor retreating. Elder Ji, her mind went blank, and she didn't know what to say. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of cultivation pills appeared in his hand. I've always been open and honest, and I never force anyone to be my concubine. Today you came to my wedding and made a lot of noise. Logically, I should teach you a lesson. But today is my husband's wedding, and I don't want to see blood. Li Changxing's voice carried the power of Jindan cultivation, and the strong momentum shocked the hearts of these disciples of Linghua sect. After giving someone a blow, the next step is to give them benefits. Only in this way, using both kindness and force, can you make others loyal to you. Li Changsheng spread out his palm and waved it. Dozens of cultivation pills flew towards the female cultivators. This elixir is a cultivation elixir that I refined. If you agree to be my concubine, please accept it. We will get married today. If you don't agree and take the pills, it will be considered as taking the prize for my wedding, and the incident of disrupting the wedding today will be written off. Those female disciples had never seen a Jindan strongman as approachable as Li Changsheng before, and they were all moved. He's a Jindan strongman. We disrupted his wedding, but he still treated us like this and even gave us elixirs. This man is so charming. Think about it. It makes sense. Look at this senior's concubine, and there's a foundation establishment expert. Even a foundation establishment expert is willing to be his concubine. For us to marry this senior is considered marrying above our station. There aren't many good men like this. Although she's a concubine, she seems pretty good too. At least she's an alchemist, so I won't have to worry about pills in the future. Oh my god, look at this pill. It's actually a 5th grade cultivation pill. Doesn't this mean that this senior is at least a 5th grade alchemist? Not only that, this is a 5th grade cultivation pill with a purity of 100%. It is definitely not something that an ordinary alchemist can refine. Perfect purity? It's a rare opportunity. I volunteer to be Senior Li's concubine. Ido. This exclamation instantly attracted everyone's attention. They looked at the 5 golden lines on the pill, and huge waves rose in their hearts. The most powerful alchemist they had ever seen in their lives was only a 4th grade alchemist. 5th grade, let alone being a pharmacist, they had only seen 5th grade pills a few times. Now that a 5th rank alchemist wants to take them as his concubine, why would they hesitate about such a good thing? It's like a billionaire suddenly says to a beggar, "Marry me." Unless the beggar is crazy, he will definitely agree. Then, the next moment, the first female cultivator landed on the ground and bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng. "My dear husband, I am honored to receive your respects." Li Changsheng laughed heartily, looked the female cultivator up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, that's right. To reach the peak of qi refining, you only need to take the foundation establishment pill to advance." As he spoke, Li Changsheng took out dozens of foundation building pills. "Here, this is your betrothal gift to me. 15 foundation building pills are enough for you to advance to the foundation building stage." The female cultivator was very excited. After receiving the foundation building pill, she thanked him profusely. "Thank you, my husband. From now on, I will accept your orders without any complaints." Li Changxing nodded with satisfaction. "Hurry up and put on your wedding clothes. We will have the wedding tonight." The female cultivator looked shy, nodded, and was taken by the servants to change clothes. At this time, the remaining female cultivators looked at the back of that female cultivator and began to feel envious. The next moment, another female cultivator fell to the ground. "My dear husband, I also want to be your concubine." Li Changxing's lifespan is greatly reduced now, and he accepts all concubines. "Okay, here are 15 foundation building pills. Although you haven't reached the stage of foundation building yet, they will be useful one day." After 2 people were given the foundation establishment pill, the remaining female cultivators could no longer bear it and fell to the ground. "Husband, we are also willing to marry you as your concubine." Li Changsheng accepted everyone who came, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of foundation building pills flew into everyone's hands. "Go down and change into your wedding clothes. Let's get married tonight." In a short time, there were only a few male cultivators and Kamisato Ayaka left in the sky. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, already convinced of Kamisato Ayaka's situation. Master Shinli Linghua, I see that you're already at the peak of the foundation building stage. Are you in urgent need of a realm-breaking pill? The reason why Kamisato Ayaka hasn't made up her mind yet is that she is worried that Li Changsheng cannot refine the sixth-grade elixir. Now, after hearing this, he was also shocked. Can you refine the realm-breaking pill? Li Changsheng laughed heartily and waved his hand, and several realm-breaking pills fell into his hands. It's just a realm-breaking pill. I can refine it in just a few minutes. Kamisato Ayaka's heart was shaken, her eyes filled with longing. Senior, if you can give me the realm-breaking pill, I am willing to be your concubine. Li Changsheng raised his lips and threw the realm-breaking pill to Shinli Linghua. In that case, come down quickly and change your clothes. Everyone is waiting for you. Kamisato Ayaka looked shy. After all, she felt a little embarrassed in front of so many disciples. Who would have thought that they were the sect leader and the disciple just a second ago, but now they have become sisters. After landing, Kamisato Ayaka bent her knees slightly, as if she had something to say. Li Changsheng saw through her thoughts at a glance. My lady, don't worry. These male disciples will become servants of my Li family and take on the responsibility of protecting the family. As for their cultivation, there is no need to worry. As long as they meet the promotion requirements, they can come and receive the foundation-building pills. When the male disciples heard the news, they were all very excited. Thank you, sir. They actually changed their words and started calling him master. That's right. After all, becoming a servant of the Li family means that you can definitely build a foundation. It will always be beneficial to be sweet-talking. At this point, Ling Huimin was completely taken over by Li Changsheng. And Li Changsheng will also usher in a shameless and happy life. Chapter 61, this gift is something special. Half a month later, most of these new concubines became pregnant, including Kamisato Ayaka and Ji Qing. They are pregnant, so it is inconvenient to improve their bones. So Li Changsheng set his sights on his new concubine. There's still not enough concubines. It's time to take in a new one. In order to take a concubine, Li Changsheng made a rare appearance. Seeing this, Du Fengchun handed him a list. Master, this is the list of concubines who came to your house for interviews while you were away. Because there are too many people, I have already screened them for the master. Anyone under 1.7 meters tall, weighing more than 100 kilograms, or with a bust size smaller than 36D was turned away. Li Changsheng took the thick list and patted Du Fengchun's shoulder with satisfaction. The one who understands me best is Lao Du. Well done. Use these cultivation pills to make tea. Du Fengchun's face was filled with excitement, and he thought to himself, the master likes this, and I just wanted to please him, but I didn't expect to be rewarded with a cultivation pill. In this case, I should think of a way to help the master get more concubines. Li Changsheng looked at the list in his hand and told Du Fengchun, notify the people on the list now and have them start the second interview. I will personally oversee the screening. Du Fengchun looked flattering and then began to arrange this matter. He was extremely efficient, and people started arriving in the afternoon. Li Changsheng did not show up, but hid in the dark. If he was satisfied, he would send a message to Du Fengchun to ask him to stay. It's just a pity that although many people came for the second interview, either they did not have the qualifications to bear children or their appearance did not meet Li Changsheng's aesthetic standards. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In 3 days, there were only a dozen people who met Li Changsheng's requirements. But in addition to this, Li Changsheng also discovered another surprise. That was a small immortal cultivation family in the nearby Tiandu city. Someone actually started to contact him and discuss the matter of taking a concubine. Have all the immortal families in Tiandu city started to miss me? Li Changsheng thought to himself, that's fine, as long as I can take a concubine. In Tiandu city, the patriarchs of the 4 great immortal cultivation families gathered together, each with a solemn expression. Have you heard about something that happened recently? Are you talking about Linghuimin? Yes, Linghua sect was incorporated into Li Changsheng, and all the female cultivators in the sect became his concubines. All the male disciples became servants of the Li family. The reason for this situation is that Li Changsheng is a 6th-grade alchemist. A 6th-grade alchemist is a rare find. Any pill he makes is worth a fortune. Yes, on the surface he is only a 6th-grade alchemist, but I heard rumors that his alchemy attainments are definitely not as simple as the 6th grade. Why? Is there any evidence? Evidence? Have you ever seen a pill with 100% purity? 100% purity? This kind of elixir should only exist in legends. But Li Changsheng is able to refine elixirs of 100% purity. With such strength, his alchemy skills are likely to have exceeded the 6th level. If that's true, if I have a relationship with Li Changsheng, won't I no longer have to beg for elixirs? Everyone was shocked and gasped. No wonder the Li family's strength has grown so rapidly. With the assistance of such a highly skilled alchemist, everything makes sense. In that case, the Li family can no longer be called a family. They're even more powerful than many small immortal cultivation sections. Several people nodded and then said, I also heard that Li Changsheng has a habit of wanting to take any woman he sees as his concubine. Now, several small immortal cultivation families have contacted Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng agreed to the marriage without even meeting the female cultivator. There's this matter? It's absolutely true. Tomorrow is Li Changsheng's wedding. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Several people showed thoughtful expressions and began to calculate how many female cultivators there were in their families. Even some families without young female offspring could not help but beat their chests and stamp their feet. Heaven and earth, who could have imagined that a woman could change the fate of a family? Give birth. I'm going home now, and I must give birth to a daughter. The eyes of the other monks who had no female offspring lit up. Yes, hurry up and have children. In 10 or 20 years, maybe we can catch Senior Li's express train. The next day, Li Changsheng's family held a banquet and started a new round of taking concubines. The patriarchs of the 4 major families in Tiandu City came here in a low-key manner, wanting to test Li Changsheng's true strength. Their idea was simple. They just wanted to see if Li Changsheng had the strength, as the legend said. However, as soon as he entered the gate of Li Mansion, he was stunned. I saw that there were enough health-enhancing pills on every mortal's dining table. Although it has no effect on monks, it is a priceless miracle medicine for mortals. These pills alone are worth a considerable amount of money. At least for the heads of these immortal cultivation families, they would never do such a thing. What was happening at the monks' dinner tables was even more exaggerated. Not only are there first-grade cultivation pills, but if you're lucky, you can also find foundation-building pills in them. As for whether you can get the foundation establishment pill, it all depends on luck. Only Li Changsheng could mix the foundation-building pill into the cultivation pill. The patriarchs of the 4 major families took a deep breath and sent messages one after another. This is such a generous gift. The food served to ordinary people is even better than what I usually eat. Li Changsheng's wealth and generosity are indeed well-deserved. Not only that, didn't you notice those servants? The lowest level of their cultivation is at the 8th level of Qi training, which is the highest level of combat power in our family. What's a servant? I just saw Shenli Linghua. I remember she was at the peak of the foundation building stage some time ago, but now she's already at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. It's only been a few days. She's advanced to the Jindan stage in such a short time, and even increased her cultivation by 3 levels. How many medicines did Li Changsheng give her? I'm so jealous. This is the first time I feel sorry for my male body. Who would have thought if I could change my sex, I would do it right now? It's better to be a woman. You can break through the bottleneck comfortably. Unlike us, we work ourselves to death, but still can't make any progress. Don't think about unrealistic things. If we can become relatives with Li Changsheng, the benefits will definitely exceed our imagination. Thinking of this, several people's eyes rolled, and they started to think about it. Not long after, the wedding began. Li Changsheng wore a bright red dress and was followed by more than 20 concubines. At this time, the guests also presented their gifts one after another. Among the 4 great immortal cultivation families, Su Wenwu, the head of the Su family, hesitated for a moment and then shouted loudly. The Su family of Tiandu City congratulates Patriarch Li on his wedding and presents a gift to the Su family's daughter, Su Meier. Li Changsheng was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone give this gift to his own daughter. The Tiandu Su family? Is it a family of immortal cultivators from Tiandu City? Since they are a family of immortal cultivators, the daughter must be a cultivator as well. Li Changsheng laughed and said, So Chief Su, now that you've spoken, I can't refuse. Here are a few cultivation pills and some foundation building pills. Just consider them as a betrothal gift. Su Wenwu's face was filled with excitement. He thanked the man profusely afterward, secretly thinking that he had made the right bet. Li Changxing really doesn't refuse anyone who comes. The other three clan leaders saw this and angrily scolded Su Wenwu as a sixth brother. How can this be possible? Su Wenwu is such a cunning scoundrel. If Su Wenwu gets in touch with Li Changsheng, they will never be able to survive in Tiandu City again. Seeing this, the other three also shouted. The Wen family of Tiandu City congratulates Patriarch Li on his wedding and presents Wen Tingting, the daughter of the Wen family. The Tiandu City banker congratulates Patriarch Li on his wedding and presents the banker's daughter, Zhuang Biyu. The Han family of Tiandu City congratulates Patriarch Li on his wedding and specially presents Han Sai, the daughter of the Han family. The four major families actually offered their daughters to Li Changxing one after another. This operation really surprised everyone. If I remember correctly, they're the four great immortal cultivation families of Tiandu City. Indeed, the current patriarch of the Li family has reached the Jindan stage of cultivation, and many of the concubines in the family have also begun to embark on the path of cultivation. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Li family is now a sect. Li Changsheng laughed heartily, waved his hand, and sent out dozens of pills. I, Li Changsheng, accept the kindness of the clan leaders. Tomorrow, I, Li Changsheng, will personally go to Tiandu City to marry the daughters of the clan leaders. Chapter 62, Traceless Ghost Steps and the Holy Body Mother's Womb. After a night, Li Changxing's cultivation finally improved again, and the system's voices rang out one after another. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has been elevated to the 3rd level of Jindan. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Immortal True Spirit technique has been upgraded to the peak of Immortal Skin. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your root bone has been upgraded to the lower red grade. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your family reputation has reached 1500, and you have obtained the weapon Refining Mastery. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have unlocked the control of the 2nd dragon in the 9-dragon chariot. Red root bone. This is an extremely rare root bone. Even the disciples with red root bones in those large sects are sought after. The moment he was promoted to the red root bone, he felt relaxed all over, and his thoughts became clear. One can feel the cultivation becoming more condensed between breaths. As expected, it is the strongest red root bone, although it is only of low rank. Even so, this cultivation speed is not comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. As expected of me, Li Changsheng, I have reached such a comfortable level. I've also unlocked control of the 2nd dragon. Now I have 2 dragons to help me. Even if I encounter a dragon with a higher level of cultivation than me, I don't have to panic. I have a feeling that the more dragons you unlock, the stronger their individual strength will be. This explains it. I used to think the dragon's strength was only at the peak of the Jindan stage, but now it seems that it's because its strength hasn't been fully unlocked. In addition, what surprised Li Changxing the most was his mastery of weapon refining. Weapon refining. This is one of the most useful auxiliary skills. As long as there are enough materials, we can create magic weapons and enhance our combat power. Not bad, not bad. Li Changxing also learned the weapon refining skills without hesitation. System, learn to master the refining equipment. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have completed the weapon refining mastery. The host has mastered the most powerful weapon refining skills in the universe. Quickly start refining your own magic weapon. At this moment, Li Changxing only felt that countless knowledge about refining equipment flooded into his mind. He took out his Jinghong sword and wanted to test out his proficiency in refining the weapon. I saw a golden holy fire rising from his hand, burning the Jinghong sword and making crackling sounds. Then he took out a piece of Tianshan meteorite that he had collected for a long time from the storage space. As the Jinghong sword and Tianshan meteorite merged, a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host. The first weapon refining was successful. The quality of the Jinghong sword has been improved, and the current grade is a 6th grade magic weapon. The Jinghong sword fell into his hand, and a powerful force swept over his body. He raised his hand slightly and swung a sword towards the sky. A shocking sword light appeared, destroying everything in its path and killing with endless momentum. Li Changsheng was shocked and excited. With such power, wherever the sword light passes, the strong wind it creates can knock over ordinary chi cultivators. With this Jinghong sword, I feel more confident when traveling the world. The only thing we lack now is refining materials like iron essence and gold essence. We need to find a way to obtain more of them. Li Changsheng did not forget the gifts sent by the 4 major families in Tiandu City yesterday. After he got up, he took the 9-dragon chariot to Tiandu City. Afterwards, he visited the 4 great immortal cultivation families one by one, and after presenting them with a nice gift, he took the 4 daughters to Wulong City. The 4 daughters all had extraordinary temperaments, and their cultivation was at the peak of qi refining. As they looked at the 9-dragon chariot, their excitement was beyond words. Li Changsheng was not stingy and took out several rejuvenating pills and foundation-building pills to distribute to these concubines. Everyone gets a gift for meeting you. The 4 of them looked delighted and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, husband. These 4 people were already at the peak of qi refining, and now, with the foundation establishment pill, they were quickly promoted to the foundation establishment stage. At night, after the wedding, Li Changsheng couldn't wait to enter the bridal chamber. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and most of these concubines became pregnant. After these days of improvement and taking cultivation pills recklessly, Li Changsheng's cultivation finally reached the 5th level of Jindan today. Although his cultivation is a bit superficial, he has the Guxiu Dan, so there's no need to worry. In addition, he also acquired some skills. Among them is a purple-grade martial art called Traceless Ghost Step. This technique is a body movement technique that can increase one's speed when released. It is extremely strange, coming and going without a trace, and is the best way to hide your body and assassinate. The improvement of strength finally came to an end, and Li Changsheng remembered the female corpse he found in the ancient tomb. I have kept it in my portable medicine garden these days and have not gone and checked it. The female corpse was so strange that even Li Changsheng didn't want to provoke her easily. Now that my strength has reached the 5th level of Jindan, I finally have the idea to check it out. As soon as he thought about it, his figure appeared in the portable medicine garden. At this moment, the female corpse was lying quietly in the wooden house next to the medicine garden, with her eyes closed, as if she was asleep. Perhaps she should no longer be called a female corpse, because there is already a breath of life in her body. Li Changsheng approached carefully, then took a closer look, his eyes falling on the ravine on the woman's chest. This woman is too strange. It seems that she has used some secret method to bind herself to me. I share my lifespan with her, and it seemed as if the hurt was also shared. This technique is so domineering. Li Changsheng became angrier the more he thought about it, and said coldly, "It has always been me, Li Changsheng, who has taken advantage. How can anyone take advantage of me? Since you want to get something from me, then just be my woman. Anyway, you are so beautiful, I won't suffer any loss." Thinking of this, Li Changsheng began to investigate the woman's reproductive qualifications. As the system voice sounded, Li Changsheng suddenly widened his eyes. Ding! Holy body womb detected. Holy body womb will definitely give birth to a child with a natural holy body. The host must not miss it. The type of holy body is random. It all depends on the host's luck. Warm reminder, in order to maximize the effectiveness of the holy body and mother's fetus, please pay more attention to the natural treasures that can improve the qualifications of your offspring, so as to maximize the effectiveness of the holy body and mother's fetus. Li Changsheng stood there for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! A blessing in disguise? God is really helping me. Li Changsheng laughed heartily and walked towards the female corpse with a lewd smile on his face. You've swallowed up over 2,000 years of my lifespan. Isn't it reasonable for you to give me a son? I'm going to kill you while you're sick. Now it seems that God wants me, Li Changsheng, to become rich. Your identity is strange. Your skills are strange. Who knows what will happen when you wake up? Now, while you're still asleep, let's sow the seeds first. Li Changsheng reached out his hand to the woman's clothes. Chapter 63. Resurrection of the Female Corpse. Li Changsheng licked his lips and reached out. Not long after, he screamed, covered his crotch, and trembled all over. This woman's defense is so strong. I am at the 5th level of Jindan, and I can't even break her defense. The pain goes deep into the bone marrow. Li Changsheng quickly sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing and recover from his injuries. At the same time, I began to reflect. This person's defense is beyond my imagination. I really don't know when I can take her in. Just when Li Changsheng was daydreaming, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze looking at him. Li Changsheng's heart trembled, and he suddenly stepped back. With a loud bang, a big pit appeared where he had just stood. Li Changsheng looked at the woman. She had already put on her clothes and looked at him with a gloomy face. Shameless pervert. Li Changxing's face showed a hint of nervousness and fear because he could not feel the woman's cultivation level. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur. That is, the woman's cultivation is far superior to Li Changxing. It's not even as simple as one or two major realms. He was about to open his mouth to explain, but suddenly he saw the woman fall straight down. Li Changxing waited for a long time and called out a few times. Seeing that the woman did not respond, he approached cautiously. Upon checking, he found that the woman had fallen into a deep sleep again. This woman must be restricted by certain rules. She can't wake up for a long time and can only be awake for a moment. Li Changsheng hesitated for a moment and began to try to wake the woman up. Having this woman around is like a time bomb. Her cultivation is far superior to mine. I don't know when it will explode. Not long after, the woman opened her eyes again, stretched out her hands and claws, and directly strangled Li Changxing's throat. Who are you? Li Changxing's face showed horror. At this moment, he felt an extremely strong murderous intent. The murderous intent was so strong that it made him breathless. But then, the strength in the woman's hands gradually weakened, and then she let go of Li Changsheng. She looked around, a bewildered look on her face. Who am I? Where's this? Who are you? Li Changsheng covered his neck and coughed painfully. Listening to the woman's words, it seemed as if she had lost her memory. Li Changsheng rolled his eyes and said in feigned anger, Who am I? I am your husband. If I, your husband, had not spent a great deal of money to give you half of my lifespan, you would have been dead by now. A look of suspicion appeared on the woman's face, and her eyes began to flash as she looked at Li Changsheng. In her eyes, an invisible thread connected her and Li Changsheng. An endless stream of energy was flowing into her body through the silk threads. The woman's expression began to soften, but she still had doubts. Are you really my husband? Seeing that the woman believed him, Li Changsheng pretended to be angry again. If I weren't your husband, I'd have been kicked in the head by a donkey and would give you half of my lifespan. You were seriously injured, and if it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. I didn't expect you to attack your husband right after you woke up. The woman rubbed her brows, frowned, felt her body, and asked again, If you are really my husband, why am I still a virgin? Li Changxing's face showed grief and anger. When I just got married and you fell into a coma? Do you want your husband to do something to you while you are unconscious? Li Changsheng became more and more angry as he spoke. A true man is born in this world. I will never do something like that, taking advantage of others in distress. I never thought that you would still doubt me after I've almost spent half my life for you. You really disappoint me. The woman looked at Li Changxing's excited expression and had already believed most of it. She spoke apologetically. Husband, I'm sorry. I have lost my memory now, and I really can't say those two words. By the way, what's my name? Can you tell me about my past? How could Li Changxing know this woman's name? He can only make one up. Your name is Kaching. Not long after we got married, you fell into a coma. You also said that you would help me give birth to a big fat boy. Who would have thought that he would be in a coma until now? Kaching? Is that my name? The woman murmured to herself, then looked at Li Changsheng with a slightly apologetic look. Thank you for taking care of me. If I'm not mistaken, I was able to wake up because I absorbed your lifespan. Every minute I am awake, 1 year of your lifespan is reduced. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng quickly checked his lifespan and found that it had indeed decreased significantly. Damn it, this is really a bottomless pit that will swallow up your life. Kaching said again, If there's nothing else, I'd better go back to sleep. I can feel that sleeping can help my body recover slowly. But if you're in danger, maybe I can help you. I see that your cultivation is a little weak. Li Changsheng looked embarrassed, then nodded. He wished she would fall asleep quickly. It's okay for now, but my lady still needs more rest. Seeing this, Kaching nodded and then fell into a deep sleep. And Li Changxing's ever-decreasing lifespan also began to stop at this time. I finally managed to fool this. I don't know when this time bomb will explode. I must hurry up and improve my cultivation. Li Changsheng flashed away from the portable medicine garden, and the first thing he did was to find a concubine to increase his lifespan. After a few more days, his lifespan was almost restored. Li Changsheng looked towards the horizon, holding a letter in his hand. Yin Fei, the wedding date set by the Dragon Kingdom royal family, is in 1 month. You are now my concubine, and I will never sit idly by. Now I have reached the 5th level of Jindan, and I am powerful enough to dominate the capital of Dragon Country. Wait for me to come and take you back. Then he explained some of the things at home. With the lesson learned from the last attack by the Xie family, Li Changsheng has greatly improved the cultivation of his wives and concubines in recent days, and many of them have completed the foundation building stage. Kamisato Ayaka has already advanced to the Jindan stage. With her around, the Li family will be absolutely safe. The 9-dragon chariot was summoned, and Li Changsheng stepped into it. The giant dragon roared and flew away into the distance. A month later, Kyoto City, Song family. Song Yinfei knelt on the ground with a stubborn look on her face. Father, my daughter is already married and pregnant with your child. Her belly is starting to grow. Could it be that the eldest prince will marry a married woman? As the owner of Jiuzhou Auction House and Song Yinfei's father, Song Qingtian has never been dared to say no to anything he does in his life. But now Song Yinfei actually dared to disobey his orders. Feier, you've only been pregnant for a little over a month. There's still a chance you can have an abortion. Your father will find the best doctor right away. When Song Yinfei heard this, she looked incredulous. Father, this is your own grandson. How can you be so cruel? You want the soul concentrating pill to help our Song family advance their cultivation, but my husband can refine a 100% pure soul concentrating pill. I've told you countless times, why don't you believe it? Song Qingtian snorted coldly, with an unhappy look on his face. 100% purity? Do you really think your father doesn't understand elixirs? Looking around the world, a pill that can reach 80% purity is enough to attract attention. You know that the royal alchemist, the 6th grade alchemist Master Gu He, can only refine pills with a purity of 80% at best. You actually said that your husband could refine a 100% pure spirit concentrating pill. Isn't this lie too outrageous? What's Gu He? His alchemy skills aren't even good enough to carry my husband's shoes. Song Yinfei looked anxious. She only regretted that she didn't save a few more concentration pills. Father, my soul has now successfully broken through to the night wandering level. This was achieved with the help of the soul concentrating pill. Doesn't this prove it? Song Qingtian waved his sleeves. There's no point in saying more. I don't believe a single word you say now. Song Qingtian instructed the person next to him. Go and get the best doctor in Kyoto to perform an abortion. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Let's see who dares. Chapter 64, you are not worthy of taking my medicine. This voice appeared silently, and Song Qingtian, who was at the peak of the Jindan stage, didn't even notice it. Who are you? You're hiding your head and showing your tail. Get out here right now. Li Changsheng stepped on the top of the giant dragon's head. After a dragon roar, the dragon's head descended into the Song family compound. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, he jumped down. When Song Yinfei heard the voice, she burst into tears of joy and ran desperately into the yard. But he was stopped by Song Qingtian. Is this the wild man you were looking for outside? Today, I will not only abort the bastard in your belly, but also kill this wild man. At this moment, Song Yinfei was completely disappointed with Song Qingtian. She looked at Li Changsheng from a distance and shouted frantically, Husband, go quickly. You are no match for my father. Song Qingtian snorted coldly, and his whole body was filled with a powerful aura. Since he dared to come, it won't be so easy for him to leave. Since you love the bastard in your belly so much, let this bastard's father go to hell to accompany him. Song Yinfei thought that Li Changsheng's cultivation was still at the foundation building stage, and she was extremely anxious. She cried helplessly, looked at Song Qingtian, and knelt down. Father, I agree to marry the eldest prince. This child, I promise to abort it. I only asked my father to let my husband go. Seeing Song Yinfei begging like this, Song Qingtian felt soft-hearted. After all, she was his daughter. Hey, it would be better if you did this earlier. Then Song Qingtian instructed his subordinates. Destroy that wild man's cultivation and drive him out of Kyoto. If you dare to come again, you will be killed without mercy. Song Yinfei was extremely sad, but this was all she could do. Husband run. Li Changsheng's face was extremely gloomy at the moment. He looked at the Song family members who were constantly gathering around him and shouted coldly, You are for the Feier family. I didn't want to touch you. As he spoke, Li Changsheng waved his hand and held the Jinghong sword in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a sword beam suddenly shot out, and dozens of Song family members nearby exploded and died. Li Changsheng took a step forward, and cracks appeared on the ground, revealing his 5th level Jindan cultivation. His face was covered in blood and looked extremely ferocious. But you actually dared to bully my wife. You have successfully angered me. Li Changxing's eyes became extremely cold, and his voice was so icy that it made people feel as if they were falling into an ice cave. Song Qingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he felt a little surprised, he still did not take Li Changxing seriously. 5th level of Jindan, he flew and landed in front of Li Changxing. Boy, I admit that I underestimated you. But you dare to come to my Song family and act wildly with your mere 5th level Jindan cultivation? Aren't you too confident? Li Changsheng stood there holding a sword, with flesh still on the tip of the sword and blood dripping continuously. He raised the Jinghong sword and pointed it at Song Qingtian with a cold look. You call me a wild man, but considering that you are Feier's father, I won't bother with you. But you keep saying that my son is a bastard. Have you touched my reverse scale? Song Qingtian sneered. Did I say something wrong? How dare you marry Feier without my consent? This is a great insult to my Song family. Today, I will make you understand that the daughter of my Song family is not something that a small-town cultivator like you can get your hands on. As he spoke, Song Qingtian burst out with momentum and attacked Li Changsheng. With his cultivation at the peak of the Jindan realm, he was extraordinary. He brought up endless gongfeng and slapped Li Changsheng with one palm. Li Changsheng was not afraid at all. His eyes were wide open and a pale yellow light flashed on his body. His immortal skin suddenly started to work. The soul-burning technique was also quietly unfolded. The consumption of spiritual energy in the body accelerated, and then the traceless ghost step was performed. He turned into a ghost and suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already behind Song Qingtian. He used all his strength and slapped Song Qingtian with one palm. With the help of the burning soul technique, his combat power increased fivefold, and his momentum was astonishing. Song Qingtian reacted quickly and turned around after noticing something unusual. In a hurry, he also swung out a palm. The two men attacked with their palms together, and endless momentum swept across the 4 directions. There was a loud bang, the floor tiles flew over, and the air began to swirl backwards. The strong impact caused the surrounding Song family members to fly backwards. Endless smoke and dust filled the air, and a huge, deep pit appeared. The two people were wrapped in smoke and dust, and others could not see them clearly. Song Yanfei rushed towards the two of them desperately, her tears drifting away in the wind. She looked at the ruins before her, fell to her knees helplessly, and screamed miserably. Husband! But at this moment, Li Changxing's voice came. Don't be afraid, Fair. I'm Fine. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing Li Changxing's tall and straight figure. He stood in the air, looking down at all living beings, his eyes filled with endless indifference as he looked at Song Qingtian. Song Qingtian covered his chest and half knelt on the ground, with an incredible look on his face. At this moment, he looked at Li Changsheng with eyes full of fear. Impossible! You are only at the 5th level of Jindan. Song Qingtian's breath was unstable, and he couldn't hold it back, so blood splattered out, and his whole body became much weaker. Li Changsheng showed disdain on his face and sneered. The 5th level of Jindan is enough to crush you. Li Changsheng burst into anger, looked at the Song family members around him, and said in a cold voice, I came here today for only one thing, to take Feier away. If you try to stop me, even if you are from the Feier tribe, don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Yanfei was so moved by these domineering words that she burst into tears. Husband, it is enough for Feier to meet you in this life. But the strength of the Song family is not what you can imagine. Please leave quickly. Perhaps our fate ends here. No matter who tries to stop him, Li Changsheng is not afraid. But now Song Yanfei actually had the idea of quitting, which made him a little sad. Feier, you are pregnant with my child now. How can I leave you here? You have done enough for the Song family. She came to me for medicine that day and married me because I could refine the mind-calming pill. This time I came here originally thinking of helping the Song family solve the problem of the soul-concentrating pill so that you and I can leave smoothly. But I didn't expect that this old guy actually wanted to abort our child. Li Changxing became more and more angry as he spoke. He waved his hand and took out dozens of mind-concentrating pills and suddenly smashed them to the ground. In that case, the mind-concentrating pills I made are not worthy of being eaten by you inhumane fellows. As he spoke, Li Changsheng swung his sword. The sword light surged, and dozens of fifth-grade, 100% pure spirit concentrating pills on the ground shattered. Countless members of the Song family were shocked, especially Song Qingtian, who stood there in a daze. He had seen countless concentration pills and was very familiar with their fragrance. From a moment Li Changshan took out the mind-concentrating pill, he knew that it must be the mind-concentrating pill. Moreover, it is a mind-concentrating pill of extremely high purity. When the concentration pill was destroyed just now, there were still tiny fragments flying around. Just then, a piece of debris fell next to Song Qingtian. He waved his hand and inhaled it, then put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it, and suddenly his whole body was shocked. This is actually a spirit concentrating pill, and the purity is at least 80%. It can only be higher, not lower. Song Qingtian suddenly looked at Li Changsheng, then at Song Yinfei, his expression becoming extremely complicated. The other members of the Song family smelled the rich fragrance of the elixir in the air, and just one breath of it loosened their spiritual power. This quality of mind-concentrating pill was something they had never seen before in their lives, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is truly a spirit-concentrating pill. I only took a few sniffs of its fragrance, and my spiritual power has actually improved. Oh my God, if I take a mind-concentrating pill of this quality, what effect will it have? What the young lady said is true. She really did find an alchemist who can refine the spirit concentration pill. We have wronged her. The Song family members are not fools. This quality of mind-concentrating pills are hard to come by. If you miss it, you may never see it again in your life. One of the Song family members happened to see an undamaged mind-concentrating pill, picked it up, and put it into his mouth. The medicinal power exploded in an instant, and his clothes moved without wind, and his spiritual power increased rapidly. In a short period of time, he broke through the bottleneck and reached the level of night travel. The soul realm is divided as follows: calming the mind, leaving the body, night travel, day travel, exorcising objects, revealing form, possession, ghost immortal, thunder tribulation, yang spirit. Starting from the out-of-body state, the advancement of each level requires the assistance of the mind-concentrating pill. The quality of the mind-concentrating pills needed in the early stages is not high. But in the later stages, high-grade mind-concentrating pills are the key to the advancement of the soul. In the past, when members of the tribe advanced to the night-wandering realm, they usually needed to concentrate and meditate for at least half a day and at most a whole day. But the tribesman just now was promoted to the night-wandering realm in just a moment. This is the first time that the Song family has seen such a powerful mind-concentrating pill since its establishment. When everyone in the Song family saw this, their eyes lit up with passion. Afterwards, countless members of the Song family began to crouch down and search for the undestroyed mind-concentrating pill. But after searching for a long time, no one was found. They were disappointed and knew that if they wanted to get it again, they had to ask for forgiveness from Li Changsheng and Song Yanfei. Then they all looked at Song Qingtian. Master, we have wronged the young lady. She did not lie. Yes, the scent of this concentration pill alone has miraculous effects. If it is a finished pill, how miraculous will the effect be? Master, please keep the young lady here quickly. If our Song family has this kind of elixir to help us, what does the royal family matter to us? Master, since my son-in-law has such advanced skills in refining medicine, our Song family will no longer have to ask others for the soul-concentrating pill. Yes, Master, you should apologize to your uncle for treating him like that just now. Song Qingtian's expression changed again and again, and only at this moment did he finally believe that what Song Yinfei said was true. Is that pill really 100% pure? Thinking of this, Song Qingtian looked at Li Changsheng. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Changsheng snort coldly. Humph! I told you that you inhuman creatures are not worthy of taking my medicine. Fair, let's go. I want to see who dares to stop us today. As he spoke, Li Changsheng summoned the 9-dragon chariot. The giant dragon roared, and the endless pressure made it hard to breathe. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the two of them directly boarded the 9-dragon chariot. But at this moment, an extremely old voice came from the deepest part of the Song family. My friend, everything can be discussed. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Chapter 65, Kiching's strength is so powerful. Although the voice seemed weak, It shocked Li Changsheng all over. He looked at Song Yinfei with a serious expression. Is this your Song family's ancestor? Song Yinfei nodded slightly nervously. This is patriarch Song Shiran. His cultivation has already reached the nascent soul stage, and his spiritual power has even reached the level of being able to drive away creatures. He doesn't need a physical body to appear. His spiritual power alone is enough to fight. Li Changsheng's face turned ugly, and it became even uglier the next moment. Song Yinfei spoke again. Husband, there are 3 Yuaning ancestors like this in my Song family. 3. Li Changsheng took a breath of cold air. If he were alone, he might have a chance to escape with the defense of his undead skin and the speed of the 9-dragon chariot. If there were 3 of them, Li Changsheng would begin to feel a little unconfident. But it was only a moment of surprise, and his expression became firm again. Today, I, Li Changsheng, am leaving, and no one can stop me. Even if the Song family ancestor comes, it won't work, I said. Then he controlled the 9-dragon chariot to gallop away. But at this moment, the speed of the 9-dragon chariot suddenly slowed down. An old man with a white beard showed up. My friend, I am Song Shiran, the ancestor of the Song family. This matter is my Song family's fault. How can I stay here? Li Changsheng frowned slightly and became even more angry after hearing Song Shiran's words. So, you knew about this matter from the beginning to the end? Fei was forced to have an abortion and was forced to marry into the royal family. Did you also condone this? As the ancestors of the Song family, don't you feel ashamed to trade your descendants' marriage for the soul-concentrating pill? Don't you feel shameful? You are simply unworthy of being our ancestors. Li Changsheng was still furious. If you were unaware and apologized sincerely, I might still have a chance to stay. But now it's impossible. Song Shiran was speechless, and his face was full of embarrassment. Afterwards, Li Changsheng waved his sleeves and left, controlling the 9-dragon chariot to fly away. But at this moment, a cold snort was heard. What a sharp-tongued junior. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying suction force was transmitted, forcing the 9-dragon chariot to stop. Li Changsheng turned around angrily and saw another old man appear. Song Yinfei whispered, My dear, the newcomer is also the ancestor of our Song family. His name is Song Shimming. He has a hot temper and is extremely difficult to deal with. How about you go first and I hold them back? After all, I'm a member of the Song family, so they shouldn't do anything to me. At this time, Li Changsheng was extremely angry. He had never felt so aggrieved since he got the system. He did not leave, but spoke angrily. What? You old fool want to bully others by taking advantage of your power? I, Li Changsheng, will accompany you. Come on. Song Shiran shook his head slightly, trying to persuade Li Changsheng to calm down. But before he could speak, Song Shimming burst out with momentum. Boy, as nascent soul cultivators, we are already giving you enough respect by showing up to negotiate with you. Don't be ungrateful. Li Changsheng was not afraid at all. Can you force me to make medicine? Song Shimming was known for his hot temper. Everyone was polite to him. Li Changsheng was one of the few people who dared to talk back to him. Little thing, do you really think we dare not? Since you don't know what's good for you, then you should stay in our Song family and be our alchemy slave. Li Changsheng could no longer bear it and directly summoned 2 giant dragons to block in front of him, revealing his 5th-level Jindan cultivation. With just one thought, 2 giant dragons flew towards the 2 Song family ancestors. The dragon's combat power today is equivalent to the peak level of Jindan. Although they were unable to defeat Song Shimming and Song Shiran, the dragon had extremely high defense, and they were unable to defeat it. Li Changsheng used the Traceless Ghost Step to continuously launch sneak attacks on the 2. With a wave of his hand, dozens of explosive talismans appeared in his hand. He found the right moment and threw them directly at the 2 men's faces. Although the damage is not serious, it is extremely insulting. In a short time, the beards of both men were burned off. Song Shiran was fine and didn't seem too angry. But Song Shimming roared and shouted coldly, Boy, if I didn't want to keep you to help my Song family refine medicine, you would be dead now. Don't push me too far, or I'll kill you even if the Song family doesn't take the soul-concentrating pill. Li Shanxing snurta coldly. If you have the ability, try it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You're a piece of trash. Song Shimming was almost mad with anger. He shouted at the Song family mansion. Song Dingon, how long are you going to hide? Then, from deep inside the Song family, a sigh was heard. My friend, please listen to my advice and stop. You simply want an apology from my Song family. I will make Song Qingtian kneel down and apologize to you." Song Dingen waved his hand, and Song Qingtian's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. Song Dingon said slowly, "Qingtian, this matter is indeed your fault. Apologize to my friend quickly. After all, Song Qingtian is the head of the Song family." Now he knelt down with Li Changsheng in front of everyone. He couldn't express the humiliation he felt. Seeing this, everyone in the Song family persuaded Song Qingtian. "Master, please apologize quickly for the Song family." "Master, don't hesitate. It is indeed our Song family's fault this time." "Master, Li Dansher is right. He just wants an apology." "Master, don't hesitate any longer. There is no time." Li Changsheng glanced at Song Qingtian and snorted coldly. "If you don't have the heart to apologize, what's the point of being forced to kneel down?" Then he looked at the three Song family ancestors coldly. "Do you really want to stop Feier and I from leaving?" Song Shimming was unwilling to endure it any longer. "Boy, I'm giving you face. I don't know how many Jindan cultivators I have killed in my life. You have spoken rudely to me time and again. Go to hell." Song Shimming was filled with murderous intent, and Song Shiran and Song Dingon beside him looked horrified. "Shimming, stop it now. This man cannot be killed." This time, Li Changsheng felt the murderous intent very clearly. This shows that Song Shimming really had the intention to kill. He snorted coldly and said to Song Yanfei, "Feier, if I killed Song Shimming, would you blame me?" Song Yanfei's eyes were filled with tears, and she shook her head. "Feier won't blame my husband. He did this for me. I can't thank him enough. Besides, Song Shimming has already had murderous intentions toward my husband. Between the ancestor and my husband, Feier chooses my husband." When Li Changsheng heard this, his heart warmed, and he wiped the tears from Song Yanfei's cheeks. Then he waved his hand, put away the two giant dragons in front of him, and looked at Song Shimming with a cold voice. "Song Shimming, since you are seeking death, then I will grant your wish." Song Shimming sneered and rushed towards Li Changsheng. "You are so shameless. Go to hell." Li Changsheng was not afraid at all, and began to awaken Kuching in his heart. "My wife, I'm in danger. Come out and save me." Kuching suddenly opened her eyes and appeared in front of Li Changsheng in a flash. Song Shimming was shocked and terrified. "Who is this person? I can't even see through her cultivation level." After a moment of hesitation, Song Shimming's eyes showed a fierce look. "Whoever she is, even though she's weird, I don't think Li Changsheng, who's at the Jindan stage, can find any powerful character." At this moment, Song Shimming was full of momentum, and the magical powers he released were like an arrow shot from a bow, and there was no turning back. Kuching looked at Song Shimming coldly with an icy expression. She raised her hand, made a gesture, and pointed at Song Shimming. In an instant, Song Shimming's body shattered and exploded like a red firework. Then, his soul let out a scream, his face filled with fear, and he turned to Song Shiran and Song Dingon behind him for help. "Save me." Kuching said nothing and pointed at Song Shimming's soul again. There was another loud bang, and Song Shimming's soul exploded and completely dissipated. Such a shocking change made the Song family silent, followed by the sound of people gasping for breath. The ancestor of the Song family was killed instantly by someone. The Song family members did not have any hatred, but instead showed expressions of horror. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Master Li Dan, please spare my life. Master Li Dan, please spare my life." Song Qingtian's expression changed drastically, and he also bent down. Song Shiran and Song Dingon sighed and knelt helplessly in front of Li Changsheng. "Senior, please let the Song family go this time. We are willing to pay any price." Li Changsheng looked at Keqing, his eyes full of surprise. "I didn't expect Keqing to be so terrifying. With this overwhelming momentum, could it be that she's a powerful spirit?" But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. He glanced at the attribute panel and cursed. "In such a short time, I've actually wasted 1,000 years of my life. Isn't this price too high? How many concubines do I need to marry to make up for it?" Upon seeing this, Li Changsheng said to Keqing, "My lady, everything is fine here. Go down and rest." Keqing nodded slightly, then disappeared in a flash. But the Song family ancestor became even more frightened when he heard Li Changsheng address Keqing. Chapter 66 Conquering the Song Family. Song Shiran and Song Dingon were horrified, and they whispered to each other. "Did you hear that? Master Li Dan actually called that senior madam." "Of course I heard it. Could it be that they have formed a symbiotic relationship? I think this is probably the case. I can't fully understand that senior's strength, but she is willing to become Masterly Dan's Taoist partner. There is only one possibility. They were both shocked at the same time. If this is true, Li Changsheng is not only personally powerful, but the power behind him is unimaginable. In some powerful sects, in order to protect the safety of their descendants, they often look for powerful spirits and ask them to sign a life contract for their descendants. And the two are in a symbiotic relationship of life and death. If two people are of opposite sex, sometimes they will become verbal couples in order to deepen their relationship. At this moment, the ancestor of the Song family regarded Kaching as the soul of some powerful being. In the mind of the Song family ancestor, a soul as powerful as Kaching's cannot be invited by ordinary immortal gates at all. Therefore, they naturally imagined that Li Changsheng came from a prominent immortal sect. At this moment, both of them were kneeling in front of Li Changsheng, with fear on their faces. Li Changsheng looked down at them, then said lightly, "I can let you go, but you must make me feel at ease." Song Shiran and Song Dingon looked up. "Master Li Dan, please speak frankly." Li Changsheng snorted coldly and suddenly said, "I want you to give away a wisp of your soul. From now on, your life and death will no longer be under your control. Are you willing?" Both of them looked hesitant and looked at each other. But when he thought of Kaching's terrifying cultivation, he had no choice but to say, "I'm willing to wait." Seeing this, Li Changsheng smiled slightly, looked at Song Yinfei, and said, "Feier, their spirits are now in your hands. From now on, you will be the only one in charge of the Song family." Song Yinfei obviously didn't expect Li Changsheng to do this. She was flattered and refused repeatedly. "Husband, this is not good." At this moment, the Song family's ancestor's eyes turned, and he quickly began to make hand gestures. "Feier, don't say anything more. Since Master Li Dan has asked, just agree." The two also had their own considerations. After all, it was much safer to entrust one's life to one's own family than to an outsider. Compared with Li Changsheng, they know Song Yinfei better and know that Song Yinfei is not the kind of person who kills people at will. So, without waiting for Song Yinfei to continue speaking, a stream of spiritual power shot out from their foreheads and flew towards Song Yinfei's forehead. In an instant, two souls merged into Song Yinfei's forehead, and then her momentum suddenly increased. The spiritual power that was at the night-wandering realm just now suddenly rose to a higher level and reached the day-wandering realm. The soul is of Yin nature and is most afraid of sunlight. However, after reaching the daytime realm, the power of the soul will be greatly enhanced, and even if it appears during the day, it will not be harmed by the sun. Song Yinfei also sensed the changes in her body and looked at the Song family ancestor with some excitement. "Ancestor, you guys." The two of them were a little depressed at the moment, but they still smiled. "Feier, from now on, you will be the head of the Song family. You have the final say in family affairs. This spiritual power is a gift from us two old guys to you." Song Yinfei was very moved and looked at Li Changsheng and said, "Husband, can you please let the ancestors go? Ancestor Shiran and Ancestor Dingen are both good people." Li Changsheng had no intention of killing them. He pinched Song Yinfei's tearful face. "Their lives and deaths are now in your hands. You decide how to deal with them." When the Song family ancestor heard this, he was delighted. But at this moment, Li Changsheng changed the subject. "The two ancestors can be spared, but Song Qingtian." Then, he looked at Song Qingtian on the ground with a sharp gaze. "This person is completely inhumane. Not only did he force you to marry the eldest prince, he also wanted to abort our son. To put it bluntly, he and I have a vengeance for killing our son, and this vengeance must be avenged." After hearing those cold words, Song Qingtian collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the two ancestors and spoke carefully with a trembling voice. "Ancestor, please save me." Song Shiran and Song Dingon looked away and sighed. Song Qingtian trembled all over and looked at Song Yinfei again. "Feier, it's all Dad's fault. Please plead for me." I was also confused for a moment. Song Yinfei looked indifferent, but Song Qingtian was her father after all. At this time, Li Changsheng had already punched Song Qingtian in the dantian. Song Qingtian flew backwards and hit the wall, spitting blood and barely breathing. Li Changsheng snorted coldly and flew to Song Qingtian's side. He slowly raised his foot and kicked towards Song Qingtian's head. It can be imagined that if this kick landed, Song Qingtian's head would definitely be smashed to pieces. After all, Song Qingtian is Song Yinfei's father. Just as Li Changsheng was about to land, Song Yinfei shouted, "Husband, can you spare his life?" Li Changsheng paused, looked down at Song Qingtian, and said, "Since my wife has spoken, I will naturally spare his life. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment of life cannot be escaped." As he spoke, a pill appeared in Li Changsheng's hand. He pried open Song Qingtian's mouth and threw the pill in. In an instant, Song Qingtian's eyes widened, his face filled with fear. "My cultivation, my spiritual power." I saw that the spiritual power in Song Qingtian's body was constantly leaking out through the 7 orifices. His cultivation began to decrease visibly. In a short period of time, he has gone from being an omnipotent monk to a weak mortal. Song Qingtian curled up on the ground, and now he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Li Changsheng looked down at him and said coldly, "This is the price you pay for offending Yin Fei and attempting to kill my son. If it weren't for Yin Fei's plea, you would be a corpse now." Song Qingtian showed a bitter look on his face. He looked at Li Changsheng and Song Yinfei and bowed weakly. "Thank you for not killing me." At this time, Song Shiran and Song Dingan also landed on the ground and stood respectfully aside. Without Li Changsheng's order, they didn't dare to leave. Li Changsheng looked at the weak appearance of the 2 men and waved his hand, and the alchemy furnace fell into his hand. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the elixir. Soon, the pill took shape, the furnace was opened, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Everyone was shocked. This pill's fragrance is undoubtedly the mind-concentrating pill. Li Changsheng nodded, waved his hand, and 30 pills floated out. Song Shiran and Song Dingan widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. This is actually a 7th-grade spirit concentration pill. The pill fell into Li Changsheng's hands. He looked at the Song family ancestor and said, "Now that you have submitted to Feier, you are one of us from now on. I, Li Changsheng, am never stingy with my own people. Take these pills for now, and we'll talk about it when you don't have enough." At this moment, the Song family finally realized how powerful Li Changsheng's alchemy skills were. A 7th-grade alchemist. This is a level that even the royal alchemists have never reached. Song Shiran and Song Dingan knelt on the ground and took the pills with both hands. Master Li Dan's kindness is something our Song family will never forget. Please rest assured, Master Li Dan, as long as we 2 old bones are still there, we will never allow anyone to harm Feier. Just now the 2 men knelt down to Li Changsheng only out of fear, but now they surrendered from the bottom of their hearts. A 7th-grade alchemist is not something that a small Song family can afford. Li Changsheng waved his hand, signaling the 2 to go down. "You just helped Feier break through the soul realm. It must have cost you a lot. Go and rest." The 2 men bowed again and then left. At this point, the Song family's affairs were resolved, but the issue of the Song family's marriage with the royal family still needed to be dealt with. Li Changsheng looked at Song Qingtian and asked, "Tell me about the royal family. It's time to deal with it." Song Qingtian's eyes narrowed, and he looked towards the direction of the palace, his eyes filled with hatred. "In fact, if it weren't for the pressure from the royal family, I wouldn't have forced Feier to marry the eldest prince." Chapter 67. Killing you is like killing a chicken. Song Qingtian narrated, "My Song family has a close relationship with the royal family. Whenever my Song family needed a mind-concentrating pill, we would ask the royal alchemist to make it. But since the previous emperor passed away and the new emperor took the throne, this pattern has been broken." Li Changsheng didn't know much about the emperor of Dragon Country and frowned slightly at this moment. "Is the new emperor in office?" Song Qingtian nodded. "Yes, the new emperor is the old emperor's younger brother. His name is Long Hai. Rumor has it that the late emperor passed away because of this Long Hai's covert manipulation." Li Changsheng nudda. "Then why did they force Feier to marry the eldest prince?" Song Qingtian sighed. "What else could it be? It's all because the eldest prince, Long Feipeng, has taken a fancy to Feier's beauty. They are both licentious and immoral, and they actually used the severing spirit concentration pill to threaten our Song family. The Song family has 3 Yuanying ancestors, so they should not be afraid of the royal family." Li Changsheng asked doubtfully, "With 3 Yuanyings in your family, are you still afraid of the royal family?" Song Qingtian gave a bitter smile. It's true that my Song family has 3 nascent souls, but once we fall out with the royal family, all the major forces in Kyoto will point their spearheads at my Song family. At that time, there would be no need for the royal family to take action, as those family forces that covet the assets of our Song family would besiege our Song family. Although the royal family only has 2 nascent soul ancestors, they control the top alchemists in Dragon Country. How could we, a family that relies on medicinal pills for cultivation, dare to offend the royal family so easily? After some communication, Li Changsheng understood the basic composition of the royal family. Emperor Long Hai seemed to have usurped the throne. The eldest prince, Long Feipeng, was as licentious and immoral as his father, and he had hundreds of concubines. Long Hai went even further, collecting beauties from all over the country as soon as he ascended the throne. There are now more than 3,000 beauties in the harem. There are probably more than 2,000 people who have not been favored by the emperor, which is a waste of talent. As for the 2 nascent soul powerhouses of the royal family, their cultivation is around the 5th level of nascent soul. They were not members of the Long family, but 2 thugs left behind by the ancestor of the Long family. Although the ancestor of the Long family has passed away, the method of controlling the 2 nascent souls has been passed down. Li Changsheng secretly calculated in his heart. The 2 Yuanings of the Long family are not easy to deal with. If I were to awaken Kaching, I wonder how much of my life would be wasted. Now I only have more than 2,000 years left to live, and I can't afford such consumption. We must find a way to quickly increase our lifespan. Otherwise, if we encounter danger, we will just wait to die. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng looked at Song Qingtian and asked, I wonder if your Song family still has any girls waiting to get married? Song Qingtian was stunned by such a direct question. Song Yanfei looked at Li Changsheng with a smirk on her face. Husband, Feier was inconsiderate. Now my sisters are not in Kyoto City, and I am pregnant, so I cannot serve my husband at night. Don't worry, my husband. Feier will go and gather the sisters of the Song family. Song Qingtian looked at Song Feier's positive attitude with an incredible look on his face. Is it really possible to personally help your own husband find a concubine? Li Changsheng smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Thank you very much, my lady. It's really a bit boring tonight. Song Yanfei showed an expression that said, I understand you, and walked away. Not long after, Song Yanfei brought dozens of people to Li Changsheng. My dear husband, I know you have high standards. These are the most beautiful women in my Song family, and they are all still unmarried. Li Changsheng took a look and found her to be indeed beautiful. At this moment, these people were all blushing. When they heard that they were going to serve Li Changsheng, they were extremely excited. They all came eagerly. If Song Yanfei had not scolded them harshly, there would definitely be more than 10 people brought here. These people all have cultivation levels, ranging from qi refining to foundation building. Although her fertility qualifications are not high, her advantage is that she can prolong her lifespan, which is exactly what Li Changsheng urgently needs. According to custom, pills were distributed when they met. Li Changsheng waved his hand and took out a handful of anti-aging pills. One for each of you, as a greeting gift. If you follow me in the future, you will definitely benefit from it. The 10 women had shy expressions and excitement in their eyes, secretly thinking that they had transformed from a country chicken into a phoenix. Those women who were not chosen by Song Yanfei could only feel sad in secret. But at this moment, a sudden voice sounded in the distance. Wow, it's quite lively here, with so many beauties gathered here. Did they know that I was coming and specially entertained me? Everyone frowned and looked towards the door. They saw a man in a yellow robe with dragon patterns, followed by dozens of foundation establishment cultivators and 3 core formation cultivators, walking towards them. Dressed like this, he looks like a member of the royal family. Li Changsheng's face turned cold, and the Jinghong sword flashed and fell into his hand. At this moment, Song Qingtian's voice sounded in his ears. Master Li Dan, this person is not the eldest prince, but the second prince, Long Wenbin. But he is also a dissolute and immoral person, and his whole family is like that. Since he is not the eldest prince, Li Changsheng is too lazy to take action as long as he does not provoke him. After all, now is not the time to tear each other apart. As Long Wenbin approached, the foundation building and core-forming cultivators behind him drove the Song family members present aside, as if they were the masters of the Song family. Song Qingtian frowned slightly and said, Second Prince, Why did you suddenly bring so many people to my Song family? The second prince glanced at Song Yinfei's body, and a lustful glint flashed in his eyes. Then he shook his head with great regret, thinking to himself, what a beautiful lady. I didn't expect Long Faping to get her first. But the 10 members of the Song family selected by Song Yinfei were all very good-looking, and Long Wenbin was immediately moved. He ignored Song Qingtian and looked at the 10 women very clearly. Master Song, I didn't expect that your Song family has so many iconic beauties. Since Fei is going to marry my eldest brother, why don't these 10 marry me? First, the eldest prince forced Song Yinfei to marry him, and now the second prince comes along. The Song family now has Li Changsheng as their backer and no longer needs to be afraid of the royal family. The continuous humiliation made Song Qingtian's face turn cold. Second prince, these people already have husbands. You'd better give up this idea. They have husbands? Humph! If you kill their husbands, they will be gone. Long Wenbin frowned. Who is his husband? This prince will ask him whether he wants his life or his woman. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, and just as he was about to stand up, he heard a cold snore from deep inside the Song family. How outrageous. Immediately afterwards, the 2 ancestors of the Song family appeared one after another. Song Shiran slapped Long Wenbin in the face. What do you think of my Song family? Do you really think my Song family dare not kill you? Long Wenbin was slapped and flew away, hitting the wall directly, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Song Shiran and Song Dingon with horror. Song family ancestor? Don't you want the spirit concentration pill? Song Dingon took a step forward, his momentum stirring. Do you really think that only the royal family can refine the spirit concentration pill? Long Wenbin's expression was uncertain. The 3 Jindan cultivators behind him had already blocked his way. Are you planning a rebellion? Song Shiran laughed out loud. Treason? So what if my Song family rebelled today? Faced with 2 nascent souls, even though the 3 core-forming realms had the support of the royal family, they were still filled with fear and their legs began to tremble unconsciously. Long Wenbin spat out several mouthfuls of blood again. He felt the injuries on his body and knew that the ancestor of the Song family was not joking. But he didn't understand what the Song family relied on to do so. Song family patriarch, do you really want to break off relations with my royal family? What do you have to rely on? At this time, Li Changsheng stood up, and everyone bent down and made way for him. Is it you? Long Wenbin looked puzzled and incredulous. A Jindan cultivator? Li Changsheng snorted coldly, holding the Jinghong sword in his hand. So what if I formed a pill? Killing you is just like killing a chicken. The next moment, Li Changsheng swung his sword, and the sword light flew. Long Wenbin screamed, but did not die. I saw blood flowing from his crotch, and his Kuan had already left his body. You will not die a good death. My royal family will never let you go. Li Changsheng stepped on Long Wenbin's Kuan, and blood mixed with minced meat scattered from the sole of his shoe. You are wrong. It is me, Li Changsheng, who will not let the royal family go. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. The second prince is sold into a brothel. Long Wenbin looked at his crushed Kuan and let out a shrill scream. No. At this time, a dog came running from a distance, picked up the other Kuan and swallowed it in one gulp. Long Wenbin seemed to be able to feel the pain of Kuan being chewed, and his screams became louder. Then, he looked at the 3 Jinan cultivators beside him, as well as the dozen or so foundation-building cultivators not far away, and roared madly. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Chop off his penis and feed it to the dogs. The 3 Jinan cultivators are not fools. Faced with this situation, running away is the best strategy. But Li Changsheng did not give them a chance to escape. Since you followed the wrong master, you should keep your eyes open in your next life. Without giving them any time to react, the Tian Shan sword technique suddenly started to work. The Jinghong sword was as powerful as a rainbow, and sword beams shot out. The 3 Jindan cultivators were touched by the sword light, and their bodies shattered into dust. At this moment, the Song family members truly realized how terrifying Li Changsheng's strength was. As fellow Jinan cultivators, Master Li Dan was able to hold his own against 3, even killing them instantly with a single blow. With such strength, could it be that he is hiding his cultivation? Just now, the ancestor of the Song family was fighting with Li Changsheng. They didn't have a clear feeling yet, and only thought that Li Changsheng was an alchemist who was quite good at refining medicine. Now, facing 3 Jindan masters, Li Changsheng was able to kill them with one strike. Such strength is almost invincible within the Jindan realm. Li Changsheng then waved his hand and said to Song Qingtian, "Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The rest of these foundation-building tasks are now in your hands. Please handle them cleanly." Song Qingtian nodded and took a step forward. The next moment, the foundation-building monks brought by the second prince let out screams. At this moment, the second prince was already frightened silly. He collapsed on the ground. Although he had lost Kuan, he was still scared to death. The urine was mixed with blood and had a foul smell. Li Changsheng covered his nose and fanned the air in front of him with his other hand. What bad luck! I ran into someone who urinated and defecated everywhere. Then he instructed a male cultivator from the Song family next to him. "You, find a rope and drag him to the brothel to get rid of him. We can't keep him here forever." The male cultivator looked very excited, as if he was extremely honored to be ordered by Li Changsheng. But then he showed a look of doubt. "Senior, why did you drag us to the brothel?" Li Changsheng snorted coldly, looked at the miserable Long Wenbin on the ground, and said quietly, "It's not just women who solicit business in brothels." When Long Wenbin heard this, his expression changed drastically. His body began to tremble involuntarily. He knew better than anyone what the brothels in Kyoto were like. There are not only women there, but men as well. But these two types of people only face one type of customer group, both men. After all, women were not qualified to spend money in brothels, and if they were discovered, they would easily be beaten to death by their in-laws. Out of curiosity, Long Wenbin had secretly watched the fate of men who were sold to brothels. In one word, miserable. At this time, Long Wenbin finally got scared and began to beg for mercy. "Senior, please let me go. I can pay any price. I can give you all my treasures, but I beg you not to sell me to a brothel." Li Changsheng smiled grimly and said indifferently, "How many little girls have you harmed in your life? Let me show you what it feels like to be tormented." After saying this, Li Changsheng felt that something seemed wrong. "Why do you always think of myself when you say this? I didn't torture the girls. They did it voluntarily." At this time, the rope had been sent over. Li Changsheng waved his hand, and the rope was put around Long Wenbin's ankle. "Okay, we should get going. While it's still early, you can still go to work tonight." Long Wenbin screamed miserably and begged for mercy. Li Changsheng ignored him and dragged him towards the brothel. It attracted countless onlookers along the way. Now, although Long Wenbin's body is covered in blood and his face is distorted and unrecognizable, but he was recognized by the yellow dragon robe he was wearing. Why does this person look like someone from the royal family? Come on, if he is really a member of the royal family, who would dare to treat him like this? The royal family is so arrogant nowadays. At this moment, someone seemed to have seen the second prince and exclaimed, "I remember now. He is the second prince, Long Wenbin. He once came to my house and took away my sister." Even though his face was swollen like a pig's head, I will never forget his voice. "Long Wenbin? He's the emperor's second prince." Judging from his injuries, it seems like Kuan was chopped to pieces. At this moment, countless people began to applaud. "That's good of you to chop it off. This bastard keeps that thing and only ruins decent women. Yes, this person is so cruel that he even killed my neighbor's 80-year-old grandmother. Does this matter? How could it be false? I saw it with my own eyes." For a moment, the crowd was excited and picked up the rotten eggs in their hands and threw them at Long Wenbin. "Scum beast. Bah, I thought I was already very perverted, but I didn't expect you to be even more perverted than me." This warrior did the right thing, but I don't know why they didn't just kill him. Where are they going to drag him to? The male comrades who were familiar with the route laughed out loud at this moment. Looking at the direction, it should be heading to a brothel. "Ha ha ha, there's something interesting tonight. Brothel, oh my god. If this is true, the brothel will be packed tonight, right? No, I have to get a room first. You like this?" Not long after, Li Changsheng, surrounded by a crowd, arrived at the door of the brothel. The madam also heard the news and came out with a nervous look on her face. "This warrior, we don't accept." Li Changsheng glared at the brothel owner, frightening her so much that she swallowed her words back. "1 penny, no more. This man is only worth this much." As he spoke, Li Changsheng's aura of Jindan was clearly revealed, frightening the madam so much that she had no choice but to do. "I'll listen to you, senior." The madam took out a copper coin and handed it to Li Changsheng with trembling hands. Li Changsheng dragged Long Wenbin to the madam like a dead dog. Now this thing is yours. At the same time, the news that Long Wenbin was sold to a brothel had also reached the palace. Emperor Long Hai was playing hide-and-seek with his concubines with his eyes covered, but was suddenly interrupted by the eunuch's voice. "Your Majesty, something happened to the second prince. He was sold to a brothel." "What?" Long Hai pulled off the black cloth from his eyes, his expression extremely grim. "What's going on?" The eunuch recounted the incident briefly. It was done by an unknown Jindan strongman. He is still at the entrance of the brothel, helping the second prince to attract customers. Each person will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. When Long Hai heard that it was a Jindan cultivator, the anger on his face immediately faded and turned into deep thought. He's actually at the Jindan stage? That brat Long Wenbin must have done something to offend him. After a moment of hesitation, Long Hai made a hand gesture, and two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. "Go ahead and rescue the second prince, and destroy that Jindan." These two people are none other than the two nascent soul cultivators of the royal family. Chapter 69, What Can You Do to Me? In the blink of an eye, it was getting dark, but more and more people gathered in front of the brothel. Up to now, Li Changsheng has spent more than 100,000 taels of silver. He didn't even expect so many people would like that. I don't know if they're expressing their true feelings or if they're just after money. Li Changsheng was a little confused, maybe it was both. At this moment, a sinister voice sounded. "Everyone present today, anyone who sees the second prince will be killed without mercy." I saw an old man in the nascent soul stage flying here, with many people who had built their foundation. The nascent soul stared straight at Li Changsheng, with an extremely bloodthirsty expression on his face. "Boy, you were the one who attacked the second prince, weren't you?" Li Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately sensed this person's cultivation level. He's actually at the 5th level of nascent soul. I'm no match for him. But he remained calm and said coldly, "I'm the old man. What can you do to me?" The nascent soul cultivator chuckled. "It's good that you admit it, so I don't have to look for it." Then he attacked Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng frowned, and his immortal skin suddenly started to work. Then the traceless ghost step was activated, and the whole person turned into a ghost shadow, floating away in an instant. When facing such an opponent, the 6th principle must be followed at all times. When the enemy is strong and I am weak, I will develop in a sneaky way. When the enemy is weak and we are strong, we become arrogant and domineering. The strategy of retreating when the enemy advances, advancing when the enemy retreats, and disturbing when the enemy is still is most applicable at this moment. As these people arrived, the people around them began to scatter. Those foundation-building monks showed no mercy and began to scatter and hunt down everyone. At this moment, another wave of people rushed over. Leading the way were two nascent souls. They're the ancestors of the Song family. The two men snorted coldly and took care of those foundation-building monks in a few moves. Then he landed beside Li Changsheng and looked coldly at the royal family's nascent soul. The royal family's nascent soul was a little surprised, and his expression began to become serious. "Song Shiran, Song Dingon, I've been ordered to kill this man. Are you going to disobey the emperor's order?" Song Shiran and Song Dingon looked disdainful. "Imperial order?" Long Hai's throne was not obtained legitimately. We don't recognize him as the emperor, so how can we be said to be disobeying the imperial order? The royal family's nascent soul's expression twitched, and for a moment, he was in a dilemma. "Do you want to rebel?" Song Shiran and Song Dingon laughed. "You are wrong. We must expel the treacherous villains and restore the Dragon Kingdom. For those who live in Kyoto, they need a legitimate reason before going to war." Afterwards, the two of them surged with their cultivation and rushed towards the royal nascent soul. Being both at nascent soul stage, two people against one person is enough to crush the other. Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt an urgent need to improve his cultivation. Not long after, the two ancestors of the Song family killed the royal family's nascent soul. Fortunately, only one royal nascent soul came this time. Otherwise, he would not have been killed so easily. The news spread throughout Kyoto in an instant. Countless forces began to stir. The Song family is rebelling? Where do they get the confidence from? There's no rush for this. Once both the Song family and the royal family are defeated, we could just sit back and reap the benefits. The Song family is really being pushed into a corner this time. But the royal family's alchemists have a deep connection with Yawang Valley. Even if the Song family destroyed the royal alchemists might not be used by the Song family. This time, the Song family miscalculated. Upon hearing the news, the eldest prince, Long Feipeng, rushed to the palace overnight. "Father, the Song family has rebelled. What should we do with Song Yanfei? I haven't played her yet." Long Hai looked at Long Feipeng with a gloomy face. "What the hell? If you hadn't insisted on marrying Song Yanfei, would the Song family rebel? If it weren't for you, wouldn't your second brother be devastated like this? You are a jeopardizer who can't do anything good, so get out of here." Beside, Long Wenbin was lying on the bed shivering. He also wanted to lie down, but the chrysanthemums were withered and the ground was covered with wounds. How could he express his sadness? Long Wenbin looked humiliated and angry. "Father, you must avenge me. The Song family, and that guy named Li Changsheng, must be castrated before being sold to a brothel. Then find another 100 strong men, 100, not one less. Oh, and the Song family has several stunning beauties. Leave them for me." Long Hai's expression was terribly gloomy. "Asshole, you're still thinking about women even in this state. You're really a dog that can't change its nature. As for the Song family, no one can step on our Long family within the territory of our Long kingdom." Long Feipeng frowned again. "But father, after we deal with the Song family, can we keep Song Yanfei? Wait until I'm done playing before killing him." Long Feipeng spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily. "Get lost. How could I have given birth to something like you? What time is it? And you still want to play with women? Play with your mother." Long Feipeng was stunned. "Father, have you forgotten? Mother has been dead for many years." Long Hai spat out another mouthful of blood. "Someone, take this useless thing out of here." Long Feipeng was scolded so badly that he walked out of the hall with an angry face. When passing by Long Hai's harem, Long Feipeng murmured angrily, "Humph, if you won't let me play with my own wife, then I'll play with your wife." So, Long Feipeng went straight to the bedroom of one of the concubines. On the other side, the two ancestors of the Song family successfully killed a royal nascent soul. But he also suffered some injuries. They did not continue to attack the palace, but returned to the Song family to recuperate. Li Changsheng also returned to the Song family. After all, there were 10 beautiful brides waiting for him. At night, Li Changsheng came to the wedding room that the Song family had urgently prepared for him. Li Changsheng used all 18 martial arts. This exhilarating battle also gave him some insights. It seems that the lifespan rewarded for taking a concubine is greater the higher the concubine's cultivation level, the greater the reward. By analogy, if the concubine's cultivation is higher and her bones are better, won't the offspring she gives birth to be stronger as well? Li Changxing thought about it for a long time and felt that it made sense. Not only that, as my physique improves, the chances of my offspring having good aptitude will also increase significantly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Kaching in the portable medicine garden. That woman's cultivation is so strong that she can kill even a Yuanying in an instant. I wonder what the reward will be if I make her my concubine. Li Changsheng was daydreaming, but soon he sighed. Alas, it's a pity that my cultivation is too weak now. I can't even break through her thin layer of defense. It's really distressing. But having said that, Kaching's looks are really amazing, and I still can't forget her. The scene of that day emerged in Li Changxing's mind, and he unconsciously entered the portable medicine garden again. At this moment, Kaching was lying in the wooden house, as if she was asleep. Li Changsheng reached out and touched her cheek, feeling an impulse in his heart. But when he thought of Kaching's terrifying cultivation level, he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Chapter 70. The Song family was besieged. Li Changsheng broke the deadlock. The next day, at the Song family. Ancestor, it's bad. The royal family is coming towards our Song family with a large number of troops. Have you seen the number of monks? Song Shiran quickly asked. How many are there above the nascent soul stage? The Song family member had a look of fear on his face. There are at least 5 nascent souls. 5 nascent souls. Everyone was shocked. Where did the royal family find so many nascent souls? Song Shiran's face was gloomy. Humph, it seems that the nascent soul ancestors of the other families can't sit still any longer. Perhaps he was promised the benefits of the elixir by the royal family. After all, there's a 6th grade alchemist in the royal family. Those alchemists come from Medicine King Valley. I have established good relationships with them, and in their eyes, I am much more important than my Song family. Li Changxing listened to Song Shiran's conjecture and immediately became interested in Yaowang Valley. Medicine King Valley? Is it very powerful? Song Shiran bowed respectfully. Medicine King Valley is an immortal sect that specializes in teaching alchemy techniques. There are nearly 10 sixth-grade alchemists in the sect, and there is one sixth-grade alchemist among the royal family. There have been rumors recently that someone in Yaowang Valley has been promoted to a 7th-grade alchemist. If this is true, it would explain why those big families turn to the royal family. Li Changxing nodded slowly, then said disdainfully, "It's only a 7th-grade one, nothing to worry about." When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Ever since Li Changxing appeared, the level of alchemy he demonstrated has been astonishing. But at most they had only seen Li Changxing refine the 7th-grade mind-concentrating pill. Now, listening to what he said, it seems that the 7th rank is not his limit. Song Shiran spoke excitedly. "May I ask what is the highest grade of elixir that Master Li can refine now?" Li Changxing scratched his ears. "Normally, we can refine 8th-grade pills, but if we use some secret techniques, we can refine 9th-grade pills. But for me, there's no need, and I simply cannot refine such high-grade pills. Because even if it is a low-grade elixir, the one I refine is 100% pure. The medicinal effect is enough to make up for the difference of 1 grade. This 9th-grade elixir?" When these words were spoken, everyone gasped. 9th-grade elixir is a legendary existence. At the very least, in a small place like Manhwa, 9th-grade elixirs have never appeared before. Although 8th-grade elixirs exist, they're extremely rare and ordinary people hardly even have the chance to see them. The Song family knew Li Changxing's character very well. They knew that with Li Changxing's attainments in alchemy, there was no need for him to lie. Seeing this, the worry on Song Shiran's face instantly disappeared. "In that case, I wonder if Master Li Dan can demonstrate his talent for alchemy in public later. There is no need to refine an 8th-grade pill, let alone a 9th-grade one. Just refining a 6th-grade pill with 100% purity is enough to shock people. That way, we could defeat the enemy without fighting and make those Yuanning ancestors who have sided with the royal family switch sides in an instant. Have you thought of a solution?" Li Changxing asked. "I could do either. If I can win just by refining medicine, that would be even better. For Li Changxing, he doesn't like fighting and killing. Although he can handle the 5 Yuannings by himself, he only needs to switch to Kaching. But that will cost you your lifespan. How much is life worth? Summoning him once is equivalent to marrying dozens of concubines for nothing." Song Shiran was excited and bowed. "Later, we will hold back the Yuanning cultivator from the royal family. Master Li will only need to refine a 100% pure Peiyuan pill." Li Shanxing Nudda. "Why refine the Peiyuan pill?" Song Shiran said with a firm look. "Those nascent souls have hidden illnesses. They were severely injured in their early years, which damaged their vitality. They need high-grade Peiyuan pills to recover. In the past, the royal family was afraid that their power would grow after they recovered, so they never agreed to their request for medicine. I think the royal family must have promised to refine elixirs for them in exchange for their support this time." At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. "Song family traitor, come out and die." Upon hearing this, the Song family members all walked out. At this moment, the Song family has been surrounded. Although most of them are mortal soldiers, the momentum looks extremely shocking. In addition to thousands of mortal soldiers, there are also hundreds of chi-cultivating monks and hundreds of foundation-building monks. There are more than a dozen Jinan cultivators and 5 Yuanning cultivators. The Song family ancestor rose into the air and looked at everyone with a hint of disdain on his face. "You guys are really willing to spend a lot of money to attack my Song family." Song Shiran looked at one of the nascent soul cultivators. "Gongsun Chong, Zhang Huichuan, do you, the Gongsun family, really want to wade into this mess?" Gongsun Chong and Zhang Huichuan are the Yuanning ancestors of the Gongsun family, and they are husband and wife. Originally, they had no grudges against the Song family, but now they attack the Song family because the royal family promised to refine the 6th-grade Peiyuan pill for them. Gongsun Chong laughed dryly and bowed slightly. "Brother Song, people die for money, and birds die for food. You know how badly my husband and I have been injured, so we must get the Peiyuan Dan." Long Hai listened to the conversation between the two and sneered. "Song Shiran, Song Dingon, you don't need to struggle anymore. From the moment you shielded the murderer who hurt my son, your fate was already sealed. Hand over Li Changsheng immediately, and maybe I can leave your body intact." Otherwise, even if your Song family had 3 nascent souls, they would all be dead today. Song Shiran sneered and ignored Long Hai. Instead, he looked at the other 2 nascent soul cultivators. Yun Feiyang, Yun Zhanghe, did your Yun family also receive the promise of elixirs? Yun Feiyang and Yun Zhanghe are the nascent soul ancestors of the Yun family. Although they are both in the nascent soul stage, they don't want to resort to violence. After all, they have no idea what methods the nascent soul cultivators will use if they are pushed into a corner. Yun Feiyang and Yun Zhanghe bowed. Brother Song, you know that we, like the Gongsun family, are forced to search for the 6th rank Peiyuan pill because of injuries. We don't want to be your enemy, but we have to. Song Shiran heard the helplessness in their words and laughed directly. What if we can provide you with the 6th grade Peiyuan pill? And it's a 100% pure 6th grade Peiyuan pill. When these words were spoken, everyone laughed at them. Long Hai said sarcastically, Song Shiran, are you frightened and talking nonsense when you are dying? A pill of 100% purity? Don't you know that there are no 100% pure pills in this world? Even the royal alchemist Dong Tianqing can only refine pills with a purity of 70%. Could it be that your Song family has an alchemist who is more powerful than Master Dong Dan? A man beside Long Hai sneered. He was the royal alchemist, Dong Tianqing. Song Shiran, do you really think the purity of the elixir is just talk? Pills with a purity of 70% are the purity that countless alchemists dream of. You actually boasted that you have a 100% pure Pei Yuan Dan, and it's even a 6th grade one. Huh. At this moment, Li Chongxing stood up. Is the 6th grade elixir of high quality? It's just low-grade garbage. Dong Tianqing's face twisted when he heard this. After all, he was a 6th grade alchemist. If you say that the 6th grade elixir is garbage, then doesn't that mean that Dong Tianqing is garbage? Dong Tianqing was furious. Where did this young man come from to dare to say such big words? A rubbish 6th grade elixir? Make one for me. Li Chongsheng smiled slightly and agreed directly. Okowo. Dong Tianqing looked disdainful. Okay, today I want to see what you can refine. As he spoke, Li Chongsheng sat cross-legged. An alchemy furnace appeared in front of him, and medicinal herbs appeared out of thin air. Whether it was the speed of herbal herb sorting or the way it was broken down, it was truly astonishing. Such a skilled operation, even Dong Tianqing may not be able to do it. Seeing this scene, Dong Tianqing was horrified and couldn't help muttering to himself. I've never seen or heard of such a method of refining medicine. This technique is far more effective than anything I have ever seen. Long Hai originally wanted to see how the Song family would beg for mercy before they were destroyed, but he didn't expect them to bring out an alchemist. And it seems that this alchemist has something. We can't let him continue refining. Regardless of whether he can refine it or not, he must be killed. So, Long Hai, with a worried and nervous look on his face, shouted at the nascent souls. Hurry up, Grandpa Gongsun, Grandpa Yun. My royal family will definitely do what we promised you. Now help my royal family to destroy the Song family and Li Chongsheng. Chapter 71, Destroy Dragon Sea. Anyone who can cultivate to the nascent soul stage is not a fool. When they saw Li Chongsheng's alchemy skills, they realized that he was not an ordinary alchemist. The 2 ancestors of the Gongsun family spoke. There's no rush for this matter. The Song family has been surrounded by us, and they can't escape. Why not wait until this young friend finishes refining the elixir before we talk? The 2 ancestors of the Yin family also smiled slightly and said, Yes, our Yin family also has the same idea. After all, we are all in the nascent soul stage, and fighting will not be good for anyone. When Long Hai heard this, his expression turned extremely gloomy, and he threatened. I know what you were thinking, but I have to remind you that if you still want to get the Peiyuan pill, you should kill the Song family and Li Chongxing now. If you wait any longer and Li Chongsheng fails to refine the Pei Yuan Dan, our previous promise will be void, and you will never get another Pei Yuan Dan. When the Gongsun and Yun families heard this, they all looked thoughtful. Although Li Chongsheng is undoubtedly an alchemist, it is still unknown whether he can refine the Pei Yuan pill. The royal alchemist is indeed able to refine the Pei Yuan pill. Seeing this, the 2 families looked at each other, as if they didn't want to take too much risk. Seeing this, Song Shiran and Song Dingon said, Everyone, if you want to take action, think carefully. The ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families jumped out directly. I'm sorry, Brother Song. Perhaps your Song family's alchemist can really refine a 6th-grade Peiyuan pill, but there's no need for us to take the risk. As he spoke, the ancestor of the Gongsun family rushed towards the ancestor of the Song family. The two ancestors of the Yun family rushed towards the rest of the Song family. Seeing this, Long Hai smiled. That's right. I will never break my promise to you. Then he looked at the royal Yuanying and said, Go and capture Li Chongxing for me. I want him to experience Wen Bin's pain. The royal nascent soul bowed and rushed towards Li Chongsheng. Li Chongsheng frowned slightly, and with a thought, he summoned 2 giant dragons. One of them twisted around him, wrapping itself inside it. Although the royal nascent soul was powerful, it could not break through the dragon's defense in a short time, which was not enough for Li Chongsheng to refine the elixir. The other dragon was controlled by Li Chongsheng to protect his concubines. Now the ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family have begun to take action against the Song family. A trace of anger flashed in Li Chongsheng's eyes. If that's the case, then don't blame me, Li Chongsheng, for being ruthless. Li Chongsheng took out several soul-sucking herbs from the Suishan herb garden and added them to the alchemy furnace without hesitation. Add the soul-snatching grass and transform the elixir into a soul-snatching pill. After these guys take it, they will only obey me. Li Chongxing's eyes were full of indifference. He bit his fingertip, and a drop of blood dripped into the alchemy furnace. This blood is the medicine for the elixir, and the person who takes it will obey the orders of the owner of the blood. At this moment, outside the giant dragon, the royal Yuanying was desperately attacking the giant dragon's body. The divine light shone brightly, but it couldn't move the dragon at all. With his strength, he was still unable to break through the dragon's defense. Li Chongsheng, wrapped in the giant dragon, suddenly spoke. Gongsun Chong, Zhang Huichuan, Yin Feiyang, Yin Zhanghe, if you stop now, I, Li Chongsheng, will put aside our past grudges and help you refine the elixir. If you insist on being my enemy, then you will never get your hands on the yuan-nourishing pills I made. Upon hearing this, the attacks of the Yuanying ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families became much weaker. They didn't seem to want to completely tear each other apart, so they held back. Otherwise, with the fighting power of nascent soul, the ordinary disciples of the Song family would have been killed or injured long ago. Li Chongxing's call was nothing more than a bet that they didn't want to completely tear each other apart. Li Chongsheng looked at the alchemy furnace again, and the golden holy fire suddenly increased. If we want to entice the Yuanying ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families to take the soul-captivating pill, a 6th-grade pill is obviously not attractive enough. If we upgrade this pill to the 7th grade, I don't believe they won't be tempted. Peiyuan Dan has the effect of consolidating the original essence and improving the vitality. It is best taken after a monk is injured. Low-grade Peiyuan Dan can only be used to stabilize injuries through quantity. If you want to completely repair your injuries, you can only do it through high-grade Peiyuan Dan. Not long after, Li Chongsheng tapped the alchemy furnace lightly, and a rich elixir fragrance wafted out. Dong Tianqing's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but sniffed. This pill smells really like Peiyuan pill. The Yuanying ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family were also keeping an eye on Li Chongsheng. At this moment, when they heard about the fragrance of the elixir, they all looked happy. The Peiyuan pill refined by Master Li is definitely of high quality. Just taking a whiff of its fragrance, I feel my injuries have eased. Li Chongsheng waved his hand and took out the pills from the furnace. A total of 37th grade Peiyuan pills fell into his hands. Although its appearance and efficacy are the same as Peiyuan pill, only Li Chongxing knows that this is a modified pill. To be precise, this is a soul-capturing pill. The recipe for the soul capture pill has been lost for a long time. If Li Chongsheng didn't have an encyclopedia of recipes, it would not have been possible to refine it. After obtaining the elixir, Li Chongxing stood up and put away the dragon with a wave of his hand. He looked coldly at the royal Yuanying in front of him. You've had enough fights, now it's my turn. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the royal Yuanying. Just you? You'd better accept your fate. The next moment, Li Chongxing showed a cold smile on his face, and with a thought, he summoned Keqing. Madam, kill him for me. Suddenly, Keqing appeared in front of Li Chongxing. Then he gently raised his hand and made a hand gesture, and an extremely powerful energy began to burst out from the royal nascent soul. With a scream, the royal nascent soul exploded and turned into powder. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. They all knew very well the strength of the royal family's nascent soul. He was a master of the 5th level of nascent soul. The Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families only felt their scalps tingling at this moment. Looking at Keqing with fear in his eyes. With such strength, could she be a divine transformation cultivator? The royal family's nascent soul was dead, so Li Changsheng quickly took Keqing back. The purpose of summoning Keqing this time is simply to make an example of her. After all, if Keqing stays longer, her lifespan will be consumed more, and Li Changsheng doesn't want to waste it. Seeing this, Long Hai collapsed to the ground. This ancestor Gongsun, the ancestor of the Yun family, quickly kill him. At this moment, the nascent soul ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families had stopped attacking. They looked at Li Changsheng with eyes full of awe and bowed respectfully. Master Li Dan, we are blind. To make amends for our past mistakes, our Gongsun family is willing to submit to Master Li Dan and accept his orders. My Yun family is also willing to submit to Master Li Dan and accept his orders. Li Changsheng snorted coldly and thought to himself, these two families are fence-sitters. Fortunately, I have refined the soul-snatching pill. After I take them in, I will be able to control them in the future. Li Changsheng pretended to be magnanimous and said with a smile, it's okay, it's okay. We've known each other for a long time. I heard you needed Pei Yuan Dan, and I just happen to have it made here. Li Changsheng spread out his palms, and an even stronger fragrance of elixir wafted out. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. There are actually 7 golden lines. Is this a 7th grade Pei Yuan pill? The eyes of the Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families lit up. This quality and grade are much better than those made by the royal alchemist. Li Changsheng waved his hand, and a soul-capturing pill fell into everyone's hands. Take this Pei Yuan Dan for now and see if it works. The 4 Yuanings took it in succession and put it into their mouths without hesitation. After all, this is a 7th grade elixir, which they have only seen a few times in their lives. They did have some doubts about Li Changsheng's elixir, but when they saw that the elixir was of the 7th grade, their doubts were instantly dispelled. After all, who would be so crazy as to tamper with a 7th grade elixir? The 4 of them took the pills, and the surging medicinal power swept through their bodies. The hidden illnesses that had existed for many years began to improve, and even the cultivation showed signs of further improvement. The Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families all bowed to Li Changsheng. Thank you, Master Li Dan, for the medicine. If I'm not mistaken, the purity of this medicine should be over 80%. Li Changsheng smiled and said, wrong, it's 100%. 100% purity? Dong Tianqing shouted. Don't lie. This is absolutely a lie. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, threw one to Dong Tianqing, and said, you can tell whether it's true or not when you see it. Dong Tianqing took the soul-capturing pill, carefully cut off a piece of it, and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. Soon after, his face was shocked. It's actually 100% pure. This is impossible. Seeing this, the Gongsun family and the Yun family all looked happy. The 4 of them immediately looked at Long Hai. Long Hai was licentious and immoral, and he even provoked Master Li Dan. Today, we have surrendered to Master Li Dan, and we should avenge him. The 4 of them attacked Long Hai without any hesitation. Long Hai died without even a scream. Chapter 72, 3 princesses in the bag. Afterwards, for nascent soul masters brought Dong Tianqing before Li Changsheng. Master Li Dan, how should we deal with this person? Li Changsheng glanced at Dong Tianqing and waved his hand gently. Let him go. I have no deep hatred against him. There is no need to take his life. Upon hearing this, everyone let go of Dong Tianqing. However, Dong Tianqing still seemed dissatisfied with Li Changsheng, and there was no gratitude on his face. He snorted coldly, left in a hurry without saying a word. Gong Sun Chong watched Dong Tianqing's back, then turned to look at Li Changsheng, as if he had something to say. Li Changsheng saw through his thoughts. Are you trying to mention that he still has a Pei Yuan pill in his hand? Gong Sun Chong nodded. Master Li, a 7th grade elixir is priceless. It's a shame that he took it so easily. Li Changsheng deliberately let Dong Tianqing go. The news that a 7th grade alchemist appeared in the capital city would surely cause a sensation in Yaowang Valley. Li Changsheng wanted to take this opportunity to let Dong Tianqing bring the news back to Yaowang Valley. If that soul-capturing pill was taken by the alchemist in Yawang Valley, he would get an alchemist for free. Why not do such a good thing? It's just a pity that I couldn't give him a few more pills. Li Shangxin siga sufli. Otherwise, wouldn't there be a few more of my people in Yawang Valley? Gong Sun Chong saw Li Changsheng sighing and mistakenly thought he was regretting. Master Li, there's no need to worry. Dong Tianqing hasn't gone far yet. It's still not too late to catch up with him. Li Changsheng shook his head. Forget it. We're both alchemists. If he really needs this pill to study alchemy, then give it to him. When everyone heard this, they all praised Li Changsheng's selflessness. Master Li Dan has gone to such lengths for the advancement of Dan Dao. This is truly admirable. Yes, Master Li Dan's noble character truly makes us feel ashamed of ourselves. Master Li Dan, you are our role model. Compared to you, we are too selfish. Li Changsheng coughed dryly and waved his hand to signal them that there was no need to do so. You're welcome, everyone. This is just a small matter, not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he took out a few more soul-capturing pills and handed them to the nascent soul ancestors of the Gongsun and Yin families. Take these pills first. They should be able to cure your hidden illnesses. The four of them excitedly accepted the pills and bowed in thanks. Thank you, Master Li Dan. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, and at this moment 4 spots of light appeared in his mind. He had a hunch that with just a thought, those dots of light would go out. The light spots went out, which meant that the 4 nascent soul masters would die. Not only that, he can also manipulate people who take the soul-capturing pill by controlling the light spots. Li Changsheng looked at the 4 people and thought silently. I hope you will truly submit, and I hope I will never have to extinguish these 4 points of light. Then, Li Changsheng turned towards the direction of the imperial palace. There is still one person who has not been dealt with, and that is the eldest prince Long Faping. After hearing this, everyone immediately headed towards the palace. Soon, they found Long Faping in the harem. At this moment, he was lying on the bed of concubine Long Hai. Seeing Li Changsheng and others, he roared angrily. Are you planning a rebellion? Guards, where are the guards? How could they allow these people to enter without notification? The concubine next to her screamed and hurriedly covered her body with a quilt. Li Changsheng snorted coldly and gave an order to Song Shiran. This man didn't even let his own father's woman go. He's so shameless. After being castrated, send him to a brothel. Song Shiran nodded and walked towards Long Faping with the sword in his hand. Soon, a shrill scream was heard. The commotion here immediately alarmed the entire harem. Countless concubines were frightened and turned pale, trembling all over. Li Changsheng's heart moved. He looked at Song Shiran and asked, how many concubines are there in this harem? The corners of Song Shiran's mouth twitched, and he understood Li Changsheng's intention in just one sentence. But he didn't dare to reveal it, so he could only answer truthfully. After Long Hai ascended the throne, he searched for beauties everywhere, and now there are about 3,000 beauties in his harem. Most of them are still virgins. After all, Long Hai died before he could enjoy them. Li Changsheng nodded and was about to speak when he heard a woman's voice coming from outside the house. Master Li Dan, we want to see Master Li Dan. Li Changsheng frowned and asked, what is it? The Song family member replied, they are the 3 princesses of the Dragon Kingdom. They seem to want to see you. Princess? Li Changsheng was puzzled. Is she Long Hai's daughter? Song Shiran shook his head and sighed. They are also pitiful people, the daughters of the late emperor. After the late emperor was killed by Long Hai, they were placed under house arrest. I heard that Long Hai had been coveting their beauty for a long time and had planned to marry these princesses in the near future, but he died unexpectedly today. The 3 princesses must have escaped during the chaos within the royal family. After hearing this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but licking his lips. Let them in. They are indeed very pitiful. Soon, the 3 women knelt in front of Li Changsheng and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much, benefactor. If you hadn't saved me, Longwa would have fallen into the hands of evildoers. Li Changsheng looked down at the 3 women in front of him. They are worthy of being princesses, with skin as white as snow and slim figures without a trace of fat. Li Changsheng raised one of them's chins and asked, may I have your name? The princess' eyes were blurred with tears, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp. Your servant, Long Kue, pays homage to your benefactor. Solanum Nigrum? Li Shanxing Nudda Sakarelli. It really is the princess's name. Then he looked at the other 2. What about you? The two princesses looked up at Li Changsheng. This servant, Long Ningxiang, pays homage to the benefactor. This servant, Long Yaxian, pays homage to the benefactor. Li Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Yes, she is indeed beautiful. After hearing this, the three princesses shuddered slightly. Then, Long Kuei rolled her eyes and said directly, "My benefactor, Long Hai, is the one who killed our father. You avenged us, and we should repay you. If the benefactor does not despise us, we are willing to pledge our lives to you." Long Ningxiang and Long Yaxian also bowed down, their clothes slightly exposed, adding a bit of temptation. "We are also willing to pledge our lives to you, and hope that your benefactor will fulfill your wish." Li Changsheng helped the three people up and said with pretended concern, "Since you are so determined, I will take a small loss and agree to your request." When everyone heard this, their faces twitched unconsciously. The three princesses were delighted. "Thank you for your help." In fact, they had already agreed to marry Li Changsheng. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is in turmoil. If the royal family is unstable, it will inevitably attract foreign invasion. Even if there were no external threats, those ministers and generals who coveted the throne would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Li Changsheng is very capable. Marrying him can not only preserve the royal family of Long Kingdom, but also find a solid backing for Long Kingdom, killing two birds with one stone. What's more, after they saw Li Changsheng in person, they also thought he was handsome. This further strengthened their determination. Soon, the palace was brightly lit, filled with joy and peace. Chapter 73, Coronation Ceremony. The traitors of the Dragon Kingdom have been eliminated, and Long Kuei's eyes are flashing with plans for the future. "My dear husband, the Dragon Kingdom is now without a ruler. Since you are already our husband, why don't you declare your ascension to the throne and become the new emperor of the Dragon Kingdom?" Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. Although the throne of the emperor is honorable, if he is not a tyrant, or a lewd ruler, where's the fun in that? I, Li Changsheng, am a man of integrity. I will surely be a wise ruler and work hard day and night. What's more, ascending the throne as emperor would confine me to a corner of the Dragon Kingdom. The vast territory of Shenlong continent is waiting for me to explore. Husband, are you going to abandon us? What are we going to do if you leave? My dear husband, the Dragon Kingdom's royal family is in turmoil, and forces from all sides are coveting the throne. How can you leave at this time? Li Changsheng hugged Long Kuei tightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "You are quite right, but the fundamental problem is that the Dragon Kingdom has no ruler. The most urgent task is to have a new emperor ascend the throne and quickly establish his prestige to deter all parties." Long Kuei stared at Li Changsheng, her eyes full of tenderness. "My husband, you are the only one in the Dragon Kingdom royal family who is capable of shouldering this important responsibility. There are only 3 of us sisters left in the royal family. If you don't ascend the throne, who will inherit it?" Li Changsheng shook his head and said, "It's time to break the outdated custom of women becoming emperors. Today, I, Li Changsheng, will break the old and establish the new." He looked at Long Kuei firmly and stroked her cheek. Such a heroic figure. If he wore a dragon robe, he would surely be even more majestic. Long Kuei was surprised. "Husband, you mean?" Li Changsheng nodded slightly. "Yes, I was referring to my appearance." Long Kuei. Li Changsheng coughed lightly and turned his gaze to Long Kuei. "However, it should be you who ascends the throne. You act decisively and vigorously. Of the 3 of you sisters, you are the one most suitable to be emperor." Long Kuei showed hesitation on her face. "My dear, since ancient times, women have not been allowed to become emperors. This concept is deeply rooted. If I were to announce my ascension to the throne, it would surely arouse opposition from all quarters." Li Changsheng waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry about this. During the coronation ceremony, those who harbor dissenters will naturally come forward. Then, it will be our time to establish our authority. With my husband here, what is there to fear?" Hearing this, Long Kuei was so moved that tears streamed down her face. "My husband loves me deeply, and I am willing to serve him for the rest of my life." The next day, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the world that the eldest princess would ascend the throne as the new emperor. The coronation ceremony is scheduled to take place 3 days later. As soon as the news came out, the Dragon Kingdom was shocked. A woman ascends the throne? Where are the moral principles? The eldest princess claims to be the emperor? On what basis? If a woman takes power, the Dragon Kingdom is in danger. Although it is inappropriate for a woman to become emperor, if she can do practical things for the people, we the people will certainly support her, regardless of gender. While the people were discussing the matter, high-ranking officials were also ready to take action. Prime Minister Luo Chung stroked his beard with an expression of surprise that was difficult to conceal. God is truly helping me. A woman has ascended the throne. I don't need another excuse this time. This alone is enough for rebellion. Quickly gather your forces and gather in Kyoto in 3 days. We will drive Long Kuei off the throne at the coronation ceremony. At the same time, I will quickly arrange for the other ministers in the court to support me as the new emperor at the coronation ceremony. Anyone who dares to refuse will be executed immediately. As night fell, Li Changxing lay in bed, listening to Song Qingtian's report. So far, apart from Prime Minister Luo Cheng's actions, everything seems normal. Li Changxing asked, "What's happening with Luo Cheng?" Song Qingtian replied respectfully. He has sent people to recruit people who are expected to arrive in Kyoto in 3 days. These people are undoubtedly trying to force the new emperor to abdicate. Furthermore, he used coercion and bribery against the ministers in the court, attempting to have him nominated as emperor at the coronation ceremony. Li Changxing nodded and said, "Don't act rashly. We will catch them all in one fell swoop during the coronation ceremony." In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The coronation ceremony was held as planned. The palace was brightly lit and the ground was covered with red carpets. Ministers of the court and dignitaries of the Dragon Kingdom gathered together. Prime Minister Luo Cheng sat in the guest seat, his face full of pride. Long Kuei, you gave me a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could I find an excuse to seize the throne? Soon, the eunuch announced the official start of the coronation ceremony, and the ceremonial band played the solemn coronation music. Long Kuei walked into everyone's sight, holding 3 incense sticks, bowing and praying to the ancestors of heaven and earth. Then, she walked toward the dragon throne step by step. At this moment, Luo Cheng suddenly attacked. Long Kuei, our country has long had laws that prohibit the harem from interfering in state affairs. You, a woman, dare to claim the throne of our country. Where do you put the laws of our country? Where does this put our country's reputation? Do you want the world to laugh at my dragon nation? Long Kuei looked at Luo Cheng coldly. Her eyes were firm and imposing without anger, as if she already possessed the majesty of an emperor. Prime Minister Luo, Long Kingdom belongs to my Long family. As a descendant of the Long family, what's wrong with me ascending the throne and becoming emperor? Could it be that you yourself want to usurp the throne? Luo Cheng was shocked by Long Kuei's aura and couldn't help but shrink his neck, as if he had just realized how powerful Long Kuei was. But he quickly calmed down, remembered his plan, and his courage returned to him. Long Kuei, according to tradition, if there is no one in the royal family to inherit the throne, the ministers in the court should jointly elect a new emperor. You held the coronation ceremony today without any consultation, which is too arbitrary. I, Luo Cheng, will be the first to disagree. Li Changsheng quietly observed Luo Cheng's performance, with a sarcastic sneer on his lips. The other ministers were also very cautious, with beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Luo Cheng didn't notice anything unusual. He waved his arms and shouted loudly, "My dear colleagues, today I ask you again, who is qualified to be the new emperor of our Dragon Kingdom?" Luo Cheng was secretly excited. According to his plan, someone should come forward to recommend him as the new emperor. But as time went on, no one spoke. Everyone who is capable of taking on this important task. Luo Cheng asked again, but there was still silence. Long Kuei sneered, breaking the silence. "Prime Minister Luo, my husband has already seen through your little calculations. Do you really think these ministers will support you?" Hearing this, Luo Cheng suddenly turned to Li Changsheng, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. "You little white face who relies on women for a living, when my army arrives, you will be the first one to be sacrificed." He turned to the ministers who had betrayed him and warned with gritted teeth, "And none of you will escape." At this moment, a guard came running over and reported, "Report, A large army has been spotted gathering outside the city, with no fewer than tens of thousands of people. After hearing this, Luo Cheng's face showed ecstasy. All right, the army has arrived. I, Luo Cheng, will definitely seize the throne of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 74. I want to run. I want to train my waist. Luo Cheng was extremely arrogant at this moment and used various tactics. None of you traitors will escape. You will all pay the price. With his order, my men, show yourself. From now on, Longwu will belong to the Luo family. Suddenly, dozens of soldiers on guard drew their swords and launched a sneak attack on the soldiers next to them. In a flash, wailing was heard everywhere, and dozens of soldiers were killed. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. His figure moved like a rainbow, and he took the Jinghong sword in his hand. The sword flashed, and the sword energy spread out, as if it had a spirit, and rushed straight towards the rebel soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the rebels fell apart, and the scene was heart-wrenching. Luo Cheng's smile had not yet faded when he saw this scene. The smile froze and turned into fear as he watched Li Changsheng approach step by step. What do you want to do? The army is gathered outside the city. If I fail, they will destroy Kyoto. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a golden dragon appeared. He jumped onto the dragon's head, and the dragon roared loudly, rushing straight out of the city. Looking down, I saw a large group of people attacking the city. The dragon swooped down and attacked the rebels. The dragon's mouth opened and closed, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers died. Li Changsheng hovered in the air, overlooking the rebels, his voice cold. Whoever takes the head of your leader will be spared the death penalty. Li Changsheng's power was so terrifying that no one dared to resist. The soldiers advanced on the rebel leader, gripping their sharp knives tighter. The rebel leader swallowed his saliva, his scalp tingling. Are you planning a rebellion? I am your leader. At the critical moment of life and death, the soldiers don't care about so many things. With a scream, the leader was hacked to death by swords. The head rolled to the side. Li Changsheng stretched out his hand and sucked it into his hand. He said to the trembling rebels, "Wait here for processing. Anyone who dares to escape will be buried in the dragon's belly." Afterwards, he drove the dragon back to the coronation ceremony venue and threw the rebel leader's head in front of Luo Cheng. The venue was dead silent, and everyone even breathed cautiously. Luo Cheng looked at the head on the ground, trembling all over. No, this is impossible. I've been planning this for so long. How could it fail? Luo Cheng was so angry that he lost his composure. Seeing this, the two men in black behind him helped Luo Cheng up and tried to escape. Li Changsheng snorted coldly and shouted, "You dare to act so presumptuously in front of me, even though you're at the peak of the Jindan stage?" Although Li Changsheng is only at the 5th level of Jindan, his combat power is unmatched in the same realm. His 5th level of Jindan was consolidated by countless Gushio pills without any falsehood. Luo Cheng was awakened by Li Changsheng's harsh shout, his eyes filled with resentment. Kill him because of him. If I don't get rid of him, the hatred in my heart will be hard to get rid of. The two peak Jindan cultivators looked at each other and attacked Li Changsheng together. Li Changsheng's eyes were cold, and he thought to himself, I am at the 5th level of Jindan, and the immortal true spirit technique has reached the realm of immortal flesh. What's the point of a mere Jindan peak? He just unfolded his traceless ghost steps and disappeared like a ghost. He appeared out of nowhere and appeared next to a person at the peak of the Jindan stage in a flash. The soul-burning technique is activated, spiritual power consumption is doubled, and combat power increases 5-fold. The star-picking hand was then used, and a huge hand shadow grabbed it, causing a loud explosion and blood-red fireworks blooming. The people around looked terrified, their faces splattered with blood and flesh. Seeing this, the other peak Jindan cultivator's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to resist and turned around to run away. Li Changsheng sneered and activated his Super Dragon Claw hand. The huge dragon claw stretched straight towards the peak of the Jindan stage, and a hole appeared in the chest amid screams. The heart was dug out, squeezed hard, and shattered. At this moment, Luo Cheng was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. He looked at Li Changsheng, his eyes filled with fear. "You are a devil, a devil." Li Changsheng walked towards him with a grim smile and slapped him on the head. With a bang, the head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white objects splattered everywhere. Countless people couldn't help vomiting, their stomachs churning. Li Changsheng looked around at everyone and declared in a cold voice, "Today I, Li Changsheng, declare to the world that Long Kuei is the new emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who do not obey will be mercilessly killed by the sword." Afterwards, Song Shiran and Song Dingon, ancestors of the Song family, showed up to show their support. "My Song family supports the eldest princess to become the new emperor, and we swear to defend the new emperor's authority to the death." Gongsun Chang and Zhang Huichuan of the Gongsun family also stood up. "My Gongsun family supports the eldest princess to become the new emperor, and we swear to defend the new emperor's authority to the death." The Yun family followed closely behind. "My Yun family supports the eldest princess to become the new emperor, and we swear to defend the new emperor's authority to the death." The three major families in Kyoto City expressed their support for Long Kuei, establishing her authority as emperor. Everyone shouted in unison, "We support the eldest princess to become the new emperor and swear to defend the new emperor's authority to the death." Long Kuei was so moved that her eyes turned red. She walked towards the dragon throne step by step, and no one dared to stop her. With the help of Li Changsheng, the coronation ceremony was successfully completed. At night, Long Kuei took the initiative to find Li Changsheng and said worriedly, "My lord, I have now ascended the throne as emperor. But there are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and as a girl I have no time to take care of them. I wonder what to do with these people." When Li Changsheng heard this, he laughed out loud. "It's not that you don't have time to take care of it, but you simply don't have anywhere to put it, right?" "Ha!" He chuckled and asked meaningfully, "What are your plans, the empress?" Long Kuei tucked her hair and looked up at Li Changsheng with a wicked smile. "Husband, as the saying goes, good things should be kept within a family. Rather than leaving it idle, it's better to give it to you." Li Changsheng pretended to be surprised and refused. "I'm afraid that's not appropriate." Long Kuei spoke again, and the two of them pushed and shoved each other. Finally, under Li Changsheng's extremely reluctant expression, he reluctantly agreed. "We agreed. I can only take 2,000, no more. As for the remaining 1,000, those who are not virgins, those who are old, and those who are ugly, just give them some compensation and send them back to their hometowns. I'm not the greedy type." Long Kuei's eyes were full of admiration. "My husband is truly kind-hearted and compassionate. I am truly blessed to have met him." Li Changsheng coughed dryly, then stood up and put on his clothes. Long Kuei asked doubtfully, "Where are you going, my husband, at this late hour?" Li Shangxing Lauga. "I've been feeling a little weak lately, so I wanted to go out and exercise at night. The harem is spacious, and running is the best way to relax. My lady, you don't have to wait for me. Take a rest first." Long Kuei lay down obediently. "It's really admirable that my husband is so self-disciplined." Li Changsheng put on his shoes, walked out, and stopped at the door. "By the way, I might not have time these few days. I need to focus on running. Most importantly, I have to train my waist." Chapter 75 Gongsun and the Yun family's descendants are included in the bag. Over the past few days, Li Changsheng gained a lot. His lifespan increased by 15,000 years. His cultivation level also rose to the 7th level of Jindan. The root bone was upgraded to red medium grade. The family reputation is increased to 2,000, and a special skill is awarded. Automatic sensing in mines. The mine has automatic sensing. When you're within a certain distance from the mine, it will sense itself. There are many types of mines, such as spirit stone mines, iron or concentrates, gold or concentrates, fire spirit stone mines, etc. When Li Changsheng heard about the reward, he was secretly delighted. "System, I love you to death. Just now I got a weapon master, and now I got a mining sensor. You're just asking me to open my mouth and eat. Mine sensing. In this way, can I quickly find the necessary materials for refining equipment, such as iron essence? Just thinking about the scene of a member of my Li family holding a top-grade flying sword makes my heart surge with excitement. Is this the best level for a top-tier immortal sect? Haha. Not only that, my lifespan is now nearly 20,000 years, which is enough for me to wake up kitching 10 to 20 times. This means I'll have a dozen or so opportunities to show off in front of high-ranking monks." At this moment, the servant's voice sounded outside the door. "Your Excellency, the Gongsun and Yun families request an audience." Now that Long Kuei has become the empress, Li Changsheng, as her husband, naturally becomes a prince. He frowned slightly, not knowing what the two families were planning to do. Let them in. Not long after, the ancestors of the Yun family and the Gongsun family walked in together. Gongsun Chang and his wife, Zhang Huichuan, looked very cautious. Master Li Dan, my Gongsun family, still has two unmarried granddaughters. They have long admired Master Li Dan. I wonder if Master Li Dan would be willing to accept them as his own. When Li Changshang heard this, he agreed without hesitation. Since Patriarch Gongsun has spoken, how can I not accept it? At this time, Yun Zhonghe, the ancestor of the Yun family, Yun Feiyang, also spoke. Master Li, my Yun family also has two granddaughters who are about to get married. They are eager to see Master Li every day. You see, when Li Changshang heard this, he waved his hand without waiting for the Yun family ancestor to finish speaking. Hey, we're all family. Why are you being so polite? I'll take in your granddaughters. When the Yun family ancestor heard this, he showed a look of surprise. Thank you, Master Li Dan, for your kindness. My granddaughter would be very happy if she knew this news. The value of a monk's concubine is far greater than that of a mortal's concubine. It is not only because the concubines of monks are more efficient in improving one's physique, but more importantly, the rewards given by the concubines of monks are more than those given by the concubines of mortals. Therefore, as long as she's a cultivator's concubine, Li Changsheng generally accepts her. The descendants of immortal cultivation families like the Gongsun family and the Yun family are definitely not ordinary practitioners. The ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families stood respectfully aside, looking as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Changsheng saw that they had something to say. Do you have anything else to say? Feel free to ask. Seeing this, Gongsun Chang and Yun Feiyang exchanged glances, then bowed. Master Li, some of the younger generations in our family are at the peak of qi refining and are in urgent need of foundation establishment pills to advance to the foundation establishment stage. I wonder if Master Li could give them some. In fact, with the strength of the Gongsun family and the Yun family, they have no shortage of foundation-building pills. However, for the better development of future generations, he came to Li Changsheng specifically to ask for a 100% pure foundation-building pill. Since the other party has offered up his granddaughter, Li Changsheng naturally would not be stingy with those foundation-building pills. He waved his hand and took out dozens of foundation-building pills and gave them to a few people. Take these foundation-building pills for now. Seeing this, several people hurriedly accepted the pills, thanked him profusely, and said, Thank you, Master Li Dan. We will go home and prepare for the wedding. The next day, Li Changsheng wore a bright red dress and worshipped heaven and earth. As per usual practice, the reproductive qualifications of several people were checked. Suddenly, four purple beams of light shot up into the sky. Two of them were extremely purple, reaching the peak of purple. Those two people were the two granddaughters of the Yun family, Yun Yun and Yun Saiwan. The two from the Gongsun family were not bad either, reaching the mid-grade purple level. They are Gongsun Yin and Gongsun Jingshu. Li Changsheng looked at the exciting scene before him, lifted Yun Yun's chin, and asked, Your name is Yun Yun, right? Yun Yun nodded obediently, her cheeks turning red. Your servant Yun Yun, thank you for your favor, my husband. That shy look perfectly illustrates what it means to be weak and boneless. A woman is like water. After several days of hard work, Li Changxing reaped a rich harvest. Only the system's voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully taking a concubine. You have gained a total lifespan of 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a hidden reward, a chance to get 8 treasures in 1 litter. 8 treasures in 1 birth can be used on designated concubines. After use, 8 offspring will be born at once. Friendly reminder, using it on a concubine with top fertility qualifications can maximize the benefits. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the pupil technique, the barrier-breaking divine pupil. The barrier-breaking divine pupil can break through all illusions and stick to one's original heart. It is a pupil technique specifically designed to restrain illusions. After cultivating to the highest level, one can see the true nature of the world and gain the right to communicate with the way of heaven. Listening to these rewards, Li Changsheng was extremely excited. The most exciting thing was the 8 treasures in 1 litter. This opportunity must be left to Kaching. Her extremely popular fertility qualifications are already the top fertility qualifications. If she gave birth to 8 children at once, I wonder what kind of extraordinary talent they would have. Ha! It's exciting just thinking about it. After the excitement, Li Changsheng fell into deep helplessness. It's a pity that Keqing's cultivation is too high. I can't even break her thin layer of defense. How can I even talk about having a child? Li Changsheng sighed in distress. Yun Yun, who was standing beside me, came over wearing a red belly band. Husband, why are you sighing? Li Changsheng hugged Yun Yun's white and soft waist, causing Yun Yun to giggle. Nothing, I just feel that my cultivation is too weak. Yun Yun covered Li Changsheng's mouth. My husband is already powerful enough. You are now at the 7th level of Jindan, far surpassing your peers. This level of cultivation is not the end of my husband's journey. My husband's goal is the sea of stars. Soon after, Yun Yun's eyes turned and she said, if you, my husband, want to quickly improve your cultivation, I have an idea. Li Changsheng showed curiosity. Madam, please speak. Yun Yun looked into the distance, as if recalling something. My dear, there's a valley 100 miles away from Kyoto City. It is filled with miasma year-round. Breathing it will cause hallucinations. Countless monks have gone on expeditions, but only 1 in 10 has ever returned. Those who managed to come back alive also became crazy. At this point, Yun Yun changed the subject. But after all these years, there was one person who emerged intact. Not only did he not go insane, but his cultivation level was also advanced to the nascent soul stage. When Li Changsheng heard this, he immediately became interested. Who is that person? Yun Yun said. He is the founding emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Outyin. Chapter 76, Mysterious Runes. Long Outyin. Li Changsheng's face looked strange. What a Chinibyu name. Yun Yun asked doubtfully. What is Chunabun? Li Changsheng smiled slightly. It means being a bit stupid. Yun Yun nodded, not quite understanding. It is said that Long Outyin is indeed a bit stupid. But at this moment, Li Changsheng became interested in that secret realm. As for whether he could escape unscathed, he was not worried at all. With a lifespan of 20,000 years, he can summon Keqing 10 to 20 times. No matter how big the world is, Li Changsheng is not afraid of anything. This is a secret place within the small territory of Dragon Country. He doesn't believe that Keqing exists there, and he can't even get out by himself. Then he looked at Yun Yun and asked, since Long Outyin escaped unscathed, did he reveal any information about the secret realm? Yun Yun shook her head. After Long Outyin came back, he went into seclusion and soon broke through to the nascent soul stage. But strangely, his lifespan kept slipping away. It is said that the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is more than 2,000 years. But Long Outyin's hair turned white and his life force died 200 years after he achieved the nascent soul stage. So weird. Li Changsheng frowned slightly, and some guesses emerged in his mind. Could it be that he obtained some technique from the secret realm that consumes lifespan to improve his cultivation? Thinking of this, Li Changsheng began to get excited. If there really is such a technique, it would be tailor-made for me. Li Changsheng was very excited and got up quickly. He wanted to find Long Kuei to find out the truth. Not long after, Li Changsheng came to Long Kuei's room. Long Kuei put down the memorial in her hand and took off her dragon robe with a shy look on her face. My husband finally remembered me. I was almost going crazy. Li Changsheng was not in the mood to think about those things at the moment, so he asked, how much do you know about your Long family's ancestor, Long Outyin? Long Kuei was slightly surprised, but still said, I don't know much about the old ancestor. I only know that he once traveled to a secret realm and ascended to the nascent soul stage upon his return. In the following 200 years, he relied on his combat prowess to enslave 2 nascent souls and establish the Dragon Kingdom. This answer was not inconsistent with what Yun Yun said, but he still didn't understand the reason why Long Outyin aged so quickly. Do you know why the Long family's ancestor aged so quickly? Long Kuei shook her head. If my husband is interested, he can go to the ancestor's tomb and investigate it himself. Li Changsheng originally wanted to say this, but since that person was Long Kuei's ancestor after all, he did not bring it up rashly. Now that Long Kuei had taken the initiative to propose it, Li Changsheng also agreed. Okay, let's go now. You lead the way. Long Kuei nodded and said as she put on her clothes. The cause of our ancestor's death was suspicious. We investigated for years, but found nothing. After listening to Long Kuei's explanation, Li Changsheng finally understood why she said she would go to the tomb to investigate personally. It turned out that Long Outyen's tomb had been opened. Perhaps his Long family also wanted an answer. Not long after, the two arrived at Long Outyen's tomb. There were soldiers guarding outside the mausoleum. When they saw Long Kuei and Li Changsheng, they all knelt down. Long Kuei waved her hand, opened the mausoleum gate. With the sound of the stone door rubbing against the ground, the gate of the mausoleum was opened. Long Kuei stepped in first, followed closely by Li Changsheng. The number of burial objects in the tomb is staggering. But Li Changsheng didn't care about these things. What he cared about was Long Outyen's body. Not long after, the two arrived at the coffin where Long Outyen's body was kept. When the coffin was opened, Long Outyen was lying quietly inside. His hair was gray, covered with age spots, and his body was thin, almost skin and bones. If he had not reached the nascent soul stage and could keep his body from decaying, he would have probably turned to ashes by now. Li Shangxing Fronat. Apart from the fact that he could see old age, he could not see anything else on the corpse. Have you discovered anything, my husband? Long Kuei asked. Li Changsheng shook his head. Nothing. But at this moment, Kaching in the portable medicine garden blinked rapidly and suddenly opened her eyes. Such a familiar smell. Li Changsheng was shocked and immediately immersed himself in communicating with Kaching. Madam, what did you find? Kaching looked thoughtful. This corpse gives me a very familiar feeling. It's a very strange feeling. I can't describe it. Li Changxing's expression became solemn. He looked at Long Outyen's body again and thought to himself, could it be that the secret realm has something to do with Kaching? Now things are becoming more and more confusing, and Li Changsheng is becoming more and more curious. No matter what, we must go to the secret realm and take a look. As for Long Outyen's body, it doesn't seem as simple as it appears on the surface. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng muttered in his heart, breaking barriers divine pupil practice. The barrier breaking divine pupils I just obtained can break all illusions. If there really was some kind of illusion behind Long Outyen's corpse, it would definitely be seen through by the divine eyes that could break through obstacles. Li Changxing's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and then the light shrank and merged into his eyes. At this point, the cultivation of the barrier-breaking divine pupil was successful. At this moment, Li Changxing only felt that the surrounding environment became clearer, and he could see through the countless tiny smoke and dust particles in the air as long as he looked closely. He was excited and looked at Long Outyen's body again. This time, there was indeed a change. I saw that strange runes were imprinted on Long Outyen's body. The rune flickered and disappeared, as if it was breathing, constantly absorbing the energy in Long Outyen's body. What a strange rune. It doesn't disappear even after the person dies. Li Changxing murmured softly, but then seemed to think of something extraordinary. Wait, that rune can absorb lifespan? Kaching felt a familiar feeling again. Could it be that I am also? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he couldn't help but look at his body. I just felt dizzy and my heart sank. This mysterious rune actually exists in my body. Could it be that my fate will be the same as Long Outyen's? Li Changxing couldn't accept this fact and couldn't help but take several steps back. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Long Kuei looked at Li Changxing and asked with concern, Husband, what's wrong with you? Li Changxing shook his head, then his face showed determination. I want to explore that secret realm. I must unravel the secrets within it. Li Changxing couldn't wait any longer. Even if there were dangers, he had to solve the mystery, because he didn't know when a rune would change. If his lifespan absorption suddenly increased, even if he had a lifespan of 20,000 years, it might not be enough. Seeing this, Long Kuei became a little worried. Are you talking about the secret place that our ancestor visited? Li Shangxing Nudda. Yes, there are some things in that secret realm that I must understand. Although Long Kuei was worried, she didn't know how to persuade him. I will wait for my husband to come back. Li Changsheng then left the mausoleum and found people from the three major families to conduct a comprehensive investigation and understanding of the secret realm. After everything was ready, he left the palace and headed towards the secret realm with the nascent soul ancestors of the three major families. Chapter 77 Red-Dressed Woman, Congenital Poison Body. The secret realm is located in Shinong Mountain, which is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, and poisonous miasma permeates the surrounding area. No mortal who has entered has ever escaped. Even if they are cultivators, those with low cultivation will surely die. Only cultivators above the Jindan stage can protect themselves for a certain period of time. But if it goes on for too long, it will not be able to withstand the invasion of the poisonous miasma. However, these poisonous miasma are not a big deal for Li Changsheng. With the detoxification pill in his hand, these poisonous miasma cannot harm him. Not long after, Li Changsheng came out of the mountain, and his barrier-breaking divine pupil suddenly started to work, and a terrifying black aura rose from the ground in the mountain. It was all filled with highly toxic miasma that ordinary people couldn't see. If you breathed it in, you would die. At the foot of the mountain, 3 or 5 people were sitting in a tea house. They stared at Li Changsheng with curiosity. "Little brother, do you want to enter Shinong Mountain?" Li Changsheng turned around, looked at those mortals, and nodded. "Yes, I have heard that there are rare treasures in Shinong Mountain, so I came here specially to take a look." Several people looked at Li Changsheng's body filled with the power of cultivation, and their expressions did not fluctuate at all, as if they were already used to it. "Alas, it's not that we don't believe in your strength. Many cultivators like you have come here over the years, but none of them have come out. Little brother, listen to our advice. This Shinong Mountain is no small matter. The mountain is filled with poisonous fog, which is definitely not something that ordinary people can withstand." Li Changsheng shook his head. Now that he was here, why would he go back? He ignored them, took a step forward, and his figure quickly disappeared into the thick fog in the distance. The regretful voices of those people came from behind. "Another dead body has been added to Shinong Mountain. It's not anyone else's fault. We've already warned him. Those female cultivators who went in a few days ago should be dead by now. Is there any need to think about this? Death is inevitable. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman was ruined like this." From the moment Li Changsheng entered Shinong Mountain, he had a 7th grade detoxification pill in his mouth. The medicinal power is continuously released, and any poisonous miasma that enters the body will be dissolved in an instant. According to the records in the ancient books of Long Kuei's family, the secret realm should be in a cave on the mountainside. Li Changsheng looked up, but the miasma was so thick that he couldn't see clearly. The dim light and humid air in the forest make people feel a sense of tension out of nowhere. In addition, the constant sounds of strange animals make people feel even more creepy. Li Changsheng's eyes showed determination. He flew up and flew towards a mountainside. But at this moment, a strange breath in the distance made his body stagnate. Somewhat. His eyes focused, and his barrier-breaking divine pupils suddenly unfolded. He saw a woman in red on the ground, looking straight at him. Dressed in red, paired with the dim and humid surroundings, a strange feeling arises. Damn it, is this a ghost? Ghost, this was the first word that Li Changsheng thought of. But after calming down and feeling it for a while, I felt relieved. This person doesn't look like a ghost. She has a strong vitality. She must be a human. But I didn't sense any power from her. I wonder if she's hiding her power, or is she just a mortal? Thinking of this, Li Changsheng flew towards the woman. After landing silently, Yu spoke. "Hello, beautiful lady." The woman's body trembled. She screamed and took several steps back. "Ghost." Li Changsheng shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "You look more like a ghost dressed like this, okay?" Looking at the woman closely at this moment, Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. She's actually a beauty. He pretended to be well-educated and polite, bowed slightly. "Girl, this place is extremely dangerous. Why are you here alone?" The red-dressed woman looked at Li Changsheng's Jindan cultivation and showed a vigilant look on her face. "Senior, please quickly hide your cultivation. This place is strange, and there are some extremely dangerous creatures lurking here." Big breast thing. Li Changsheng's eyes fell on the chest of the woman in red, and he couldn't help but murmur, "It's indeed big enough." When the woman in red heard this, her face turned red with shame and anger. But due to Li Changsheng's cultivation level, he didn't dare to show it. He could only stomp his feet and turn sideways. But this action made the vibration in his chest even more obvious. Li Changsheng was so engrossed in watching that he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "I've been on the battlefield for so long, and I've never seen anything with such large breasts." The woman in red was filled with shame and anger and said, "Senior, I'm scared of you like this." Li Changsheng licked his lips and coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment. "Ahem, now don't get me wrong, I just thought of something interesting. May I ask your name? Fairy? Why are you here?" The woman in red bowed slightly, and said, I'm a disciple of the Red Robe sect, Li Hongfu. I came to Shinong Mountain to collect herbs. Listening to Li Hongfu's story, Li Changxing frowned slightly. Your cultivation is only at the peak of qi training. You are so brave to come to Shinong Mountain alone. Speaking of this, Li Hongfu's eyes showed a lonely look. Senior, you may not know that my physique is somewhat special. I am born with a poisonous body. It is immune to many poisonous substances in the world, and can even improve its cultivation by absorbing poisons. Oh, Li Changsheng looked Li Hongfu up and down, with curiosity in his eyes. With such a unique physique, no wonder you can breathe freely and unharmed in the poisonous miasma. At this moment, a wild beast roared from a distance. Roar! Li Hongfu's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Li Changsheng and said, Senior, please quickly hide your cultivation. Otherwise, when the ferocious beasts come looking for us, we will definitely be in danger. But everything seems to be too late. Not far away, they saw 3 murderers with scarlet eyes approaching the 2 men. Li Hongfu showed a trace of despair on her face. Senior, these ferocious beasts live in poisonous miasma all year round. Their bodies have been transformed by the poisonous miasma and are extremely toxic. Anyone injured by it will be poisoned and die in a short time. The sect elders who came with me died at the hands of these ferocious beasts. Li Hongfu flew up and stood in front of Li Changsheng. Senior, please go first. I have an innate poisonous body and am not afraid of their venom. Moreover, this time 2 elders died for me, and I no longer have the face to return to the sect. I can't be a burden to the sect anymore. Li Changsheng looked at the weak woman in front of him and couldn't help but feel distressed. Ah, she's obviously terrified, but she still wants to help others. What a pitiful little girl. But now that you've met me, what does a mere poisonous beast mean to you? Li Changsheng exerted force on his feet and suddenly launched the traceless ghost step. The whole person turned into a ghost and moved to the side of the 3 ferocious beasts in an instant. The Jinghong sword was unsheathed, and the sound of the sword ringing was heard. Accompanied by 3 sword beams, the 3 ferocious beasts screamed, and then blood splattered, and they died. Li Changsheng stood with a sword in his hand, his face stern and an astonishing aura rising from his body. Poisonous miasma rolled back from all around, and several monsters in the distance that wanted to rush here exploded. Li Hongfu looked at everything in front of her, her heart trembling, unable to calm down for a long time. Senior, you actually cut down 3 demon beasts comparable to those at the half-step Jindan stage with just 1 sword? Not even afraid of those poisonous creatures. Thinking of this, Li Hongfu's face flushed as if she had thought of something. Chapter 78. The Myriad Poisonous Spiritual Grass. Li Hongfu had a miserable fate since childhood. Because she was born with a poisonous body, on the day of her birth, her body released a large amount of poison, and her mother died on the spot. The midwife also died shortly after touching her body. Her father thought she was a disaster and had been beating and scolding her since she was a child. Since childhood, anyone who came into contact with her was either killed or injured. The people in the village treated her as a plague and tried to avoid her as much as possible. Finally, when she was 6 years old, her father was also attacked by her innate poisonous body and passed away. At that time, an elder from the Red sect happened to pass by. He felt sorry for her and took her back to the sect. With the joint treatment of the sect's powerful members, the uncontrolled toxins in her body were finally temporarily suppressed. Because of this treatment, everyone in the Red Gate learned that she had an extremely rare congenital poisonous body. If the innate poisonous body is used properly, it will be no problem to become the Poison Queen. It's a pity that if one wants to freely control the innate poisonous body, one can only find the extremely rare Wanda Ling Chao and refine it into Wanda Ling Dan. A few days ago, Li Hongfu felt that the toxins in her body were about to get out of control. After reporting to the sect sent 2 Jindan elders to accompany her to Shinong Mountain to search for the Wanda Ling Chao. The Wanda Ling Chao likes places surrounded by poisonous fog, and the Shinong Mountain is the perfect place for the Wanda Ling Chao to grow. However, they did not expect that not long after the 3 of them entered Shinong Mountain, they encountered the strange poisonous beast. The 2 elders desperately blocked the ferocious beast, and Li Hongfu was able to escape. But now his life or death is uncertain, and I think it is very likely that he will be in great danger. Li Changxing's heroic performance of killing 3 monsters with one sword just now deeply attracted Li Hongfu. The poison of the miasma in Shinnong Mountain is comparable to the poison in her innate poisonous body. But Li Changsheng was able to move freely in it and seemed to be unaffected. This was the first time she had met someone who was not afraid of toxins. In an instant, she became curious about Li Changsheng. Li Hongfu bowed and said, "Senior, how can you resist the invasion of these poisonous creatures?" Li Changsheng Laoga. "It's just an ordinary poison. I have an antidote pill in my mouth that can handle it." Antidote pill. Li Hongfu showed a puzzled look. "Senior, the detoxification pill is not effective against the toxins here." Li Changsheng smiled slightly and took out a detoxification pill with 5 eye-catching golden lines on it. Li Hongfu took a closer look. Her breathing quickened, a gleam in her eyes. "This is actually a 5th-grade detoxification pill." Li Changsheng nodded slightly. "It's just a casual refinement, not worth mentioning." As soon as these words came out, Li Hongfu felt as if thunder had exploded in her heart. "Refine it casually? Senior, could it be that you are an alchemist?" Li Changsheng waved his hand and smiled shyly. "It's just an alchemist. There's no need to make a fuss, fairy." Li Hongfu showed respect and actually knelt on the ground. "Senior, my innate poisonous body is about to get out of control, and I urgently need the Wanda Ling Dan to treat it. Please help me." Li Changsheng looked down at Li Hongfu, and through the gap in her collar, he looked into the bottomless abyss. "Ahem. This matter." Li Hongfu saw the hesitation on Li Changsheng's face and said with a determined heart, "As long as the senior can help the junior is willing to pay any price." This congenitally poisonous body has brought enough pain to Li Hongfu. Her parents died tragically, and everyone around her avoided her. From childhood to adulthood, I have endured too many strange looks from people. Moreover, 2 elders of the sect died here because of him. If she had a choice, she would rather be an ordinary person. She had already made a plan. If she couldn't break the side effects of her innate poisonous body, she would stay in Shinnong Mountain and never go out. However, the appearance of Li Changsheng was like a ray of light in the darkness, allowing her to see the light again. Li Changsheng stroked his chin, breathing in the fresh fragrance of Li Hongfu's girlish scent, nodded and said, "You said you needed the myriad poison pill, and I can actually make it. However, the Wanda Ling Chao is an indispensable herb for refining this pill. I don't have the myriad poison herbs in my hand right now." Li Hongfu saw this and revealed a hint of bitterness. "The myriad poisonous spiritual herb is something you can only encounter by chance, so this is what I take for granted." Li Changxing looked at Li Hongfu's charming appearance and said, "However, looking at the topography and environment of Shinnong Mountain, it's very likely that the myriad poisonous spiritual herb exists." When Li Hongfu heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Senior, do you have a way to find the myriad poison spiritual herb?" Li Shangxing nodded. After all, he was familiar with the growing environment and habits of various medicinal herbs, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to find a medicinal herb in Shinnong Mountain. Then Li Changxing walked towards a mountainside. The myriad poisonous spirit grass likes dark and humid places. Let's go take a look at the black hole on the mountainside. There were weeds growing next to the black hole, and a trickle of water was flowing out, making it a bit slippery. "You better be careful." Li Hongfu was slightly stunned. She felt that Li Changxing was not describing the cave, but something else. Her face flushed slightly as she followed Li Changxing closely. Soon after, the two came to a cave. Li Changxing pondered for a moment, then stepped in, thinking to himself. According to the Long family's records, this should be the cave. After entering the cave, Li Changxing looked around and saw stone tables and stone benches in the cave, as if someone had lived there before. Wrong. Suddenly, Li Changxing's expression changed drastically. "There's not a speck of dust on this stone table and stone bench. Could it be that someone has lived here all year round?" At this moment, in the portable medicine garden, Keqing suddenly opened her eyes. She flew out of the portable medicine garden on her own and stared closely at a stone wall not far away. Li Changxing looked puzzled. "Madam, what's wrong with you?" Keqing's expression was solemn, with a hint of passion in her eyes. "Behind that stone wall, there is a presence that I long for." Li Changxing was surprised and looked towards the stone wall, but did not find anything unusual. Suddenly, Keqing raised her hand and waved it, and a stream of light flew towards the stone wall. With a loud bang, the stone wall shattered, revealing an empty space behind it. Waves of poisonous gas began to leak out. Keqing snorted coldly and waved her hand. A gust of wind rose up and dispersed the poison. Then he walked forward. Li Changsheng and Li Hongfu followed closely behind, shocked. Li Hongfu looked at Keqing's beautiful figure and face, and recalled Li Changsheng's way of addressing her. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. The seniors call her wife. Could it be that they are from some powerful, immortal sect? At this moment, Keqing stopped and stared at the stone platform in front of her. The stone platform was shrouded in black fog and could not be seen clearly, but it could be vaguely seen that there is a human figure lying on the stone platform. Li Changsheng's eyes flashed, and his barrier-breaking divine pupil began to work. With the help of the barrier-breaking divine pupil, the black fog could no longer block his vision, and he could see the figure on the stone platform clearly. When he saw everything clearly, his head buzzed and he froze in place. Because the person lying on the stone platform was a woman who looked exactly like Keqing. The woman closed her eyes tightly, and the black poison around her was constantly being absorbed by her. It seemed that she was practicing some kind of poisonous skill. Li Changsheng stood there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. What the hell is going on? The woman on the stone platform looked exactly like Keqing, and Keqing felt inexplicably familiar. There must be some connection between these two people. However, in terms of cultivation, the woman on the stone platform is far weaker than Keqing, because Li Changsheng could clearly sense that the woman's cultivation was probably at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Just as Li Changsheng was stunned, the woman on the stone platform suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 79. Keqing absorbs the remaining soul and refines the all-poison elixir. As the woman opened her eyes, the black poisonous mist surrounding her began to roll back. Just like a video played in reverse, it was all absorbed into the body. An illusory human figure began to appear and then gradually became solid. At this moment, a shocking momentum rose from his body. The woman was dressed in black, her body slowly floating into the air and looking down at everyone. Finally, she set her sights on Keqing. Judging from his calm expression, he didn't seem surprised by the two people's identical appearance. The woman in black smiled softly and said softly, "You're finally here." Keqing frowned, a hint of doubt on her face. "You knew I was coming?" The woman in black laughed loudly, almost madly. "Ha ha ha! You and I are one. How could I not sense it? Do you think that only you can sense our presence, and we cannot sense you?" When Li Changsheng heard this, he showed a puzzled look on his face and thought to himself, "Us? Why did she say us? Besides her, who else? What on earth is going on?" Li Changsheng frowned. All this made him fall into deep worry. What exactly happened to Keqing? What is the relationship between them? Li Hongfu looked at the two people's identical appearances, looked at Li Changsheng in confusion, and said, "Senior, are your wives twins?" Li Changsheng came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. It would be great if they were twins. Now we should find a way to protect ourselves. Facing a peak nascent soul expert, even if Li Changsheng used all his means, he could not resist at all. Now, the only hope lies in Keqing. But looking at the two of them, they seem to be one. If the two of them join forces and target Li Changsheng, then only death will be waiting for him. "My wife." At this moment, the woman in black heard Li Hongfu's words and a trace of anger rose up. "I didn't expect you to marry such a lowly monk. This is a disgrace and inexcusable. Today I will kill him for you." As she spoke, black mist began to emerge from the woman in black. The black fog seemed to have eyes and rushed towards Li Changsheng. There was a thoughtful look in Keqing's eyes, and the words of the woman in black just now echoed in her ears for a long time. "Li Shangxing Kursa." Damn it, I knew it. Then he waved his hand and took out several detoxification pills. Just as he was about to crush it to resist the poison's attack, Li Hongfu stood up and said, "Don't panic, senior. I'm an expert in dealing with poisonous creatures. Leave professional matters to professionals." Li Changsheng looked at Li Hongfu with suspicion as he dodged and rushed towards the poisonous fog. The next moment, in his astonished eyes, the poisonous fog was completely absorbed by Li Hongfu. Is this even possible? The innate poisonous body is truly extraordinary. After Li Hongfu absorbed the poisonous mist, she quickly retreated, her expression somewhat grim. "Senior, my cultivation is low, and I can only absorb to this extent. If it is reabsorbed, the innate toxic body will be out of control." Li Shangxing Nudda. From Li Hongfu's expression, it could be seen that she had tried her best. At this moment, the woman in black had already rushed to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's face was stern, and he retreated to the back with Li Hongfu. Then he told her, "You take a breath first, I'll hold her off." Li Hongfu nodded, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Senior, be careful." Li Changsheng hummed softly and looked up at the woman in black, who looked exactly like Keqing. "Who are you?" The woman in black snorted coldly, with a playful look on her face. "His cultivation isn't very good, but he has a bad temper. Since you call me Lady Soul Master, then of course, I am also your lady." When Li Changsheng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Main soul? Could it be that this is just a remnant of Keqing's soul? Even a wisp of residual soul has the cultivation level of the peak of the nascent soul. So what is Keqing's true cultivation level? And judging for what she said earlier, there's more than one remnant soul. The more Li Changsheng thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his eyes began to turn fearful when he looked at Keqing. At the same time, he was also afraid. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to Keqing. Otherwise, once Keqing fully awakens in the future, I will be in an irretrievable state. If I can't survive this disaster today, I must establish a good relationship with Keqing. Regardless of whether she can become my concubine or not, it will definitely be beneficial in the long run. Li Changsheng snorted coldly and shouted loudly, "My wife only has Keqing. Who do you think you are? Stop trying to get close to her." The woman in black laughed unscrupulously. "Looking at how loving you are, I'm really jealous. It's a pity that your wife is on my side. After all, she and I are truly our own people." Li Changsheng looked at Keqing with a bitter look on his face. "My dear, for you, I would sacrifice thousands of years of my life. Are you really going to do this to me?" There was a hint of struggle in Keqing's eyes. She felt the life force being continuously absorbed into her body, and her expression gradually became firm. Her body suddenly disappeared and then appeared behind the woman in black. She stretched out her hand and turned it into a knife, piercing through his chest. The woman in black showed an incredible look on her face. "Master Soul, you." At this point, the woman in black died of suffocation. Her body began to dissipate, and a flash of white light flew towards Keqing's forehead. Presumably, that white light was a remnant of Keqing's soul. As the residual soul entered Keqing's body, her aura became noticeably more powerful. He looked at Li Changsheng and said calmly, "Whether you and I are husband and wife or not, the fact that we share your lifespan is true. You have done me a favor, so I won't attack you." Li Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. "With my wife's words, I feel relieved. Madam, please go back to the medicine garden first. It will probably take some time to absorb this remnant soul." Keqing nodded and disappeared in a flash. Then Li Changsheng seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked at the stone platform where the woman in black was lying. The Jinghong sword was swung out, and the stone platform shattered into pieces. Below, a herb emitting a faint glow came into view. Li Changsheng showed a happy expression. "The 10,000 poison spirit herb. It's like searching for an iron shoe, but now it's easy to find." Li Hongfu was also excited. "Is this the myriad poisons spiritual herb? Senior, you are truly amazing. You can even find such a hidden spiritual herb. It's just that I have a more comprehensive understanding of the growth habits of the myriad poisonous spirit grass." Li Changsheng smiled slightly, stepped forward, and carefully pulled out the myriad poisonous spirit grass. The refining of the myriad poisons elixir is somewhat special. It must be completed within an hour of picking the myriad poisons elixir. Otherwise, the efficacy of the elixir will be greatly reduced. Seeing this, Li Changsheng waved his hand and took out the alchemy furnace, sat cross-legged, and began to refine the elixir. As various elixirs were placed into the alchemy furnace, golden holy fire gushed out from his palms. Endless flame power began to burn the alchemy furnace, and crackling sounds were heard continuously. Li Hongfu looked at Li Changsheng's heroic figure refining the elixir with a strange look in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly frowned. "No, why at this time? The innate poison body is about to erupt." Li Hongfu quickly sat cross-legged in meditation, forcibly suppressing her innate poisonous body, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Anxiety showed on her face. "Senior, my innate poison body can no longer be suppressed. Once it explodes, the surrounding area will be covered with poison." As soon as he finished speaking, endless black mist emanated from Li Hongfu's body. In a short time, the entire cave was filled with black mist. Li Changsheng frowned slightly, breathing in the toxins around him, and felt some strange sensations beginning to appear in his body. Fortunately, he has been taking top-grade elixirs for many years, and there is still some medicinal power left in his body. With the help of those elixirs, there is no big problem for the time being. But this is not a long-term solution after all. If the pill refining cannot be completed as soon as possible, one will inevitably be attacked by the poisonous fog. Chapter 80 Li Hongfu is taken into the bag, and the innate poison body is broken. In a short time, the entire cave was filled with poisonous fog. Even the leaked poisons began to spread towards Shinong Mountain. As time passed, the vegetation on the entire Shinong Mountain began to show signs of withering. The animals rushed to flee, and only some powerful beasts could barely resist the poisonous fog. Li Changsheng clasped his hands together, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Fairy Li, you have suppressed your innate poison body for too many years. This outburst has released all the toxins accumulated over the years. The toxicity is far beyond my imagination. At this moment, Li Hongfu's face was filled with anxiety. Although she tried her best to control it, it seemed to be of no avail. Senior, what should I do? Li Changsheng took out a detoxification pill and put it into his mouth. Then his eyes flashed with brilliance. It's okay. The myriad poison elixir will be ready soon. By then, your innate poison will be successfully neutralized. Then Li Changsheng shouted coldly, looked at the alchemy furnace, and released the golden holy fire to the extreme. Poison is yin and fire is yang. Since ancient times, poisons have been most afraid of fire. With the golden holy fire protecting his body, the poisonous fog could not cause any harm to Li Changsheng for the time being. After an unknown amount of time, Li Changsheng suddenly looked at the alchemy furnace and then tapped it lightly. When the lid of the alchemy furnace was opened, a rich fragrance of elixir filled the air. Li Hongfu's face showed joy. Senior, has the elixir been refined? Li Changsheng exhaled slightly. Not bad. It was quite successful. 30 pills were made, all of which were 100% pure. Li Changsheng was exhausted from refining the pill this time. Not only does he need to control the alchemy furnace and the golden holy fire, he also needs to be on guard against the invasion of the surrounding poisonous fog at all times. Now that the elixir had been refined, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The remaining toxins in his body made his complexion look extremely ugly. Although there are detoxification pills to resist the toxin, this is after all the toxin that has accumulated over decades in the body of the innate poisoner. There will always be something invading the body. But these are all small things. Just a little breathing exercise can clear out all the toxins. But at this moment, Li Hongfu asked nervously, Senior, what's wrong with you? Li Changsheng wanted to say that he was fine, but Li Hongfu interrupted him directly. It's all Hongfu's fault. If it weren't for Hongfu's inability to control her innate poisonous body, Senior wouldn't have been invaded by the poison. As she spoke, Li Hongfu walked to Li Changsheng and suddenly took off her red robe. The straight legs instantly caught Li Changsheng's eyes. The belly without a trace of fat, together with the impressive figure, gives a different feeling when looking up from the ground. Hiss, this annoying little goblin, isn't she? Li Changsheng was daydreaming. If that's the case, then I have to cooperate with her and put on a good show. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng pretended to be in pain and even mobilized all the toxins in his body to flow into his face. In a short time, his face turned black and purple, and he was definitely severely poisoned and looked almost beyond help. Fairy, for you, this little bit of poison is nothing. Li Changsheng coughed and used his cultivation power to force out several mouthfuls of blood. Ahem. Seeing this, Li Hongfu helped Li Changsheng up with a distressed look on her face. Senior, Hongfu hurt you. Don't worry. Hongfu has a congenital poisonous body and can absorb all toxins. Let Hongfu help Senior suck out the toxins from his body. Suck it out? Li Changsheng's old face flushed, but it was impossible to tell from his dark complexion that he was blushing. That's not good. Although he refused on the surface, his heart was actually filled with anticipation. Fairy Li, you must not ruin your reputation for this old man. Don't worry, it's just toxins. It's nothing more than my cultivation level plummeting, and I can no longer make any progress. For Fairy Li, what does it matter if I do all this? As long as Fairy Li can get rid of the troubles of her innate poisonous body, it will be worth it for me. Li Changsheng. Li Hongfu was deeply moved after hearing these heartfelt words. Senior, please stop talking. Hongfu must suck out the poison for you. Senior, you are so kind. Hongfu is grateful to you. The next moment, the yin-yang gathering technique started to operate on its own. The toxins and some unknown impurities in Li Changxing's body were absorbed together. The system's voice also sounded at this time. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully taken a concubine and gained a lifespan of 10 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The yin and yang of the innate poisonous body have been combined. The impurities in the body are slowly being cleared. Please continue to work hard and transform into an acquired pure body as soon as possible. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has been elevated to the 8th level of Jindan. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Changxing's face lit up with joy. Acquired immaculate body? Such a reward is unexpected. It seems I need to communicate more with Hongfu so that I can awaken my acquired pure body sooner. Although the acquired pure body is not a strong physique, it can make the spiritual power in the body flow more smoothly. The cultivation is more condensed, and under the same cultivation level, one can have a greater chance of defeating the enemy. Li Hongfu has been looked down upon since she was a child, and no one dares to approach her. Now, for the first time, I was close to Li Changsheng and felt the warmth between people. She was not only touched, but also liked the feeling of being loved. Li Changsheng scratched Li Hongfu's tall nose, pinched her cheek, and said, "Take the all-poison elixir. Don't forget to remember when your innate poisonous body will erupt again." Li Hongfu showed a look of self-blame. It's all Hongfu's fault. Fortunately, my husband is here. Otherwise, Hongfu would have to commit suicide to atone for her sins. You don't have to be afraid of Hongfu anymore. After all, Hongfu is already your husband's woman. Your husband will definitely not ignore her. Li Hongfu stood up with a look of happiness on her face, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on her face. Husband, my cultivation has actually reached the 3rd level of foundation building. Li Changxing smiled and said, with your husband here, your future cultivation will be even faster. As the Wandu Lingdan took its mouth, layers of medicinal power surged out of Li Hongfu's body. The innate poisonous body that had followed Li Hongfu for 20 years was finally eliminated. From then on, she could freely control the absorption and release of her innate poison. She no longer has to worry about hurting others, nor does she have to worry about others looking at her strangely. She felt relaxed and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The poisonous fog that filled the surroundings was actually attracted by her and rushed towards her. Looking at the poisonous fog around her, Li Hongfu showed a hint of excitement. My husband, my innate poisonous body, can absorb poisonous mist to improve my cultivation. Li Changsheng thought of the endless poisonous miasma spread by Shinnong God and could not help but say, "My dear, you made the right choice to come to Shinnong Mountain. This place is full of poisonous miasma. If you absorb all of it, your cultivation level will be able to rise by at least 2 or 3 levels." Seeing this, Li Hongfu hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to absorb the poisonous fog around her. Soon after, the poisonous fog in the cave had become extremely thin, and they moved to fight outside the cave. As soon as I appeared, I saw the poisonous miasma that had almost turned black. Okay, the more poisonous, the better. Li Changsheng attracted all the poisonous fog, and Li Hongfu absorbed it as much as possible. After 5 or 6 days of absorption, the poisonous fog was finally absorbed. Li Hongfu's cultivation level also reached the 9th level of foundation building. Who would have thought that she, who was at the peak of Qi training before entering the mountain, had raised her cultivation to the 9th level of foundation building in less than 10 days. As the poisonous fog dissipated, the tragic situation of Shinnong Mountain was revealed to the two men. Chapter 81, encountering a little fox on the road and seeing the real Shinnong Mountain. Shinnong Mountain is filled with poisonous miasma all year round. After so many years of adaptation, both animals and plants have reached a delicate balance. But after the toxins that had accumulated in Li Hongfu's body for 20 years spread, this balance was broken. Although the poisonous fog had been completely absorbed by Li Hongfu, many monsters still died tragically. Even the plants have withered a lot. Li Hongfu's eyes were slightly red, and she felt extremely guilty. This is all Hongfu's fault. I didn't expect that she would commit so much murder out of thin air. Husband, can we make amends? Li Changxing looked at all this and sighed slightly. Don't blame yourself for an unintentional mistake. All we can do now is try our best to save those monsters that are still alive. Li Hongfu wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded dejectedly. That's all there is to it. In the next few days, the two of them treated the poison monsters every day. Fortunately, Li Changsheng had enough detoxification pills, and after hard work, he was able to save many monsters. After being busy for so many years, the only entertainment activity was the duet between men and women in the cave at night. Pa pa pa. Hard work pays off. With the joint efforts of the two, a few days later, Li Changsheng finally awakened his acquired pure body. The moment his physique awakened, he felt that his internal cultivation flowed much more smoothly. Not only that, even the whole person's temperament has been greatly improved. Now he no longer looks like an old man, but a young man of about 20 years old. With the blessing of his pure body and temperament, according to today's saying, he is definitely a young and handsome guy. In this state, Li Changsheng is extremely lethal to the young woman. Especially those young girls who are ignorant of the world find it difficult to resist. Li Changsheng stroked his peerless face and nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good, very good. With such a beauty, my future career of taking concubines will surely soar to the sky. Well, let's set a small goal of 100 million first. Li Hongfu looked at Li Changsheng, who was becoming more and more energetic and was very proactive every night. This saved Li Changsheng a lot of effort. You've seen fully automatic tillage machines, but have you ever seen a farmland cultivating itself? This fully automatic operation greatly protects Li Changsheng's waste. That day, the two searched the entire Shinong Mountain and found no more poison monsters. They breathed a sigh of relief. After working so hard for so many days, I finally managed to make up for it a little. Yes, otherwise I would blame myself to death. It's a pity that the body of the sect elder has not been found yet. My condolences. I think you already know where they ended up. Li Hongfu nodded and sighed. I had already thought of this outcome before coming here, but they still came with me. I just didn't expect them to leave so suddenly. They were all there to protect me. Seeing the tears welling up in Li Hongfu's eyes, Li Changsheng reached out to wipe them away for her. Then he held her in his arms and stroked her back. Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps, after they enter reincarnation, they will have a better life in their next life. Liunfu Nudda. At this moment, a figure came running from a distance, his body filled with black mist, and he was obviously poisoned. Fox! Li Changsheng was slightly stunned. There's still poison in the body. Li Changsheng bent down to check the fox's body, waved his hand, and took out a detoxification pill. Take this pill to remove the toxins from your body. The fox was very clever and swallowed the detoxification pill without hesitation. Soon after, the toxins in the fox's body were completely eliminated. Li Changsheng touched the fox's little head and said with a smile, "Go ahead, and remember to clean up your white fur. White fur looks good." The white fox had no intention of leaving. Instead, it bit Li Changsheng's clothes and pulled them in one direction. "Little guy, what's wrong?" Li Hongfu saw this and said, "Husband, does it want us to go somewhere with it? It seems like they want us to help." As soon as Li Hongfu finished speaking, the little fox nodded repeatedly. When the two saw this, they were surprised. This little fox can actually understand human language. "Lead the way. We will help if we can." The little fox stood on its two legs, stretched out its two front paws, and bowed as a thank you to the two men. Interesting. What clever fox. The little fox ran in front, occasionally stopping to wait for the two of them. Soon after, they stopped in a remote cave. The two of them hadn't discovered this secret cave at all these days. There was a curtain of light shining in front of the cave. It should be a formation or something like that, used to conceal one's identity. Walk into the cave, pass through a long corridor, and then see a stone door. Li Changsheng's eyes showed surprise. This place was obviously dug by humans. It's so hidden, and there's a formation covering it. What is it hiding? Sherman is ancient and vicissitudes of life, and the heavy feeling of time is overwhelming. The little fox squeezed in through the gap. Li Changsheng pushed the door, widened the gap, and slipped in. There's a different world behind the stone gate, which seems like another world. Green mountains, clear waters, lush pines and cypresses, and flowing water in the mountains make it seem like a mountain within a mountain. Li Hongfu showed excitement and said, "Shinong Mountain, this is the real Shinong Mountain." "Real Shinong Mountain?" Li Changsheng showed a puzzled look. Could it be that the one outside is fake? Li Hongfu stared at a shining spot on the mountain with a look of joy on her face. "My dear husband, there is a legend in Shinong Mountain. According to legend, in ancient times, There was an alchemist named Shinnong who tasted hundreds of herbs to benefit mankind. In his hand is a magical artifact for refining elixirs called Shinnong Ding. Legend has it that the Shinnong Ding is on the top of Shinnong Mountain, but countless monks have come and gone over the years, and no one has ever discovered the Shinnong Ding on the mountaintop. Following Li Hongfu's gaze, Li Changxing looked over. I saw a green light flickering on the mountain not far away. If I smelled it carefully, I could smell the rich scent of grass and trees. As an alchemist, Li Changsheng could conclude that the thing emitting green light must be a miraculous elixir just by smelling the fragrance of the plants. At this moment, the little fox made a chirping sound, looked at Li Changsheng, and then looked towards the top of the mountain. You wanted to take the stuff down from the top of the mountain? Li Changxing asked. The little fox nodded continuously, with a fiery look in his eyes and even drooling. Li Hongfu saw this and looked at Li Changxing. My dear, this little fox is not an ordinary monster. Otherwise, it would never have been able to find this secret place. Perhaps this little fox is the descendant of the sacred beast that guards Shinnong Mountain. Li Hongfu's words seemed to be right, and the little fox nodded frantically. Seeing this, Li Changxing showed a suspicious look. Shouldn't the guardian beast of the mountain be guarding this treasure? Does this count as embezzlement? But judging by its current state, it seems it no longer has the ability to protect the treasure. But Li Changxing doesn't care about all this now. Since the mountain guardian beast has signaled him to take the treasure, he can just take it directly. Li Changxing jumped up and flew towards the top of the mountain. Not long after, it landed on the top of the mountain, on which an ancient square tripod was quietly placed. Waves of rich herbal fragrance continuously emanated from the square tripod. Li Changxing looked closely and saw one of the pills floating in the cauldron. The entire pill is golden in color, and the rich power of plants and trees is released by it. Li Changxing had never seen this kind of elixir before. As soon as he reached out to touch it, his body suddenly shook. He only felt the world spinning. The surrounding scenes were rapidly flowing backwards. Countless images flashed, and finally stopped on a white-bearded old man. Chapter 82, Obtaining the Shinnong Inheritance and Meeting the Sect Elders. At this moment, everything around seemed to disappear. Li Changsheng was in chaos, his expression changing from confusion to horror. The old man, not far away, smiled and looked Li Changsheng up and down and nodded repeatedly. Not bad. With a bone age of less than 100 years, he can actually reach the level of an 8th-grade alchemy apprentice. Barely qualified to inherit my legacy. Li Changsheng looked at the old man warily, then asked carefully, Are you Senior Shinnong? The old man stroked his beard and laughed. After so many years, I didn't expect that someone still remember my name. It's worth it that I sacrifice myself to test the medicine for the benefit of the people of the world. Shinnong looked Li Changsheng up and down, his eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting, I actually feel the aura of my descendants in you. Li Changsheng was shocked, and he immediately thought of the Morong family. Senior, I am honored to marry your descendant. I see. From the aura on your body, I can sense that it should be my collateral bloodline. Shinnong stroked his beard and looked Li Changsheng up and down with a strange expression. It seems that my descendant must be extremely beautiful. Otherwise, your kidneys would never be so weak. Li Changsheng was slightly stunned, his face full of black lines. Senior Shinnong, let's not talk about this anymore, shall we? Shinnong laughed, his eyes shining. What's there to be ashamed of? With me here, your kidney deficiency won't be a problem. For the sexual happiness of my descendants, I give this elixir to you. As he spoke, Shinnong condensed 2 pills in his hands, and the pills slowly flew towards Li Changsheng. These 2 pills are called yin-yang harmonizing pills. One is yin pill, and the other is yang pill. This pill is specially made for my Shinnong bloodline. You take the yang dan and give my descendant the yin dan. When you have intercourse in the future, you will surely reap unexpected results. Li Changsheng was deeply moved and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. This method of condensing elixirs out of thin air was far beyond his understanding. Moreover, Shinnong's name is too famous. Even in the previous life, this was an extraordinary existence. Thank you, Senior Shinnong, for the medicine. But where is this place? Li Changsheng looked at the chaos around him and couldn't help asking. Also, didn't you ascend long ago? Why are you still here? Shinnong kept smiling as he looked at Li Changsheng and said, This is just a projection of the old man left here. It will disappear soon. Since this old man can show himself, it means that you have reached the top of Shenong Mountain. Li Chongqing showed on his face and bowed slightly. I did reach the top of the mountain. There was a square tripod there, and inside it was a strange pill. Shenong laughed. Yes, that is the inheritance I left for you, the Shenong Ding. As for that pill, leave it to the little guy. Little one, Li Chongqing seemed to be thinking. You mean the fox? Shenong nodded. Yes, it's extremely difficult for their lineage to have been able to protect Shenong Mountain until now. I once promised their ancestors that if someone with a destiny took over my legacy, I would give the elixir to their descendants. May I ask what kind of medicine that is? Li Chongqing asked curiously. That little fox seems extremely eager to obtain that pill. Shenong laughed heartily. That elixir is extremely extraordinary and is one of the most proud elixirs I have ever refined. Its name is the Transcendent Pill. Transmutation Pill. Li Chongqing showed curiosity. Just by hearing the name of this elixir, he knew it must be extraordinary. May I ask, Senior, what is the effect of this medicine? Shenong looked at Li Chongqing, who was full of curiosity, and nodded with satisfaction. As the name suggests, the Transcendent Pill can shed one's mundane nature after taking it. Its medicinal power can stimulate the ancestral bloodline in the user, and the power of the bloodline will continue to increase over time, eventually reaching the peak of bloodline, elevating one's own life level to the highest peak. As Li Chongqing listened to Shenong's explanation, his heart was like a thunderclap. He had never seen such a miraculous elixir in his life. He didn't even find any record of the Transcendent Pill in the Encyclopedia of Pill Recipes. At this time, Shenong's voice sounded again. This old man's projection clone can't hold on for much longer, so I'd better complete the inheritance first. Then, without waiting for Li Chongqing to react, Shenong suddenly pointed his finger at his forehead. Shenong's fingers began to emit bursts of light, which then drilled into Li Chongqing's head. In an instant, Li Chongqing felt a splitting headache. A large amount of knowledge about alchemy was instilled into his mind, many of which had long been lost. They were Shenong's unique experience in alchemy. In addition, there are many unique elixir recipes created by Shenong, and the Transcendent Pill, just mentioned, is among them. Among those pill recipes, there were many herbs whose names Li Chongqing had never even heard of. As the inheritance continued, Shenong's knowledge about various medicinal herbs was all instilled into Li Chongqing's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the indoctrination finally stopped, and Shenong's figure began to become illusory. Little fellow, I have tasted hundreds of herbs throughout my life and have been poisoned countless times. I have a lot of experience in using poisons and detoxification. In his later years, he created 2 martial arts techniques, the Divine Tree Technique and the Myriad Poison Technique. The Divine Tree Technique can enhance one's perception of plants and trees. When fighting against enemies, one can absorb the vitality of plants and trees, quickly recovering from injuries. The 10,000 Poisons Technique is a method of controlling poisons and is a rare method of controlling poisons. Just as Shenong was about to disappear, he used up his last bit of strength to say one sentence. Little guy, practice hard. I'll be waiting for you in the fairyland. Li Chongqing suddenly woke up and looked around. He found that he had returned to the top of Shenong Mountain. He looked at the green square tripod in front of him, waved his hand, and the pill inside fell into his hand. With another wave of his hand, he followed the method of controlling the Shenong Ding taught by Shenong. The Shenong Ding shrank rapidly and soon became the size of an ordinary alchemy furnace. Then he did some more work and left his own mark on the Shenong Ding. At this time, Li Chongqing's control over the Shenong Ding finally reached the level where he could control it freely. He showed a look of surprise, thinking to himself, this Shenong Ding can change its size at will. It is not only a tool for refining medicine, but also a magical weapon for attack and defense. It's just that with my current strength, I can't show this powerful magic weapon to others easily. Otherwise, I will die without knowing how. After all, in the cultivation world, there are too many examples of people being killed because of showing off their wealth. Having made up his mind, he quickly put away the Shenong Ding. Then he took the Transcendent Pill and flew towards Li Hongfu. After landing, he spread his palms and the transformation pill appeared. Little fox, is this what you want? There was a fiery look in the little fox's eyes, and he nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Li Chongqing threw the pill to the little fox. Next, this is your good fortune. You must seize it and don't let down Senior Shinong's good intentions. The little fox swallowed the pill in one gulp, then crawled on the ground, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. Li Changsheng shook his head slightly. This guy fell into a deep sleep before anyone could finish their words. Li Hongfu has a congenital poisonous body. Although her body can absorb various poisons, she has no way to control the poisons. Li Changsheng thought of the inheritance given to him by Shinong. The 10,000 poisons art seemed to be tailor-made for Li Hongfu. My wife, I have just received the inheritance from Senior Shinong, and there is a technique in it that is very suitable for you. Li Hongfu showed curiosity. What spell? Li Changsheng raised his hand and taught Li Hongfu all the methods of practicing the 10,000 poisons art in his mind. This technique is called the 10,000 poisons technique, and it is a method for controlling all poisons. You have a body that absorbs poisons, but you don't have the skills to control them. This is a perfect match for you. Li Hongfu felt the strangeness of the 10,000 poisons art in her mind, and her face was filled with shock. My lord, this method of controlling poison is extremely subtle, and it allows you to use poison invisibly. Even if you cultivate to a small degree, you can still kill people without them even noticing. Li Changxing looked at Li Hongfu's excitement and said with a smile, as long as my wife is happy, I'm glad. But there's one thing, please don't drug me. Li Hongfu punched Li Changxing on the chest. What are you talking about, my husband? Why would Hongfu do that? The two of them flirted for a while, and then Li Changxing said, my dear, it will take some time for the little fox to refine the transformation pill. This place is extremely secluded, and no one should be able to disturb it. We have stayed here too long. It is time to leave. Li Hongfu nodded and snuggled in Li Changxing's arms. It's time to leave. The sect must be very worried about us. The two then returned the same way and walked out of the cave soon after. Breathing the air of Shinong Mountain, both of them showed a long-lost sense of relaxation on their faces. Li Hongfu felt the mountain breeze and couldn't help but say, there's no poisonous miasma in Shinong Mountain, and even the air has become much sweeter. Li Changxing chuckled and put his arm around Li Hongfu's slender waist. No matter how sweet this air is, it's not as sweet as my wife's mouth. Hearing these extremely provocative words, Li Hongfu blushed. If my husband likes it, I will. Before he could finish his words, Li Hongfu's expression suddenly changed. She looked towards the foot of the mountain, anger blazing in her eyes. Chapter 83 Rescue the Elder of the Red Gate. Following Li Hongfu's gaze, Li Changxing looked towards the foot of the mountain, his brows slightly furrowed. Madam, those two women in red have a very similar aura to you. Could they be your fellow disciples? I saw a group of 6 or 7 people at the foot of the mountain. Leading the group were 2 women in red, but their hands were tied and their cultivation was almost gone. Both of them looked listless, and their faces were covered in blood. It looked like he was seriously injured and was walking unsteadily. But the male cultivators behind them pushed the 2 of them from time to time. It seems that the 2 of them are being asked to explore the way ahead. After all, the elimination of the poisonous miasma in Shinong Mountain will definitely attract the attention of the surrounding monks. The 2 must have been captured by these male cultivators and forced to walk ahead to explore the way. This scene made Li Changxing a little angry. A grown man actually lets a woman go ahead to explore the way. How shameless. Li Hongfu's eyes were filled with tears, and her face showed reluctance. Husband, they are none other than the elders of my red clan, Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu. The 2 elders risked their lives for me. I thought they had met with misfortune, but I didn't expect them to be kidnapped by evil people. They saved my life, my husband. I must save them. Li Changxing nodded and patted Li Hongfu's back lightly. Since he is your benefactor, then he is also my, Li Changxing's, benefactor. Don't worry, with my husband here, nothing will happen to the 2 elders. Li Changxing looked at the 2 men intently. He felt distressed by the several hideous wounds on their bodies. Such a beauty, yet someone has the guts to lay hands on her. Then Li Changxing gently put his arm around Li Hongfu's waist. Without further delay, we must rush to rescue the 2 elders. Li Hongfu nodded, and the 2 of them flew up and soon landed in front of the pedestrians. When Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu saw Li Hongfu, they both showed surprise on their faces. Hongfu, you're not dead. Li Hongfu rushed towards the 2 of them, tears in her eyes. I didn't die. My husband saved me. This was obviously not the time for small talk. The 5 male cultivators behind the 2 looked at Li Hongfu's beautiful face and smiled lewdly. Another stunning woman has arrived. Brothers, we'll have some fun tonight. Li Changsheng snorted coldly, and his star-picking hand suddenly started to move. A huge shadow of a hand appeared out of nowhere and suddenly grabbed the male cultivator's body. As he squeezed hard, there was a bang, and the man burst like a watermelon, blood splattered, and flesh turned into mud. Such a shocking change instantly caused the other male cultivators to retreat far away. How dare you provoke my netherworld sect? Are you tired of living? The netherworld sect? Li Changsheng dusted off his hands, a look of disdain showing at the corner of his mouth. Never heard of it. At this time, Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian both looked anxious. Senior, the netherworld sect is a demonic sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. They are cruel and ruthless, and there's even an old ancestor at the peak of the Jindan stage in the sect. If the netherworld sect knew about this, they would definitely come for revenge. Li Changsheng laughed and didn't care about the netherworld sect at all. After all, with his current level of cultivation, he has nothing to fear when facing the peak of the Jindan realm. Oh, if that's the case, then why not kill them all? Then the netherworld sect won't know about this. Kill them all. The two elders were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. There are 3 people at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and there's also a powerful person at the fake pill stage. Li Hongfu looked at the shocked expressions of the 2 elders and explained, "Don't worry, my husband's strength is more than enough to deal with these people." Your husband? Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian were slightly surprised. You and him. Li Hongfu's face was shy, and her face was full of happiness. Hongfu is now my husband's woman, but the situation is a bit special, so I didn't tell the 2 elders. When we hold our wedding, the 2 elders will definitely drink a few more glasses of wedding wine. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng suddenly disappeared in the shocked eyes of everyone. The traceless ghost step was suddenly launched, and when he appeared again, he was already beside a disciple of the netherworld sect. The Jinghong sword was already in his hand, the sword light shot out, and with one swing of the sword, his head was cut off. Another sword was swung out, and another disciple of the netherworld sect was pierced through the chest. At this moment, the cultivator at the fake Dan realm showed a look of shock on his face. It turns out to be a powerful cultivator at the 8th level of the Jindan stage. He had no intention of fighting at this moment, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. Senior, I have no intention of offending you. Please, for the sake of our sect master, please let us go. When Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian heard this, they both spoke angrily. Senior, you must not let them leave. They are always vindictive and do things that are against the will of heaven and earth. Yes, they deserve to die. Li Changsheng had no intention of letting them leave. He swung his sword and cut both of them in half. Waves of shrill screams were heard, and everyone watching was horrified. In just a few breaths, all 5 disciples of the netherworld sect died, leaving no one alive. There was even a cultivator at the fake Dan realm among them, but none of them could withstand the power of Li Changsheng's attack. Such a level of cultivation shocked Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu. They immediately knelt on the ground. Senior, your kindness is unforgettable to me. Li Changsheng helped the 2 of them up. You don't have to do that. You are not only Hong Fu's elders, but you also saved her life. I, Li Changsheng, will remember this favor in my heart. Then, he took out several pills and handed them out. These are some chi-boosting and healing pills. Your current condition is obviously a bit bad. Taking these pills will help you recover faster. The 2 looked at the pill in Li Changsheng's hand, and their breathing began to become rapid. That's actually 5 golden patterns. Is this a 5th grade elixir? Li Changsheng smiled slightly. Yes, take it quickly. The 2 of them swallowed their saliva. Although they wanted to accept the pills, they didn't dare to take them as it was such a valuable item. Li Hongfu saw this and said, Elder, healing the wound is important, so please accept it. Anyway, my husband is an alchemist, so pills like this are nothing to him. This seemingly unintentional remark sent shockwaves through the hearts of the 2 elders. Alchemist? This means this person is at least a 5th-rank alchemist. The 2 looked at Hong Fu's current cultivation level and were even more shocked. Hong Fu, your cultivation. Li Hong looked at Li Changsheng with a smile on her face. Thanks to my husband, I was able to successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, with your help, my cultivation level was promoted to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. They had only been in Shinnong Mountain for a short month. They still remember that before they came, Li Hongfu's cultivation was at the peak of qi refining. It's only been a short month, and when we meet again, he's already as good as me. Thinking of Li Changxing's identity as a pharmacist, the two of them showed enlightenment. As expected of an alchemist, this elixir that improves cultivation can really be eaten as a meal. Then the two of them no longer hesitated, took the pill, and put it directly into their mouths. In an instant, shock appeared on their faces, and the surging power of the medicine was released in their bodies. However, in the blink of an eye, the hideous wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their depleted spiritual energy began to replenish. The bloodstains on his face were peeled off layer by the impact of his aura, revealing the beautiful face underneath. Li Changxing's eyes widened as he watched the two of them, their heartbeats gradually quickening. Here it comes. Another beauty is delivered to the door. Chapter 84, encountering a female cultivator from the Divine Water Palace on the road, and thinking of her. After Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu recovered from their injuries, they wiped the blood off their faces. Suddenly, two perfect faces appeared in front of Li Changxing. The body of a devil, the face of an angel. Li Changxing looked calm, but in fact he was observing the two of them carefully. Lu Xian has a plump figure, the type that weighs fabric. Mei Xianglu is more graceful and should be a traditional and reserved person. Li Changxing licked his lips and took out a few more pills with a wave of his hand. My two fairies, this is the rejuvenating pill. I'll give it to you as a greeting gift. When the two saw the rejuvenating pill, they were shocked. The Red Robe sect is a small sect after all, and all the spirit stones in the sect are spent on cutting-edge things. They generally don't purchase elixirs like this that are expensive and don't do much to improve combat power. This is too expensive. The two refused. Li Changxing smiled slightly. It's only natural to give the rejuvenating pill to a beautiful woman. You two are born with natural beauty. With the help of the anti-aging pill, you will definitely become a beautiful sight in the world. No need to refuse, just accept it. The two of them pondered for a moment before accepting the rejuvenating pill. In that case, thank you very much, fellow Taoist. Li Changxing nodded, then asked, how on earth did you fall into the hands of the Netherworld sect? The two men looked bitter as they recounted the entire incident. Through the two people's stories, Li Changxing also learned some information. It turned out that after the poisonous miasma disappeared from Shinnong Mountain, the news spread like wildfire. Before long, many monks gathered outside the mountain. They all sneaked into Shinnong Mountain, hoping to obtain some rare treasures from it. The Netherworld sect captured many innocent monks and used them to explore the way. It was for this reason that they were the first to arrive in the depths of Shinnong Mountain. Upon hearing the news, Li Changxing looked at the 5 disciples of the Netherworld sect on the ground. With a wave of his hand, their storage bags fell into his hands. Since they came in first, they must have collected a lot of good things. Li Changxing exerted a little force, and the 5 storage bags broke into pieces, revealing everything inside. In an instant, a large number of spirit stones were piled in front of everyone. There are also many elixirs, spiritual herbs, and magic weapons. Among these things, except for the spirit stones which were of some use to Li Changxing, he didn't even care about the other things. Then he said, look, is there anything you want? Feel free to take it. Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian were obviously a little reserved. Although he was very eager for the pills, he only took 1 or 2 symbolically. Senior, these are enough for us. Li Changxing looked at the pills in the hands of the 2 people, revealing a trace of heartache. My 2 fairies, this kind of pill is full of poison. Eating too much is bad for your health. If I accidentally eat something that harms my health, what if the baby I give birth to has problems? Li Changxing took out several pills very seriously. For the sake of your own health and your future children, please be kind to yourselves. The 2 were slightly stunned and confused. Senior, as cultivators of our generation, we should be single-minded in pursuing the Tao. We haven't considered having children yet. Li Changxing was also a little anxious and accidentally said what was in his heart. He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Yes, what the 2 fairies said is absolutely right. But the harm of erysipelas is too great after all. Please accept these pills. They're all 100% pure and absolutely free of poison. The 2 of them took a closer look and couldn't help but shrink their eyes. It's actually a 5th grade cultivation pill. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but accept the pills. At the same time, There was a hint of something strange in the look he gave Li Changsheng. Alas, Hongfu would have ascended to heaven by marrying this man. I just hope that he can take good care of my red-clothes sect in the future, so that it will be worthwhile for us to accompany Hongfu here. As they thought about it, they began to envy Hongfu. Some even complained about why they couldn't meet such a good man. It is said that cultivating the Tao requires a pure heart and few desires. But Hongfu has only met this person for a month, and her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. Is it true that being pure in heart and free from desires is helpful for spiritual practice? For a moment, the two fell into deep doubt. Li Changsheng had seen countless women, and when he saw the two women's emotions changing continuously, he was suddenly happy. The most important thing at this time is to press on and win, and try to make both of them bow down to their own big pants at once. My two fairies, there's a saying in the mortal world that women are meant to be loved. You guys have been taking those poisonous pills for years, and even as an outsider, I feel really bad for you. After that, Li Hongfu also started to assist. My husband is right, but fortunately, Hongfu has my husband to take care of her now, so she won't have to take those elixirs containing poison anymore. After hearing this, Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu envied Li Hongfu even more. He even looked at Li Changsheng unconsciously. At this moment, Li Changsheng has a pure body and has inherited Shenong's legacy. The whole person looks noble and attractive. Feeling the gazes of the two people, Li Changsheng cast a concerned look at them. When their eyes met, both of them avoided gazes and blushed. Seeing this, Li Hongfu looked at Li Changsheng with a wicked smile and said, "Two elders, don't worry. With my husband here, the poison in your bodies will not be a problem. Husband, don't you know medicine? Especially understanding of the female body structure. Even if the elder has damaged his health due to overeating, wouldn't the illness be cured with my husband here?" Li Changsheng's face twitched. He never thought that this little girl Li Hongfu would dare to tease him in public. The image of a senior master that he had worked so hard to build might collapse because of this sentence. He pretended to spank Li Hongfu. "Talk to your husband like that, and I'll spank you." Li Hongfu didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, her face was full of anticipation. "Since my husband wants to punish me, I can only obey." Li Changsheng's face twitched, and he looked at Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu and explained, "Ahem, fairies, I'm not usually like this." The two coughed dryly, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and then changed the subject. "Senior, please put these things away first. Shenong Mountain is a hodgepodge of good and bad people these days. If someone with ulterior motives sees this, they will surely cause trouble again." As soon as the words fell, a girl's voice sounded in the distance. "Master, isn't that our spiritual herb?" Li Changsheng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a petite little girl jumping towards him. After seeing the corpses on both sides, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. "Master, look, all the people who stole our herbs are dead." Behind the girl, a mature and charming female cultivator shook her head helplessly. "You Chuyao, you are so rude in front of your seniors." The woman called Yu Chuyao looked at Li Changsheng, then looked at her serious-looking master, stuck out her tongue, and made a face. Fortunately, he finally calmed down and knelt slightly towards Li Changsheng. "Hello, senior." Li Changsheng looked at Yu Chuyao's porcelain doll-like face, petite figure, shallow dimples, cute canine teeth, and black bangs, and thought to himself, "I haven't experienced this kind of lowly-style concubine before. I must get one and play with it." Seeing this, Li Changsheng quickly said, "No need to be so polite, fairy." Yu Chuyao looked at Li Changsheng, calling her fairy, and laughed like a silver bell. "Senior, please stop calling me fairy. It sounds weird. Just call me Yao Yao." The female cultivator behind him heard this and directly scolded Yu Chuyao. "Yao Yao, you are so disrespectful in front of the seniors. You have no manners at all." Yu Chuyao stood aside obediently with a pout, muttering, "I see. Master is the one who cares the most." Looking at Yu Chuyao's well-behaved appearance, Li Changsheng liked her even more. He waved his hand and looked at the approaching female cultivator. His eyes widened, and he thought to himself, "Oh my goodness, are you forcing me, the master and the disciple, to take it all?" The female cultivator was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, and her skin was flawless. Her delicate face makes you want to kiss her, especially her cool temperament, which directly aroused Li Changsheng's desire to conquer. Li Changsheng pretended to be serious and bowed. "Fellow Taoist, I am Li Changsheng, and may I ask your name?" The female cultivator also bent her knees slightly. My name is He Qingwan, and I'm an elder of the Shunshui Palace. Shunshui Palace? Li Hongfu's eyes lit up and she asked, but is it the divine water palace that practices special techniques and can force out divine water? He Qingwan looked at Li Hongfu and nodded. Exactly. Seeing that you are wearing red clothes, could you be a disciple of the red clothes sect? Li Hongfu nudda. Exactly. Li Changshang listened to the conversation between the two, and 4 words kept echoing in his mind. Then a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his expression gradually became evil. Chapter 85 Shunshui Palace. Husband, what are you thinking about? You are laughing so strangely. Li Hongfu tugged at Li Changsheng's clothes and asked curiously. Li Changsheng coughed dryly without blushing at all. Nothing, just remembered something. I thought it was interesting, so I thought about it a little more. Then he changed the subject. I heard Yao Yao say that the herbs that were stolen from you are here. Yu Chuyao nodded, bent down, and picked up a few herbs on the ground. We finally managed to pick these few plants, but we didn't expect them to be snatched away by these bad guys from the Netherworld sect. If Master wasn't at the Jindan stage, they would have even wanted to snatch Yao Yao away from her. Speaking of the Netherworld sect, Yao Yao's face was filled with fear and anger. But looking at the corpses of the Netherworld sect members at this moment, she was not afraid at all. Fortunately, my brother helped Yao Yao kill these bad guys and helped Yao Yao vent her anger. He Qingwan frowned slightly and scolded Yu Chuyao again. Yao Yao, how can you talk to a senior like this without any respect for your elders? How can I call you brother? I should call you senior. Li Changsheng stopped He Qingwan from scolding him. It's okay, I like Yao Yao very much. She can scream whatever she wants. With Li Changsheng's support, Yao Yao immediately became more favorable towards him. She turned to look at He Qingwan and said, Master, did you hear that? Big brother didn't say anything. You. He Qingwan shook her head helplessly, but since Li Changsheng had already spoken, she didn't know what to say. He just gave Li Changsheng an apologetic smile. Thank you for your tolerance, senior. If it were someone else, Yao Yao would definitely suffer. Li Changsheng thought to himself, if you meet me, you will definitely suffer a loss, and a big loss. Then he chuckled and tried to appear approachable. Fellow Taoist he, there's no need to be so reserved. The same goes for you. You can call me whatever you want. Although the words were normal, the location Li Changsheng set when he said this was the bed. Then, as usual, he waved his hand and took out 2 anti-aging pills. Yao Yao, Qingwan, this is the rejuvenating pill. It's just a small gift. Consider it a meeting gift. When the two saw the elixir, they couldn't help but take a deep breath, revealing a hint of intoxication. The youth pill can keep you young forever. It is worth a lot of money. Yao Yao took the pill and put it in her mouth, chewing it while thanking Li Changsheng. Thank you, big brother. This is Yao Yao's first time taking the anti-aging pill. He Qingwan swallowed her saliva, took the pill, and put it in her mouth. Thank you very much, senior. Li Changsheng pretended to be unhappy. Hey, why call me senior? Call me Brother Li. Brother Li? He Qingwan was a little stunned, and an awkward feeling came over her. But since Li Changsheng had already spoken, she couldn't refuse, so she could only speak in a whisper. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Yu Chuyao on the side laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and her voice was as pleasant as a silver bell. Master, now we all call seniorly brother. Isn't it time for Yao Yao to call Master sister? Sister he, sister he. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Yu Chuyao's quirky appearance, Li Changsheng was infected by her youthful vitality, and the idea of winning her over became stronger in his heart. This woman must be captured. My sword is thirsty for power. He Qingwan's face turned pale and blue, and she raised her hand and knocked on Yu Chuyao's head. You speak without restraint. I will punish you by making you practice 2 more hours tonight. Yu Chuyao closed her mouth in anger and muttered incoherently. It's obviously like this, why punish them? He Qingwan couldn't lose her temper in front of so many people, so she could only glare at Yu Chuyao. Only then did she shut up. Afterwards, several people cleaned up the spoils on the ground and chatted while cleaning up. Qingwan, I see that the herbs you collected are all antidote herbs, but is there anyone in the sect who has been poisoned? He Qingwan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Li Changsheng with some surprise. These 9 nethergrass and rootless flower are both extremely poisonous. Ordinary people would never consider them as detoxifying herbs. Could it be that Brother Li is an alchemist? Li Changsheng was calm and composed, acting like a master. I am not very talented, but I can still make a few pills when I have nothing to do. The anti-aging pill you just took was made by me personally. He Qingwan was shocked. The power of the anti-aging pill was so pure that it far exceeded any pill she had ever taken. Now that Li Changsheng had personally admitted that he was an alchemist, her expression became even more odd. Li Hongfu heard the conversation between the two, rolled her eyes, and said, "But someone in Shenshui Palace was poisoned." He Qingwan sighed. "Well, this is a long story. My divine water palace has a special technique that can force out divine water. The magical water is magical. It can accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs and enhance their medicinal properties. But just 3 years ago, a poisonous weed in the medicine garden mutated. When the palace master was checking, he was accidentally contaminated by the poison. After 3 years of torture, his temper has become somewhat violent. I searched through the sect's texts and discovered that the poisonous weed was the rare Tianjue grass. To cure the palace master's injuries, we need to use Tianju grass as medicine, supplemented with Jiyo grass, Wugan flower, and other natural treasures to have a glimmer of hope." Li Changsheng pondered for a moment, then spoke. "These herbs are all rare poisons, and the method of fighting poison with poison does have a therapeutic effect. But why do you say there's only a glimmer of hope?" He Qingwan revealed a bitter expression. "This elixir is called the Nine-Turn Heaven Returning Pill, and only a 6th grade or higher one can completely eliminate the toxicity of the heaven-destroying grass. But my Shenshui Palace paid a huge price to only invite a 5th grade alchemist from Yaoang Valley. There is absolutely no possibility of completely eliminating the toxicity of the 5th grade, 9-turn heaven-returning pill. For the palace master, it only delays the time of death." Speaking of this, Yu Chuyao and He Qingwan both showed a hint of sadness. Li Changsheng's mind moved, and he looked at Li Hongfu. "My lady, you have a congenitally poisonous body, and poison is a great tonic for you. I wonder if you are confident that you can absorb the poison from the master of the Divine Water Palace." Li Hongfu pondered for a moment. Then a look of determination appeared on her face. "It should be possible, but the specific situation needs to be determined after seeing the palace master." When He Qingwan heard this, she showed surprise on her face. "Miss Li, do you really have a congenitally poisonous body?" Not many people know about the congenital poisonous body, but He Qingwan has searched through ancient books and has seen this magical physique. He also has a good understanding of the characteristics of innate toxic bodies. Liungfu Nudda. Although I'm not completely certain, the palace master's recovery is a foregone conclusion. Having said that, Li Hongfu looked at Li Changsheng and changed the subject. "After all, there's a master of alchemy here. Even if I can't completely absorb the poison in the palace master's body, with my husband's help, I'm sure the disease will be cured." He Qingwan only knew that Li Changsheng was an alchemist, but she had no idea of his specific level. She only thought that Li Changsheng was a 3rd-grade alchemist. But now, hearing Li Hongfu's confident words, his eyes were instantly filled with hope. He Qingwan was shocked and looked at Li Changsheng. "Senior, are you really sure you can refine a 6th-grade elixir?" Li Changsheng smiled and nodded. "A mere 6th rank, not worth mentioning. 6th-grade elixirs are a piece of cake for Li Changsheng, and even 8th-grade elixirs can now be refined skillfully." Li Changsheng now has a feeling that as his cultivation level improves, he even has a 50% chance of refining a 9th-grade elixir. If Murong Shue's blood is added, the 9th-grade elixir can definitely be refined. Seeing this, He Qingwan's surprise was beyond words. Then she and Yu Chuyao both knelt on the ground. "Senior, please help me save the palace master of Shenshui Palace." Li Changsheng helped the two of them up. "That's easy to say. I'm just interested in your unique skill of forcing out the divine water. Then let's set off quickly. After all, the sooner the poison is eliminated, the sooner we can feel at ease." Chapter 86. Do you dare to accept my challenge?